Chapter 1. Rebirth on Planet Vegeta. Wow, wow, wow. How annoying. It's so early in the morning, and the noise just won't stop. Can't I get a decent sleep? Wang Yang furrowed his brows, impatiently opening his eyes. Where am I? Wang Yang was instantly taken aback. Before him lay a room brimming with advanced technology, walls crafted from alloy, and an array of intricate and sophisticated instruments. Lying on a soft little bed, he noticed that the upper part was enclosed by a transparent glass cover, and it felt neither stifling nor uncomfortable. Instead, it radiated a warm and cozy sensation. Instinctively, Wang Yang reached out to touch the glass above him. What's going on? Why are my hands so small? He suddenly realized that his hands had become remarkably tiny, resembling those of an infant, delicate and pale. What happened to me? Did I just take a nap and end up like this? Am I dreaming? Kidnapped? Experimented on? Reborn? Wang Yang pinched his thigh forcefully, a sharp pain coursing through him, and his heart plummeted. This is not a dream. The unexpected turn of events left him feeling anxious and unsettled, trapped within the glass enclosure, unsure of what lay ahead. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the bed. He was tall and muscular, exuding an aura of strength. A lens adorned his left eye, and he wore a peculiar outfit unlike anything Wang Yang had ever seen, resembling a battle suit from an anime, with a tail that swayed animatedly behind him. A tail? Wang Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily reached out, only to grasp an unfamiliar tail. What's happening? Could it be? Wang Yang's eyes grew even wider. This is Bardock's child. Let me check his battle power. What? Only 2. The man exclaimed in surprise after pressing a button on the detector and seeing the child's power level. Bardock's children are all so weak, he muttered, moving to the bed next to Wang Yang's to press the detector again. Moments later, he trembled, unable to conceal his excitement. Battle power? Paragus' son has a battle power? My heavens, this is even higher than Prince Vegeta's from back in the day. He will surely become the legendary Super Saiyan, defeating Frieza and leading us to dominate the entire universe. The thought of the future filled him with exhilaration, causing his body to tremble. Let me see this little one's battle power. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. He approached Wang Yang's bedside. Battle power 5001, that's not bad. Upon witnessing the power level beside him, he was no longer astonished at Wang Yang's battle power, though it was the second highest he had ever encountered. Still, he felt a sense of joy. This power level surpassed that of elite warriors, and although it was not as high as the previous child's, his future was still limitless. What is this guy mumbling about? It's frustrating not to understand him. Wang Yang's gaze remained fixed on him, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The little guy seems quite spirited. Your 2 companions are fast asleep, yet here you are, wide-eyed. The man leaned down, a gentle smile adorning his face. Seeing the seemingly amiable expression, Wang Yang offered a faint smile in return. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and the man left, buoyed by excitement, to report his findings to King Vegeta. I must have been reborn here, but I have no idea what's happening now or when the planet will be destroyed. Wang Yang sensed the nature of his surroundings, albeit with uncertainty about the timing. If only he had understood the man's earlier words, he would surely grasp his current predicament. There's unfamiliar knowledge in my mind. Wang Yang suddenly realized that he had acquired some strange memories. Cosmic language, energy waves, artificial moons, flight techniques. These were technologies researched by the scientists of planet Vegeta, transmitted through electromagnetic waves to impart basic knowledge. So everyone possesses energy as long as one can control their energy. Those techniques can be effortlessly executed. Based on the knowledge in his mind, Wang Yang closed his eyes and immediately felt a vast and surging power within him. With a battle power reaching 5,000, his entire being was almost inundated with this energy, requiring no contemplation, just action. Wang Yang's tender little hands spread open, and instantly, a silvery light radiated forth. Moments later, 2 small orbs of light appeared in each hand, rotating playfully in the palm of his hands. This seems quite simple. A smile crept across Wang Yang's lips as he gently floated upward, defying the gravitational pull of the confined chamber. Infants are inherently fragile, and soon, fatigue overtook him, causing him to drift into a deep slumber. Not long after he fell asleep, someone entered and took away the infant with a battle power of 2. As a low-tier warrior with such minimal potential, that infant was deemed unworthy of training and was promptly discarded to another low-level planet to perish. My son's battle power. He will undoubtedly become the strongest Saiyan. Paragus was overwhelmed with excitement upon learning of his son's power level. Paragus, my brother, I must remind you of something. King Vegeta intends to kill your son. A message from a close ally in the guard team suddenly struck Paragus like a bucket of cold water, sending shivers down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to the royal palace. Your Majesty, are you planning to kill my child? Paragus burst into the palace, loudly confronting King Vegeta. Do not disrespect the king. At that moment, 2 guards stepped forward, restraining him on either side. Broly's battle power is even higher than my child's. He is an unstable factor that must be eliminated, King Vegeta stated coldly. He spoke without embellishment, for strength was the language of the Saiyans. Your Majesty, I beg you to spare Broly. His battle power is so high even at birth, and I will ensure he becomes the finest warrior, loyal to you, and he will also assist Prince Vegeta. Please, spare his life. Paragus fell to his knees, desperate. A son with such high battle power was his hope. He could never produce another child with the battle power of 1,000. Your son must die. Since you cherish him so much, you shall die alongside him. King Vegeta approached Paragus, condensing an energy blast in his right hand and sending Paragus flying. Wow. A loud scream pierced the air, jolting Wang Yang awake. He opened his eyes in shock, staring at the scene before him. Before the pod, 2 cold-faced men stood, one bearing a cross-shaped scar on his face. He had one hand gripping the tiny foot of an infant, lifting him up, and with the other, he plunged a sharp knife into the infant's chest. What the hell? In that moment, realization struck him. He was Broly? A flash of lightning coursed through his mind. Frieza is coming, and the planet is about to explode. Panic washed over Wang Yang as he never expected this moment would coincide with the planet's impending destruction. Chapter 2. Escape from Death. At that moment, another long-haired man approached Wang Yang with a cold demeanor. Gazing at the glinting weapon in his hand, Wang Yang felt cold sweat trickling down his back. This is absurd. How did I end up on the death list? Without time to ponder, as the glass cover of the incubation pod slid open, Wang Yang activated the flight technique from his mind and soared upward, narrowly evading the man's wicked grasp. This little brat is impressive. The man expressed his astonishment. In midair, Wang Yang observed the scene below. The 2 Saiyans stared up in disbelief at him. Broly lay on the ground, unconscious, with a grotesque wound on his tender chest, blood gushing forth and staining the floor crimson. In the entire room, aside from the 4 of them, the previous whimpering infant was no longer present. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yang's face turned pale. You guys are something else. You send that whimpering infant away and leave me behind, truly an honor. The specter of death beckoned to him. Is it too late to escape now? Califer, come down quickly, it's dangerous up there. The long-haired man wore a fod of feigned kindness, beckoning Wang Yang. Califer is Wang Yang's Saiyan name. Wang Yang rolled his eyes. Though he had only absorbed some knowledge in his mind, he still understood enough to grasp their insidious intentions from their sly smiles. With a cold sneer, Wang Yang realized they underestimated him, treating him as a mere newborn, thinking his intelligence was non-existent. Wang Yang formulated a plan. His small hands grasped the air, conjuring 2 energy orbs in his palms. Here I go. The 2 orbs, brimming with overwhelming energy, shot towards the heads of the 2 men at lightning speed. Bang! The 2 energy blasts detonated simultaneously, reverberating through the room and leaving cracks in the walls. Ignoring the 2 men, Wang Yang unleashed a surge of energy that enveloped his entire being. His petite figure traced a flawless arc as he seized Broly from the ground and soared towards the exit. In the face of imminent danger, his priority was to locate a spacecraft for their escape if none could be found. He cast a glance at the unconscious Broly in his grasp. Had our battle prowess not surpassed that of you little brat, we would have certainly fallen into your trap this time. a cold voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Who could have anticipated such precociousness from this infant? Could this be the hallmark of a top-tier warrior? As the smoke dissipated, two Saiyans emerged, their faces smeared with grime. Upon realizing that Wang Yang was fleeing with Broly, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they immediately pursued him in a fit of rage. "What do you think you're running off to, kid?" Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang glanced back and noticed the gap between them was closing, causing his countenance to falter. Both men wielded deadly weapons, their expressions twisted in a menacing grimace that instilled fear. A sphere of energy, the size of a fist, coalesced in Wang Yang's palm, and after gathering a substantial amount of energy, he hurled it backward with great force. The blue orb departed from his hand, swelling with the winds as it blocked the passage, followed by a cataclysmic roar that threatened to obliterate the entire base. Damn it! As the energy sphere detonated, the two men halted in their tracks, bracing themselves against the onslaught. When the smoke cleared, a vast crater remained, and a gaping hole was visible at the top of the base, through which a beam of sunlight streamed down. Wang Yang and his companion had long since vanished. "Where are they?" The long-haired man scanned the surroundings anxiously. "I, a dignified elite warrior. I've actually failed in my mission?" The scarred man's expression grew vacant, his tail drooping in defeat. If King Vegeta were to learn of his incompetence, a severe punishment would undoubtedly ensue. "Fool, use the scouter and see where they've hidden," the long-haired man insisted, activating the device on his eye. "Idiot!" The scarred man shot a disdainful glance at his companion, his voice dripping with scorn. "Shut your mouth, you blockhead," the long-haired man retorted, his eyes widening in shock at the multitude of readings on the scouter. 3188, 2988, 1788, 4112, 3889, 871 numerous power levels appeared from all directions, leaving him utterly bewildered. Which one could it be? Spaceship, spaceship. Upon exiting the base, Wang Yang frantically scanned the surroundings, muttering about the need for a spacecraft. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Wang Yang looked up to see a colossal black sphere descending, seemingly in a surreal slow motion. An immense pressure radiated from it, causing even Wang Yang, positioned at a considerable distance, to struggle to breathe. His already frail and exhausted body felt the weight of this force, gradually pulling him downward. So this is what a battle power of over 500,000 feels like. It truly is terrifying. Wang Yang gasped, half crouched on the ground, his weakened legs trembling as he beheld the energy orb that loomed over the sky, unable to suppress a nervous swallow. If it were to land, he would be reduced to mere ashes. At that moment, a man with crab-like hair and a face marked by a cross-shaped scar shot into the sky, attempting to halt the descent of the black sphere. A blue energy wave spiraled upward, but alas, it was futile. Both the man and his energy wave were swiftly engulfed by the descending orb. In the blink of an eye, the black sphere vanished into the ground, followed by a brief silence, after which countless beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the heavens with a brilliant blaze. "Good brother, you are my dearest ally now. Let's see if you can rise to the occasion." Wang Yang adjusted his position, inching closer to Broly, firmly clutching his small hand. At this moment, Broly's chest wound had already healed, leaving Wang Yang in awe and envy. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan possesses an indomitable spirit. Suddenly, the ground shattered, gravity dissipated, and Wang Yang and his companion floated in midair, the oxygen in the atmosphere rapidly depleting, a sense of suffocation enveloping them as the temperature soared. "Broly!" A feeble voice cried out, and Wang Yang noticed a half-conscious man on the ground, struggling to reach out and grasp his frail leg. "Please, I am not Broly. Don't grab my leg. My little arms and legs can't withstand such treatment. What if they break?" Wang Yang kicked his leg in an attempt to free himself, but his weakened state rendered him unable to escape the man's grip. In his stupor, Broly sensed the danger and suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Ah!" With a startled shout, Broly summoned a green energy barrier that enveloped all three of them. A thunderous explosion echoed as the entire planet Vegeta was instantly obliterated in the vastness of space. Harnessing the force from the planet's destruction, The green energy shield accelerated, streaking through the dark cosmos like a comet, propelling them into the infinite universe. As the planet disintegrated into cosmic dust, a prolonged silence enveloped space until Frieza finally activated his scouter, observing the readings from the former location of planet Vegeta at 0, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 3, Planet of Life. Broly erupted once more before succumbing to slumber, while the man grasping Wang Yang's leg fell back into a dazed sleep, though his hand remained firmly clutched around Wang Yang's calf. Wang Yang's frail body had endured a multitude of events that day, leaving him utterly fatigued. Yet he dared not succumb to slumber, fearing that if he were to fall asleep, he might inadvertently fail to secure Broly. Is this the energy shield that allows Broly to survive in the vast cosmos? Wang Yang's curiosity piqued as a small hand brushed against the inner surface of the energy shield. Smooth as glass. Suddenly, an expression of longing crossed his face. He pressed both hands and feet against the energy shield, ultimately even pressing his face against it to absorb its essence, that if he could master this technique, he would be free to traverse the universe at will. Drifting through the cosmos without any sense of time, Wang Yang eventually found himself utterly spent. Thus, he tore Paragus' cloak into strips and twisted them into a rope. Binding his hands with Broly's, still uneasy, he even wrapped his tail around them before finally succumbing to deep slumber. He oscillated between wakefulness and sleep numerous times, his hunger growing unbearable, his stomach rumbling incessantly, and his vision clouded. After such an extended period of wandering, bolstered by the Saiyan constitution, the man's injuries had somewhat healed, and he now clung to Broly's calf. Are we to perish of starvation in the depths of space? The man cried in despair. Just hold on a little longer. There is life ahead, and soon we shall have sustenance, Wang Yang replied weakly. During these days, he had not been idle. He had been studying Ki, his own Ki, Broly's Ki, and Paragus' K. I is a generalized term. Simply put, referring to energy, which every individual possesses. As he contemplated Ki, he first calmed his mind, then closed his eyes to sense the Ki of Broly and the other, finally extending his perception outward. Curiously, since his birth, he felt his comprehension had significantly improved. The knowledge in his mind was thoroughly grasped, and he even began to expand beyond IT this moment. He sensed an abundance of faint Ki ahead, and at the speed they were traveling within the energy shield, they would reach it soon. Caliph, you mustn't deceive me, Paragus remarked skeptically. When did Saiyans gain such abilities? Fear not, Uncle Paragus. There surely lies a planet teeming with life ahead, Wang Yang asserted confidently. Over the past few days, he had gathered a wealth of information through conversation, discovering that this man was none other than Broly's father. Upon learning this, Wang Yang could only lament that this fellow was destined to live. A day later, a blue-green planet came into view, and Wang Yang's spirits soared within the energy shield at a planet. Indeed, a planet with life. Paragus exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Caliph, you truly possess remarkable abilities. Paragus marveled as he turned to Wang Yang. The fact that he could discern whether life existed ahead was nothing short of astonishing. That a green comet streaked across the sky, entering the atmosphere, causing the temperature within the energy shield to rise. Broly, still in slumber, opened his eyes and let out a roar, gradually decreasing his speed as he gently lowered the two to the ground. As the three landed, the green energy shield dissipated in an instant. Uncle Paragus, hurry and procure some food. We are on the brink of starvation, Wang Yang urged without the slightest hint of hesitation. Very well, wait here for a moment, Paragus replied, nodding as he rose wearily and flew off into the distance. In his eyes, despite Wang Yang's articulate speech, he was still merely a child, no larger than Broly. Good brother, you truly are incredible. I do not regret my efforts to save your life, Wang Yang chuckled, patting Broly on the shoulder. Broly gazed at Wang Yang in confusion and seeing his radiant smile. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of innocence in his own smile. That moment, a dark spot in the sky drew closer, revealing Paragus carrying a massive scaled beast. He hovered in midair, looking utterly exhausted, as though one more straw would break the camel's back. Phew! I'm utterly spent, Paragus exclaimed, dropping the beast and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. After days without food, Paragus was on the verge of collapsing from fatigue. Having barely managed to hold onto the creature, the scaled beast was enormous, roughly the size of a house, resembling a dinosaur. Akati bore a gaping wound on its head, about the size of a basin, with charred edges emanating a burnt odor. Hurry, hurry! Don't rest. We are nearly starving, Wang Yang urged Paragus, pushing him to get to work at Akati this stage. The adult Saiyans were hardly worth any courtesy, especially not this ambitious Paragus from the original narrative. You insufferable little brat, Paragus fumed, furious at being ordered to work before he had even had a moment to rest. Once I have eaten my fill, you'll see how I deal with you. After much effort, Paragus finally chopped the wood and arranged it into a conical shape, preparing to ignite a fire by piercing it through the beast's body like a tea that moment. An energy wave sliced through the air, striking the wood overhead. Paragus instinctively glanced to the side. Uncle Paragus, I see you laboring tirelessly, and I feel rather guilty. Let me lend a hand, Wang Yang said with a cheerful grin. You little rascal. You nearly struck me. Paragus's hunger-fueled anger surged as he scowled. Broly stared blankly at his father, unable to comprehend his anger. The more Paragus observed Wang Yang, the more he found him irksome, far from the quiet charm of his own son. Broly's night fell. The three shared large chunks of meat, gnawing on the simple roasted fare devoid of any seasoning to Wang Yang. It was the most exquisite food in the world, paying no heed to the infant's digestive system. He devoured it with gusto, bliss. After satisfying his hunger, Wang Yang lay on the ground, groaning in contentment. Kid, get up, Paragus commanded, twisting his neck and cracking his knuckles as he looked down at Wang Yang with an air of authority. What is it? Wang Yang floated up to meet Paragus's gaze. What do you want, you disrespectful brat? I shall teach you what it means to respect your elders. Paragus sneered, extending his massive arm in an attempt to seize Wang Yang. Let us speak civilly. No need for violence, Wang Yang said, swiftly evading the outstretched hand. In his perception, Paragus's energy was wholly inferior to his own. Although his physical form was weak, he could easily dodge Paragus's strikes. Each movement clear as day. Paragus stared in surprise as Wang Yang evaded his grasp, his embarrassment fueling his rage as he soared into the air, hands reaching out like phantoms toward Wang Yang. If I can't even subdue this little infant, my reputation will be tarnished. Wang Yang darted about, rising and falling, effortlessly evading Paragus's attempts. Chapter 4. Conflict. Uncle Paragus, what is your battle power? Mine was 5,001 at birth. Wang Yang inquired with curiosity. During his time in the incubation chamber, he had not understood the Saiyan language, but now that he had learned it, he recalled the staff's words and realized his own birth battle power. You little brat, Paragus's face flushed with rage, feeling utterly humiliated as he realized this child was mocking his status as a lower-class warrior, having lived a lifetime without ever surpassing the battle power of a newborn. Such a sentiment was profoundly shameful. Enraged, Paragus lunged at Wang Yang in the cosmos, but Wang Yang was as slippery as an eel, consistently evading capture. Though I may not be able to defeat you at present, you cannot apprehend me either, Wang Yang chuckled. Broly, go and catch him, Paragus commanded angrily, directing Broly's curious gaze toward the Broly. Do not listen to him. Wang Yang shouted at Broly. Broly stared blankly between them. I am your father. You must obey me. Go and capture him. Paragus insisted. I am your elder brother. You should listen to me and disregard his words. Wang Yang reassured Broly with a smile. Broly, now thoroughly confused, ignored both adults. Humph. Paragus felt as though his precious son was being swayed away from him, an intense fury brewing within. Finding himself powerless against Wang Yang, he let out a cold snort and ceased his pursuit. As night descended, the stars twinkled above, and Paragus kindled a fire. Broly, call me Daddy. Paragus playfully teased his young son. Daddy, Broly attempted, his words halting and unclear. Good boy. Paragus was overjoyed as he embraced Broly and planted a kiss upon him. Broly was not only his beacon of hope, but also the anchor of his spirit. Wang Yang's gaze drifted beyond the flames to catch a fleeting glimpse of Paragus before he averted his eyes. While laughter and merriment surrounded Paragus, Wang Yang remained curled up in silence and introspection. Having arrived in this unfamiliar realm, how shall I navigate my existence henceforth? He pondered, contemplating the path ahead. Currently, their interactions were peaceful. Yet with the passage of time, Broly's uncontrollable power could erupt, and should he inadvertently be struck down, it would spell disaster. Moreover, Wang Yang could not possibly remain on this planet indefinitely. He yearned to venture out and witness the grandeur of the cosmos. The planet boasted minimal temperature fluctuations, crisp air, and its gravity felt merely 1/10 that of Vegeta's, offering an invigorating sense of lightness. It was indeed a remarkably habitable world. The Saiyans possessed exceptional physical resilience. Even infants appeared unfazed by the elements, enduring the night under the stars. The following day, before dawn, Wang Yang had already awakened, exercising atop a small hill. 997, 998, 999, 1000, he counted as his diminutive form executed push-ups. Phew, that shall suffice for today. My small body cannot endure excessive strain. Wang Yang's cheeks flushed as he wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Such a workout would have been unimaginable in his previous life. Yet now performing 1,000 repetitions felt utterly effortless. Upon returning to the campsite, he found Paragus roasting a large fish. "Where have you scampered off to so early, Karafu? I thought a beast had whisked you away." Paragus inquired, tossing wood into the fire as Wang Yang arrived. "Had I been taken by a beast, Uncle Paragus would have been delighted." "No." Wang Yang shot him a sidelong glance. Of course, that would never happen. "With only the three of us Saiyans remaining, I bear the responsibility of restoring our people's glory. How could I bear to see you harmed?" Paragus spoke hastily, then paused, a grin spreading across his face as he regarded Wang Yang. "This fellow possesses a battle power of 5,001 at birth. While he may not rival Broly, he surpasses other Saiyans. If I can secure both him and Broly as my loyal subordinates, conquering the universe will become a mere formality." Paragus schemed inwardly. "I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw you," Wang Yang retorted, suspecting Paragus's intentions. "Uncle Paragus, please refrain from calling me Karafu. It sounds rather unpleasant." "Wang Yang will suffice." Wang Yang's brow furrowed in discontent. The name Wang Yang belonged to his previous life, and adjusting to a new name after over 2 decades was a challenge. "Call yourself whatever you wish. I couldn't care less if you choose little turd." Paragus shrugged nonchalantly. Broly stared intently at the roasting fish, mouth agape, drool trickling down his chin. Once the fish was ready, the 3 Saiyans devoured it ravenously, tearing into the flesh with ferocity. The fish was consumed at a visibly accelerated pace. With a loud clatter, Paragus discarded a massive fish bone onto the stones, patting his belly as he stood. "Having eaten my fill, you too shall accompany me. We will seize this planet." Paragus swiftly resumed his Saiyan nature. "I can follow you, but you must not engage in senseless slaughter," Wang Yang cautioned, acutely aware of the Saiyan penchant for conquest. It was nearly impossible to deter them from claiming a planet unless they were subjugated by force. Only then would they comply. However, Wang Yang was still an infant, his frail form rendering him vulnerable, even with a higher energy level than Paragus. "Give me a year or 2 to strengthen my body, and I shall be able to knock you down a peg." Wang Yang squinted at Paragus. "Enough of your prattle. If we do not eliminate these inhabitants, how can we claim this planet? You hardly deserve to be called a true Saiyan." Squandering such immense battle power, Paragus huffed, jealousy simmering within him for this newcomer who possessed a strength he could never attain. "I reiterate, we may conquer the planet, but we shall not commit wanton acts of violence." Wang Yang's expression hardened, his gaze icy as he regarded Paragus. The annihilation of an entire planet's populace was, in his eyes, utterly unforgivable. With the moral compass of his past life guiding him, he could not condone indiscriminate bloodshed. Paragus clenched his teeth in frustration, pondering if attempting to recruit this individual was indeed a wise decision. "That if you do not wish to accompany us, then do not. That I refuse to believe that without you. Broly and I cannot claim this planet." Paragus's demeanor darkened as he seized Broly and took to the skies. Wang Yang remained silent, sensing that the most formidable energy on this planet was still significantly less than Paragus's. A sigh escaped him as a white aura enveloped him. propelling him swiftly after Paragus. Chapter 5. The ruthless Saiyans before them lay an expansive plain, at its center a magnificent ancient city. Its walls marred by the scars of time, the marks of blades, spears, and other weapons. Countless warriors clad in armor, armed with long spears and bows, stood atop the city walls in the opulent palace at the heart of the city. A middle-aged man dressed in finery, his complexion pale, leered as he embraced a beautiful woman, his hands exploring her form. Despite the chaos of battle raging outside, with bloodshed staining the ground, he remained utterly indifferent. Below the walls, a dense army encircled the ancient city, rendering it impenetrable. High above, Wang Yang peered down, observing a multitude of people attacking the city, the air thick with murderous intent, the clouds themselves parting under the weight of the violence. Just then, a blue energy orb was hurled down by Paragus ahead. "What is that?" The commander overseeing the battle suddenly noticed the anomaly in the sky, furrowing his brow as he inquired of his companions. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. This is an auspicious sign, a divine blessing that we shall surely overthrow the tyrant," an elderly man with a flowing beard proclaimed, prostrating himself before the authoritative figure. "Ha ha! So it is. Relay my command. The entire army shall advance. Today, we shall breach the royal city and slay the tyrant," the warlord declared with exuberance, raising his hand to issue orders. "Once we conquer the royal city, I shall become the new emperor, and I will rewrite the course of history." On the battlefield, more and more eyes turned skyward, captivated by the swiftly descending light orb, halting their actions to gaze upward at that moment. The orb struck the eastern front where the assault was underway, unleashing a blinding radiance that outshone the sun, searing and scorching everything in its path. A deafening explosion followed, incinerating all caught within the orb's energy, turning them to ash, while those at the periphery were flung away by the force of the blast. Shrieking in terror, as the dust settled, a massive crater, a kilometer in diameter, lay where the orb had landed. The once impenetrable city walls were breached, a gaping hole left in the wake of the explosion. The warlord, watching from afar, was rendered speechless, cold sweat cascading down his brow. The elderly man, witnessing the devastation, collapsed, completely drained of strength. "You said this was an auspicious sign." The warlord glared at the old man, his face darkening. "Great king, it truly is a good omen. Look, the wall has been breached," the elder stammered, pointing at the gaping hole in the wall. "Do not attempt to quibble. Guards, seize this fool and have him executed." The warlord barked, his face pale with fury, as he recalled the loss of a quarter of his elite forces in the earlier conflict. Amidst the chaos, 3 figures descended slowly from the sky, and those who had narrowly escaped bowed in reverence, praying to the trio. Wang Yang frowned, surveying the massive crater below. "Who is the leader? Step forward." Paragus hovered in the air, his gaze cold and piercing. The crowd turned their attention to the warlord, who was visibly shaken. What a pitiful display. He chastised his men, his heart racing with anxiety, yet he maintained a facade of composure as he climbed atop his warhorse and approached with trepidation. "I pay my respects to the great sage." War King, from a distance, beheld a man standing in mid-air, accompanied by 2 children, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Although Paragus could not comprehend the meaning of great sage, he surmised it was akin to the deities of the planet. "Are you the leader of this planet?" Paragus inquired, gazing down at the War King, who was bowing respectfully to "I am not yet the leader. That foolish ruler inside is the real leader," the War King replied, albeit lacking clarity on what this planet entailed. Cautiously pointing toward the imperial city, he uttered, "Better to sacrifice that fool inside than to perish myself." Having lived most of his life, the War King was adept at reading expressions, and he discerned that Paragus's demeanor was far from benevolent. Seeking a leader could spell trouble. "Bring him out," Paragus commanded. "Yes, yes, yes. Fetch the foolish ruler." The War King instructed his surroundings. Soon, a figure clad in silver armor, flanked by a group, ventured through the vanishing city walls. The guards dared not impede their passage, perhaps feeling disillusioned. For the tyrant's actions had chilled their hearts, indulging in revelry, while enemies lay at their gates. When the bound emperor was presented before Paragus, He disregarded the tyrant's tearful pleas for mercy and unleashed a blue energy orb from his roughened palm against the Emperor's forehead. Bang! The tyrant's skull exploded instantaneously, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The War King, witnessing this scene, felt his heart seize in terror. How fortunate I am to be clever. Otherwise, I would have met my demise, now that this planet was under my control. Any who dared oppose would meet a similar fate. Paragus directed his palm toward the Southern Army and hurled another energy orb. No. The War King and his companions trembled in fear. By the heavens. Wang Yang gasped, startled, and instinctively unleashed a shockwave, intercepting the energy orb mid-flight, which then arced majestically toward a distant towering peak. All eyes were fixated as the colossal mountain, towering 1,000 feet high, crumbled with a resounding crash. Countless onlookers gawked at the still infant Wang Yang. Is this an act a human can perform? No, this is not a human. This is a deity. They have fully submitted to your will. There is no need for indiscriminate slaughter. Your actions do not elevate your stature. Rather, they reveal your weakness before others, masking your humility through senseless killings. Wang Yang, filled with fury, ceased his courtesy toward Paragus. You insolent brat! You seek death! Paragus, incensed by Wang Yang's interference and the truth of his innermost thoughts being laid bare, aimed his palm at Wang Yang. Energy coalescing, power surging. Are you challenging me to a clash? Do you wish to meet your end? Wang Yang's energy surged as he coldly regarded Paragus. Sensing Wang Yang's unwavering demeanor, Paragus's palm glimmered with intensity, and after weighing his odds, he realized that his combat power of 3,201 would likely falter against Wang Yang's 5,001. I'll spare you this time, but should you dare disrupt my plans again, I shall make you pay. Paragus's expression fluctuated, retracting the gathered energy and casting a glance at Broly, resolving to ensure Broly obeyed him. Planning to deal with Wang Yang later, Wang Yang, too, dispersed the energy orb in his palm, unperturbed by Paragus, knowing he could not best him in close combat. Ultimately, the War King, cowed by Paragus's ferocity, had no choice but to submit. Chapter 6. Cultivation. The inhabitants of this blue-green planet bore little distinction from Wang Yang, save for the absence of Saiyan tales. Their civilization was still in the Iron Age. They donned archaic garments and resided in lowly thatched huts, exuding a quaint antiquity that evoked a sense of nostalgia within Wang Yang, reminiscent of ancient societies from his past life. This connection was primarily due to their appearance. He would not feel a sense of kinship with other humans in the cosmos, such as those with black, blue, or grass-green skin. Since Paragus's conquest of the planet, he had been living like a mountain bandit, issuing nonsensical decrees, entirely lacking the dignity and gravitas expected of a leader. Wang Yang, disinterested in Paragus, sought a secluded place to reside. In this Dragon Ball world, all the wealth and opulence paled in comparison to the importance of strength. A sudden shockwave could obliterate the planet, reducing it to cosmic dust. By day, Wang Yang engaged in simple physical exercises and practiced martial arts. By afternoon, he would sit cross-legged on a stone in the middle of the lake, calmly contemplating the universe. Striving to attain a state of tranquility akin to the stillness of the lake's surface, he had experienced most of the joys life had to offer in his previous existence, and in this life. He intended to prioritize cultivation and strength above all else. I shall not only become a Super Saiyan, but also ascend to the status of a Super Saiyan God, standing atop the universe to behold the scenery. Wang Yang's gaze was resolute as he stared ahead by the lakeside. The War King, cradling a young girl, occasionally cast glances toward Wang Yang in the water. Gurgle, gurgle, a pang of hunger struck, prompting Wang Yang to open his eyes. Another day had drawn to a close. How swiftly time flies. War King, you have arrived. Wang Yang leaped high, landing by the lake and greeting the War King with a smile. If you do not mind, you may call me Uncle War King. Your name is Wang Yang, and I am the War King. How fortuitous that we both share the character Wang in our names. The War King seized the opportunity to forge a connection, drawing parallels even for the most distant of relations. All right, Wang Yang replied with a chuckle. After all, the War King had been diligent in his service to Wang Yang, ensuring he need not waste time on mundane matters of sustenance. I have already instructed the chef to prepare food. Let us dine together. The War King beamed. Very well. The three of them boarded a carriage. What news from Paragus? Wang Yang inquired, having not seen Paragus for several days. Currently, the War King served as Paragus's chief steward. His Majesty pays no heed to state affairs, dedicating his days to training Prince Broly. Occasionally, some foolish servants are executed, the War King replied cautiously. Each time he served Paragus, he felt a sense of trepidation, finding him far less agreeable than Wang Yang. To him, Paragus was nothing less than an irrational madman, rivaling the foolish rulers of the past. This fellow was a middling warrior in his clan, often bullied by others. Now that he has come here to wield power, it is best to comply with him, Wang Yang remarked, furrowing his brow, unbothered by revealing Paragus's shortcomings. Understood, the War King nodded, though he hesitated to ask further as he noticed Wang Yang deep in thought. It seems Paragus is still unyielding, training Broly. This is rather concerning. Broly's combat power surged continuously. The faster it grew, the more uncontrollable he would become. I must find a way to rein in Broly. If this continues, this planet will inevitably face destruction at his hands. After a prolonged moment, Wang Yang withdrew his thoughts. Little Yang, are you facing any issues? Perhaps I could assist, the War King inquired cautiously. There's nothing to worry about, Wang Yang smiled. The young girl nestled in the War King's arms caught Wang Yang's attention. Her innocent, wide eyes and rosy cheeks made him want to pinch her. Despite his adult mindset, he found himself quite fond of such an adorable child. As the child reacted to his playful pinch, she grasped Wang Yang's hand, attempting to pull it away. This is my little daughter. Named Xiaoyu, I noticed you are all alone, seeming rather lonely. Since you are of similar age, I thought it would be nice for my daughter to keep you company, the War King chuckled, his once stern visage now radiating warmth. Wang Yang, perceptive, instantly grasped the War King's intentions. I do not feel lonely at all. I'm not suited to play with such a small child, Wang Yang asserted, shaking his head. His days were filled with activities, and he never felt loneliness or solitude. Furthermore, while Xiaoyu was indeed adorable, he found it absurd to engage with her, as if he were a child himself. The little girl, perplexed by her emotions, suddenly burst into tears. Wang Yang instinctively withdrew his small hand, casting an awkward glance at Zhan Wang, silently urging him to comfort her. Observing his daughter's flushed cheeks, Zhan Wang felt a pang of sympathy. The dinner spread before them was lavish, a grand feast of fish and meat, a testament to Zhan Wang's understanding of Wang Yang's culinary preferences, while Zhan Wang savored his meal at a leisurely pace. Wang Yang, in contrast to Paragus, exhibited a refined yet swift manner of eating, the food on the table diminishing at a visible rate. Zhan Wang's daughter, Xiaolu, watched in curiosity as Wang Yang devoured his food. Her appetite soaring, leading her to finish an entire jug of milk, her little belly round and full. Sated, Wang Yang leaned back in his chair to rest. Xiaoyang, shall we visit the Star Viewing Pavilion for some tea to aid digestion? Zhan Wang proposed. Oh, you have tea here? Wang Yang inquired, nostalgia washing over him at the mere mention of tea. So, tea has made its way to your homeland as well. Zhan Wang chuckled. Tea is an ancient tradition of our nation. How delightful it is to hear. Wang Yang smiled gently in response to, I see. Zhan Wang laughed heartily, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. The Star Viewing Pavilion stood as a landmark within the imperial city, towering at 15 meters amidst the surrounding structures of 3 to 4 meters, making it an eye-catching sight. The trio arrived at the pavilion by carriage. Wang Yang adhered to a balanced routine of training by day and leisure by night. Zhan Wang's method of brewing tea differed from what Wang Yang had observed. He placed a lump of dark tea into a pot, added water, sugar, salt, and various other ingredients to brew. Zhan Wang poured a cup of tea for Wang Yang. Upon taking a gentle sip, Wang Yang was met with an unusual flavor, a peculiar blend of sweetness, saltiness, and a hint of bitterness. Something amiss? Does the tea not suit your palate? Perhaps I should offer you a different variety. Zhan Wang inquired upon noticing Wang Yang's hesitant sip. This manner of tea drinking resembles the customs of my homeland over 1,000 years ago. I find it somewhat difficult to adapt. Wang Yang replied with a smile. How do you drink tea now? Zhan Wang asked, intrigued that in our region, After the tea leaves are harvested, they are first dried, then stir-fried in a hot pan, followed by gentle rolling. This process is repeated until the leaves are compact, and then they are steeped in hot water for consumption. The resulting brew carries a bitter, yet fragrant essence that I truly enjoy. Wang Yang succinctly explained the process. Zhan Wang mused thoughtfully at tea that moment. Two resounding roars echoed from afar, the ground trembling beneath the powerful cries. Wang Yang's gaze sharpened as he sensed two immense presences manifesting in his awareness. This energy is formidable. In an instant, Wang Yang soared out of the pavilion, witnessing two colossal apes bellowing toward the heavens, their roars resonating with one another. The enormous mouths of the giant apes radiated a blue luminescence. Shockwaves emanating uncontrollably in all directions, vaporizing numerous structures and sending countless individuals fleeing in terror. What is this? The transformation into giant apes. Wang Yang instinctively glanced at the sky, where a brilliant tapestry of stars adorned the night. A full moon casting its silvery glow upon the earth. Bang! 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 Wang Yang's heart raced violently, his tail ablaze with warmth, a surge of power coursing through him, filling his body with an overwhelming force. In that moment, he transformed into a giant ape, towering even above the star-viewing pavilion. A surge of primal rage welled up within his mind, as if yearning to unleash the immense power contained within him. How formidable! Is this the transformation into a giant ape? Wang Yang mused, observing his rough and colossal claws. Born with a battle power of 5001, he was a warrior of the highest caliber among the Saiyans. And with the wisdom from his previous life, he easily mastered the raging emotions within him that ate that moment. The larger of the two giant apes noticed Wang Yang and unleashed a shockwave toward him, carving a wide trench in the ground as it passed. With a swift motion, Wang Yang deflected the incoming shockwave into the sky. He glanced at his hand, then at the larger ape, a smile creeping onto his lips. This is splendid. The physical strength of the giant ape can easily withstand the power within me. I need not wait a year or two. I can deal with you right now. Roaring in frustration, the giant ape, realizing its attack had failed, began to pound its chest, the booming sound reverberating across the land as it advanced toward Wang Yang. Everyone, please move back, Wang Yang called out to Zhan Wang, who stood frozen in shock. Before launching himself toward the giant ape, Zhan Wang, stunned by the unfolding scene, quickly scooped up Xiao Yuwerer and fled. The two giant apes drew closer, with Wang Yang, in his transformed state, standing only as tall as Paraga's chest. Just then, both a large and a small fist struck out simultaneously, creating a gust of wind. Bang! A sharp crack echoed as Paraga staggered back 3 steps, letting out a pained roar. Times had changed. Though Wang Yang's ape form appeared smaller than Paraga's, his battle power of over 50,000 made it easy to overpower Paraga's, who boasted just over 30,000. Wang Yang swayed slightly, his fearsome ape visage breaking into a twisted grin as he advanced. His claws reaching for Paraga's, roaring in defiance. Paraga's swung his massive arm at Wang Yang. Bang! 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 Each blow landed with a resounding impact, their fierce combat echoing across the heavens and earth as the two giant apes engaged in a brutal melee. Exchanging blows in a relentless struggle, dust and debris swirled around them, obscuring the view of their battle to those watching from afar. Although Wang Yang appeared smaller than Paraga's, he fought with remarkable ferocity, relentlessly pummeling Paraga's. Paraga's fist struck Wang Yang's body, causing mere discomfort, while Wang Yang's blows inflicted excruciating pain upon Paraga's, causing him to stagger back with each hit. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted as the larger ape was sent flying, stumbling back several meters before crashing into a small hillside. The giant ape quickly scrambled to its feet, pounding its chest as energy gathered within its massive maw. Boom! Caught off guard, Wang Yang was struck by its attack, causing him to stagger back a few steps, a slight heaviness settling in his chest. It seems not too painful, Wang Yang thought, patting his chest, a flicker of joy in his heart. Roaring in anger, the giant ape, realizing its attack had failed, continued to pound its chest, the thunderous sound akin to the rumble of thunder, while simultaneously gathering a terrifying energy blast in its mouth. Just as swiftly, Wang Yang leaped forward, transforming his claws into a palm, delivering a crushing blow to Paraga's face, sending his visage skyward. Whoosh! A massive shockwave erupted from the giant ape's mouth, soaring into the sky, its brilliance gradually fading. Causing no ripples in the air, boom! Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yang unleashed a blue energy wave, striking the giant ape's chest and sending it hurtling hundreds of meters away. With Paraga's scent flying, Wang Yang shadowed him, pinning him to the ground and unleashing a torrent of blows. Roaring, dust and debris rose from the ground as rocks flew in all directions, mingling with Paraga's anguished cries that he struggled desperately, thrashing his limbs, but the overwhelming difference in their battle powers rendered him unable to break free from Wang Yang's grip. Enduring the relentless barrage of attacks, suddenly, Wang Yang executed a shoulder throw, lifting Paraga's and slamming him back down onto the ground. With his foot on Paraga's thickly furred waist, Wang Yang grasped his tail, wrapping his arm around it, and with a mighty shout, he hoisted him up, the immense strength eliciting a series of strange squeaks from Paraga's tail. Roar, roar. With his face pressed to the ground, Paraga's was engulfed by intense pain. His already grotesque visage contorting further, the teeth thrashed wildly, accompanied by panic screams. As Paraga's emitted a heart-wrenching cry, his entire form convulsed in agony. Puff! The tail of Paraga's was ruthlessly torn from his body by Wang Yang, dragging along a considerable chunk of flesh, and a cascade of blood erupted like a fountain, splattering Wang Yang in the process. With the source of the giant ape's power severed, Paraga's rapidly diminished in size. Reverting to human form in the blink of an eye, he lay there in a pitiful state, a gaping wound at his backside revealing stark white bone, discarding Paraga's severed tail with indifference. Wang Yang's gaze was fixed on the distant, rampaging Broly, sensing the overwhelming and savage aura emanating from him, his expression grave. Although Broly was still quite young, the bloodline of the Saiyans, coupled with his sudden transformation into a giant ape, had left him under the thrall of this ferocious power. Wang Yang glanced at the moon above, then back at the frenzied Broly, the Saiyans' competitive spirit igniting a desire within him to test in even greater strength. Chapter 8. Good brothers, let us speak calmly. Bang. With a resolute plan forming in his mind, Wang Yang stomped his right foot heavily on the ground, emanating a white aura as he soared towards the chaos wrought by Broly, that insufferable little brat. Broly will avenge me. He will surely kill you. Crumpled on the ground, Paraga's, now fully restored to human form, bore bruises and blood at the corners of his mouth, gritting his teeth as he glared at the departing Wang Yang. Touching the massive wound on his backside, Paraga's winced in pain, his features contorted in agony. Tears welled in his eyes, yet he stubbornly refused to let them fall, reflecting on a lifetime of struggle only to be brutally defeated by a mere child. Paraga's felt that fate had been cruelly unkind to him, an underappreciated warrior. A massive shockwave erupted from the mouth of the giant ape Broly, and Wang Yang felt an acute sense of danger wash over him, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side. Boom! The shockwave tore through the air, resulting in a dazzling explosion in the distance, as a towering mountain simply vanished before Wang Yang's eyes. Bang! Transforming into a streak of light. Wang Yang delivered a powerful punch to Broly's face, causing him to stagger back, truly tough skin and flesh. My hand is a bit sore, he mused, acknowledging Broly's fighting prowess, which was more than double his own. He couldn't help but envy the legendary Super Saiyan, whose power only seemed to increase while he lounged about, that if only he possessed such a physique, coupled with his own talents, he could soar to the heavens. Defeating all in his path, Broly glared fiercely at Wang Yang, enraged by the unexpected blow, and without discrimination, raised his fists to strike back. Wang Yang, wary of a direct confrontation, evaded Broly's onslaught. Through their brief encounter, it became evident that the disparity in fighting abilities between him and Broly was even greater than that between himself and Paraga's earlier. Lacking substantial combat experience, and with a fighting power vastly inferior. It was only a matter of time before Broly's relentless attacks sent Wang Yang flying. I must find an opportunity to sever his tail, he thought, as he lay on the ground, eyes fixed on Broly's massive tail, thrashing in the air. Behold my super energy wave. Wang Yang ascended into the sky, gathering a vast amount of blue energy in both hands, which he then unleashed simultaneously. The two energy blasts merged mid-air, transforming into a massive blue orb the size of a house. Surging towards Broly with unstoppable force. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, the overwhelming shockwave ruffling Wang Yang's hair backward. As the dust settled, Wang Yang, panting slightly, formed an energy blade with his right hand and charged forward. Visibility obscured, he relied on his instincts to sense the presence of the giant ape Broly. Appearing behind him in the haze, a massive tail lashed out in the dust, and a smile crept onto Wang Yang's face as he struck down with his blade. Two beams of crimson light, larger than lanterns, pierced through the debris, landing squarely on Wang Yang, but a foreboding sensation gripped him. The anguished cries echoed amidst the dust, followed by Wang Yang's massive form being hurled away from the cloud. How could this happen? He pondered in disbelief, grappling with the realization that Broly, though devoid of reason, was extraordinarily sensitive to threats due to his exceptional bloodline. As the dust settled, the towering figure of Broly approached. Gazing down upon Wang Yang with a menacing glare, he opened his cavernous mouth, a terrifying green energy orb coalescing within. Wang Yang swallowed hard. If struck, he would either perish or be grievously wounded. Good brother, let us converse amicably. We have shared trials. Let us not engage in a life-and-death struggle, lest we become a laughingstock for our discord. In response, Broly's fearsome maw remained unyielding. Boom! The energy orb erupted from Broly's mouth, engulfing Wang Yang entirely in a colossal beam of light. That damned Broly! The heart-wrenching scream reverberated through the heavens and earth. Long last, Broly has avenged me. Paragus, struggling to maintain consciousness despite his grievous injuries, witnessed this moment, only to succumb to darkness shortly thereafter, a faint smile playing on his lips as he collapsed. Roaring in triumph, Broly, having unleashed his energy wave, directed his ferocious howls at the radiant moon above. His power surged ever higher, wreaking unprecedented havoc on the environment, with explosions rippling across the landscape. Countless structures crumbled, and the ground was strewn with limbs and cries of despair. Eventually, as the smoke cleared, Wang Yang's form was revealed. Motionless at the center of a vast crater, he had reverted to human form, his naked body largely buried in dirt, bloodied and battered, presenting a truly pitiful sight. It hurts so much. I had overestimated myself, he grimaced, every part of him aflame with agony. He believed he possessed the intellect and experience to contend with Broly, but the stark reality was painfully evident. A single blow from Broly left him utterly devastated. Wang Yang lay in the crater, his right hand weakly raised, palm glowing as he gathered energy. "Vanish, you wretched moon!" he roared, summoning all his power to launch an attack at the celestial body, beneath the shrouded earth. A rampaging giant ape wreaked havoc, when suddenly, a brilliant blue light soared into the sky, like a blue dragon ascending, breaking through the darkness and crashing towards the moon. Moments later, a magnificent display of fireworks erupted silently in the heavens. And at the sight of such beauty, Wang Yang could hold on no longer, his head lolling as he closed his eyes. The destructive Broly suddenly froze, his once mighty tail losing its vigor and drooping to the ground. His massive form visibly shrinking until he reverted to an infant, lying unconscious. The following day, under the brilliant sun, Wang Yang stirred groggily awake. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to shield his eyes, only to be met with excruciating pain that made him gasp in shock. The memories of yesterday flooding back. I've never been beaten so badly in my life. Is anyone there? Help me. Uncle Jean Wang, where are you? Hurry and save me, or I'll die of pain or starvation. Wang Yang called weakly from the depths of the crater. S for Paragus. Wang Yang surmised his injuries would not be much better than his own, and if he were still intact, he would surely not hesitate to unleash an energy blast upon discovering Wang Yang's pitiful state. Chapter 9. Deceiving Broly. As Wang Yang lamented his fate, a small head peeked over the edge of the crater, gazing curiously downward. "Broly, my dear brother, please come and rescue me." Wang Yang immediately spotted him, raising his hand and grinning at Broly. "Wang Yang, Why are you lying down? Who did this to you? I'll avenge you. Broly descended beside Wang Yang, his rage ignited upon seeing his friend in such a dire condition. The energy surrounding him surged, and Wang Yang estimated that Broly's fighting power must now exceed 12,000, but Wang Yang was rendered speechless. How can I explain this? No one harmed me. I simply had a stroke of bad luck. He lamented, tears of frustration welling in his eyes. This beating was entirely in vain. Then how did you get hurt? Broly inquired, his big eyes filled with curiosity. Now is not the time for explanations. Please help me up, Wang Yang implored Dado. But you must tell me why you are in this state afterward, Broly insisted. Broly, rather careless, had seized Wang Yang and soared towards the edge of a vast pit. Wang Yang, filled with indignation, felt an overwhelming urge to give him a good thrashing. After all, a mere child like Broly simply lacked the ability to engage in meaningful conversation. Easy there. Easy, Wang Yang gasped in surprise. Ah, where has our home gone? Broly, now airborne, scanned the surroundings, only to find the ground littered with craters, while the royal city was nowhere in sight. It's gone. Wang Yang retorted with annoyance. The previous day, in his form as a giant ape, Broly, the reckless destroyer, had laid waste to the royal city. What shall we do now? Broly lamented, scratching his head in distress. The War King is over there. Let us seek him out. Wang Yang said, sensing the aura of the War King and pointing in his direction, conveniently disregarding Pierre's fatigue that moment. The War King was surrounded by a group of individuals. Upon noticing Broly's approach, their faces turned pale with fear, and they clutched their weapons tightly, watching Broly with trepidation. Uncle War King, there's no need to be afraid. He is rational now, and won't cause any more destruction. Wang Yang forced a smile, one that was more painful than a cry. The War King's lips twitched as he gazed upon the devastated land, tears unshed, mourning the loss of the home he had toiled for all his life. Alas, where's my father? Broly called out, scanning the vicinity, but failing to spot Pargus. I don't know, Wang Yang replied, casting a glance at a certain discovery and fabricating a light. Oh. Broly, still young and having spent little time with Pargus, felt only a faint bond. He merely responded with a disinterested murmur. Uncle War King, is there somewhere we can rest and perhaps find something to eat? Wang Yang, not only nursing serious injuries but also feeling the pangs of hunger, inquired. Follow me. I can't say whether that place was destroyed or not. The War King sighed. He led Wang Yang 200 kilometers away to a residence he had constructed during his confrontations with the previous dynasty. At present, Wang Yang was covered in a plethora of medicinal herbs, resembling a tightly wrapped rice dumpling, watching enviously as Broly devoured his food with unrestrained delight, while he himself was being served by a sluggish maid. Often, by the time he had swallowed, the maid had yet to present the next course that, in the future, I shall beat you half to death, forcing you to watch as I feast. Wang Yang thought of the culprit, unable to pin the blame entirely on him, as a surge of frustration welled up within. Broly, I need to discuss something with you. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before addressing him. What is it? Broly queried, his mouth stuffed with food and his words muffled. You need to cut off your tail, Wang Yang declared. My tail? Broly swallowed a mouthful, curiously gripping his tail and gazing at Wang Yang. Indeed, we Saiyans transform into giant apes during a full moon, losing our reason and wreaking havoc, Wang Yang elaborated. What is this about 17 million times the power of a Blutz wave? Broly didn't quite grasp the concept. But cutting off my tail will hurt, Broly pleaded, looking at Wang Yang with innocent eyes. Knowledge in his mind reminded him that Saiyans transform into giant apes during the full moon, yet at such a tender age. He was oblivious to the notions of good and evil and felt no moral qualms about his destructive tendencies. If you don't sever your tail, the next time you transform into a giant ape, you might end up killing us all, and there will be no one left to prepare food for you. You will have to resort to scavenging stones for sustenance, Wang Yang coaxed, a playful smile on his face. Broly hesitated, contemplating the implications, until he glanced at the sumptuous feast laid out before him. With a determined grit of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he let out a cry and forcefully yanked off his tail. Ah, that hurts so much, Broly exclaimed, hopping about in agony, clutching his rear. Fantastic. Wang Yang beamed, his heart finally at ease. Now he was the only Saiyan present with a tail. Should Broly go berserk, he could transform into a giant ape himself and subdue him. After all, he possessed the ability to create a synthetic moon. It seems that even as my injuries heal, I must continue to increase my training. If the gap between Broly and me widens, even transforming into a giant ape may not suffice. Contemplating Broly's ever-increasing combat prowess, a sense of pressure enveloped Wang Yang. The Saiyans were indeed a formidable warrior race, and even in his infantile state, Wang Yang's recovery was remarkably swift. Within 5 days, he would be lively and mobile. Broly, you shall train with me henceforth. Just as Wang Yang had finished his meal, he took Broly to the mountainside. Training? Sure, my father often taught me how to train, Broly replied. Wang Yang realized that Paragus had focused on physical conditioning and combat techniques. You need not concern yourself with those. Instead, you shall practice what I teach you, Wang Yang instructed. How shall we train? Broly inquired, puzzled. Right now, your combat power is not lacking. In fact, the constant growth of your power poses a threat. Should it exceed your control, you will be dominated by this force and enter a rampage. Wang Yang stated seriously, unsure if Broly comprehended. You must learn to control the energy within you. Broly stared blankly at Wang Yang, struggling to grasp the concept, yet he felt it bore a semblance of truth. Chapter 10. Educating Broly. Sit quietly and attune yourself to the environment around you. Strive to achieve tranquility akin to the sky and embrace the Earth's vastness. Only with a serene mind can one avoid being governed by chaotic forces. Broly, lacking strong opinions of his own, complied with Wang Yang's instructions. After conveying the training methods to Broly, Wang Yang engaged in weighted exercises on the sidelines. The War King, stroking his chin, observed Wang Yang's training regimen with earnestness, finding it to be rather commonplace, unable to fathom how such a simple method could harbor such terrifying power. Could it be that this seemingly simplistic training holds secrets I am unaware of? The War King pondered, deciding to instruct his subordinates to adopt Wang Yang's training methods upon their return. Wang Yang performed a deep squat. He noticed the War King watching him and felt a sudden curiosity. Uncle War King, I'm still unsure how the inhabitants of your planet train. Wang Yang inquired. Our training methods are incomparable to yours. The War King chuckled awkwardly. That I'm quite curious. Do share, Wang Yang urged. Every civilization possesses its own wisdom. I do not presume superiority over yours, Wang Yang thought to himself. Since you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. There are 365 remarkable points within the human body that can enhance one's physique. Our training method involves massaging and stimulating these points to strengthen our bodies. The War King elaborated with a smile that I consider myself the most accomplished in this field, undefeated in this realm. Say for your kind, he added proudly. Wang Yang's eyes lit up. The points the War King spoke of bore striking resemblance to the acupoints mentioned in his past life. Uncle War King, would you be willing to teach me your training methods? Wang Yang paused in his exercises to ask. His current training methods were the most basic, and it would be impossible for them to be any less efficient. The body is fundamental. Only by strengthening it can one contain greater energy. If your energy is entirely expended, lacking protective energy, your body will revert to its original form, and even a mundane sword could bring about your end. Very well, the War King replied. Although these methods are traditionally kept secret, your cultivation far surpasses ours, so teaching you is of no consequence. The Battle King contemplated Wang Yang's extraordinary powers and nodded in acknowledgement. Through the hands-on guidance provided by the Battle King, Wang Yang suddenly grasped the concept of pressure points within the human body. By stimulating these points through massage, one could accelerate the circulation of blood and enhance metabolism, thereby fortifying oneself through exercise and nutritional supplementation. Wang Yang required no assistance from others. He innovated and commanded the energy within his body to swirl and dance upon these points, continuously stimulating himself. He felt a delightful, tingling sensation coursing through his body, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. This sensation was truly marvelous. As the saying goes, genuine teachings are conveyed succinctly, while false teachings are buried in volumes. Every civilization deserves respect. Even if the inhabitants of this planet possess low combat capabilities, they still possess their own remarkable qualities. That I in the company of three. One can surely find a mentor. Confucius did not deceive me. On this day, Wang Yang sat atop a small hill, immersed in his training, when suddenly a powerful aura approached from the distance. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and gazed into the distance. Paragus, this fellow is still alive? This energy? It belongs to my father. On the ground, Broly opened his eyes and soon spotted Paragus advancing menacingly from afar. Sensing the energy was a skill Wang Yang had imparted to him. Broly's high comprehension allowed him to grasp it swiftly. So, you all are here. I've searched high and low for you. Paragus gritted his teeth as he glared at Wang Yang. Severely injured, he had lain in a pit for several days, enduring hunger and hardship, barely clinging to life through the Saiyan's tenacious spirit. Since recovering, he had been desperately searching for Broly, for Broly was his life's hope. He could not afford to lose him. Father, where have you been these days? Broly soared into the air and appeared before Paragus. I've been injured these past few days, and just as I recovered, I hurried to find you. Paragus spoke vaguely, omitting that Wang Yang was the one who had injured him. That it would be utterly humiliating for others to learn that he had been nearly killed by a mere child. Damn Wang Yang. You shall pay for this. Upon seeing Wang Yang seated atop the hill, gazing at him with an indifferent expression, an intense fury erupted within Paragus, and he unleashed a shockwave in retaliation. Regardless of whether he could defeat Wang Yang, he decided to strike first, knowing that his son was present. Nothing would happen to him. Wang Yang scoffed, extending his right hand forward to unleash a blue energy wave, which clashed with Paragus's shockwave in midair. Momentarily locked in a stalemate before gradually advancing toward Paragus. Though my body has yet to fully develop, and I may not surpass you in strength, are you not akin to an ancient tortoise hanging from a tree, desperately clinging to life? I am but newly born, yet I am destined to be an existence you will forever look up to. How infuriating! Paragus thrust his palms forward, his face contorted in rage. Struggling against the encroaching force, the veins in his arms bulging like writhing worms, as the energy wave drew closer, an overwhelming pressure radiated from it, causing Paragus's hair to stand on end. Feeling the terrifying energy blast bearing down on him, Paragus panicked and shouted, Broly, save me! In an instant, Broly transformed into a blur, swiftly kicking the energy wave into the air. Huff! Huff! Paragus gasped, feeling discontent. Paragus, if you are unhurt, kindly step aside and do not interrupt Broly and me. Wang Yang spoke coldly. He held a deep disdain for Paragus, especially since Paragus regarded Broly merely as a tool for cosmic domination. Though he yearned to obliterate him, he hesitated, considering the repercussions for Broly when he grew up. Leave? As if I wish to see you, Paragus retorted angrily, beckoning Broly to depart with him. Broly was formidable. He intended to cultivate a genuine bond with him. I am speaking to you, Broly. Stay here with me. Wang Yang frowned. If Broly left, he might once again be molded into the same version depicted in the original narrative. He and Broly shared a bond forged in life and death. It was Broly who had saved his life. Aware that Broly would become a mindless destroyer in the future, he was determined to assist him. What did you say? You scoundrel! Broly is my son. How dare you attempt to separate us? Paragus's fury reached its zenith. You harbor impure intentions, treating Broly as a mere tool. Wang Yang coldly regarded Paragus. We shall leave together. I wish to see how you intend to stop us. Paragus grasped Broly's small hand, preparing to depart. Chapter 11. 2 years Broly. Have you been unhappy here these days? Is it because the food is unpalatable, or has someone bullied you? Do you find more joy with Paragus or here with me? Wang Yang gently inquired of Broly. Broly licked his lips, displaying a conflicted expression. Being with Wang Yang was delightful, filled with delicious food. His father was nearby, but was his food as enjoyable? Contemplating this, Broly's gaze gradually firmed. He wished to remain by Wang Yang's side. Paragus tugged at Broly, only to find him as immovable as a heavy stone. Broly, do not listen to his nonsense. If you stay with your father, I will provide you with an abundance of food every day. Paragus exclaimed in frustration. Broly's youthful face displayed signs of temptation. Paragus, look at this. Wang Yang's expression darkened as he raised a small, radiant orb. What? Is that an artificial moon? Paragus gasped in astonishment. Currently, among the three of us, I'm the only one with a tail. Just imagine what would happen if I transformed into a great ape. Wang Yang's gaze bore into Paragus with a chilling intensity, a blatant threat. Paragus glanced nervously at Broly's backside, his heart sinking as he realized, where's Broly's tail? This insidious little brat must have removed it out of fear of Broly. How despicable. What to do? He could be killed. Paragus swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. If Wang Yang transformed into a great ape, with a battle power exceeding 50,000, he would be virtually invincible. You will not control Broly. I will not leave. Broly was his hope. He would rather die than relinquish him. Then remain there. I shall guide Broly's training, and you are not to meddle, or I shall not hesitate to be ruthless. Wang Yang pondered for a moment before slowly retracting the artificial moon. Humph! Paragus snorted coldly, neither agreeing nor refusing, as he walked away, venting his frustrations upon a massive boulder. Broly, witnessing his father's indifference, obediently sat down to commune with nature. Once Paragus had vented his anger, the boulder lay shattered into countless fragments. Is this how you train Broly? Paragus shouted angrily at Wang Yang upon seeing his son sitting idly, devoid of any training activity. Such training will yield nothing. It is a waste of Broly's immense potential. Paragus perceived Wang Yang as a villain intent on suppressing Broly's power. Broly was still young, and excessive strength could lead to uncontrollable chaos. Wang Yang had no intention of revealing that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan, fearing that knowledge would lead to further trouble. What? You vile scoundrel, you are clearly envious of Broly's strength and wish for him to slack off. So you may surpass him, Paragus raged. I have lived for decades, consuming more salt than you have meat. I have never encountered such training before. You will not deceive me. Paragus was incensed, entirely oblivious to the notion that excessive battle power could lead to loss of control. And he questioned whether sitting quietly could be considered training. Did he truly think of himself as a lowly warrior? Believe what you will. I do not care if you wish to take Broly from me. You must first defeat me in battle. Only then may you speak. Wang Yang's eyes remained cold as he regarded Paragus. Humph! Paragus's neck shrank back, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Ultimately, he dared not resist and stormed away with a huff. Observing Paragus's retreating figure, Wang Yang pondered, should I let Broly lose control just once to eliminate this wretch? As time flowed like water, 2 years passed by unnoticed. Over these 2 years, Wang Yang's strength steadily increased. Though lacking a scouter, he estimated his power to be approximately 3 times that of before, roughly around 15,000 AS for Broly. This fellow truly lives up to the legend of the Super Saiyan. While his training may not match the intensity of others, his battle prowess has surged rapidly, and Wang Yang believes his power is nearly double that of his own. High above, 2 diminutive figures hover in the air, their expressions grave as they observe the ongoing skirmish. Amidst their training, Wang Yang frequently engages in combat with Broly, honing their respective battle experiences. Broly, as previously agreed, you must restrain your energy to match mine. Wang Yang asserted, should Broly unleash his full power, Wang Yang knows he would stand no chance, as a disparity of such magnitude would result in a one-sided confrontation, offering no growth in combat experience. Rest assured, I shall not resort to underhanded tactics, Broly replied with an air of nonchalance. Wang Yang merely scoffed in response. Suddenly, without warning, the two charged at each other, their small fists colliding with unimaginable force. The deep thud reverberated, causing hearts to race in unison. In the air, the two figures engaged in a fierce struggle, darting up and down, the sounds of their clashes echoing relentlessly. It was all too swift. Their movements were nearly impossible to discern on the ground. Paragus gazed skyward with a look of despair. In a mere 2 years, the gap between them had widened dramatically, from barely perceiving their movements to being utterly unable to see them at all. He felt utterly inadequate, as if he had been left in the dust by 2 children. In the depths of the cosmos, a disc-shaped spaceship soared through the void, trailing a long flame. Lord Linga. There's a nearby life-bearing planet exhibiting a surge of powerful energy, reported a man clad in gray and enveloped in a yellow hue, addressing the bald leader aboard the ship. Powerful energy? How formidable? Linga inquired, reclining in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, his dark hand cradling a glass of red wine, sipping it languidly. According to the scanner, these two sources of power correspond to the cynical novel transfer station 9379-29266 and the cynical novel transfer station 9379-29266, with an additional weaker reading of 3,399. The gray-clad man reported dutifully, "At this moment, Broly had restrained his energy to approximate Wang Yang's level, allowing them to detect a battle power of merely 15,000.2 with a battle power of 15,000. Linga exclaimed in surprise, instinctively straightening in his seat. A battle power of 15,000 is considered high among warriors in the cosmos, while his own power barely reached 10,000, enough to deter most cosmic marauders from challenging his dominion. The reading of 3,399, in contrast, was insignificant next to the two 15,000ers. Set a course for this planet immediately. We must extend a proper invitation to those with such power. The great king seeks talented individuals, and I believe their acceptance will be handsomely rewarded. Linga commanded excitedly to his subordinates. Yes, sir. The spaceship instantly executed a sharp 90-degree turn, heading toward the verdant planet. Bang! In a swift motion, Wang Yang ducked to evade Broly's sidekick, then propelled himself skyward, landing a punch squarely on Broly's chin, sending him flying. Seizing the advantage, Wang Yang surged forward, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks that sent Broly hurtling through the air. Boom! With both fists clasped, Wang Yang unleashed a powerful strike, driving Broly from the sky and crashing him into a small mountain, burying his diminutive form beneath a cascade of rubble. Broly, focus and bring Wang Yang down. Strike him fiercely, Paragus shouted, standing on the ground, gesturing emphatically toward the pile of debris. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if a dragon stirred beneath it, followed by the eruption of countless boulders that soared in all directions. Not bad. That really stings, Broly exclaimed, a white aura erupting around him as he grinned at Wang Yang. Wang Yang looked on in exasperation, as Broly seemed to thrive on being pummeled before getting serious, a peculiarity that might well be ingrained in Saiyan genetics. The warm-up is over. Now it's my turn, Broly declared, twisting his neck and beaming at Wang Yang. With a sudden seriousness, Broly shouted and summoned his energy, the white flame blazing fiercely around him. He stomped down, creating a sizable crater in the ground, his robust form radiating an overwhelming presence as he charged at Wang Yang. Crack, crack, crack. The air was filled with the sounds of fierce collisions as countless energy blasts erupted. Powerful gusts of energy radiating outward from the center. Boom! The two unleashed energy spheres simultaneously, a blinding light erupting as their fierce energies clashed, sending them both reeling backward. Behold my six harmonies energy wave. Wang Yang called out, gathering energy in his palms, then thrusting his hands forward, a blue shockwave hurtling towards Broly. Midway, the shockwave split into three, then further divided into six, the six energy waves moving with astonishing speed, encircling Broly from all directions and leaving him no escape. That Broly's head spun as he searched for an avenue of retreat. A smirk played on Wang Yang's lips as he clenched his right hand. The six energy waves converging and engulfing Broly within, erupting in a radiant explosion. Before long, the brilliance faded and the smoke cleared, revealing Broly at the heart of the blast, surrounded by a green energy shield riddled with cracks, emitting ominous sounds. Broly's signature technique, the protective barrier. Phew! That move is truly difficult to evade, Broly gasped, retracting the energy shield. Wang Yang, slick with sweat, offered a faint smile, his gaze lingering on Broly's shield. Broly's protective barrier was nothing short of miraculous, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities while allowing for free flight in the cosmos without the risk of asphyxiation, a skill that had long piqued Wang Yang's envy. Take this, Broly bellowed, hurling a green energy orb towards Wang Yang, which expanded to the size of a house as it soared through the air. Thud! Wang Yang thrust his hands forward, bracing against Broly's green energy orb, the immense force pressing down like a mountain, etching deep grooves into the ground beneath him. Just then, a surge of white energy erupted from Wang Yang's body, halting his retreat and beginning to push the energy orb back. Wang Yang shouted, his arm muscles bulging as he strained against the orb, finally managing to send it flying. Broly's lips curled into a smile as he conjured another energy orb in his palm. With a swift motion, he struck the first orb, merging the two into a single, more potent entity. Good heavens, Wang Yang thought, feeling the terrifying force bear down upon him. His arms trembled uncontrollably as he shouted, and in a flash of blue light, he was completely enveloped by the green energy orb, resulting in a deafening explosion. The shockwave radiated outward, a searing blaze reaching for the heavens. Splendid! Such a powerful explosion. This fellow will either be dead or heavily scarred. Paragus exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. Over the past 2 years, as Broly and Wang Yang grew closer, he could only suppress his true nature, unable to wreak havoc freely. Paragus now harbored a deep resentment towards Wang Yang. Broly's gaze sharpened, a look of surprise crossing his face as he observed the site of the explosion. Let us call it a day, Wang Yang said, standing in the crater, hands resting on his knees as he caught his breath. Although Broly had restrained his energy to match Wang Yang's level, Wang Yang felt his stamina and strength waning, while Broly remained as vibrant as ever, his 30,000 battle power ensuring superior endurance. Facing Broly's next move, Wang Yang felt nearly depleted, while Broly appeared unfazed, as if he could still engage in combat at full strength. You seemed uncertain earlier, Broly, he remarked. Wang Yang smiled slightly, but said nothing. At that moment, both Wang Yang and Broly lifted their heads to gaze at the boundless sky. What are you looking at? Paragus inquired, flying over with curiosity. Wang Yang did not acknowledge him, remaining silent as he continued to observe the heavens. Someone is approaching, Broly murmured, his eyes fixed on the sky. Someone? Paragus echoed, perplexed. Aren't we the three with the highest battle powers on this planet? Who else could ascend to the skies? After residing on this planet for 2 years. Paragus remained oblivious to the fact that the visitors hailed from the cosmos, that it was only after a moment's reflection that a spark of realization ignited within him, causing his expression to shift to one of excitement as he gazed skyward. In the cerulean expanse overhead, a small black dot gradually materialized, approaching with remarkable speed until, in the blink of an eye, it hovered above Wang Yang and his companions. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as it began its descent, revealing a circular spacecraft from which 8 metallic legs extended, piercing the ground with precision. It's truly a spaceship. At last, I can escape this wretched place, Paragus exclaimed with exuberant laughter. This planet's civilization was still in the Iron Age, far from achieving interstellar status, and there were times when Paragus feared he might spend the rest of his days here. Now, with a spaceship at his disposal, he could once again traverse the cosmos. And with Broly by his side, universal domination seemed just within reach. Chapter 12. Visitors from the cosmos. Wang Yang observed the figures descending from the spacecraft with a calm demeanor. Among them were individuals with green skin, a lizard-like creature sporting a single horn, an avian humanoid, and a burly man who bore a striking resemblance to the others. Greetings, esteemed warriors of this planet, Ling Gu said with a smile as he approached Paragus and extended his right hand in greeting. To him, Wang Yang and Broly appeared no older than 3 or 4 years. It was undoubtedly the adult form Paragus who commanded attention. Salutations, Paragus replied hurriedly, shaking Ling Ji's hand with palpable enthusiasm. Earlier, during our cosmic voyage, we detected 2 individuals with a battle power of 15,000. We have come to meet them, and it would be splendid if we could persuade them to join our ranks. Ling Ji's tone was amiable, for being unfriendly was not an option. His own battle power barely reached 10,000, making it unwise to provoke those stronger than himself. 15,000. Paragus discreetly glanced at Wang Yang. This fellow's battle power has surged so significantly. How blind can fate be? If only I could harness that strength for myself. Ling Gu adjusted the device position before his eyes. 3399. He exclaimed, subsequently turning to Wang Yang and the others. 56. The device scanned the vicinity once more, revealing a multitude with a battle power of 5, the highest within a 1,000-mile radius, barely reaching 56. while the elusive 15,000 remained undetected, that I wonder where those two individuals with 15,000 in battle power might be. I wish to pay them a visit, Ling Gu remarked, pointedly ignoring Wang Yang and his companion as he continued to converse with Paragus. Could it be that the device is malfunctioning? Paragus mused, unwilling to reveal the truth. Malfunctioning? Ling Gu muttered, then bellowed a command to his subordinates. Check thoroughly to see if you can locate any individuals with a battle power of 15,000. Yes, sir. The subordinates nodded and dispersed to search the area. My sensors have not detected anything, one reported. Nor have mine, another chimed in. The reports convinced Ling Gu that the spacecraft's device was indeed faulty, as he had become overly reliant on it and failed to consider the possibility that others could conceal their true strength. Upon returning, I must instruct those old geezers to repair the spacecraft's device, he grumbled, frustrated by the wasted effort. What is your name? Ling Gu inquired, his tone growing colder. I am Paragus, he replied promptly. Paragus, I see you possess notable battle power. You should join our ranks, Ling Gu declared, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Upon realizing that the two individuals with 15,000 battle power were mere figments of imagination, and noting that Paragus' strength did not exceed his own, Ling Ji's demeanor shifted, discarding his pretense. Agree to our terms, and all will be well. Refuse, and— Understood, sir, Paragus said with a slight pause, lowering his gaze. Unbeknownst to anyone, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes upon my arrival. I noticed the environment of this planet is quite pleasant and suitable for habitation. I dare say it could fetch a considerable price if sold, Ling Gu remarked, surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Paragus understood the implication. Selling a planet often entailed the extermination of its native inhabitants. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes. Having lived here for 2 years, he had grown fond of this place. IT was home to the respected Battle King, the endearing little wearer, and several smaller, yet ambitious companions. Moreover, the culture here bore a striking resemblance to the ancient world of his former life, leading him to believe he had transcended time itself. Thus, he could not allow this paradise to fall victim to destruction. Anyone daring to harm this planet would face his unyielding wrath. That Lord, please do not ravage this planet, Paragus implored, looking earnestly at Ling Gu. Has this fellow undergone a transformation? Wang Yang marveled at Paragus, astonished to witness such a display of conscience for the first time. Paragus cast a glance at Wang Yang, silently lamenting. I fear your wrath may lead to their demise. Then how shall I pilot the spaceship? As a proud Saiyan, I am resolute and shall never waver. I remain Paragus, the Saiyan who instills dread across the cosmos. Very well. Rest assured, should you join us, you will not be treated poorly with your impressive battle power. You may even apply for the protection of your home planet, Ling Gu assured, waving his hand dismissively, his laughter filling the air. That is reassuring. Paragus sighed in relief. Lord, you have traveled from afar. Please allow me to host you with a grand feast. Paragus invited Ling Gu warmly. Ha. Paragus, you are truly considerate. If only every inhabitant of the planets we visit were as compliant as you, our tasks would be so much simpler. Ling Gu laughed heartily, finding Paragus to be quite astute and resourceful. He felt justified in his decision to recruit him. Let us rest here for the day. We shall set forth tomorrow, Ling Gu declared, gesturing for the individuals aboard the spacecraft to disembark at Paragus' request. The feast was meticulously prepared under the direction of the Battle Emperor, who had ascended from the title of Battle King. With Wang Yang standing in the background, Paragus dared not protest, especially since he held little regard for the crude rulers of this barbaric land. His aspirations lay among the stars, seeking dominion over the universe. Xiaoyang, did they like you? Come from the cosmos? The Battle Emperor inquired curiously during a lull in the festivities. Indeed, I shall depart with them tomorrow, Wang Yang replied with a hint of nostalgia. While the sights and culture of this place enchanted him, his ambitions soared towards the cosmos, yearning for the pinnacle of the universe. Remaining on this planet, devoid of foes and the clash of intellects, would only hinder his growth. He must venture forth, should he miss this opportunity. It could be ages before another spacecraft arrived. Once he departed, he would strive to acquire a spacecraft of his own, allowing him to traverse the universe at will. The mere thought of wishing upon the Dragon Balls Mastering the king's fist and mastering instantaneous movement filled him with excitement as countless treasures beckoned to him. Alas, the fortunes of descendants will manifest for them, though I shall miss you dearly. However, in order to excel, one must venture forth and broaden their horizons. Without experiencing the storms of adversity, one cannot grow into a towering tree. The Battle Emperor's gaze grew distant, memories of the past flashing like lightning across his mind. Had he not stepped beyond the village, he might still be at home, wed to a landowner's family, laboring in the fields from dawn till dusk. Xiaoyang, if fate permits, do return to visit me. The Battle Emperor said, a touch of sadness in his heart. Certainly, I shall return, Wang Yang assured with an the banquet. Paragus and Ling Gu engaged in lively conversation while Wang Yang sat at a distance, quietly finishing his meal before taking his leave. Chapter 13. The Invincible Monkey in the Dead of Night. Wang Yang reflected, tomorrow, I shall embark on my journey. While I am away, I implore you all to dedicate yourselves to your training. Progress is akin to navigating against the current. Without advancement, one risks regression that I hope that when we reunite, you will have made me proud. He regarded the 7 children before him, their ages ranging from 7 to 15. They were his disciples, gathered at the behest of the Battle Emperor, and despite his youthful appearance, the inhabitants of this planet placed great emphasis on respect and education. Those who excel are to be revered. They did not underestimate Wang Yang. Rather, they held him in high regard. Yes, master, the 7 disciples responded with solemn bows. Grow strong and serve the Battle Emperor well, treating the citizens with kindness and advancing technology. Wang Yang turned away, raising his gaze to the twinkling stars above. The 7 disciples bowed silently before gradually departing. Brother Yang, father said you were leaving. Is it true? A little girl, clad in a pink dress and with delicate features, approached Wang Yang from behind, nervously clutching her skirt as she gazed at his back. Yes, my goal is to become the strongest, which is why I must leave. Wang Yang did not turn back, speaking in a calm tone. But if you leave, I will be very sad, said Xiao Yuer as tears began to slide down her delicate, fair cheeks. Sadness is but fleeting. Once you grow up and make new friends, you will forget about me. Wang Yang reassured her with a smile that moment. Xiao Yuer was merely 3 years old, while Wang Yang, in his heart, felt as though he were 30, nurturing her with the tenderness of a father. Before you leave, could you tell me another story? She asked, her tears dissipating as quickly as they had come. All right, I shall tell you a story called The Invincible Monkey, Wang Yang said, playfully pinching Xiao Yuer's jelly-like cheek, a smile gracing his lips. Once upon a time in the universe, there existed a powerful race known as the Saiyans. One day, a newborn infant opened its eyes, causing the entire planet to tremble. Shortly thereafter, the ground erupted in flames, and the planet exploded. This little monkey, against all odds, flew into the vast universe, and thus began its extraordinary tale that on Galileo Star, the Saiyan monkey defeated the pig demon, saving countless lives. On White Bone Star, the monkey vanquished the Bone Queen. As the little monkey endured myriad trials and triumphed over formidable foes, it ultimately grew into an unparalleled powerhouse, eventually defeating the self-proclaimed ruler of the universe, Quan Dan. From that moment forth, the monkey became the new sovereign of the cosmos. Wang Yang passionately narrated the monkey's journey of growth and strength, and though it was a fabricated tale, it contained the essence of his own aspirations. Xiao Yuer listened intently, her bright, innocent eyes fixed on Wang Yang. She clutched his fluffy tail, gently stroking it with her tiny hands, as if caressing a delightful kitten. As the night deepened, the starry sky twinkled brilliantly, while countless souls on the earth succumbed to slumber. Inside the spaceship, Paragus stealthily made his way to Broly's chamber. After the banquet concluded, he had persistently followed Ling Gu onto the spacecraft, claiming he wished to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Broly, wake up! Paragus softly shook the slumbering Broly. That moment, Broly lay sprawled on the bed, the thin blanket having slipped to the floor, a bubble forming and bursting on his nose, inflating and deflating rhythmically. Pop! The bubble burst. Father! What is it? Broly groggily opened his eyes, yawning. Broly, hurry up! We must eliminate those extraterrestrials. In the dimly lit room, Paragus' expression was icy, his eyes glinting with cold malice. Why must we kill them? Broly asked, puzzled as he recalled their earlier cheerful conversation while eating. They are villains, and we must eradicate them. Paragus replied in a low tone. Oh. Broly, still young and naive, lacked a firm moral compass. He was more inclined to trust his father than to regard those aliens as adversaries. However, had Wang Yang been in the place of Ling Gu, the situation would have been entirely different. You must listen carefully to me. We must strike swiftly and without drawing too much attention. Paragus whispered instructions into Broly's ear. Broly's drowsiness evaporated, his eyes sparkling as he nodded eagerly. Lord Ling Gu, Paragus requests an audience. Paragus knocked on Ling Ji's metallic door, producing a dull thud. Get lost. What do you want at this hour? We can discuss it tomorrow. Ling Ji's voice boomed, clearly annoyed at being roused from sleep, offering no deference to Paragus. In the universe, the law of the jungle prevailed. Paragus' combat power was inferior to Ling Ji's, and thus Ling Gu felt superior. If he was in a good mood, he might show some respect. If not, Paragus was merely a nameless fish, receiving no courtesy. I have urgent matters to discuss regarding a power level of 15,000. Paragus said, his fists clenched tightly, his expression darkening. That was merely a malfunction of the scouter. Ling Gu replied impatiently. It is not a malfunction. There truly exists an individual with a power level of 15,000. You must provide me with a satisfactory answer, or you shall witness the grave consequences, he warned, slamming the door open. That moment, Ling Gu stood bare-chested, a sheen of sweat glistening on his brow, his expression unfriendly as he glared at Paragus and his son. There are two individuals on this planet with a power level of 15,000. It is both true and false. Paragus spoke in a tranquil tone. What do you mean? Ling Gu frowned. What I mean is that one of them possesses a power level of 15,000, while the other... Paragus hesitated. What is the power level of the other? Ling Gu asked, curiosity piquing as he stepped closer, seizing Paragus by the collar. The power level of the other. Paragus glanced at little Broly, his gaze shifting. Broly act. What? Ling Gu was momentarily taken aback. Broly suddenly shouted, leaping into action like a nimble rabbit, unleashing an energy blast that struck Ling Ji's chest like lightning. Boom! Ling Ji's chest exploded, and with a scream, he was propelled backward, collapsing to the ground, convulsing before falling still. Caught completely off guard, he was obliterated by Broly's staggering 30,000 power level. The other individual possesses a power level far exceeding 15,000. He is my son, Broly, Paragus declared, gazing down at Ling Ji's lifeless body. A triumphant laugh escaping him, his smile brimming with arrogance. Chapter 14. The cunning Paragus having lost the scouter and lacking the ability to sense energy, Paragus was uncertain of Broly's actual power level. However, given Broly's effortless defeat of Wang Yang, whom he believed to be at least 20,000, he had reason to speculate. Inside the spaceship, with the strongest fighter, Ling Gu, now deceased, Paragus summoned everyone to awaken. Upon discovering their leader's demise, the crew promptly surrendered, pledging their allegiance to Paragus. Accustomed to the ruthless survival of the fittest in the cosmos, they had no qualms about switching sides. Enough talk. Quickly activate the spaceship, and let us depart, Paragus ordered urgently. But Brother Wang Yang hasn't arrived yet. Didn't we agree to leave together? Broly interjected. I asked Wang Yang, and he said he loves this planet and does not wish to leave. Paragus lied brazenly. Really? Broly looked at Paragus with innocent eyes, too young to grasp the treachery of human hearts. Indeed, Paragus gestured threateningly at the staff nearby. Recognizing the peril, the crew rapidly initiated the launch sequence. Broly appeared troubled, reluctant to part with Wang Yang. That we will return. Once we tire of the outside world, we will come back to play with him, Paragus coaxed, lifting Broly in his arms if he could take Broly away. In time, the allure of the outside would make him forget Wang Yang. All right, upon hearing that he could see Wang Yang again, Broly's spirits lifted. Just then, the spaceship trembled slightly, and a brilliant, searing light erupted from its belly, propelling it swiftly into the sky. After listening to Wang Yang's tale, Xiao Yu'er could no longer resist the pull of slumber. Uncle Jean Huang, Xiao Yuer has fallen asleep. I will return her now, Wang Yang said as he cradled her and descended into the palace. Knocking gently on the door of Zhan Huang's chamber, a clatter echoed from within, as if something had fallen to the ground. Moments later, Zhan Huang, disheveled and blushing, opened the door. Just return her to her room. Why bring her to me? Zhan Huang grumbled, still extending his arms to receive her. Uncle Zhan Huang. You? Wang Yang suddenly noticed the unmistakable flush on Zhan Huang's face. His eyes narrowing as he surveyed him, a knowing expression dawning upon him. With a cheeky grin, the youthful visage of Wang Yang playfully waggled his eyebrows at Zhan Huang, appearing quite comical. You little rascal. Only you would dare disturb me at such an hour. Zhan Huang shot him a look of annoyance, his good mood thoroughly disrupted, wishing he could teach Wang Yang a lesson if he had the means. All right. I shall depart tomorrow. It may be quite some time before I irritate you again. Wang Yang waved his hand with a smile. Oh, what is that? So bright. The War Emperor let out a soft exclamation, pointing towards a vertical beam of light descending from the heavens. Wang Yang instinctively turned his head, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. His expression changed dramatically as an overwhelming aura erupted from his being. A massive flow of energy swirling around him as he ascended rapidly, akin to a sharp sword piercing the sky. The War Emperor was swept away by this force, and even the door of the palace was blown down, revealing glimpses of several snow-white arms behind a yellow curtain within the room. Paragus, you despicable creature! Soaring through the sky, Wang Yang gritted his teeth, fixating on the increasingly distant spacecraft. At that moment, he understood that Paragus had successfully outmaneuvered him. Paragus, holding a glass of red wine, stood atop the spaceship, gazing down through the glass at the shrinking planet below. I, Paragus, have finally left this wretched place. Why era is about to dawn. My lord, we have detected a surge of powerful energy, originating from the source identified as the Novel World Weary Station 937929266, and it continues to rise. One of his subordinates reported the device emitting beeping sounds. Pay it no mind, Paragus replied with a cold laugh, waving his hand dismissively, fully aware of the energy's origin. Daddy, I sense Brother Wang Yang's aura, Broly said as he approached Paragus. Your brother Wang Yang is aware of our departure and has come to bid us farewell. Paragus remarked, gazing through the window at a distant figure emanating a white glow. Infuriating. Wang Yang pushed himself to the limit, yet he felt himself drifting further from the spacecraft. The vessel accelerated rapidly, soon piercing the atmosphere and heading towards the vastness of space. Wang Yang chased after the ship, bursting through the atmosphere, enveloped in a blue energy shield. In a state of heightened urgency, he finally managed to manifest the energy shield he had yet to fully master. Observing the spacecraft shrink into an almost imperceptible black, Wang Yang gradually halted his ascent, hovering mid-air, his face etched with frustration. Paragus, you are formidable, truly formidable, he murmured, his gaze fixed on the departing ship. Fists clenched, his expression cold, eyes glinting with a chilling light. Caught off guard by Paragus's trickery, Wang Yang was consumed by rage, wishing nothing more than to obliterate him. Coming to his senses, he surveyed the energy shield surrounding him, his furious expression finally subsiding. I never expected that in my haste I would inadvertently learn Broly's signature technique, he whispered to himself. This energy shield was unlike any ordinary one. Not only did it boast incredible defensive capabilities, but it also allowed for effortless flight through space without the concerns of oxygen deprivation or cosmic radiation. He had merely begun to grasp this technique during his last battle with Broly, initially believing it would take him a month to master it fully. Without a spaceship, does that mean I cannot leave? I'll let you have your moment of joy, but do not let our paths cross again. Wang Yang scoffed, gradually descending towards the blue-green planet below. With matters reaching this point, complaints were futile. Now he could survive in the cosmos, and the urgency to depart had diminished, as long as his strength was formidable and his speed sufficient. He could traverse the universe at will. He recalled that in the hyperdimensional realm, Jiren from Universe 11 could exceed the speed of light, relying solely on his own flight capabilities. The following day, the War King was taken aback to find Wang Yang appearing punctually for mealtime, not uttering a word. Since he had seen him, it signified that he had not boarded the ship last night. It is just as well that he hasn't left. Xiao Yu and the others were overjoyed to see Wang Yang. Brother Yang, were you reluctant to part with me? Xiao Yu twirled around him, her skirt billowing, resembling a charming little sprite. Yes, indeed. I couldn't bear to part with a lovely Xiao Yu. Wang Yang chuckled, playfully pinching her round cheek. Regardless of his fury, he would never unleash it upon those uninvolved. Chapter 15. A decade since Wang Yang had mastered Broly's protective shield, the cosmos was within his reach, prompting him to calm his mind and diligently cultivate, enhancing his combat prowess. Time flowed, and a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. Deep within the ocean, in a trench where sunlight scarcely penetrated, the surroundings were enveloped in darkness, but a figure radiating blue light was tirelessly practicing complex martial techniques, the water swirling and churning, creating a massive whirlpool on the surface. Under the immense and unimaginable pressure, Wang Yang's movements remained unaffected. Should anyone have witnessed Wang Yang at that moment, they would observe that with each of his actions, his skin trembled, as if every one of the 365 points on his body were releasing warm currents, fortifying his physique. This harmonious integration of internal and external cultivation was the result of Wang Yang absorbing the unique training characteristics of various planets, combined with his own knowledge, that he simultaneously honed his body and refined his essence, resulting in astonishing progress in his training. Unburdened and free of distractions, he immersed himself daily in the exhilaration of enhancing his combat strength. The simplicity and purity of life over these years had transformed Wang Yang's thoughts, rendering them less convoluted and materialistic than in his previous life. He had ascended the highest peaks of planets, trained in frigid environments, and entered volcanic craters, enduring the searing heat to forge his body. At that moment, a gigantic golden fish swam towards him from afar, intending to swallow the glowing Wang Yang whole. Just as it was about to bite, a smile unexpectedly appeared on Wang Yang's lips as he instantaneously vanished from his jaws. Reappearing atop the fish, his legs clamping down on its body, steering it from the ocean floor towards the surface. With a tremendous splash, the golden giant fish soared out of the water, carrying Wang Yang high into the sky. Now resembling a young man, he had striking features, with hair standing upright and two distinctive bangs framing his forehead. Clad in loose-fitting white pants, his muscular physique was exposed, glistening with droplets that reflected the sunlight. The fish's eyes were filled with panic, unable to control its body, thrashing its tail in a desperate attempt to escape. Upon landing, Wang Yang prepared the fish for a meal, savoring a hearty feast. Once satisfied, he clenched his fists, gradually unleashing his energy He bellowed, his eyes ablaze, his hair standing defiantly. A white aura enveloped him, sending sand and stones swirling around, causing nearby trees to tremble and bend under the pressure. Creaking under the strain, it is the master, so powerful. The gap between us and the master is ever widening. That moment, several individuals on the planet raised their heads towards the east, where the sun rose. Is this the power of the master? A handsome young man stood atop the palace, astonished as he gazed towards the east sea. Brother, is this the aura of Brother Yang? You must take me to him. A beautiful girl in royal attire called out from below, her long skirt trailing behind her. If I call him master, you should too, the young man replied, leaping down and scratching his nose. I don't care. I haven't bowed to anyone. The girl, named Yuer, pouted her nose and huffed. The young man was left speechless. You must take me to see him. I haven't seen Brother Yang in ages. Yuer clung to the young man's arm. Acting coy, the master said he's in training and not to disturb him. The young man said, feeling conflicted, are you taking me or not? If not, I'll go alone. Yuer stomped her foot and slowly ascended into the air. Oh, please, at that speed, you'll take ages to get there, the young man called after her, ultimately following her reluctantly. This younger sister must be well protected, even if it means sacrificing one's own limbs. One must take good care of her. Should she be neglected, the refined and amiable war emperor would surely unleash his wrath, resulting in dire consequences, sensing an overwhelming power akin to the depths of the ocean coursing through him. Wang Yang clenched his fists, a slight smile gracing his lips. How much combat strength do I possess now? He mused lightly. However, he was certain that his fighting prowess was incomparably greater than it had been a decade ago. At least 100-fold stronger. Whether it was due to his extraordinary bloodline or the effects of body tempering techniques, he experienced no hurdles in his cultivation, advancing at a pace akin to a rocket. He speculated that the battle power of that weeping child had just crossed into the triple digits. This thought brought a sense of pride to Wang Yang's face. Yet, reflecting on the subsequent generations who could transform into Super Saiyans at the tender age of 6 or 7, he felt there was little to be proud of, and his smile gradually faded. When will I be able to transform into a Super Saiyan? Wang Yang pondered, for as a Saiyan, how could he not yearn for such a transformation? Yet, it appeared that achieving this transformation required an extreme level of rage, while he maintained a serene state of mind, making it elusive to find that boiling point, sitting cross-legged in the void. Wang Yang stroked his chin in contemplation. Regardless, he thought, as long as my base combat power has increased, it matters little whether I transform early or late. After a prolonged period of introspection, he found no clarity and could only reassure himself. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and he gazed into the distant sky, where two figures gradually became discernible. "What brings you here?" he inquired, recognizing his foremost little brother and greatest disciple, Zhan Hao, the son of the War Emperor. "I haven't seen Master for quite some time, and I missed you terribly. I sensed your energy rising, so I came to pay you a visit," Zhan Hao replied with a chuckle, occasionally glancing at the girl beside him. "You heir," Wang Yang understood immediately, circling Zhan Hao with a mix of headshakes and nods. "Master has something to say, so please speak clearly. Your demeanor leaves me feeling rather uncertain," Zhan Hao admitted, a hint of unease evident in his expression. "It seems you have been somewhat lax during this period," Wang Yang remarked, stroking his chin in suspicion. "Not at all. I believe my strength has improved significantly. According to your standards, I must have at least 50 combat power," Zhan Hao retorted, waving his hand with a nervous laugh. "That's hardly the case. Ever since you married, I rarely see you training at dawn," chimed in Yu heir, seizing the opportunity to tease. "Ha! I just remembered something I need to attend to. So I must take my leave," Zhan Hao said, his composure faltering as he hastily flew away. The affection between men and women is a natural occurrence. What is there to feel embarrassed about? Wang Yang found it amusing, recognizing that everyone has their own preferences in life, and one cannot impose their own priorities on others. Brother Yang is absolutely right. Love between men and women is a natural phenomenon. Yu heir remarked, a slight blush creeping onto her fair cheeks. Could it be that Brother Yang has finally awakened to this truth, no longer fixated solely on cultivation? At her age, many have already married and started families. Chapter 16. Departure. Yu heir, I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to Uncle Zhan Huang, Wang Yang said, surveying the surroundings, taking in every blade of grass and tree with a deep breath. His eyes reflecting a fleeting nostalgia, quickly replaced by determination. With his current combat power exceeding millions, the number of beings in the universe who could surpass him was exceedingly few, having endured for so long. It was time for those in the cosmos to recognize his might. Wang Yang was fully aware of Yu heir's feelings. He was not entirely indifferent to the opposite sex, but Yu heir was merely 12 or 13. Still quite innocent, and with his mature soul, he could not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. Leaving? Where to? Yu heir felt an unsettling premonition that "I am off to seek the path to greater strength," Wang Yang replied with a slight smile. Pointing towards the sky, "I knew this day would come. Will you take me with you?" Yu heir pleaded, her eyes shimmering with hope as she grasped Wang Yang's hand. "Yu heir, you're still far too young. To me, you remain a child," Wang Yang said gently, ruffling her hair. "But other girls my age are already married and having children." Yu heir pouted, clearly dissatisfied with Wang Yang's constant refusals based on her age. Wang Yang, with his celestial-like strength, strikingly handsome visage, and mature demeanor, captivated many on this planet, including the young Yu heir. He smiled at her and waved goodbye, his figure gracefully ascending into the sky. Enveloped in an aura of power, he shot forth, leaving a trail of flame as he pierced through the atmosphere. "Wait!" Yu heir cried in distress, immediately gathering her energy to pursue him. With their vast difference in strength, however, the distance between them widened rapidly. "Farewell," As soon as Wang Yang's words left his lips, he had vanished from Yuer's sight. Wah, 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 you rascal, how could you just leave? Yuer lamented, her gaze lingering on the spot where Wang Yang had disappeared. Tears silently falling in the void. Wait for me to grow up. Will you come back and take me with you? She shouted into the air, uncertain if Wang Yang could hear her. Looking down at the planet he had called home for over a decade. His second homeland, Wang Yang's eyes shimmered with nostalgia. Shaking his head, he resolutely fixed his gaze ahead, his form streaking across the sky like a meteor, breaking through the atmosphere without hesitation. With a thought, he activated a protective shield reminiscent of Broly's, enveloping himself in a cocoon of blue energy as he soared through the dark cosmos. Within his perception, the universe was teeming with energy, a vast sea of power, and he aimed for the most densely concentrated area. The more concentrated the energy, the more likely it was to be a thriving locale in the universe. Wang Yang pushed his speed to its limits. He retracted his energy, allowing inertia to carry him forward, the energy shield still surrounding him as he traversed the vacuum of space. Curiously, he observed the surrounding environment, met with an expanse of eerie silence. Only the distant stars twinkling in the darkness, flying through the void of space, devoid of any life forms. An indescribable sense of solitude enveloped him. Just moments ago, as Wang Yang had gathered his full energy, a spaceship in the distance suddenly emitted a series of alarming beeps, and a massive detector's readings fluctuated rapidly, and in a short span, a figure appeared on the screen. Interstellar Novel Transfer Station 937929266. What is happening? One of the duck-billed aliens aboard the ship exclaimed, clearly taken aback. Sir, the ship's detector has registered a power level of 1 million. A staff member replied respectfully. What? That's extraordinarily high. The duck-billed alien gasped. Feeling parched, a combat power of 1 million was the highest he had ever encountered. Even his own king possessed only around 500,000. Report this immediately to the king, he commanded, his voice trembling. The staff member hesitated, a conflicted expression on his face. Speak freely. Why are you stuttering? The duck-billed alien fumed, irritated by the staff's lack of decisiveness. If it were not for their maintenance of the spaceship, he would have considered destroying these weaklings. Our spaceship's detector has a limit of 1 million, meaning that energy reading was at least 1 million, a worker in a white coat said, wiping the sweat from his brow in a hushed tone. The duck-billed alien's pupils constricted, and he swallowed hard. Is it possible the detector malfunctioned? He asked hesitantly, struggling to comprehend such a terrifying power. That shouldn't be the case. This massive detector is the latest model. A star product, widely purchased, and there's been no report of any malfunctions, the white-coated worker replied, glancing at the massive detector when suddenly his voice faltered, as if someone had choked him. Where did it go? The white-coated worker watched in disbelief as the reading of 1 million vanished from the display, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. What happened to that energy? You claim the detector won't malfunction. Now find out what happened. The duck-billed alien roared in anger, realizing that the detector had surely failed. Fortunately, he had not reported this blunder to the king. Should the king find out about this mishap, his fate would be dire. It can't be. This is the newest model. There's no way it could malfunction. The staff clad in white robes surveyed the detector with keen eyes, meticulously examining it from every angle. I shall proceed to the trading sphere immediately. I intend to hold them accountable for their audacity in extolling counterfeit products as if they were treasures, showing utter disrespect towards Lord Frisia. The duck-billed individual erupted in fury, his voice resounding with authority. It was not only the duck-billed creature spacecraft that detected this surge of energy. Others aboard different ships also registered it. In an instant, the phones of a company on the trading sphere were inundated with calls, bombarded with a torrent of harsh rebukes that we apologize. We assure you our products are flawless. A humanoid with a Mediterranean hairstyle repeatedly insisted over the phone. How can your supposed perfection become my problem? Is this not also a matter concerning Lord Frisia? No, no, no. That is not my intention. This matter demands a satisfactory resolution from you. The planet you currently inhabit was sold to you by us. Should this issue remain unresolved, we shall contemplate finding a new owner for this planet. Yes, 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 We shall rectify this matter promptly. How about this? We will replace your faulty detector free of charge. And as a token of our apology, our company will also provide you with a spaceship. That is acceptable, but ensure that the gifted spaceship is registered under my name. Very well. Very well. Chapter 17. The detector malfunctions? What? Our detector is malfunctioning. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If it is our fault, we shall not evade responsibility. However, if it is not our fault, we shall never concede to that claim. Just moments ago, Lord Frisia praised our company's products as exceptional. And yet you dare to accuse us? A single detector may fail, but with so many detectors detecting this energy, how could there possibly be an issue? A group of muscle-bound individuals, brutish in nature, only knew how to resort to violence. Yes, the humanoid hung up the phone. His expression darkened considerably. In truth, he had received various pieces of information within the company, clearly sensing that something was amiss. Others lacked such extensive sources, and thus were oblivious to the discrepancies, believing it was merely a malfunction of the detector. This is going to cost us dearly, he thought, recalling the unreasonable demands made by those brutish beings, such as compensation tenfold for any issues, threefold refunds without returns, each recollection causing him to feel as though his heart were bleeding. Though he yearned to resist, they were either cosmic pirates or overwhelmingly powerful. His own faction was feeble, leaving him with the desire but lacking the strength, compelled to wear a smile and acquiesce. Meanwhile, those with lesser strength adopted a stern demeanor, declaring, "My product is without fault. The issue lies with your end." Seated within the energy shield, Wang Yang's entire body trembled at high speed, as if countless fleas were dancing beneath his skin. The sound of even breathing enveloped him, as he slipped into slumber, entering a state akin to a tortoise's hibernation, where all his bodily functions were reduced to a minimum, much like a tortoise that requires no sustenance and remains unharmed through prolonged sleep. His cultivation had become entwined within his very being, allowing him to strengthen continuously in all states of motion, whether walking, sitting, or lying down. This was the key to his remarkable combat prowess over the past decade. A deluge of meteors surged forth, propelled by a thunderous force, trailing long tails of fire as they barreled toward Wang Yang. The energy shield enveloping him collided with the oncoming meteor shower, sending projectiles the size of houses shattering into a multitude of fragments, scattering countless smaller meteors in all directions. The moment the energy shield struck the meteors, the reverberations jolted Wang Yang awake. As he opened his eyes, the spherical energy shield sprang to life, moving under his command like a resilient orb of light, bouncing amid the meteor shower, sometimes east, sometimes west, sometimes forward, sometimes back to T that moment. A cone-shaped meteor, the size of a small hill, hurtled toward Wang Yang. His expression sharpened, eyes glinting like blades as he drew in his breath, clenched his fist, and struck fiercely at the meteor. A resounding thud echoed as the sound reverberated through Wang Yang's fist. From a distance, the mighty meteor was shattered by Wang Yang's seemingly insignificant punch, breaking into countless smaller fragments that clashed against the surrounding meteors, disrupting the advance of the meteor shower. Upon colliding with the massive meteor, Wang Yang felt a surge of vitality, a distant memory surfacing. It has been ages since I felt such fervor. The last time was during my battle with Broly. The thought of Broly ignited a fierce determination within Wang Yang. After a decade of training, he longed to face Broly once more, to engage in a battle and see who would emerge victorious in the present moment. I cannot sense Broly's energy. That scoundrel Paragus must have taken him somewhere unknown, after 10 years without combat. Wang Yang felt a twinge of restlessness. He stretched his arms slightly, transforming into a blur as he punched at the incoming meteor shower. From a distance, Wang Yang's diminutive figure appeared as countless afterimages, forming an impenetrable barrier against the onslaught of meteors, each one exploding under the force of his iron fists, unable to advance even a step further. When the final meteor was obliterated by his strike, a smile graced his lips. Suddenly, he pivoted, gathering a blue energy in his hands, and hurled it fiercely at the floating fragments of meteors in space. The blue light was dazzling, instantly engulfing and annihilating the meteor debris, reducing it to cosmic dust. Seizing the momentum of the shockwave, Wang Yang accelerated into the distance. My lord, the spacecraft has detected a battle power of 570,000. Not long ago, it was 1 million. Now it is 570,000. Such high battle power appearing so frequently. When did masters become so commonplace? I have roamed the cosmos for over a decade and have yet to encounter anyone with battle power exceeding 200,000. The detector must be malfunctioning. Increase speed. I must show that bald-headed fool the severe consequences of selling me counterfeit products. The bull-headed man stated coldly that a massive round spacecraft housed a hulking figure with purple skin seated upon an elevated chair. Two horn-like protrusions adorned his head, and his black lips gave him an eerie appearance. He was none other than the fearsome former pirate king of the cosmos. King Cooled. I hear you have detected energy at 1 million battle power? King Cooled stood, his long tail dragging behind him. Why King? Based on our investigation, it appears the detector has malfunctioned. Aside from you, who in the universe possesses such high battle power? A shaggy-haired extraterrestrial flattered him respectfully. Aha! King Cooled laughed heartily, his voice echoing within the confines of the vessel. Fool! King Cooled suddenly hurled a black energy orb, sending the shaggy extraterrestrial flying to attribute a single instance to a detector malfunction is one thing. Do you mean to tell me that all my ship's detectors are faulty? His subordinates had reported back to him multiple times upon detecting the 1 million battle power. However, when he conducted further scans, that energy was no longer present. The shaggy extraterrestrial, struggling to endure intense pain, cautiously stood and spoke that in this universe, there are myriad races capable of controlling their internal energy. It is not surprising, for instance, that the Namekians possess such abilities. King Cooled, well-versed in knowledge, did not mind expanding his subordinates' understanding that I see. The shaggy extraterrestrial's expression brightened with realization. Set off immediately. I wish to meet this individual with 1 million battle power. Frieza has the Jinyu force at his disposal, and, as his father, I have but a few subordinates. It would be unwise to present them. This individual's appearance is quite timely. I shall endeavor to recruit him. Commanded King Cooled that a mere 1 million battle power posed no threat to King Cooled in the void of space. His colossal fleet promptly altered course, heading toward the detected location. Inside the spacecraft, a projection suddenly materialized in midair. My dear son Frieza, it has been quite some time since we last communicated, King Cooled remarked upon seeing the projection of Frieza, who appeared a size smaller. Chapter 18. An encounter. Oh dear. Father, you remain as spirited as ever. It appears you are preparing to seize another planet. Frieza chuckled lightly, his hand covering his mouth as he sat upon a hovering device. Alas, I am a slave to labor. Unable to retire at my age, I am either expanding your territory or earning some extra income for that old fellow Gula. King Cooled sighed. Since you wish to retire, why not give your territory to me? Leave the dirty work of seizing planets to your son. I am willing to relieve you of your burdens. Frieza's smile was distinctly sinister. Ha. There's no rush. My inheritance will eventually belong to you all. What brings you to me this time? King Cooled chuckled, deftly changing the subject. I've heard that in my father's domain, a being with a combat power of 1 million has emerged. Surpassing my current capabilities. I am quite intrigued as to who this individual might be. Frieza inquired with curiosity, unfazed by the potential threat posed by the other party, for his final form boasted a staggering combat power of 21 million. 1 million combat power? Mere ants. I'm not yet certain, but I plan to investigate that if I can subdue him, it would certainly enhance my reputation. King Cooled replied with a grin ho. Then I wish your father a victorious journey. Frieza chuckled lightly. Unfilial offspring, always fixated on my limited influence. After concluding the video call with Frieza, a shadow of gloom crossed King Cooled's face, and he erupted in curses. Aboard King Cooled's spacecraft, numerous scientists calculated Wang Yang's probable trajectory based on the timing and distance of the energy bursts. At this moment, Wang Yang was seated within a blue energy shield, blissfully unaware that his 2 energy surges had piqued King Cooled's interest, who was now barreling towards him with formidable intent. After 100 hours, the spacecraft detected an energy fluctuation. My lord, a wave of energy measuring 20,000 has appeared ahead. We shall encounter it in approximately 3 hours, a crew member in work attire respectfully reported to King Cooled. Who is it? Show me, King Cooled inquired, intrigued that a combat power of 20,000 is considered among the elite in the universe. After all, even the legendary King Vegeta, who led the Saiyan race in interstellar conquests, possessed only a little over 10,000 combat power. Following King Cooled's command, several staff members deftly manipulated the instruments, and soon a clear projection displayed Wang Yang, enveloped in a blue orb, soaring through the cosmos. Oh, to survive in the cosmos, this creature's race appears quite extraordinary. King Cooled chuckled, covering his mouth. In the vast universe, races capable of survival are exceedingly few, with his own frozen clan being one of them. It seems we have found our target, King Cooled mused, gazing intently at Wang Yang with a slight smile. The multitude of life in the universe surpasses the grains of sand in the Ganges. Yet its distribution across the cosmos renders it exceedingly sparse. Under normal circumstances, a spacecraft might traverse the universe for years or even decades without encountering another vessel. Why does this fellow have a tail? Could he be a remnant of the Saiyans? But isn't it true that Saiyans cannot survive in space? King Cooled leaned forward, an expression of surprise etched across his face. Indeed, King Cooled, this individual appears to be the infamous Saiyan. One of the crew members remarked, gnashing his teeth as he glared at the image of Wang Yang on the screen. His race had been obliterated by the vile Saiyans. It seems that Frisia's little trickster has not succeeded in eradicating the Saiyans entirely. How intriguing! King Cooled stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on Wang Yang. Even if Wang Yang differed from other Saiyans, King Cooled felt no trepidation, for his own combat prowess instilled in him a profound sense of confidence. 3 hours later, when Wang Yang's figure fell within the spacecraft's attack range, a peculiar smile crept onto King Cooled's face. I shall see if you are truly that one with a combat power of 1 million. Attack, King Cooled commanded, pointing a thick finger at Wang Yang. If not, then so be it. The deceased Saiyans are the best kind of Saiyans. Yes, in an instant, the spacecraft's belly opened up, revealing a massive aperture as a blinding beam of light coalesced. Moments later, the blue light, almost tangible, shot toward Wang Yang with precision. The colossal light beam surged forward at an astonishing speed, engulfing Wang Yang's diminutive energy shield in an instant. Which wretched rascal is so malevolent? As the laser wave struck the protective shield, it quivered violently under the immense energy impact, and countless fissures appeared in the once crystalline barrier, jolting Wang Yang awake in an instant, as the energy shield teetered on the brink of destruction. He swiftly extended his hands, channeling a continuous stream of energy to stabilize and repair the imminent collapse of the barrier. With Wang Yang's eruption of power, his combat strength rapidly ascended, and those within the spacecraft immediately detected the change at Lord. This individual's combat power is rapidly increasing. It has already reached 210,000. It seems he is indeed the one we seek. King Cooled noted with a slight upward curve of his lips that in the vastness of space, to be attacked without provocation and have one's energy shield compromised would certainly spell trouble for Wang Yang. His eyes narrowed. This was a deadly rhythm, and he could not afford to be polite. He would retaliate immediately. Die. With his hands coming together, Wang Yang unleashed a powerful energy wave. A massive energy blast erupted from him, colliding with the spacecraft's laser beam for a brief moment before swallowing the laser entirely, then hurtling towards the vessel. The shockwave, fueled by Wang Yang's accumulating energy, rapidly expanded in the cosmos. And in the blink of an eye, it blasted a colossal hole through the spacecraft from bottom to top. Lord, this is not good. The energy chamber has been breached. The ship is on the verge of exploding. The crew members, upon witnessing the malfunction signal on the display, turned pale and cried out to King Cooled. This moment, it was too late to enter the escape pod, for those who could not survive in space. The destruction of the spacecraft would be nothing short of a death sentence. What? King Cooled gasped in shock, leaping to his feet. Just as he uttered those words, the ship trembled violently, followed by a tremendous roar as countless sparks erupted from all directions, engulfing the astonished King Cooled. Chapter 19. Confrontation with King Cooled. Wang Yang hovered in space, expressionless as he gazed at the spacecraft emitting thick plumes of smoke, which soon erupted into a massive fireball. Even from a distance, he felt a wave of heat wash over him. This ship looks somewhat familiar. Wang Yang mused internally. As the vessel continued to burn, a towering figure gradually emerged from the smoke. Wang Yang's gaze sharpened, his expression growing grave. That wretched little brat. You have enraged me. I will tear you to shreds. King cooled, slightly charred and glistening with soot, had his two sharp horns dulled by the smoke. His eyes met Wang Yang's, brimming with fury. Had he forgotten how long it had been since he last found himself in such a humiliating predicament? To be made to suffer so. This was a capital offense. King cooled. This is serious. Wang Yang's expression darkened, sensing the situation was becoming precarious, as a flurry of thoughts flashed through his mind. If so, it is the illustrious King cooled. I have long admired you, and it is truly exhilarating to meet you today. However, I have urgent matters to attend to. I shall visit again another day, Wang Yang declared, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect towards King cooled. Regardless of whether he could hear him in the vacuum of space, without delay, Wang Yang propelled his energy to its zenith and launched himself away like a streak of light to end the grand wisdom of life. The best strategy is to retreat. Survival comes first. With a combat power disparity of 1 to 2, the outcome of the battle seemed almost predetermined, and given a vast difference in combat strength between Wang Yang and King cooled, the chances of victory were exceedingly slim, unless he could master the Kaioken technique or transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet he was uncertain about his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan at present. King cooled, witnessing the detestable Saiyan's cheerful demeanor, seemed delighted to see him. Yet, the next moment, he vanished like a wisp of smoke, his speed astonishingly swift, causing King cooled's expression to turn as cold as ice. It appeared he had been outmaneuvered again. That wretched Saiyan monkey! I shall not rest until I have utterly crushed you and relieved my pent-up fury. King cooled snarled, grinding his teeth as he pounded his chest. Now coated in soot. With the destruction of his ship, returning to his lair would take who knows how long. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. King cooled erupted with rage, pursuing Wang Yang at breakneck speed, his long tail thrashing behind him. This is not good. Wang Yang, soaring through the cosmos, seized the opportunity to glance back and saw King cooled relentlessly closing in, the distance between them diminishing rapidly. This Saiyan monkey has some tricks up his sleeve. His combat power must exceed 1 million, that upon witnessing the speed of Wang Yang ahead, King Kurd contemplated silently. That moment, a dusty yellow planet appeared in his view, prompting Wang Yang to swiftly change direction and soar towards it. That a subtle smirk crept onto King Kurd's lips as he unleashed a burst of purple energy, accelerating towards the planet as well. The two landed simultaneously on the surface, facing each other in a tense standoff. What's the matter, little monkey? Not running away anymore, King Kurd taunted, eyeing Wang Yang with amusement. Run? Why would I run? You think you're worthy of making me flee? I simply seek a suitable place to engage in battle, Wang Yang retorted defiantly, refusing to acknowledge that he had been retreating moments before. Let's see if you can maintain that bravado for much longer. King Kurd sneered. Suddenly, Wang Yang's figure vanished, reappearing behind King Kurd to deliver a powerful punch aimed at his back. Bang! A glimmer flickered in King Kurd's eyes as he swiftly elbowed backward, colliding with Wang Yang's fist. With his initial strike thwarted, Wang Yang's form dissolved into 5 afterimages, launching a ferocious assault on the central figure of King Kurd. Is this your strength? How utterly disappointing, King Kurd replied, a faint smile gracing his lips as he deftly maneuvered his palms to create an impenetrable barrier around him, rendering Wang Yang's onslaught ineffective. With a nonchalant flick of his hands, he effortlessly deflected Wang Yang's attacks, clearly demonstrating the disparity in their abilities. As the afterimages dissipated, Wang Yang appeared above King Kurd, thrusting his hands downward to unleash a massive energy orb, Super Divine Wave. This was the abbreviated name for Wang Yang's Super Divine Energy Wave, a technique that was still in its nascent stages. Nevertheless, naming it Super Divine reflected his aspirations for the future, believing that through continuous growth, he would one day make the name truly fitting. Boom! The energy orb struck King Kurd's head, resulting in a tremendous explosion and billowing smoke. Wang Yang leapt high, calmly observing the swirling dust below. In his perception, after absorbing 80% of his energy attack, King Kurd's aura remained largely unchanged as the smoke cleared with the wind. King Kurd's imposing figure was revealed. Truly, the ice demon race lives up to its reputation. Your skin is remarkably tough, he remarked. Who would have thought that after the destruction of planet Vegeta, this Saiyan monkey would escape such a fate? At such a young age, your combat prowess is indeed impressive, far surpassing that of the arrogant King Vegeta from years past. King Kurd chuckled sinisterly, playfully waving his finger before Wang Yang. King Vegeta is certainly no match for me. Wang Yang's expression darkened. He had not forgotten that when he was just born, had it not been for his exceptional comprehension, he would have been killed by those sent by King Vegeta. The memory of that moment still haunted him. Ha! King Vegeta truly was a fool. King Kurd paused, momentarily taken aback by Wang Yang's insult towards their late monarch, before breaking into a wide grin. Do you realize the gap between us? King Kurd's expression reflected a sense of superiority, relishing the moment as he observed the despair in his adversary's eyes. Wang Yang remained non-committal. While King Kurd's power might not rival the ultimate Frisia's staggering 120 million, it was likely still around 100 million. With his mere 200 million, he found himself at a significant disadvantage, unless he transformed into a Super Saiyan to have a fighting chance. You ice demons are all talk and no action, Wang Yang snapped, his gaze fixed warily on King Kurd. King Kurd's purple visage flushed with anger. He yearned to boast about his overwhelming combat prowess, yet found his words falling on deaf ears, akin to a punch landing on cotton. You seek death, King Kurd fumed, feeling frustrated by the situation. The towering figure of King Kurd moved with remarkable agility. Appearing before Wang Yang in an instant, a punch collided with Wang Yang's face, sending him careening backward, spitting blood as he soared through the air. Seizing the momentum, King Kurd positioned himself above Wang Yang, unleashing a barrage of relentless strikes. Chapter 20. The power of the Great Ape. In stark contrast to King Kurd's robust physique, Wang Yang's smaller form exhibited remarkable agility as he dodged and weaved. However, the vast disparity in their fighting capabilities soon became evident as King Kurd swiftly captured him. Wang Yang was battered from the sky to the ground, and then from the earth to the sea, feeling pain radiate throughout his entire being. Rage! I must harness my fury, he inwardly shouted, striving to summon the extreme anger necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan. Yet the intensity of the attacks could not evoke such profound fury. Instead, he felt an undeniable thrill coursing through his veins. After a brief moment of torment, King Kurd's powerful legs struck Wang Yang's abdomen like whips, folding him into a curled position as he crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater in the solid earth. With a surge of energy, Wang Yang exploded outward, scattering the surrounding soil as he levitated, his torn clothing hanging from him. Panting heavily in midair, he wiped his mouth, revealing a smear of red blood on the back of his hand. A grimace of discomfort etched across his face. You now comprehend the gap between us. I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you're already on the verge of collapse, King Kurd declared with a smug demeanor, his arms crossed as he looked down at the disheveled Wang Yang, eagerly anticipating the despair on his opponent's face. There's no choice. I cannot reach that ultimate fury that I'll have to resort to this technique. I could see that moment. Wang Yang swiftly gathered a white energy sphere in his hands and hurled it into the sky. What is this? The artificial moon. King Kurd, well-versed in Saiyan lore, recognized this as the Saiyan signature move. The ability to transform into a great ape amplified a Saiyan's combat power tenfold, a feat renowned throughout the cosmos. Despite understanding the implications of a Saiyan transforming into a great ape, King Kurd made no effort to intervene, intrigued to witness Wang Yang's transformation. Even if he gained a tenfold increase, it would ultimately prove futile against his overwhelming strength. He wished to defeat his opponent in the most decisive manner, ensuring Wang Yang felt the depths of despair. Wang Yang's blood surged like a torrent within him, his heart pounding fiercely. Roar! In the blink of an eye, Wang Yang's diminutive form expanded rapidly, transforming into a massive great ape covered in black fur. With powerful limbs, a fierce countenance, and menacing fangs, he struck a terrifying figure. Wang Yang felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. As though he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. Clap, clap. A monkey is still a monkey, regardless of its size, King Kurd mocked, unfazed by Wang Yang's newfound combat power exceeding 20 million. With a fierce roar, Wang Yang swung his colossal fist towards King Kurd, unleashing a torrent of terrifying wind that swept across the ground, scattering debris in its wake. King Kurd sneered, meeting the massive fist with his own purple-hued hand. The juxtaposition of their sizes created a stark visual, reminiscent of an ant facing an elephant. When their fists collided, to everyone's astonishment, the little ant managed to push the elephant back. Bang! The awakened great ape Wang Yang felt a tremendous force reverberate through his fist, causing him to stumble backward, his massive form shaking the ground beneath him as if a dragon had risen. King Kurd wore a triumphant grin as he took to the air, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at the colossal great ape, weaving in and out of his reach, leaving a blur of afterimages surrounding Wang Yang. The great ape roared in frustration, its hands flailing in a futile attempt to swat away the barrage of attacks. Reminiscent of trying to swat a fly. Though transformed into a great ape, granting him a tenfold increase in power, Wang Yang found his mobility severely hampered. Against King Kurd's combat prowess exceeding 100 million, he was reduced to little more than a hapless punching bag. Despite the similarities to his previous form, the only distinction was his increased resilience to damage. Roar. The great ape bellowed, seizing an opportunity to ensnare King Kurd in its grasp. As he captured King Kurd, a wicked grin spread across his fearsome visage, and he tightened his grip with both hands, crushing the ice demon king within his mighty palms. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air as King Kurd howled in agony, thrashing his massive head in a desperate attempt to break free, the cacophony of his cries eliciting a primal smile from the great ape. "I'll crush you. I'll crush you." The colossal ape erupted into raucous laughter, its immense strength surging forth, causing the thick fur upon its body to sway as if stirred by an unseen breeze. "Haha, just teasing you." Suddenly, King Kurd fell silent, gazing at the gigantic head of the ape with a chuckle. The great ape king, Wang Yang, was taken aback, abruptly sensing a surge of purple energy erupting from his palm, a formidable force compelling his hands to slowly open, rendering him unable to grasp King Kurd any longer. What a disappointment! King Kurd hovered in the air, stretching his form, shaking his head at the giant ape. And no sooner had he spoken than his robust figure vanished from the ape's sight. When he reappeared, he landed a powerful punch to the giant ape's chest. Bang! Roar! The giant ape was struck hard, its massive body bending forward, as a purple silhouette relentlessly assailed it. Wang Yang recognized that the giant ape could only bully weaker foes. Against an equally matched or superior opponent, his own sluggish bulk became nothing more than a living target, reminiscent of Trunks confronting the formidable Cell. Harnessing his perfect control over his body, Wang Yang endeavored to condense all his strength into a singular force. Roar! Suddenly, the giant ape unleashed a skyward roar, all its energy exploding forth as if ignited, radiating a blazing aura. The intense energy scorched the void, distorting the very light around it. The impact of this energy sent King Kurd reeling. And to his astonishment, he beheld the giant ape's massive form gradually diminishing. Resuming his human shape, Wang Yang's body was enveloped in a mysterious blue membrane, exuding an air of enigma. Clenching his fists, he felt an overwhelming surge of explosive power coursing through him, a might surpassing even that of the giant ape's transformation. Condensing the giant ape's strength within his diminutive form, his speed and power underwent a profound enhancement. Devoid of the ape's previous shortcomings, this power is astounding. Am I truly unleashing the giant ape's might while in my normal state? Wang Yang pondered, recalling how Broly could wield the strength of a giant ape without transforming in Dragon Ball Super. Oh, can't hold on so soon. It seems the giant ape is tougher than the little monkey. King Kurd chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Chapter 21. Super Saiyan? Is it? Lowering his head, Wang Yang suddenly lifted it. his gaze piercing as it fixed upon King Kurd. In an instant, King Kurd spat and was sent flying, followed by a resounding sonic boom as Wang Yang's figure began to vanish from his original position. With a single punch, Wang Yang sent King Kurd soaring, reappearing behind him to deliver a fierce kick to his waist, propelling him into the sky. Wang Yang flickered through the air, relentlessly striking King Kurd, whose body was tossed back and forth, the sound of fists meeting flesh echoing in the atmosphere. Wang Yang, arms crossed like a hammer, struck heavily upon King Kurd's hardened skull, driving him into the ground. Boom! The earth erupted in a massive crater, dust swirling into the sky. Wang Yang stood aloft, coldly observing the cloud of debris, his right hand gathering a powerful energy wave, which he unleashed with overwhelming force upon the trapped King Kurd. Thunderous roars filled the air, a blinding light engulfing the sky, and from the cosmos, one could witness a colossal sphere of radiance emanating from the surface of the planet, causing it to tremble violently. High above, Wang Yang cast a sidelong glance downward, his expression unyielding. He understood that King Kurd would not be easily defeated, especially given his combat prowess far surpassed his own. Damn it! A thunderous roar erupted from below, followed by King Kurd, radiating purple energy, bursting forth from the smoke, launching a fierce assault on Wang Yang. King Kurd had mistakenly believed that the Saiyan before him had returned to a normal state, and his power had diminished, which led him to drop his guard, resulting in an unexpected counterattack. I could see this moment. King Kurd appeared disheveled, his vast aura fluctuating. Wang Yang merely snorted disdainfully, advancing rather than retreating, and engaged King Kurd in battle. Crack! The clash of their fists generated rippling shockwaves that surged outward in all directions. Whoosh! The two figures dispersed again, reappearing on a small hillside, their elbows colliding, the tremendous force shattering the slope below. Their forms darted across the sky, the fierce combat shattering the dark clouds above, revealing the blinding sunlight. A purple energy blast was hurled forcefully by King Kurd, which Wang Yang narrowly evaded by twisting his waist. Dodging this attack, Wang Yang retaliated with a blue energy blast aimed at King Kurd. Boom! King Kurd, with a hand like a fan, grasped the energy blast, sneering as he effortlessly dispersed it. Kid, I'll give you a chance to live. Acknowledge me as your father, and I shall spare your life, King Kurd declared suddenly. With you, dare to call yourself my father? It won't be long before I twist your head off and use it as a ball. Wang Yang retorted with a cold laugh. Seeing this stubborn youth, King Kurd felt his pride pricked. Could it be that you are the legendary Super Saiyan? King Kurd mused, scrutinizing Wang Yang closely. This young lad possessed strength that far surpassed even King Vegeta, prompting King Kurd to reassess the warnings of his ancestors as unnecessary. His own power was evidently superior. He now believed he could easily crush this so-called Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan? No, I am not yet a Super Saiyan. The true legendary Super Saiyan is someone else, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. Who is it? King Kurd's eyes narrowed. The notion that such a remarkably gifted Saiyan was not even a Super Saiyan left King Kurd in stunned disbelief. You need not concern yourself with that. Just know his combat prowess far exceeds mine, Wang Yang stated coolly. As for whether Broly's power surpassed that of the legendary Super Saiyan, he was uncertain. Yet he relished the idea of ruffling King Kurd's feathers. Wang Yang's words left King Kurd feeling overwhelmed, his expression shifting, clearly wary of the Super Saiyan Wang Yang had mentioned. The warm-up is over. I shall unleash my full power. Prepare to experience despair, King Kurd declared, flexing his arms, his eyes widening, and in an instant his imposing figure vanished. Wang Yang was taken aback, his form soaring into the air, struggling to keep pace with King Kurd's full-speed assault. Here, King Kurd bellowed, appearing above Wang Yang, his right leg descending like a colossal axe. A tempest brewed as the leg approached, the overwhelming force pressing down upon Wang Yang, making it difficult for him to breathe. In a hurry, Wang Yang raised both hands, only to find an insurmountable force coursing through his arms, sending him plummeting like a meteor, crashing into 5 or 6 mountains before embedding himself into the solid rock, creating a massive fissure. So powerful, several times stronger than I am now, Wang Yang grimaced through the pain as the sunlight vanished. He looked up to discover King Kurd hovering ominously above him. Boom! King Kurd's fist came crashing down, instantly obliterating the mountain beneath him. Not feeling the impact of flesh against his fist, King Kurd's expression turned to one of confusion. Moments before being struck, Wang Yang had executed a vanishing punch, swiftly evading and reappearing behind King Kurd, channeling a powerful energy wave that struck King Kurd's back. What? King Kurd felt a tremendous force from his back, realizing he was driven into the earth by Wang Yang's attack, creating a massive crater. Damn you, little monkey! King Kurd roared, quickly recovering and charging at Wang Yang with renewed vigor. The previous attack had felt no more than a mere tickle to him, and though he bore minimal injuries, his pride was stung. It must be said, King Kurd's full frontal assault was terrifyingly potent. Wang Yang found himself desperately dodging and defending, struggling to mount a counterattack, his injuries gradually worsening. The sun began to shift westward, transforming from a golden hue to a fiery orange. Damnable monkey, truly a tough one, King Kurd exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent Wang Yang flying as he stood on the ground, slightly panting. Wang Yang, resolutely climbing back to his feet, drew upon a decade of rigorous training that had fortified his body. Facing an opponent vastly more powerful, he had managed to endure for half a day. As the battle reached this critical juncture, the intensity of the conflict left Wang Yang utterly exhausted, his eyes heavy with fatigue. King Kurd. Wang Yang leaped and landed before the king of the Kurds, forcing a smile. What's the matter? Do you wish to beg for mercy? Even if you did, I would crush you to death. The king of the Kurds wore a victorious expression, though it was tinged with frustration, after such a long struggle to defeat him. The outcome was far from satisfying. If his two sons were to find out, they would surely mock him for growing old. Chapter 22. The battle is not over. Beg for mercy? No, no, no. That is utterly impossible. I shall never beg for mercy in this lifetime. Wang Yang shook his finger defiantly, a stubborn smile on his face. You may destroy my flesh, but you cannot extinguish my spirit. The king of the Kurds trembled with rage, his face darkening ominously, veins bulging on his forehead. What nonsense are you spouting? Look at this. Wang Yang spread his arms wide, positioning them beside his face. The king of the Kurds, intrigued, wondered what this little monkey was up to. At that moment, a blinding light erupted, more radiant than the sun, momentarily piercing the king of the Kurds' eyes. Solar fist. In the sky, two suns hung suspended. On the blue-green planet, Wang Yang recalled the techniques of Earthlings. And after 12 years of deliberate study, he had made considerable progress. My eyes! That cunning, devious monkey! The king of the Kurds suddenly covered his eyes with his hands, shouting out in agony, his large tail thrashing behind him, causing the ground to fissure. He could not have imagined that a simple-minded Saiyan would employ such despicable tactics one after another. Wang Yang forced a strained smile, his right hand gathering a circular energy slash and sending it towards the king of the Kurds. With his left hand, he unleashed a blue energy wave that pierced through countless obstacles, ultimately striking the core of the planet. The energy slash traced a perfect arc, slicing through the king of the Kurds' shoulder, splitting a small mountain behind him in two. The king of the Kurds suddenly felt a searing pain in his right arm. Instinctively, his left hand reached to touch it, only to find his palm sticky and wet. At that moment, he sensed that something was terribly wrong. Before long, the blinding light faded, revealing a sight that made the king of the Kurds' eyes bulge with rage. His right arm lay motionless on the ground. My hand. His face darkened to an ominous hue as he squatted down, grasping the severed limb, trembling with fury, his unstable energy erupting and creating a massive crater in the ground. Saiyan monkey, I will make you suffer. Just as the king of the Kurds finished speaking, the planet, shattered by Wang Yang's attack on its core, erupted in a brilliant explosion, blooming like a magnificent firework in the cosmos. The explosion caught the unprepared king of the Kurds directly in its wake. His massive form was engulfed in a violent blaze of light, stretched and distorted by the force of the explosion. Not far away, a 2-meter boulder was propelled by the shockwave of the explosion. Soaring into the distance, this boulder shimmered with a faint blue glow, and within a hollow on one side, a young boy was curled up inside. The battle is not over. I have not lost. Once I have replenished my strength, King of the Kurds, we shall engage in a proper duel as a stubborn Saiyan. While the body may be defeated, the spirit shall never yield. After a fierce battle with the King of the Kurds, Wang Yang had managed to sever one of his arms, only to be subsequently consumed by the planet's explosion. At this moment, the King of the Kurds' right arm was gone, his thick tail severed, and his body was marred with wounds. Presenting a truly pitiful sight, he floated motionless in the cold, dark cosmos. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might mistake him for a lifeless corpse. Saiyan Monkey. The King of the Kurds' mouth moved, his chest brimming with a torrent of resentment. Saiyan Monkey. His eyes flew open in fury, unleashing a roar as a surge of power erupted from him, scattering the cosmic dust surrounding him. Sensing a massive energy presence in the distance, Wang Yang's gaze shifted slightly. Indeed, as expected of the legendary hardy race, even the explosion of a planet cannot extinguish you. Wang Yang mused internally, then turned his attention away from the King of the Kurds. He gently adjusted the trajectory of the boulder and, employing the turtle breathing technique, slowly drifted into slumber. The boulder glided through the cosmos at a leisurely yet swift pace. Where is he? Where is that monkey? The King of the Kurds stood in the void of space, howling at the heavens, his purple visage twisted in rage, teeth clenched as he scanned the surroundings. Having encountered this audacious monkey once before, who survived in the cosmos and orchestrated the planet's explosion, the King of the Kurds could hardly believe that this cursed Saiyan would perish so easily. Without the ability to sense energy, no matter how vigorously the King of the Kurds searched, there is not a trace of Wang Yang to be found in the vastness of space. Do not let me encounter you again. Next time, I shall not underestimate you as I did this time. The King of the Kurds, consumed by impotent rage, unleashed energy blasts in every direction, venting his fury into the cosmos. This was a verdant planet, and a streak of light pierced the sky, breaking through the atmosphere, revealing a boulder over a meter wide, igniting in fierce flames as it plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Countless creatures below beheld the falling meteor. Some life forms knelt and prayed towards it. Boom! The boulder struck the earth, creating a massive crater, and clouds of dust billowed outward in rippling waves. The dirty figure darted swiftly from the smoke, disappearing into a nearby dense forest. I'm starving. At that moment, Wang Yang's mind was consumed by this singular thought. After soaring through the cosmos and battling the King of the Kurds, he had fled while bearing severe injuries. Had he not entered a state of turtle breathing, he would have surely succumbed to starvation by now. As he flew through the skies, Wang Yang scanned the horizon, searching for sustenance. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He heard the sounds of a fierce struggle in the distance. Before him, a group of diminutive beings, barely reaching his knees, was surrounding a 10-meter-tall hairy beast. The beast, with its fang-filled maw, trampled mercilessly, crushing many of the little beings beneath its feet, staining the ground with blood. Wang Yang, towering over the diminutive beings, soared through the sunlight, his radiant form illuminated, exuding an aura reminiscent of a celestial deity descending from above. Great deity! Great deity! Save us! On the ground. The little beings, terrified by the beast's rampage, immediately knelt in reverence upon seeing Wang Yang soaring above, their fervent prayers echoing through the in an instant. Wang Yang appeared beside the beast, delivering a powerful kick that sent it crashing to the ground. He then unleashed an energy wave, engulfing the creature. With precise control, the energy spread across the beast's body, producing crackling sounds until a savory aroma wafted through the air. The creature perfectly roasted. Delicious! We've finally slain this monster. The diminutive beings rejoiced, embracing one another and weeping tears of joy upon witnessing the great deity vanquish the beast that had ravaged their kin. Chapter 23. Learning the art of Adrat Star, Wang Yang paid no heed to their merriment. Instead, he threw himself upon the beast's carcass, devouring it like a ravenous beast. Delicious! Delicious! There is no greater delight in the world than this. In that moment, the starved Wang Yang felt a profound sense of happiness. It turned out that happiness was so simple. Having food to eat when one was hungry. while Wang Yang focused on feasting upon the roasted meat. The surrounding diminutive beings fell silent, gazing up in awe at his magnificent figure. Some of the female beings, captivated by Wang Yang, gazed with sparkling eyes, their cheeks flushed. Wang Yang glanced around, sensing that this group posed no threat, and thus continued to eat. Suddenly, the tallest and strongest among the diminutive beings began murmuring to the others, prompting them to bow in homage to Wang Yang. All hail the great king! All hail the great king! Their voices rose and fell in a chorus, creating a grand cacophony that I am not your king. I am merely an ordinary traveler of the cosmos. Wang Yang, while savoring his meal, waved his hand dismissively. However, these individuals stubbornly insisted on addressing him as Great King. Left with no choice, Wang Yang acquiesced to their wishes that on this particular day, he was cultivating atop a mountain peak, his entire being enveloped in a fierce aura. A formidable presence surging towards the heavens, scattering the clouds above. What incredible power! The Great King is truly magnificent. The distant members of the diminutive race marveled at the fiery aura surrounding Wang Yang. With some of the female members gazing dreamily at his majestic form, at last, I can freely harness the strength of the great ape. Clenching his fists, Wang Yang reveled in a power tenfold greater than usual. His heart brimming with joy in this moment, he no longer required the artificial moon as a medium. He could command the great ape's might at will. The transformation into a Super Saiyan offers a 50-fold increase. Though he could not yet achieve it himself, he was nonetheless satisfied with a 10-fold enhancement if I were to master the transformation into a Super Saiyan while in Great Ape form. How immensely powerful would I become? This thought suddenly crossed Wang Yang's mind. The Great Ape transformation yields a 10-fold increase, and if combined with the Super Saiyan transformation to become a Super Great Ape, would that not result in a 500-fold amplification, and finally transcending into Super Saiyan 4? How powerful would that be? The mere contemplation of such a terrifying augmentation sent shivers of excitement coursing through Wang Yang's body. This transformation followed a clear precedent, much like Goku in the GT timeline, who ascended through such means to ultimately achieve Super Saiyan 4. Lost in these exhilarating thoughts, Wang Yang's mind was consumed by the radiant image of a Super Saiyan, his lips nearly dripping with crystalline droplets of anticipation. Where is my anger? Where can I find it? Sitting cross-legged upon a boulder, he stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. There were numerous sources of anger, yet he could not pinpoint one that truly provoked him, as no one had currently crossed his forbidden line. Just as Wang Yang was deep in contemplation, an untimely voice broke the silence. Great King, Great King, a heavily armored beast has invaded our territory, and many of our kin have perished. We implore you to lend your assistance. The former leader of the dwarf clan, dragging his injured body, crawled before Wang Yang, pleading for help. Coming to his senses, Wang Yang regarded him with a bemused expression, suddenly realizing that these individuals sought him as their king for ulterior motives. Either they were asking him to help capture a particularly delectable beast, or they were being bullied by other creatures and sought his rescue. Alternatively, they might encounter formidable obstacles while expanding their territory and come crying to him for aid. The array of scenarios was countless. Having been on this planet for less than half a month, this individual had already sought his assistance almost daily. Their once modest territory had expanded significantly, encroaching upon the living space of other beings. And after these days of growth, their domain had increased at least threefold. Though Wang Yang was acutely aware of their intentions, he merely smiled, unconcerned. If he did not wish to intervene, no one could compel him to do so. The survival of a race is predicated upon the oppression of others. The ancestors of humanity similarly forged their path through trials and tribulations, overcoming adversaries to establish themselves as masters of the planet. The dwarves, though small in stature, were tenacious. Even in fear, they dared to challenge the strong. Wang Yang would not underestimate them due to their size. Thus, he was inclined to assist them with minor tasks. Despite their diminutive forms, the dwarves bore a striking resemblance to him, possessing keen intellect and an admirable respect for him, demonstrating an understanding of leveraging their circumstances, which might one day enable them to become rulers of the planet. After spending a month on this planet, Wang Yang soared into the sky, disappearing from the dwarves' sight amidst their tearful and reluctant gazes. The former leader of the dwarves lay prostrate on the ground, weeping inconsolably. In the vastness of a universe, where time is inconsequential, there are no seasons, only eternal darkness and solitude. A.S. Wang Yang traversed countless life-bearing planets and witnessed myriad civilizations. His youthful form gradually matured. Elder Pabala, I've been on Yadarat Star for 2 years now, and I have nearly absorbed all your knowledge. That it is time for me to depart and explore other civilizations. Wang Yang approached Pabala with reverence. Bowing respectfully. 2 years prior, he had received the coordinates of the cosmic planet from a merchant and subsequently journeyed to Yadarat Star to apprentice under Pabala. Your talent is exceptionally remarkable, knowledge that would take others a lifetime to master. You have acquired in a remarkably short time. I have little left to teach you. However, the universe is vast and filled with wonders. There is still much for you to learn. Never allow pride to cloud your judgment. Maintain a heart unafraid of challenges and a spirit eager for advancement. Pabala admonished, gazing earnestly at his outstanding disciple. Yes, Wang Yang seemed to recall something and reached into his pocket, retrieving a translucent orb, which he presented to Pabala. Elder, you are the sole guardian of Yadarat Star. Should you encounter a formidable foe in the future, simply crush this orb, and I will come to your aid, no matter where I am. Having learned to teleport, he could swiftly return to Yadarat Star. Very well. Pabala accepted the orb, fully aware of his own limited power. Relying solely on intimidation to deter enemies, he was deeply aware of his disciple's strength. Even Frisia would be no match for him. Wang Yang pressed his fingers to his forehead, casting a lingering glance at Pabala before vanishing in a flash. Have received such an exceptional disciple in my lifetime is truly a blessing. Pabala mused with a smile as he watched Wang Yang depart, satisfied with a student who is not only powerful but also respectful of his mentor. Chapter 24. Bulma. Wang Yang's figure flickered continuously. With each movement, he appeared on a new planet. Since mastering teleportation and adapting to survival in the cosmos, he had fully embraced his freedom, relentlessly seeking out life forms and traversing the universe. One day, he silently arrived on a cerulean planet, where a gentle breeze wafted fragrant floral scents. Instantly, he sensed that this was a habitable world. As he stepped onto the smooth ground, he beheld a bustling street lined with numerous shops offering culinary delights. Clothing and jewelry. The surrounding inhabitants bore a striking resemblance to humans, prompting a smile to grace Wang Yang's face. Having encountered a plethora of bizarre life forms in the cosmos, the sight of human-like beings felt exceedingly familiar. A rich aroma wafted from a nearby establishment. Gurgle. As a Saiyan with an insatiable appetite, the delectable scent of cuisine made Wang Yang's stomach rumble, and saliva flowed freely from his mouth. Bring me a serving of everything on your menu, he declared as he approached an opulently decorated restaurant, barely crossing the threshold before eagerly placing his order. May I ask how many will be dining, sir? The restaurant owner's eyes lit up, recognizing a potential big spender. Just me. Now hurry up and serve the food, Wang Yang replied with a slight smile. Our restaurant offers hundreds of dishes. Do you believe you can consume them all by yourself? The owner scrutinized the robust young man before him with skepticism. Though your physique is impressive, I find it hard to believe you can finish it all. If you do, I'll perform a handstand and make a fool of myself. No need to worry. Just serve it up. Wang Yang waved his hand dismissively. Saiyans are known for their colossal appetites, and consuming food several times larger than their bodies is merely a trifling matter. Moreover, he was constantly refining his physique, resulting in a vigorous metabolism that heightened his appetite. More often than not, food was digested almost instantly upon entering his stomach. All right then, since the other party had mentioned it. The shopkeeper remained indifferent. After all, the world is rife with eccentricities, including individuals who order dishes merely to photograph them without any intention of eating. Before long, an array of delectable dishes, each a feast for the senses, was continuously brought to the table. The aromatic roast suckling pig, the richly braised rooster, the crispy roasted red fish, the sizzling squid, and the tender salmon sashimi. Upon seeing these familiar yet foreign delicacies, Wang Yang's eyes sparkled with delight. He reached for a large pig's trotter and began to eat. In a state of not being ravenously hungry, he displayed an admirable civility, his speed of consumption swift yet devoid of the rudeness exhibited by others around him. Many patrons in the restaurant paused to observe as Wang Yang swiftly devoured an entire roast suckling pig. Some gaping in astonishment in a window-side seat. A woman gazed into the distance, her plate untouched except for a few bites, dressed in a deep blue short skirt that accentuated her long legs. Her dark attire highlighted her fair skin, and her curvaceous figure attracted many admiring glances. After finishing the roast pig, Wang Yang wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth and was about to call for another roast pig when he suddenly caught sight of the woman by the window. Momentarily taken aback, she possessed a delicate visage, vibrant red lips, and cascading blue-green hair, adorned with pink earrings that rendered her captivatingly beautiful. Gazing at her profile, Wang Yang was unexpectedly flooded with a sense of familiarity. An echo of lost youth stirring within him. Haven't I visited this planet before? Why does this woman evoke such a peculiar sensation? Is this the feeling of first love? His heart, long dormant, began to race. A stirring deep within him. This woman had captured his heart. Yes, he continued to savor the food. His gaze frequently drifted toward her, with the combined ages of his past and present life nearing 40. He had spent years alone, save for the inhabitants of the blue-green planet. Encountering someone who bore a striking resemblance to himself on this planet, it was impossible not to feel a flutter of affection. He had no intention of remaining a lifelong Bachelor Point Five-Flower girl. Our fate has run its course. I bid you farewell, beautiful miss. My name is Wang Yang. May we be introduced? After finishing his last bowl of chicken soup, he adjusted his appearance and approached her with a smile. Happiness must be fought for. Can one truly expect the other to pursue them? In his previous life, he often fantasized about his goddess pursuing him, a desire born from insecurity. Ultimately, it was only the Five-Flower girl who remained faithfully by his side throughout his life. Armed with newfound confidence, he resolved not to succumb to feelings of inferiority, even in his current state of having nothing. I think not. I have a boyfriend, the woman replied, eyeing his chiseled features with a slight smile. Being pursued by a handsome man brought her a sense of pride. Had she been single, she would have welcomed the acquaintance. However, now that she was committed, she could only decline his advances. Wang Yang was left speechless. After mustering the courage to like someone, he was disheartened to learn she had a boyfriend. Was he destined for a life of solitude? Frustrated, he seized a braised pork knuckle from her table and bit into it, as if to vent his suppressed emotions. While he felt a twinge of disappointment, it was not overwhelming. After all, he had initially been drawn to her beauty. It seems a girl from the blue-green planet has been thinking of me. Now that she is an adult, I wonder if she still remembers me. It has been many years since I left, and I find myself missing Uncle Jean Huang. Wang Yang's thoughts meandered, a quiet murmur within. You resemble a friend of mine, the woman said, her gaze shifting to him. Oh, in what way? Wang Yang responded ambiguously. He's just as voracious as you are, she remarked, glancing at the now empty plates. Save for the bones. Yes, that's so. What is his name? Wang Yang inquired casually. His name is Sun Wukong. Not only can he eat a lot, but he is also extraordinarily powerful, currently the strongest in the world. The woman smiled gently. Piccolo Daimao wreaked havoc across the land, leaving everyone at a loss, but it was Sun Wukong who ultimately vanquished him. If he's not the strongest, then who is Sun Wukong? Wang Yang abruptly halted his chewing, lifting his head to regard the woman earnestly. Increasingly struck by a sense of familiarity, he surmised she was likely Bulma. Could it be that I have arrived on Earth? He pondered, though it was not entirely surprising. He had journeyed through the cosmos with coordinates leading him to Earth. That may not be the case. Now that I am here, I am the strongest in the world, Wang Yang declared with a slight lift of his chin, confidence radiating from him as a Saiyan. Such self-assurance was essential. Being able to eat does not equate to strength. I doubt you could defeat any of my friends, the woman asserted, her disbelief evident. She was acquainted with the strongest individuals on her planet, none of whom included the man before her. Wang Yang shot her a sidelong glance and resumed eating, aware that there was a disparity in their knowledge. Having remained on Earth, How could she know of the powerful beings in the universe? The World Martial Arts Tournament is set to commence tomorrow. If you are as formidable as you claim, will you dare to participate? I believe Sun Wukong will also be present. The woman's eyes sparkled with mischief. You will witness those extraordinary beings. And perhaps then you will be less arrogant. Very well. Should I claim the title of the strongest? You must agree to be my girlfriend, Wang Yang boldly declared, initially disheartened by her mention of a boyfriend. The sudden realization of her identity rekindled the flame of hope within him. Had she been any other woman, he would never dream of disrupting another's relationship. But she was different. She was a fragment of his youthful past. Let us discuss this once you have secured the title, Bulma replied with a playful huff, readying to leave with her bag. Wait for me. Wang Yang called as he set down his food and stood to follow her. With the tournament about to begin, it made little sense to wander in search of its location. A ride with her would suffice. Excuse me, sir, but you have yet to settle your bill. Just as Wang Yang reached the door, two servers blocked his path, the shopkeeper regarding him with an impassive expression. I have never paid for my meals, Wang Yang declared with righteous indignation. Bulma regarded him with surprise. It was a level of audacity she had rarely encountered. Here, keep the change, he said, rummaging through his pockets until he produced a piece of deep black metal, shimmering like a lustrous black pearl, pinched between his fingers. This metal was a prize from his cosmic travels. Obtained by shattering a massive meteorite. Attracted by its beauty, he had kept it as a memento. Over time, the once giant alloy had diminished in size through his adventures, and now he possessed only a few remnants. Each planet had its own currency, but this rare, cosmic metal was universally accepted. Sir, you think I'm foolish to accept this mere trinket in exchange for your lavish meal? The shopkeeper exclaimed. His oily face flushed with indignation. Using a glass bead as currency? I have never encountered such absurdity. The shopkeeper retrieved a mirror from somewhere, admiring his own shiny, well-groomed appearance, then nodded with satisfaction. This is an incredibly rare alloy from the cosmos, capable of propelling scientific advancements and driving countless scientists to frenzy. It is worth 100 times more than any meteorite. You could auction this and easily purchase my establishment, Wang Yang retorted. Rolling his eyes, each time he used this alloy, he found himself explaining its value, only to have everyone grovel before him, ensuring he was well cared for. While the alloy was indeed precious, to him it was merely a trinket. Once he stood atop the cosmic hierarchy, such valuable metals would hold little significance. With a mere command, he would find himself inundated with gift. If it is so valuable, why not sell it? Once you have bought my establishment, I shall assist you, the shopkeeper sneered, unimpressed by what he deemed a foolish ruse. Show me, Bulma interjected, snatching the thumb-sized alloy from Wang Yang's grasp, nearly dropping it due to its weight. Be careful. Wang Yang's reflexes were swift, his right hand gently cradling Bulma's fair, delicate hand. Their eyes met, and Bulma's porcelain complexion flushed with a hint of embarrassment, her gaze flickering as she shyly avoided his stare. This alloy is indeed as precious as the gentleman mentioned. If you refuse to accept it, I shall take it off your hands, and I will cover the cost of the meal. Diverting her gaze, Bulma scrutinized the alloy in her palm, her astonishment growing with each glance. As a distinguished scientist, she possessed a keen eye for such matters. This alloy is exceedingly rare. It could finally break the bottleneck faced by researchers hindered by material limitations, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With remarkable acuity, her mind swiftly comprehended the alloy's properties and potential applications. Then you ought to settle the bill. The shopkeeper sneered, his skepticism evident. He remained unconvinced of the alloy's value, believing the pair to be in cahoots, having witnessed their clandestine conversation from a distance. Hey, Wang Yang, where did you acquire this alloy? Do you have more? As they walked, Bulma stowed the alloy in her multifunctional capsule, briefly waving it in front of Wang Yang. Indeed, I have plenty more, Wang Yang replied with a grin, producing a handful of colorful beads from his pocket. Red, white, yellow, and multicolored, each more exquisite than the last. Bulma leaned closer, her eyes sparkling with delight. These were no ordinary jewels, but objects of great beauty and research value. A siren call for a researcher like her. Mine, all mine. she exclaimed, attempting to grasp the beads, but her insufficient strength thwarted her efforts. These are my means of sustenance. I can part with them, but you must ensure my meals are provided in the future, Wang Yang chuckled, intent on securing Bulma's favor. No problem. I thought it was something monumental, Bulma boldly declared, patting her chest. While Wang Yang's appetite was substantial, it paled in comparison to her wealth. Her family was among the richest in the world, with profits sufficient to sustain him for a lifetime. That you're not seriously considering participating in the world's martial arts tournament. Are you? Bulma questioned, eyeing Wang Yang's handsome face, concerned about the possibility of him returning bruised and battered. Of course, I'm quite serious. Did you think I was jesting? Wang Yang laughed. I won't engage with you. Bulma huffed, snatching the treasures from Wang Yang's hand and striding away with elegant poise. A.S. Bulma, dressed in a short skirt revealing her long, fair legs, walked ahead. Her graceful figure echoed against the pavement in rhythmic clicks of her heels, stirring a teasing sensation within Wang Yang's heart. Thoughts of inappropriate actions flitted through his mind, but were swiftly dismissed. In an open area, Bulma casually discarded a capsule, and a small vehicle materialized in an instant. Wang Yang nimbly hopped inside. Chapter 26. The meeting where we headed? Wang Yang asked from the passenger seat, inhaling Bulma's subtle fragrance. How did you even follow me? Bulma replied, astonished. What? You took my treasures and now question my presence. Wang Yang glared, suspecting her intentions. Ha. I didn't forget at all. Bulma waved her hand dismissively, forcing a laugh. The vehicle roared to life, and the world outside whizzed by, showcasing a landscape brimming with technological marvels, towering bridges and buildings, with small aircraft occasionally slicing through the sky. Wang Yang was captivated, pondering how many years ahead of his previous life this technology might be. Soon, the vehicle halted before a semicircular, inverted dome structure, surrounded by lush flower beds. Step out. This is my home, Bulma declared as she exited the vehicle. Walking side by side, they passed a flower bed where a blonde woman sang, while watering the plants. Bulma's back. Is this your new boyfriend? Bulma's mother set down her watering can, smiling warmly. She approached Wang Yang, embracing his arm without hesitation. Bulma's boyfriend. What is your name? Mrs. Briefs inquired, her face beaming with joy. Good day, ma'am. My name is Wang Yang, he replied, slightly taken aback by her enthusiasm. Mom. Bulma sighed, exasperated by her mother's behavior. When did you two start dating? Have you held hands? Kissed? Gone on a date? Mrs. Briefs bombarded Wang Yang with questions. That we just got together. Wang Yang chuckled sheepishly. Hey, I haven't agreed to that yet. Bulma interjected, raising her voice at Wang Yang. Shall we go on a date together? Mrs. Briefs seemed oblivious to Bulma's protest, continuing to beam at Wang Yang. That won't do. I want to date Bulma. Wang Yang chuckled awkwardly. Humph. Bulma scoffed in annoyance. The following day, the weather turned dramatically, with incessant rain falling. Wang Yang boarded Bulma's small aircraft, preparing to depart. Bulma, flying in the rain. What if we get struck by lightning and plummet? Wang Yang teased from the co-pilot's seat, watching Bulma concentrate on piloting the aircraft. Why flying skills are top-notch. There's no way lightning could hit me, she retorted, casting him an irritated glance, despite her bravado. Bulma remained cautious. Being struck by lightning at high altitude could be fatal. Don't worry. Even if the plane exploded, I would ensure your safety, Wang Yang assured, patting his chest. That you're just boasting. The martial arts tournament was set on a small island, and Bulma landed the plane in a spacious area, stowing the capsule before waiting for a taxi. Bulma, don't forget, after the tournament, you owe me a gravity chamber, Wang Yang reminded her, holding an umbrella over her to shield her from the rain. Last night, he had praised her so profusely that she had agreed to his request. Rest assured, I won't forget, she replied confidently. Last, a taxi arrived, and they hopped in, heading straight for the tournament venue. At the entrance of the martial arts competition, Master Roshi and Launch had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Bulma's flawless figure, Master Roshi nearly lost control, ignoring Wang Yang entirely. Long time no see. Bulma greeted, dismissing the old man's gaze. Just then, taking advantage of Bulma's momentary distraction, a sinister hand reached out from behind her. With quick reflexes, Wang Yang smacked the claw away just before it could touch Bulma, as per form. Perverted old man, your hands are too dirty. You ought to be punished. Ouch, 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 Master Roshi cried, clutching his swollen palm. Get lost, old man. Bulma turned, realizing what had transpired, and without hesitation, she punched Master Roshi, leaving a small bump on his head. By the way, Bulma, have you changed boyfriends? Master Roshi removed his sunglasses. Scrutinizing Wang Yang, he sensed an indescribable aura emanating from him. While he appeared ordinary, there was something extraordinary about him. No, yes, just a friend. Bulma huffed. Master Roshi's skeptical gaze flickered between them. We're not officially together yet, but Bulma promised that if I win the tournament, she would agree. Wang Yang interjected with a grin. Huh. Winning the championship won't be easy. Master Lepin could easily defeat you, Per called out from the air. Wang Yang merely smiled, unfazed by the challenge, as he approached the registration desk for the tournament. I'm Wang Yang. I'd like to sign up. He told the staff. Certainly. Just then, a small balloon became lodged in a tree, and a little girl stood beneath it. Cried, don't cry. It's all right. Your sister will help you get it down, Bulma comforted, gently patting the girl's head as she reached for the balloon. Unfortunately, her height was insufficient, and even on tiptoe, she couldn't grasp it. Wang Yang, could you lend a hand? Bulma called out to him, just as Wang Yang prepared to assist. Someone else had already retrieved the balloon from the tree. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was Sun Wukong. Kakarot. Wang Yang's gaze fell upon a lanky man with crab-like hair. Memories of a wailing infant in the nurturing chamber flooded my mind. Puyalu had been attentively observing Wang Yang, the individual with intentions towards Bulma, circling around him ceaselessly. Upon noticing the tail coiled around Wang Yang's waist, he rubbed his eyes for a clearer look and exclaimed in astonishment. A tail? He has a tail. What? The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished that Wang Yang possessed a tail. How do you have a tail? Are you like Wukong? Bulma remarked, gazing at the tail around Wang Yang's waist in surprise. Indeed, you have a tail, just like mine. Wukong scrutinized Wang Yang curiously. Wukong, where is your tail? Master Roshi inquired. My tail was taken by the heavenly god. He claimed it would become my weakness and a hindrance. Affecting my combat abilities, Wukong replied, stroking his chin as he recalled the heavenly god's words, I indeed possess a tail. It is a distinctive trait of our Saiyan lineage. Wang Yang loosened his tail and swung it through the air, producing several sharp cracking sounds. Saiyan, the crowd was left in utter confusion. Hello, Kakarot. Wang Yang strolled up to Wukong. Are you calling me? But my name is Sun Wukong, not Kakarot, Wukong stated, pointing to himself in bewilderment. Chapter 27. Immortal. Sun Wukong is your name on Earth. Kakarot is your original name. Wang Yang remarked with a faint smile. Earth? Original name? Sun Wukong scratched his head, puzzled. Are you saying? Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment. Yes, we are not Earthlings. We are Saiyans from planet Vegeta, Wang Yang explained. But if you're aliens, how did you come Earth? Bulma asked curiously. Kakarot arrived via spacecraft. As for me, this is how I came. Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. Wukong scratched his head, still baffled. Kakarot, do you know, we were born on the same day. There were 3 Saiyans born that day, and I most wished to fight you then, Wang Yang said with a grin as he looked at Wukong. Why? Sun Wukong questioned, feeling confused as it seemed they had just met and bore no deep-seated animosity. Because the 3 of us were born at the same time, in the same room. Another fellow, due to his overwhelming power at birth, frightened you into wailing, preventing me from sleeping soundly. So I really wanted to give you a good beating back then, Wang Yang chuckled. Really? Then I truly wish to battle you, Wukong exclaimed, his fists clenched with excitement. You must put in the effort. I can only give you one good thrashing. If that fellow discovers you, he will kill you, Wang Yang cautioned. How exhilarating. Wukong's blood surged with excitement. Undeterred by fear, instead reveling in the thrill of facing a rival. Watching the fervently enthusiastic Wukong, Wang Yang was tempted to reveal Broly's battle prowess and see his reaction. However, considering Wukong's reckless nature, it seemed he would not be deterred but rather filled with passion. Wukong, hurry and sign up. The time is nearly upon us, Master Roshi called out. All right, Sun Wukong responded as he walked over to register. Hey, are you really an alien? Bulma inquired, leaning closer to Wang Yang and poking at his waist. Indeed, I am a Saiyan from planet Vegeta, but now that planet Vegeta has been destroyed, I am homeless and can only seek refuge with you. Wang Yang replied with a teasing smile, and oh problem. I, Bulma, love to help others, Bulma declared confidently, patting her chest. It turns out aliens are not much different from us, except for having an extra tail, Bulma said with a cheerful grin. You are mistaken. Beings in the universe come in all shapes and forms. Robots, metal beings, vegetable people. Over the years, I have only seen 2 planets where the inhabitants resemble us, one of which is your Earth. I see. Bulma's eyes sparkled with interest in matters beyond the universe. Can you transform into a giant ape during a full moon? At that moment, Master Roshi recalled son Wukong's transformation into a giant ape and couldn't help but ask. Yes, our Saiyan race can transform into giant apes during a full moon. As a top-tier warrior, I retain my intellect during the transformation. Those of lower bloodlines lose their reason, just like that fellow son Wukong. Wang Yang explained, so, my grandfather was killed by me. Son Wukong's smile faded. I see. Since you are a top-tier warrior, this time son Wukong has a worthy opponent. The crowd remained unaware of the disparity between top-tier and lower-tier warriors. As the registration period drew to a close, Krillin and his companions finally arrived. With the registration completed, the group headed to a hotel for a feast. Along the way, fueled by Puyalla's narration, Lu Ping became infuriated. Recalling that during his 3-year absence, this individual had dared to pry into his corner. Unable to restrain himself, he approached Wang Yang. You despicable fellow, I will surely give you a good beating to show you my strength. Lu Ping glared at Wang Yang with malice. Over the 3 years of training, his power had significantly increased, and he felt entirely confident, believing he could rival even the resurrected Piccolo Daimao. Although this individual before him was of the same lineage as son Wukong. He doubted the capabilities of this seemingly unremarkable person. The featureless Krillin, the 3-eyed Tianjin fan, and the spiky-haired Jiaozi stood alongside Lu Ping, their expressions serious as they regarded Wang Yang. The 4 of them had spent years together, forming a strong bond. If you're not convinced, you 4 can gang up on me. I would consider it too easy to take you all on with one hand, Wang Yang replied, crossing his arms and looking down at them. Though usually calm, it did not mean he lacked temper. His statement held truth. Given his current battle prowess, a mere explosive display of energy could obliterate these individuals with combat powers of merely over 200. The atmosphere grew tense in an instant. Everyone, do not be angry. Let us discuss this calmly. Wukong chuckled, standing in the middle and waving his hands. The simple-minded Wukong. He could not fathom what warranted such anger. What is a wife? Can you eat it? Yes, yes. The competition is tomorrow. We can settle on the stage then, Master Roshi chimed in, acting as a mediator. Ever since learning Wang Yang was Wukong's kin and wanted to fight him, Master Roshi had grown wary, fearing for his disciple's safety. Under the group's mediation, Lu Ping could only suppress his fury, casting occasional glares at Wang Yang. When mealtime arrived, the others could only sigh as they watched Wang Yang and Wukong devour their meals, exclaiming, "No wonder they are aliens." The next day, the martial arts tournament officially commenced. Due to Jiaozi's covert manipulation, Wang Yang was assigned to a different arena, inadvertently avoiding Wukong and the others. Although these opponents possessed low combat prowess, Wang Yang remained humble, adhering to the philosophy that there is always something to learn from others, diligently observing every battle. As time flowed steadily, victors began to emerge from the preceding arenas. Wukong, Tianjin fan, Tao Bai Bai, the unnamed fighter, the second generation of demons, Krillin, and Lu Ping had all advanced. Now, only Wang Yang's arena remained, where a crowd gathered to witness the final match of the preliminaries, Wang Yang facing off against a bespectacled, sleazy middle-aged fighter. It seems this battle holds no suspense whatsoever, Krillin remarked, observing the dubious opponent with a chuckle. He is fortunate to encounter such a rival, even if he makes it to the top 8. I can eliminate him, Lu Ping added, believing Wang Yang had merely stumbled upon good luck. Facing that sleazy fighter, isn't it just about having hands? On the arena, the 2 faced off as Wang Yang raised his right hand slightly, signaling his opponent to make the first move. Then I shall not hold back. The fighter, clad in glasses, his lenses gleaming with a flash of white light, charged at Wang Yang with exaggerated gestures. This person made it to the final round of the preliminaries. Krillin, witnessing the glaring flaws in the opponent's technique, couldn't help but facepalm in disbelief. Chapter 28. The Battle with the Fighter. Just then, the fighter suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, only to spring back up immediately. Smack. Wang Yang smiled slightly, pressing his right hand down to firmly hold the opponent's head, feeling the force in his arm. Anyone caught off guard by his surprise attack would surely be knocked unconscious. I end this bout. He restrained his energy, presenting a power level comparable to his adversary if he were to unleash his full strength. Each encounter would end in a destructive manner, offering him no opportunity for growth in combat experience. Only battles of equal strength can impart valuable lessons and enrich one's combat experience. Otherwise, when faced with an evenly matched opponent, a lack of extensive battle experience may easily lead one to a disadvantage. Wang Yang aspires to become the strongest in the universe, not merely in strength, but also invincible among his peers. Apologies, I just had a slip of the foot. The fairy took a few steps back, chuckling as she bowed an apology to Wang Yang. His expression darkened as he observed her. Thereafter, the fairy fully unleashed her acting skills, feigning a fall, claiming stomach pain, and pretending to have a cramp, yet fortuitously attacking Wang Yang, each time instinctively blocking his strikes. This fellow is truly here to cause mischief. Lu Ping remarked. Sun Wukong's expression turned grave. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from the fairy, and no need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger. Wang Yang mused with a knowing smile. Having wandered the universe for many years and battled countless beings, his combat experience was vast, and his gaze was sharp. Although the fairy's movements appeared comical, subtle hints of her extraordinary nature did not escape his keen observation. The fairy's face grew serious, the playful demeanor fading as she recognized that previous futile attempts had made her aware that she could not defeat him without employing her true skills. In that case, let us engage in earnest combat, the fairy declared, transforming into a streak of light as her elbow darted towards Wang Yang with incredible speed. What? So fast? The crowd gasped, initially believing this lewd, middle-aged man to be a mere fade. Yet he proved to be ferociously powerful. That I knew this old gentleman was no simpleton, Wukong observed intently as the battle unfolded in the arena. Suddenly, as the fairy's attack reached Wang Yang, he gradually vanished, leaving only an afterimage in its wake. Bang! Wang Yang appeared behind the fairy, delivering a powerful punch to her back, sending her hurtling toward the edge of the arena. The fairy cried out, rolling in midair before plummeting towards the ground. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided, she miraculously suspended herself a meter above the ground. Flying, Wukong and the others were momentarily stunned. Tianjin Fan gazed at the fairy in astonishment. Flight was his signature skill, yet how could this middle-aged man possess it? You are quite an exceptional warrior. It seems that without employing your true abilities, I cannot overcome you. The fairy flipped gracefully onto the arena, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Yang. Raising her hands, a powerful surge of energy erupted, propelling Wang Yang upwards. Immediately, the fairy launched herself skyward. Utilizing this force, in midair, Wang Yang spun once, stabilizing himself as he faced the descending fairy, and promptly clenched his fist to strike. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the two figures momentarily held their ground in midair, before erupting into an intense flurry of blows. Their clash soared from the 8th arena to above the 7th. And then from there to the 5th, the cacophony of their fierce combat rendering the audience speechless. Wang Yang can also fly. How impressive! The preliminary match showcased such a fierce battle. Below, Lu Ping was dumbfounded, unable to discern the movements of the two above. The only ones who could clearly see were Wukong and the second generation of the demon, both wearing grave expressions, their eyes darting with the flow of the battle. Damn it! Not only is their son Wukong, but these two also possess incredible strength. How can I dominate Earth if I do not eliminate them? The second generation of the demon seethed, veins throbbing on his forehead. At that moment, a figure crashed through the upper structure, followed closely by a lithe silhouette. The two figures engaged in a fierce aerial battle. The spectators below surged forward to witness. Those outside clamoring to enter were halted by the sight of the two battling in the sky. Their cries ceasing as they looked up, How intense! They're fighting their way out. Master Roshi removed his glasses, his eyes glued to the spectacle above. It seems to be Wang Yang, Bulma, with a delicate hand shielding her brow. Recognized one figure suspended in midair, that distinct silhouette and robust physique unmistakably belonging to Wang Yang. The battle was so intense that the two contenders had actually fought their way out of the preliminary arena. Meanwhile, the blonde host stood below, microphone in hand, enthusiastically announcing, "Currently, neither contestant has touched the ground, so they are not considered out of bounds." Gasping for breath, the fairy regarded Wang Yang. He is truly formidable, exhibiting no vulnerabilities. It has been many years since I have experienced such an intense battle. I find it challenging to keep pace with Wang Yang's rhythm. Suddenly, Wang Yang let out a fierce shout, charging towards her. Two blue orbs of energy coalescing in his hands. What? The fairy was taken aback, joining her index and middle fingers, attempting to manipulate the energy orbs with magic. Wang Yang, sensing the orbs slipping from his control, tightened his grip, resisting her pull, and forcefully pressed the orbs against her chest and back. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, smoke billowing as a figure clad in white plummeted from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. What? The fairy contestant has fallen outside the arena. The blonde host was momentarily bewildered, wondering if falling from the inner arena to the outer one constituted being out of bounds. That I concede. The fairy, disheveled and trembling, managed to stand. The fairy contestant concedes, and this match is won by contestant Wang Yang. The 8 finalists of this tournament have finally emerged. Contestants Wukong, Tianjin Fan, Tao Bai Bai, the Nameless. The second generation of the demon, Krillin, Lu Ping, and Wang Yang. The blonde host bellowed. "You are truly remarkable, possessing extensive battle experience and never letting your guard down. An exceptionally skilled warrior. Even without my soul's attachment, I could not best you in combat," the fairy remarked, cleaning her glasses while smiling at Wang Yang. "Though I long for victory against that fellow, losing to you is no disgrace." The fairy glanced at Piccolo, who stood with his arms crossed, then turned her smile back to Wang Yang. "You are impressive as well. If time permits, I would like to seek your guidance on magic." Wang Yang smiled gently. The two laughed and chatted amicably as they walked inside together. Chapter 29. Training without legwork will eventually lead to impotence. Wow. Wang Yang, you are truly incredible, Wukong exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration. Wang Yang recognized the eagerness in his friend. Seeing him made his own hands itch, prompting a mischievous grin. Next came the draw for matchups. Wang Yang as number 1, Lu Ping as number 2, Tianjin Fan as number 3, Tao Bai Bai as number 4, Wukong as number 5, Chi-Chi as number 6, Krillin as number 7, and Piccolo as number 8. What a coincidence. We face each other in the first match. Wang Yang said with a beaming smile directed at Lu Ping. "Humph, just wait and see my ultimate technique." Lu Ping, feeling a twinge of apprehension after witnessing Wang Yang's prowess against the fairy, steeled himself, determined to maintain his composure, especially against someone like Wang Yang on the expansive arena. The two stood opposite each other. Wang Yang, with his striking features, robust physique, and flowing muscle lines, had his hair slightly spiked, with 2 fringes framing his forehead, exuding vitality. Go for it! Go for it! Below, Bulma shouted with her hands clasped together. "Bulma, who are you cheering for?" Oolong shot her a sidelong glance. "Both of you should give it your all." Bulma reconsidered, realizing it was only natural to cheer for Lu Ping. Yet as Wang Yang was her friend, she felt compelled to support him as well. This thought seemed reasonable to her. "You fickle woman." Oolong muttered under his breath that a white, jade-like fist came crashing down, creating a sizable bump on Oolong's head. "Shut up! Watch my Wolfang fist!" As the match commenced, Lu Ping swiftly charged at Wang Yang. Determined not to hold back after realizing Wang Yang's might, he unleashed his signature technique right from the start. A fierce wolf manifested behind Lu Ping, claws bared as it lunged at Wang Yang. Wang Yang, with a calm smile, stood motionless with his arms crossed, allowing Lu Ping to attack unimpeded. The Lu Ping's fists blurred like the wind, conjuring multiple arms that struck Wang Yang from all angles. Moments later, he was horrified to discover that he felt no resistance whatsoever, as if striking only afterimages. Afterimage fist? But why do the afterimages not dissipate after my attacks? Lu Ping executed 3 backward somersaults to create distance. His face a mask of astonishment. No, this was not an illusion technique. It was Wang Yang's incredible speed that allowed him to evade Lu Ping's attack and return to his original position, giving the impression that he was utterly still. Tianjin Fan's 3 eyes were exceptionally keen, faintly perceiving Wang Yang's astonishing velocity. Piccolo, the Demon King, wore a grim expression, feeling the pressure mounting as Wang Yang's displayed speed was hardly inferior to his own. Of course, this was still Wang Yang suppressing a vast amount of energy, comparable to Lu Ping's. Otherwise, none of them would have been able to perceive it at all. Suddenly, Lu Ping felt a sharp pain in his calf. His entire body lost its balance, and a severe pain struck his chest, sending him hurtling towards the arena's wall like a kite severed from its string. Your stance is unstable. Your punches lack power. Akin to a rootless floating weed, I suggest you devote some time to leg training. As the saying goes, neglecting leg training will inevitably lead to impotence. Wang Yang's gaze was sharp as he immediately discerned Lu Ping's flaw and took the liberty to advise him, while also delivering a playful J, a beat in truth. He harbored no ill feelings towards Lu Ping. His pursuit of Bulma was not solely because she was the first woman to capture his heart in this world, but more importantly, because she later became Vegeta's partner. Having nearly been killed by King Vegeta at birth, he bore a deep-seated resentment towards him. Although King Vegeta was deceased, this grudge could not go unanswered. As the saying goes, a son's debt must be repaid for his father. Thus, he had set his sights on Bulma. Had the original story depicted Bulma with Lu Ping, even if he had feelings for her, he would never have pursued her further. Damn it! Lu Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling as though Wang Yang was mocking him. There's no choice left. I must unleash my ultimate move. Lu Ping recognized the slim chances of victory and could only make one last desperate attempt. Suddenly, he opened his right hand, palm facing up in a claw-like gesture, his left hand gripping his right wrist. A yellow glow emanated from his body, and a yellow energy sphere slowly materialized above his palm. Receive this move, Energy Sphere. The yellow energy ball surged towards Wang Yang under Lu Ping's control. Wang Yang stepped towards Lu Ping, and just before the energy sphere struck, he swayed his body to evade the attack. I could see that moment. Lu Ping's lips curled into a slight smirk, his index and middle fingers raised together. Spinning in a circle, the energy sphere swiftly rotated in midair before crashing towards Wang Yang's back. Such flashy techniques. It seemed as though Wang Yang had eyes behind him. His right hand reached back and grasped the energy sphere, redirecting its momentum to press it against Lu Ping's chest. What? Lu Ping's eyes widened in panic as he watched the energy sphere approach with alarming speed. With a dull thud, he was blasted away, collapsing to the ground in violent spasms. Incredible! Krillin watched in shock, realizing he had no means to evade Lu Ping's ultimate move moments earlier. It was a spectacular scene. Wang Yang seemed to possess a sixth sense, effortlessly capturing Lu Ping's energy sphere and turning it against him. The blonde host cheered loudly, exhilarated by the display in the subsequent matches, even though Wang Yang was well aware of the eventual outcome. He remained thoroughly entertained. Ten and Kairatsu faced off against one another. Goku became engaged to Chi-Chi, and Krillin was defeated by the second generation of Piccolo. Chi-Chi looks truly beautiful at this moment. If it weren't for her taking the initiative, Goku might have remained single forever. The semifinals were about to commence. Ever since being defeated by Wang Yang, Lu Ping had been listless in the stands. Ding! The match begins. Wang Yang gestured for the prepared Tien to strike first. Very well, I shall not hold back, Tien bellowed, gathering his energy and charging at Wang Yang. Wang Yang blocked and countered, skillfully parrying Tien's attacks. The arena resounded with crisp impacts as their blows collided. Such incredible speed, I can hardly discern their movements. Master Roshi observed intently. It's impossible to tell. What is happening in the fight? Bulma tugged on Oolong's ear, causing him to grimace in pain. Tien, give it your all and knock him down. Launch, her face a picture of fury, shouted at the arena. Wang Yang, defeat Tien. Bulma waved her arms and cheered loudly. Go Tien. You can do it. Launch glared at Bulma, yanking on Oolong's ear with vigor. Oolong winced in agony, unable to voice his displeasure. With a resounding thud, Tien fell from the sky, landing hard. Your speed is too swift. Even 3 eyes struggle, but what about 12? Tien scrambled to his feet, brushing dust from his face. Is this your ultimate move? Wang Yang chuckled. Indeed, Tien shouted, and moments later, 4 versions of Tien appeared on the arena floor. This technique resembles the splitting technique from Planet Yardrat. Wang Yang mused, observing the 4 Tien clones. Planet Yardrat was a mysterious world filled with remarkable techniques, such as instant transmission, forced energy separation, gigantification, and splitting techniques. When he first arrived on Planet Yardrat, he witnessed numerous figures, which later merged into Elder Piba. In truth, there was only Pibra on the entire planet. He used the splitting technique to create countless figures, thereby instilling fear across the universe. Let's see how you conquer 4 Tien. The 4 Tien stood confidently, each adopting a different pose. That's so. Wang Yang grinned, stepping forward and splitting into 2, then stepping again, resulting in 4 Wang Yangs. You can perform this technique too? Tien was instantly taken aback, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His 4-way punch was his signature skill, and he never anticipated his opponent would master it as well. This is simple. You just need to take a glance to understand it, Wang Yang remarked, recalling how he grasped the splitting technique after a brief observation of Pibra's demonstration. But he spoke the truth. His soul was inherently powerful, allowing him to learn quickly. Coupled with years of refining his mindset, the connection between his soul and body became increasingly intimate, enhancing his comprehension. To cultivate the various techniques on Planet Yardrat, one must possess a tranquil mind and a strong capacity for understanding, qualities that Wang Yang possessed in abundance. This was why he had mastered the techniques of Planet Yardrat in such a short time. At that moment, Wang Yang sprang into action, engaging in combat with the 4 Tien clones. The battle quickly became one-sided, with Wang Yang overpowering Tien. The 4-way punch divided Tien's strength, while Wang Yang's remained undiminished. In no time, the 4 Tien clones were sent tumbling off the arena. Out of bounds, the host exclaimed, staring in disbelief at Tien outside the ring before shouting, Tien has been knocked out. Wang Yang is the victor. Yay! Wang Yang has won, Bulma cheered, tugging on Oolong's large ears in delight. Damn it! Launch slammed her fist down, leaving a sizable bump on Oolong's head. The next match was set to feature Goku against the 2nd generation of Piccolo. Wang Yang watched with keen interest as the two engaged in an intense exchange. This should be Piccolo's moment of glory. There will never be another opportunity to face Goku at his peak. During a clash of energy beams, Piccolo's hat was knocked off, revealing his long antennae. It's the Demon King Piccolo. Someone shouted, recognizing his identity, causing others to panic and flee the scene, terrified to linger. Only Goku's friends and the dedicated blonde host remained. At that moment, Goku and Piccolo were locked in fierce combat, with Piccolo seizing a moment of vulnerability to launch a fierce assault. Outside the arena, the now-revealed Kaioshin prepared to assist Goku, but a hand landed on his shoulder. Kaioshin felt as though his energy was being restrained, rendering him immobile. The fight is not over. We must not disturb them. The voice of Wang Yang reverberated in the ears of the celestial deity. As a Saiyan, encountering an evenly matched opponent was an exhilarating event. Throughout the years of diligent training, he had wandered the cosmos, yet had not come across a worthy adversary that compelled him to unleash his full potential, leaving him feeling profoundly solitary. His quest for vengeance against the King of Kurds yielded no trace, as the vastness of the universe rendered Wang Yang unable to sense energy from such great distances with his current strength. However, Wang Yang was the formidable Demon King Piccolo. He would undoubtedly bring an end to Goku. Bulma watched anxiously as Goku found himself at a disadvantage. There is no need for concern. Son Goku has yet to exert his full strength, Wang Yang remarked, withdrawing his hand from the shoulder of the celestial deity with a mild smile. How do you know? Master Roshi inquired with curiosity. Because Saiyans crave a thrilling battle and will not easily unleash their full power, Wang Yang replied with a grin. Especially Goku, who relishes being pummeled before he finally fights back. Huh. Krillin and Tien Shinhan exchanged bewildered glances. Such a peculiar preference was truly remarkable. Ha. Once I deal with you. Your friends will be next, prepare to experience the terror of being dominated by the Demon King Piccolo. Piccolo roared with laughter, pointing at Wang Yang and the others. Damn it, let us take him on together. Tien Shinhan bellowed, his aura surging with rage, ready to engage in a fight at the slightest provocation. You insignificant fish, even 100 of you would not stand a chance against me. Piccolo, having knocked Goku down, felt his confidence soar, believing himself to be invincible. Piccolo, Wang Yang observed the Demon King, who stood triumphantly over Goku, laughing arrogantly. Piccolo glared at Wang Yang. Finish off Goku first, then we shall have our sparring match afterward. Wang Yang said, clenching his fists with a radiant smile. Just then, Goku flipped and leaped to a distance. Despite his agile demeanor, he appeared to have sustained little injury. Goku then shouted, no longer holding back, unleashing his full strength in a fierce battle against Piccolo. The arena was filled with the sounds of intense clashes as countless energy blasts collided, leaving the stage in disarray. Behold my super explosive wave. Piccolo's body glowed as he gathered tremendous energy. Run, Goku shouted, sensing the overwhelming force. It's too late. Tien Shinhan flew into the air and launched a ki blast, creating a deep square pit in the ground. Wang Yang observed Tien Shinhan's ki blast, his gaze shifting slightly as if a glimmer of light danced within. Wang Yang, come down quickly. Bulma called from her position in the pit. Lu Ping, standing nearby, felt a twinge of jealousy and let out a cold huff. Just stay hidden. I am fine, Wang Yang replied, arms crossed, his tone indifferent. The destructive force was insufficient to warrant his retreat. Haha, I shall eliminate both of you at once. Piccolo exclaimed, delighted to see Wang Yang and Goku remain exposed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, a terrifying light engulfing the surroundings, submerging the island-esque structures. As the light dissipated, all that remained was a barren landscape of yellow earth. Every building had vanished without a trace. The horrifying flames could not breach Wang Yang, parting around him as though repelled by an unseen force. The arena's stone tiles had disappeared, revealing the yellow soil beneath. While Piccolo and Goku gasped for breath. Chapter 31. The disheveled Piccolo beneath the arena. Wang Yang stood with arms crossed, his attire unblemished by any dust, with two intact white patches of ground beneath his feet. Appearing strikingly conspicuous, upon witnessing this scene, Piccolo's pupils dilated sharply, his wariness of Wang Yang surpassing even that of Son Goku. Even Goku stared at Wang Yang in astonishment. He had expended all his energy resisting that force and could not match Wang Yang's ease. So powerful! I struggled against that force. Yet Wang Yang remains unscathed. His strength must far exceed mine. The onlookers who emerged from the pit were equally dumbfounded at the sight of Wang Yang. Rendered speechless, with the surroundings devoid of structures, the two white patches of ground beneath Wang Yang's feet remained untouched. Lu Ping clenched his fists in frustration, ultimately releasing his grip and lowering his head in dejection. So powerful, he is almost inhuman. Wang Yang shook his head slightly at Piccolo. For someone so rich in battle experience, Piccolo's previous assault was a colossal waste of energy. Goku took a deep breath and suddenly surged forward, launching a fierce attack against Piccolo, who found himself unable to counter. Ultimately, with a powerful punch, Goku struck Piccolo, who cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Referee, please start the countdown, Goku called out to the blonde-haired man. All right, the announcer climbed onto the arena, preparing to count down for the incapacitated Piccolo. 1, 2, 3. Son Goku was in for a tough time. Wang Yang suddenly chuckled. He sensed fluctuations in Piccolo's energy, as if he were gearing up for a counterattack. What? Bulma blinked in surprise. Why? Wasn't he at a victory? Krillin stared at Wang Yang in astonishment. Not yet? 8, 9. Just as the announcer was about to shout 10, Piccolo suddenly rose, unleashing a beam of energy that pierced through Goku's right chest. The crowd gasped in shock, but Wang Yang remained composed, seemingly unfazed. Just moments ago, Goku had believed he had defeated Piccolo, allowing his guard to drop, and Piccolo had seized that moment to strike. With Goku down, Piccolo unleashed a brutal assault, first breaking his limbs, before soaring into the air to gather all his energy for a final strike against the immobile Goku below. Wang Yang, you must help Goku. Bulma pleaded, gripping Wang Yang's arm anxiously. Wang Yang nodded slightly. He too was uncertain whether Goku could turn the tide in such a situation. In an instant, he appeared on the arena, gazing down at the pained Goku, and grinned. Can you still evade this? Do you need my assistance? Saiyans were notoriously stubborn. Sometimes, even when help was offered, one might be deemed meddlesome. So it was vital to seek Goku's consent. No, I must win this myself. Goku insisted, looking up at the oncoming beam of light. As you wish. I still intend to give you a thrashing. Just don't die. Wang Yang replied, swiftly moving to Bulma's side. He respected Goku's wishes, knowing that, to Goku, victory could sometimes outweigh life itself. Goku! Chi-Chi moved to intervene, but Wang Yang swiftly pulled her back. Goku doesn't want my help. He wishes to achieve victory on his own, Wang Yang explained. What a fool! Chi-Chi bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Such as Goku. Master Roshi watched the arena anxiously, reflecting on the situation. A tremendous beam of light struck the ground, causing Wang Yang to raise an eyebrow. A violent explosion ensued, creating a massive pit in the arena, and Goku vanished from sight. Ha ha! Ha ha! He has been obliterated. Even the Eternal Dragon cannot revive you now. Piccolo laughed heartily at the sight. The crowd was filled with sorrow, particularly Chi-Chi, who was heartbroken, having just married, now feeling like a widowed. He is not dead. Why grieve? Wang Yang remarked nonchalantly. Just as his words fell, a small black dot appeared in the sky. Rapidly growing larger, it was Goku, soaring toward Piccolo at high speed. Caught off guard, Piccolo was instantly knocked away, collapsing outside the arena, motionless. The second-generation demon fighter has fallen out of the ring. Son Goku is the victor. The announcer scanned the surroundings, finally noting Piccolo's fall, and shouted in the microphone. Did I win? Son Goku lay on the ground, straining to speak. Wang Yang watched as Yachirobe emerged from the earth, offering a senzu bean to Goku. After swallowing the bean, Goku sprang back to life, shaking off the stiffness. Ha! I'm back. Yachirobe, give me another senzu bean. Why? Is one bean not enough for you? Yachirobe grumbled but still handed another bean to Goku. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Goku fed a senzu bean to Piccolo, reviving him fully. Son Goku, you fool, today I concede to you. I shall take my leave for now. However, one day I shall undoubtedly triumph over you. At that moment, I will seize dominion over the world, making you aware that my reign surpasses that of the formidable Piccolo. Piccolo, despite Goku's assistance, showed no kindness, slowly rising, soaring ever higher. Come down here, Wang Yang suddenly bellowed. Tugging at Piccolo, who was suspended in mid-air, Piccolo's expression turned to one of shock as he found himself plummeting uncontrollably. The onlookers were astounded to witness the once fierce and powerful Piccolo being so easily yanked down by Wang Yang. Just now, you claimed you could take on 100 of me. Now that your battle with Goku has concluded, let us spar and see how you fare against just me, Wang Yang said with a grin. Observing the disheveled Piccolo. Enough of this chatter. Bring it on. Piccolo rose, his voice a thunderous roar directed at Wang Yang, that he understood that this adversary was formidable. Yet, as the Demon King, he could not afford to show weakness. Suddenly, Wang Yang vanished, shortly followed by Piccolo, as the two engaged in a fierce battle. Wang Yang restrained his energy to match Piccolo's level. He steadfastly maintained that overpowering his opponent was not the goal. Rather, it was the pursuit of combat experience that would lead to his growth. They battled from the ground to the sky, and then back again, the fierce winds stinging the faces of those present. Except for Goku, none could discern the movements of the two combatants. Goku watched the fierce duel between Wang Yang and Piccolo with a serious expression, knowing that his own battle with Wang Yang was imminent. Observing Wang Yang's fighting style would be invaluable for his upcoming confrontation. Wang Yang suddenly spotted an opening at Piccolo's chest and delivered a powerful strike that sent Piccolo reeling and spitting blood. Seizing the advantage, Wang Yang unleashed a flurry of punches upon Piccolo, leaving him staggering and unable to regain control of his body. Chapter 32. The new star of the baseball field in midair. Piccolo was battered and bruised, blood gushing from his mouth. Wang Yang suddenly clasped his hands together and struck Piccolo's head like a hammer, sending him crashing to the ground, where he embedded himself like a cannonball. Boom! The ground trembled, and those who gathered instinctively crouched down. How formidable! Goku murmured, standing firm like a towering pine, reflecting on the earlier battle with Piccolo, which had drained all his strength and left him barely victorious. He did not expect Wang Yang to so effortlessly defeat Piccolo. The disparity between the two was evident. Floating above, Wang Yang smirked down at Piccolo, his right hand pressing downward as blue energy surged forth from his palm. Resembling a blue dragon that lunged toward Piccolo, a brilliant light erupted upon the earth. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, shaking the ground, and the already uneven terrain was transformed into a massive crater by Wang Yang's attack. The crowd quickly dropped to the ground. Below, Bulma gazed up at Wang Yang, whose raven hair and formidable confidence radiated masculinity, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Yang exuded an intense aura, and the slight smile on his face set her heart aflutter. Meanwhile, Piccolo lay half buried in dirt, his body battered and barely rising and falling with labored breaths, making it easy to mistake him for lifeless. Having barely recovered, he now found himself once again on the brink of defeat. Feeling a mix of rage and fear. How powerful! The crowd watched in disbelief, their eyes wide. Just moments ago, Piccolo had matched Goku blow for blow, yet here he was so effortlessly bested by Wang Yang. It was clear that while Wang Yang's power was comparable to Piccolo's, his vast combat experience allowed him to exploit Piccolo's weaknesses and launch relentless attacks, leaving no room for counterattacks. Furthermore, his strikes were highly concentrated, wasting no energy on futile exertions during battle. Goku wore a serious expression as he observed this scene. This style of combat was unlike anything he had encountered before. He typically warmed up before unleashing his full power. Wang Yang landed without glancing at the cratered Piccolo, his gaze focused on the serious Goku. Next, it will be our turn to battle, though you require a moment to rest, Wang Yang inquired with a smile. No need. I just consumed a Senza bean and have fully recovered. However, what about you? After your bout with Piccolo, do you need a break? Goku replied cheerfully that I, too, require no respite. You should have observed my fighting style. I have exerted myself fully from the very beginning, that if you do not give your all from the outset, do not blame me for not granting you a chance. Wang Yang kindly cautioned Goku, who often hesitated to unleash his full strength at the beginning. Haha, that one T happened. Goku laughed heartily. Faced with Wang Yang's all-out assaults, he felt the urge to test the waters, but feared suffering the same fate as Piccolo. Losing without revealing his trump cards. Wang Yang was undeniably strong, and Goku felt an immense pressure, yet he quickly adjusted his mindset, preparing himself for battle. With a mighty shout, Goku gathered his energy, elevating himself to peak condition. His strength has increased somewhat. It seems he has activated his Saiyan bloodline after recovering from the brink of death, Wang Yang thought, understanding Goku's newfound power. However, this increase was negligible compared to Wang Yang's own capabilities. Goku stomped heavily on the ground, transforming into an invisible blur as he darted toward Wang Yang. In response, Wang Yang raised his energy to match Goku's level, feeling Goku's position and tightening his fist to strike. The two fists collided, and Goku's form appeared out of thin air. The two locked in a momentary standoff before vanishing once more. Goku hurled a punch, his fist effortlessly passing through Wang Yang's form, which left behind a distorted afterimage that quickly faded. What? Goku exclaimed in surprise, only to find Wang Yang's real body emerging from his right side, executing a sweeping kick. Wang Yang sensed something amiss. He too had missed his target in afterimage. Here I am. Goku's voice echoed as he followed up with a punch. The two exchanged blows, yet they could not land a hit on each other. So fast, even my three eyes struggled to keep up with their movements, Tianjin Han exclaimed, his eyes darting in disbelief. Wang Yang evaded Goku's aerial sidekick, his figure flickering as he focused intently, capturing Goku's true form, gathering energy in his hand before launching it toward Goku. Seeing this, Goku remained unperturbed, his reflexes swift as he conjured a wave of light in his right hand, striking Wang Yang's energy blast. A brilliant light illuminated the sky, followed by a powerful shockwave that whipped up the earth, sending clouds of dust swirling through the air. Both Wang Yang and Goku were propelled backward. They executed backflips upon landing, quickly pushing off the ground, charging toward each other like arrows released from ABOW. In that moment, they ceased evasion, engaging in a fierce battle, the sounds of their violent clashes ringing out as they spiraled upward. Kamehameha! At that moment, a furious roar erupted from the sky, and a beam of white light, thicker than a barrel, shot forth from Goku's hands, racing toward Wang Yang. Wang Yang, unflinching, observed the scene, expanding his body as he gathered two radiant beams of light, swirling them in midair like a glowing tornado, charging toward Goku's Kamehameha. As the two forces met, an unexpected clash resounded. The tornado-like energy waves skillfully evaded Goku's Kamehameha at the last possible moment, coiling around it like a serpent, racing back toward Goku. What? Goku gasped in astonishment, never anticipating Wang Yang's energy wave would be so agile. Achieving such precision required not only exquisite control, but also immense mental discipline. Both were indispensable. Lepin watched this unfold, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Wang Yang's technique appeared far superior to his own prized energy blasts. The Kamehameha, a culmination of Goku's full strength, was no easy feat to redirect. As the two energy waves drew nearer, Goku quickly dispersed his Kamehameha, crossing his arms in front of him to brace for Wang Yang's oncoming assault. Boom! With a resounding crash, two waves of energy simultaneously struck Sun Wukong, sending him hurtling through the air with a pained cry. A faint smile flickered across Wang Yang's face as he swiftly pursued, appearing suddenly behind Wukong. His fierce kick landed mercilessly on Wukong's back, propelling him even higher into the sky. In an instant, Wang Yang vanished again, reappearing directly above Wukong, launching a relentless barrage of strikes upon him. Get away from me! Wukong struggled to regain control, a powerful force surging within him, as if an invisible sphere enveloped him, attempting to push Wang Yang away. This resembles a technique of the gods, a thought flashed through Wang Yang's mind. However, the formidable force of his fist was not something Wukong could easily repel in his moment of desperation. Despite the slight reduction in speed, Wang Yang's fists unwaveringly shattered Wukong's defenses, landing solidly upon his face. The invisible barrier was obliterated by Wang Yang's punch. How formidable! His combat experience is truly unparalleled, Wukong thought with a bitter smile. Initially, the two had exchanged blows evenly, but Wukong's momentary lapse allowed Wang Yang to seize the opportunity, leaving him in such a passive predicament. Wukong found it difficult to adapt to Wang Yang's relentless assault, which offered no respite. Striking fiercely whenever an opening presented itself, he longed to ask Wang Yang to pause, to allow him a moment to catch his breath. Yet, Wang Yang's ferocious onslaught left him unable to voice his thoughts. He feared that if he relaxed even slightly, he would be overwhelmed by a series of attacks from Wang Yang. Wukong! Chi-Chi called out anxiously, watching as Wukong soared through the sky. Damn it, Piccolo, having finally regained his composure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, crouching on the ground with clenched teeth as he gazed upward. Demon King Piccolo! Bulma and the others nearby noticed Piccolo attempting to rise and instinctively recoiled, fearing he might inadvertently harm them. Boom! A figure plummeted from the sky like a cannonball, followed closely by Wang Yang's descent. Uncle, I sent Wukong falling out of bounds, Wang Yang remarked to the blonde host nearby. Oh, the battle has been so intense that contestant Sun Wukong has fallen out of the arena. Contestant Wang Yang is declared the champion of this martial arts tournament, the host exclaimed, supported by Chi-Chi. Wukong stood up, gazing at Wang Yang, who showed no signs of fatigue, with a wry smile. Wang Yang, is this truly your full strength? Pretty much, Wang Yang replied, eyes wide with feigned modesty. I still have much to improve in my fighting style. I will train diligently, and next time I will certainly defeat you, Wukong declared. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of determination, believing he could achieve victory, sensing that their strengths were not vastly different. Only Wang Yang's combat experience was slightly superior. With this thought, Wukong felt invigorated. Great. I await your challenge at any time, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly. After consuming the sins of beings, Wukong, terrified by the prospect of becoming the new god as requested, hurriedly grabbed Chi-Chi and fled. Wang Yang glanced at Piccolo, who sensed his gaze and quickly darted away. The god, initially worried, smiled at the scene and nodded to the crowd as he ascended toward the heavenly realm. Having witnessed the powers of Wang Yang and Wukong, Piccolo seemed to feel less at risk, no longer burdened by dread. After this tournament, everyone must be quite exhausted. Why not come to my home for a gathering? Bulma casually tossed a capsule, revealing a brand new yellow aircraft. Sounds good. The group boarded Bulma's plane, heading toward West City in high spirits to the banquet. Laughter filled the air as Wang Yang once again showcased the Saiyans' remarkable appetite. After feasting, he wiped his mouth clean and approached a sullen Lepin. Lepin, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Lepin replied with some dissatisfaction but still followed Wang Yang outside. The others exchanged glances, uncertain about what to say. They remained oblivious to the conversation between Wang Yang and Lepin until half an hour later, the two returned with their expressions unchanged. Bulma scrutinized them intently. Bulma, I'm heading back now. Puyalu, let us go. Lepin greeted Bulma before calling his companion to leave. All right, Puyalu, momentarily stunned, quickly followed after him. Once Lepin had departed, Krillin eyed Wang Yang curiously, pondering what the two had discussed. As night fell, Master Roshi yawned and greeted Bulma. It's getting late. We should head back. Take it slow on the way. Bulma nodded in agreement. Before long, the group had dispersed, and only then did Bulma approach Wang Yang. Wang Yang, what did you talk about with Lepin earlier? Oh, it was nothing. Just some advice. I told him he has a bit of a lecher, with a potential for being a fickle romantic, always drooling over youthful beauties. I also mentioned that many lovely ladies adore baseball. As long as he excels at it, he won't have to worry about finding a girlfriend. Wang Yang spoke casually, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Bulma, embracing his true nature. Lepin is now completely focused on baseball and charming many beautiful girls. Yes, that's so. Bulma regarded Wang Yang skeptically, sensing that there was more to the story, more genuine than gold. Wang Yang replied, Bulma, when can you finish that gravity chamber I mentioned last time? He redirected the conversation that I have some ideas. It should be ready in 5 days. Bulma's confidence surged as she spoke of her expertise. No longer probing into Wang Yang and Lepin's earlier conversation. Puyalu, slow down. In the dim light of the street lamps, Lepin weakly called out to Puyalu soaring above. Young Master Lepin, that Wang Yang is too much. He actually managed to defeat you like this. You must train hard and definitely defeat him next time. Puyalu floated in front of Lepin, indignant. His power is too overwhelming. I can't possibly defeat him. Lepin said, disheartened. Then what do we do? Puyalu asked, disappointed. There's no future in martial arts. I think he is right about one thing. Baseball is the way to go to as long as one excels at baseball. Many lovely ladies will be drawn to them. Imagining himself on the baseball field, surrounded by adoring fans, Lepin's eyes sparkled, and a droplet of drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. After Wang Yang's advice, Lepin completely abandoned martial arts to pursue a career in baseball. With a solid foundation in martial arts, he soon became a rising star on the baseball field, often surrounded by beautiful women. Chapter 33. Wang Sheng as spring turned to autumn. 5 years had passed since the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Wang Yang, why hasn't Wukong contacted you lately? Bulma inquired curiously, watching Wang Yang emerge from the gravity chamber. Drenched in sweat. That fellow went to train with the King of Worlds, Wang Yang replied with a smile, that in the original story, after winning the tournament, son Wukong, feeling himself to be the strongest in the world and having married Chi-Chi, relaxed considerably despite his continued training. Over 5 years as Raditz arrived, his combat power increased very slowly, barely rising from over 200 to just above 400 however. The situation changed after his defeat by Wang Yang at the tournament, which provided Wukong with a clear goal to strive for, prompting him to train diligently over the years. Whenever he made progress in his training, he would rush to West City for a spar with Wang Yang, though he always fell just short of victory. Eventually, under Wang Yang's guidance, Wukong sought out the god and requested to train with the King of Worlds. It had been nearly a year since then. After 5 years of rigorous training and learning the King's fist, I wonder how much of my strength you can withstand now. Wang Yang pondered. Training with the King of Worlds? Bulma murmured, familiar with the cosmic deities through her conversations with Wang Yang, so she was not entirely in the dark. Time flies. It's hard to believe little Shang has grown so much that Bulma's gentle gaze fell upon a small child frolicking in the courtyard. The child, appearing to be around 3 or 4 years old, was adorably plump and cute. His name was Wang Sheng, the offspring of Wang Yang and Bulma. Ever since Lu Ping departed, coupled with Wang Yang's persistent courtship, Bulma eventually succumbed to Wang Yang's ardent pleas and reluctantly accepted his proposal, leading to the birth of their child the following year. Indeed, how swiftly time passes. One moment I was an infant, and in the blink of an eye, I had become a parent, observing his son. Wang Yang reminisced about his own arrival in this world and the harrowing escape from Vegeta. Goku had gone off to train with the King of Worlds, leaving no one to bring Gohan over. And it had been ages since little Shang had seen Gohan. Bulma noticed her child was somewhat lonely and couldn't help but grumble about Goku's absence. This age, children are full of energy and require playmates of their own age. Yet, Goku was not home. Why not take little Shang to Baozi Mountain to find Gohan? Or shall we have another child? Wang Yang chuckled. Bulma shot him a playful glance. Her charm radiating Chi-Chi has become quite fierce. Otherwise, given Goku's nature, he would certainly have brought Gohan along to train with him. Little Shung's power level was remarkably impressive, surpassing even Goku's at birth. When Goku learned of this, he was taken aback. But Wang Yang explained that the stronger the Saiyan, the mightier their offspring, especially when combined with Earthlings, whose potential is immense. Not wanting Gohan's talents to go waste, Goku frequently used the excuse of bringing Gohan to play with Shang to subtly train him at Wang Yang's place. However, when Chi-Chi discovered this, it was as if a long-dormant volcano had erupted. It seemed like an eternity since they had last visited Baozi Mountain. Upon hearing Wang Yang's suggestion, Bulma momentarily paused, memories of her first encounter with Son Goku flooding her mind. All right, I'll take little Shang to play with Gohan tomorrow. Just then, the phone rang. Hello? It's Master Roshi. Tomorrow. Sounds good. Master Roshi called, expressing a desire to gather everyone together after a long time apart. Bulma smiled. You should go. I won't be joining. Wang Yang waved dismissively. If you're not going, then I'll head out to pick up Chi-Chi and Gohan, and we'll all go to Master Roshi's place, so they can see just how remarkable our child is. Bulma's eyes sparkled with joy, pride swelling within her as she boasted about her son. You really won't accompany me tomorrow? Bulma asked, wrapping her arm around Wang Yang's sturdy one, leaning into him. Well, I plan to train the universe for a while tomorrow. So I won't be joining you, Wang Yang replied with a dry chuckle. Honestly, you go off to train in the universe every so often. What kind of cosmic environment do you desire? Tell me, and I'll see if I can simulate it for you, so you won't be gone so frequently. Bulma feigned annoyance, for if it weren't for the fact that this man was solely interested in training, she might suspect he was off on a rendezvous with a lover. That evening, Bulma prepared a lavish feast, the table overflowing with delectable dishes. With her chin resting on her hands, she watched her 2 voracious eaters with a smile. The tender affection of her partner and the innocent charm of her son filled her heart with warmth and bliss. Little Shang, Daddy will be away for some time. You must listen to your mother and protect her. All right, Wang Yang instructed his son, who had food smeared all over his face. MHM. Little Shang nodded vigorously, his mouth full, before he gulped down a piece of meat, his greasy hands patting his chest. Don't worry. Daddy, I'm really strong. I won't let any bad guys bully Mommy. Good. After we finish eating, we'll rest a bit, and then Daddy will train you some more, Wang Yang replied with a gentle smile. Little Shang's mouth dropped open. His face contorted in dismay. In the deep of night, little Shang lay soundly asleep in his room. The thin blanket kicked off onto the floor. He's so young. Why are you so strict with him? Look how exhausted he is, Bulma complained as she emerged from her bath, her low-cut robe enveloping her fair skin, towel in hand as she dried her damp hair. If I'm not strict, I fear he won't become a true warrior, Wang Yang mused. Such a tender age, living enveloped in his parents' love. Little Shang had not faced the trials of hardship, nor did he possess a fervent spirit to strive upward. Even with great power, he would not be a genuine warrior. Now that the world is at peace, what use is it to be strong? Better to live safely and do what one loves. Buma retorted, casting a perplexed glance at Wang Yang. The universe is vast, and the world is unpredictable. One never knows what calamity or tomorrow may bring. Only by strengthening oneself can one truly resolve all issues. Wang Yang asserted as he stood and began to dry Buma's hair. After multiple explosions on Earth, ordinary people are powerless to change their fate, left to passively endure. For some, their strength is no different from that of the common folk. Buma chose not to argue. Her cheeks flushed as she nestled against Wang Yang, savoring his affection. Handsome, the mightiest warrior on Earth, tender and devoted to home. He is truly a rare gem that Buma's heart brimmed with happiness. Chapter 34. Wang Yang with a beaming smile as night fell. Wang Yang and Buma lay side by side on their bed. Wang Yang snapped his fingers, and the lights in the room promptly extinguished, followed by the sound of rustling. Keep it down. Little Shang might wake up. You must trust your design. This room has excellent soundproofing, and besides, he trained hard earlier, so he sleeps soundly until dawn. In the darkness, two slender red serpents could be seen intertwining in the water. Suddenly, a colossal serpent emerged from the brooding clouds, winding its way between two majestic peaks, the sound of its body scraping against the mountains resonating through the atmosphere. In the distance, two ethereal clouds, resembling neither jade nor bronze, tangled with each other, sometimes merging, sometimes separating, drifting upwards only to descend again, an eternal dance of unity and division. As dawn broke, the light revealed the world anew. The door to the main chamber, silent for so long, swung open, and a delicate, fair hand reached out, weakly searching for something beyond. Just then, a strong arm reached out, grasping the small hand and pulling it back inside as the door slammed shut, followed by a faint cry from within. Little Shang is waking. I must prepare his food, be quiet. I sense a volcano about to erupt 20 miles outside Shadu. I wonder if it will harm the innocent. Wang Yang said, his expression grave. What? You can feel that from such a distance. I hope it doesn't affect anyone. Buma gasped, her eyes wide, hands covering her pale, cracked lips, trembling with fear. Before long, Wang Yang's serious demeanor softened, and he exhaled in relief. Phew, it's all right. No innocents will be harmed. After washing up, Buma yawned as she prepared breakfast. Wang Yang, with a beaming smile, embraced her from behind, rubbing his cheek against her fair skin. A satisfied grin gracing his face that I'm so exhausted, Buma complained playfully. Watch this. Wang Yang released her, pointing a finger at her head, and a radiant light flowed forth. Buma felt a refreshing wave wash over her mind, instantly lifting her fatigue. What is this technique? It's miraculous. I thought you only knew how to fight. Buma marveled at Wang Yang. This is a soul enhancement technique I learned from the planet Adrat. A little trick I call the light of the spirit. It can rejuvenate weary minds. Wang Yang explained with a smile. Elder Pibra had profound knowledge of spiritual matters, and it just so happened that Wang Yang's powerful spirit lent him great skill in this area as well. In his mastery of spiritual techniques, he not only created the light of the spirit, but also devised various other techniques, such as soul intimidation that conquers without battle and the spirit sword imbued with mental attacks. You're amazing, dear, Buma exclaimed, planting a kiss on Wang Yang's cheek. With a beaming smile, they continued their busy activities. After finishing breakfast, Buma exchanged greetings with Wang Yang and then departed with Wang Sheng in a small jet. Make sure to return early. All right, I shall come back once I finish my training. Standing on the grass, Wang Yang raised his right hand to wave goodbye to the plane as he watched it fade from view. He rose to head to the restroom to cleanse himself of the lingering sweat from the previous night, emerging revitalized and refreshed. He then pressed his right index and middle fingers to his forehead, and in an instant his figure vanished from the grass. His presence flickered across several planets, ultimately arriving on a verdant world. Wang Yang materialized within an ancient and elegant courtyard. In the garden stood a woman adorned in splendid attire, gazing up at the sky, her silhouette radiating grace. Above her, a child flitted about unsteadily, seemingly having just learned to fly in no time. The child was soaring up and down with ease and could see that moment. The child in the sky suddenly spotted Wang Yang and darted toward him with great speed. Father, The woman turned instinctively to look behind her, where Wang Yang's figure came into view. Brother Yang. Xiaoyue, meanwhile, Bulma carefully piloted the aircraft, gently descending onto a small hill. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, memories of her quest for the Dragon Balls and her first encounter with Goku on Baozi Mountain flashed through her mind. And she couldn't help but smile. The naive youth of yesteryears had since married and had children. Goten! Goten! Wang Sheng leaped from the plane, making his way toward a nearby house with ease. Is that Wang Sheng? Goten, engrossed in his homework, heard the familiar voice and instantly broke into a beaming smile, abandoning his pen to rush outside. The two boys, close in age, quickly found common ground and played joyfully together. Bulma, you're here. Chi-Chi greeted Bulma with a warm smile, their shared experiences as mothers providing them with ample conversation. Yes, little Sheng was quite bored at home, so I brought him to play with Goten. Bulma replied with a grin. As they observed the two boys frolicking in the yard, Bulma and Chi-Chi settled down for a chat, their conversation revolving around their children. I hope Goten grows up to be an exemplary scholar, Chi-Chi said, clasping her hands in front of her and gazing dreamily at Goten. Bulma, surely you wish for Wang Sheng to become a scholar too, so they can have each other as company. Chi-Chi added, her eyes fixed intently on Bulma. What a noble profession a scholar is. Chi-Chi would endure any hardship for Goten's future. Yes, for me. I haven't quite decided what I want for him yet. But Wang Yang hopes he will become a remarkable warrior, Bulma mused, tapping her finger against her lips. Coming from a family of immense wealth, she felt free to let Wang Sheng choose his own path. Fighting and killing are so crude. Being a scholar is far better. Goku barely ever stays home. This time he has been gone for almost a year. It infuriates me. I cannot allow Goten to turn out like his father. Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face contorted in anger at the mere mention of Goku. Haha. Bulma chuckled nervously, remembering that Goku had gone a train with King Kai on her husband's suggestion. This was something Chi-Chi could never learn. Chi-Chi, it's been ages since we've seen everyone. How about we visit Kame House and catch up? Bulma suggested, eager to divert the conversation. I have no desire to see that lecherous old man. Chi-Chi scoffed at the thought of Master Roshi's perverted demeanor. Then I'll take Goten with me and return him later tonight, Bulma said, glancing at the two children still playing. All right, but make sure to bring him back early. He has a lot of homework to finish. Chi-Chi hesitated, but seeing how happy Goten was, her heart softened, and she agreed. The three then boarded the aircraft, heading toward Kame House, leaving Chi-Chi behind at home. Chapter 35. Visitors from the universe. A streak of light sliced through the sky, crashing into a wilderness and creating a massive crater in the ground. It was a small spacecraft, and a tall, long-haired man emerged, a thick tail wrapped around his waist. There are actually humans on this planet, Raditz exclaimed, his fury igniting upon seeing the human before him. Beep, beep, a reading from the nearby scouter blared. A power level of only 5. Pathetic. Raditz scoffed at the farmer brandishing a gun. Bang. The farmer, terrified by Raditz's sinister visage, fired a shot, but Raditz seized the bullet with ease, with a flick of his finger. He sent the bullet hurtling back, knocking the farmer away. Pathetic. At that moment, the scouter detected a surge of powerful energy. Could it be Kakarot? Raditz exclaimed, excitement propelling him into the air as he flew toward the source of the energy. Hello, everyone. The aircraft landed on a small island, and Bulma stepped out with Wang Sheng and Goten Nara. Inside the room, Krillin and Master Roshi nearly dropped their jaws at the sight of Bulma, holding the two children. Bulma, are you babysitting? Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Not at all. This is Goku's son, Goten, Bulma said, pointing to Goten with a smile, then gesturing to Wang Sheng. And this is my son, Wang Sheng. Your son? Wang Sheng, is he yours and Wang Yang's child? Master Roshi inquired. Indeed. Now greet everyone, Bulma encouraged the two boys. Hello. Wang Sheng and Goten greeted politely. I can't believe it's been 5 years, and you both have children now, Krillin mused, reminiscing about his early days training alongside Goku. Now realizing how much time had passed while he remained alone, feeling a pang of melancholy. Where's Goku? And Wang Yang? What about Leping? Why haven't they come? Master Roshi asked curiously to Goku's training with King Kai. and Wang Yang has gone off into space. AS for Luping. I forgot to inform him. Bulma replied with a smile. I could see that moment. A strange figure descended from the sky. What an overwhelming killing intent. Master Roshi remarked, his expression darkening behind his sunglasses. Upon seeing the group, Raditz' demeanor shifted coldly. His scouter indicated formidable power levels, yet before him stood an old man, a woman, 2 children, and a bald man, none resembling Kakarot. Damn Kakarot! How can there still be humans alive on this planet? It's utterly disgraceful for a Saiyan. Raditz seethed. Kakarot! Bulma muttered, recalling Wang Yang mentioning that Kakarot was Goku's Saiyan name. Who are you? Stop babbling nonsense and leave. Krillin stepped forward, waving his hand dismissively. Crack! Raditz's tail lashed out like lightning, sending Krillin flying with a single blow. Bulma gasped, trembling as she held Wang Sheng and Goten close. Damn it! Master Roshi removed his sunglasses, his expression grave as he regarded Raditz. The tail? You must be a Saiyan, Bulma exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock at Raditz's tail. She remembered how Wang Yang had said that the Saiyan planet had exploded, and now only a handful of Saiyans remained. Moreover, aside from Goku and Wang Yang, the rest of the Saiyans were notoriously wicked, known for annihilating planets and eradicating all life. Tail? Raditz noticed the tails behind Wang Sheng and Goten. Realizing that Kakarot was sent to Earth, and with so few Saiyans left, these 2 children must be Kakarot's offspring. Tell me where Kakarot is, Raditz demanded, looking down at Bulma with an imposing presence. You mean Kakarot? He's not on Earth. He's training with King Kai, Bulma replied nervously. Not on Earth. Raditz's expression darkened. Who are you, and what do you want? Krillin wiped the blood from his mouth, leaning against the wall, glaring fiercely at Raditz. Who am I? Ha ha ha. I am Raditz, a Saiyan warrior feared throughout the universe. Raditz laughed boisterously, relishing the sight of the weak cowering in fear. Among the Saiyan race, he was considered a low-tier warrior. Yet in the vast cosmos, he held the status of an elite fighter. We Saiyans are the mightiest warriors in the universe. However, our planet was struck by a colossal meteorite, annihilating our kin, leaving only myself and 2 companions who fortuitously happened to be on a mission outside at the time. Homeless and desperate, we resorted to attacking planets, eradicating all life forms, and selling the worlds for a handsome profit. Currently, as we besiege a planet, we encounter fierce resistance, prompting me to recall my younger brother Kakarot, whom I was sent away from home with at a tender age. Raditz boastfully introduced his glorious profession. How wicked! More ruthless than the infamous Demon King Piccolo of yore. The Turtle Hermit was furious. Wang Yang. Where are you? Come quickly and vanquish this demon. Bulma trembled in fear. Since my foolish brother failed to eliminate the life on this planet, it falls upon me, as the elder sibling, to complete the task. Raditz wore a terrifying grin. Gohan, upon witnessing Raditz's menacing demeanor, cowered behind Bulma, clutching her garment tightly. Bulma, you must flee. I will hold him off. Hurry back and alert Wang Yang and Goku, the Turtle Hermit bellowed, his frail muscles swelling as if inflated, transforming him into a brawny figure. Raditz let out a hearty laugh, soaring into the sky, effortlessly conjuring an energy blast to hurl downwards. Kamehameha wave! Kamehameha wave! Both Krillin and the Turtle Hermit shouted in unison. Launching their energy blasts, alas, their combat power was woefully inadequate. The moment their blasts collided, they were obliterated by Raditz's overwhelming force, which continued unabated towards them. The Turtle Hermit and Krillin were struck by the energy wave, its immense power propelling them backward towards Bulma and the others. Bulma clutched Wang Sheng and Gohan tightly, crouching on the ground, trembling. I must protect Mama. Wang Sheng recalled his father's admonition to safeguard his mother. As Krillin and the Turtle Hermit resigned themselves to their fate, they found the immense pressure on their bodies dissipating. The anticipated explosion never occurred, and upon regaining their senses, they realized the energy wave had inexplicably halted mid-air. Suddenly, Krillin noticed a diminutive figure wedged between them, a tender hand pressing against the energy wave. Chapter 36. Astonishing power, how dare you bully my mother? Wang Sheng's cherubic face was alight with fury. With a determined push of his hands, The energy wave was sent hurtling back at an even greater velocity, exploding upon impact with Raditz, who stared in disbelief. Bulma was rendered speechless at this spectacle. She recalled Wang Yang mentioning that Wang Sheng, being the fusion of both parents, possessed an extraordinarily potent power, though she had yet to comprehend its full extent until now. 5 years prior, Wang Yang was already immensely powerful. Even at Wang Sheng's birth, his combat prowess was remarkable. Huffing and puffing, Raditz endured his own energy blast, smoke billowing from his body as he hovered in mid-air, glaring furiously at the ground below. Damn it! Wang Sheng glared at Raditz, his small frame emanating a radiant white light, his tiny fists clenched as he shot upwards with incredible speed, his hair standing on end from the force. Beep! Beep! Raditz's scouter emitted urgent warnings in mid-air. What? Power levels are rising. 2,000, 3,000, 5,000. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the scouter registered a power level of 5,000, a mysterious, intricate pattern on Wang Sheng's back flickered with golden light. 5,000 combat power. The scouter must be malfunctioning. Raditz exclaimed incredulously, unable to fathom that a mere child could possess such formidable strength. Da-da. As the diminutive figure approached, Raditz shouted, crossing his arms defensively. Little Sheng. Bulma watched anxiously from below. Wang Sheng, with his small stature yet immense power, burst forth from Raditz's back in a spray of blood. This is unbelievable, Krillin stammered, fully aware of Raditz's might. A single energy wave could easily overwhelm both him and Master Roshi. As the momentum subsided, Wang Sheng realized how high he had soared, the island below appearing as nothing more than a dark speck, prompting him to flail in panic mid-air. Help! I can't fly! Krillin, catch Wang Sheng. Bulma cried out in terror as her beloved son plummeted from thousands of meters above. Krillin nodded, leaping high to catch the frantic Wang Sheng, landing safely on the ground. Just then, a resounding crash echoed. Raditz had collapsed to the ground, a gaping hole marred his chest, blood pouring forth as his mouth hung open, his eyes glazed with disbelief. I never imagined that the great Raditz would meet his end at the hands of a mere child. Do not rejoice too soon. My comrades will arrive in a year, their power far exceeding mine, and they will exact vengeance. Not just you, but all life on this planet will be obliterated. Ha. Raditz trembled, raising a finger towards Wang Sheng in Krillin's arms, his voice growing weaker. No sooner had Raditz spoken than his arm fell lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide with resignation as he gazed skyward. Unmoving, Bulma gasped as she noted Raditz's final gesture towards her son, her heart racing. You can't be pointing at my son. It must be Krillin you're referring to. Krillin shot a resentful glance at Bulma. You are utterly useless, unable to even defeat that detestable Saiyan. Bulma fumed. When a woman is angry, reason often escapes her, and Krillin could only manage a wry smile. Incredible! Krillin marveled at Wang Sheng, reflecting on his own rigorous training throughout the years, realizing he was outmatched by a mere 4-year-old. Are you hurt? Bulma snatched Wang Sheng in her arms, anxiously inspecting him for any injuries. Wang Sheng, you are amazing. Gohan rushed over, his face filled with admiration. Ha! Wang Sheng laughed joyfully, dancing in delight. Do not celebrate too prematurely. They will come to Earth in a year. Just then, a voice pierced the air unexpectedly. Who? Everyone turned in unison. Demon King Piccolo. Krillin and the Turtle Hermit were struck with terror, their past fears of Piccolo resurfacing. Bulma clutched her son tighter, feeling vulnerable without her husband. Gohan curiously examined the green-skinned figure before him, whose garments were tattered and face marred with scars. Hey, where are Goku and Wang Yang? Piccolo demanded, addressing the group. They're not on Earth, Bulma stammered. What? Piccolo's eyes bulged in shock. In a year, the evil Saiyans will arrive, and those two are absent from Earth. Are you expecting me to fend them off? How infuriating! Piccolo, who aspired to dominate the world, had now become the reluctant defender against an impending invasion. Gritting his teeth, he found this role utterly contrary to his ambitions. After all, he had just been thoroughly bested by Raditz. These two children harbor immense potential. I must take them and train them. Piccolo seized Gohan and approached Krillin, intent on taking Wang Sheng as well. You plan to eat them, don't you? Krillin recoiled in fear. Fool! The Demon King Piccolo, do not consume humans. I merely intend to train them to prepare for the enemies to come in a year. Piccolo roared in anger at Krillin. Krillin, these children possess extraordinary power. With Wang Yang and Goku absent, they indeed require a strict mentor like Piccolo, the Turtle Hermit, wise in age, reflected and nodded in agreement. I vehemently disagree. Bulma, enraged at the prospect of entrusting her child to the malevolent Piccolo, struck the Turtle Hermit on the head with a fierce punch, protectively cradling Wang Sheng. Ouch! 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 The Turtle Sage clasped his hands over his head. Why dear Wang Yang has merely ventured into the cosmos for training. He shall return shortly, and at that time, he will personally instruct the young saint in his cultivation. Bulma let out a derisive snort. Piccolo gazed at Wang Sheng, who stood opposite him with clenched fists, glaring fiercely, and once again felt the tremors of an overwhelming power coursing through him. Humph! If that is the case, then so be it. With a cold grunt, Piccolo decisively seized Gohan and swiftly took flight. He feared that if he lingered any longer, this little brat might land a punch on him, leading him to meet a fate akin to Raditz, which would be far from amusing. Help! Gohan's panicked cries above grew fainter. Chapter 37. To the Heavenly Temple Mother, Gohan has been taken. What shall we do? Wang Sheng shouted anxiously, pointing at Piccolo's receding figure. Calm down, little saint. Gohan is only going to train. Bulma felt a headache coming on. How could she possibly explain this to Chi-Chi? The mere thought of Chi-Chi's wrath made Bulma feel uneasy. Perhaps it would be best to hide outside for a while. Bulma, when will Wang Yang return? Krillin inquired. Whenever he goes off to train in the universe, it can range from a couple of months to half a year. I'm uncertain of his return. Bulma ran her fingers through her long blue hair, clearly distressed. Just now, the Supreme Kai informed me to gather everyone for training at the Heavenly Temple, Krillin exclaimed suddenly. The Heavenly Realm? Then I shall join, and let little Saint train alongside me. Bulma exclaimed with great delight, relieved to have found a destination. Unlike Chi-Chi, who incessantly urged Gohan to focus on his studies instead of training, Bulma supported her son's cultivation, particularly with the formidable enemies set to invade in a year. A stronger son would be better equipped to protect himself. That evening, Chi-Chi, not seeing Bulma return Gohan, decided to call her Chi-Chi. It is as such. A powerful enemy is approaching in a year, and Gohan has been taken by Piccolo for training. You need not worry. Bulma spoke in a hushed and panicked tone. Afterward, she held the phone at a distance, for she knew what was coming. Sure enough, Chi-Chi's furious roar echoed through the line, clear even over the distance. Not worry. How can I not worry? That is the Demon King Piccolo. Gohan aspires to be a great scholar. How could he possibly engage in such perilous activities? What if something were to happen? Such matters should be left to Goku and Wang Yang. Why must Gohan be involved? Furthermore, the Demon King Piccolo is so terrifying. He might corrupt my precious Gohan. Hello? Hello? Why is there no signal? Chi-Chi, the signal here is poor. I will call you back later, Bulma stammered, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily hung up the phone. Phew. After ending the call, Bulma patted her chest, relieved. She was already quite brave and headstrong. But facing an enraged Chi-Chi was still overwhelming. Oh, my poor Gohan. At Baozi Mountain, Chi-Chi covered her face, utterly heartbroken at any distant part of the universe. On a beautiful, life-bearing planet, explosions echoed as countless lives fell in pools of blood. Lower-class warriors are truly worthless, being killed by a mere child that a bald, muscular man sat on a rock, his expression one of disdain. Humph. Beside him, a short man with spiky hair let out a cold grunt. Shall we seek vengeance for Raditz on that planet? The bald man inquired. Worthless beings deserve our revenge. The Saiyans are already scarce. Those two little brats seem to possess great potential. I intend to recruit them. Along with as the Prince of the Saiyans, I shall restore the glory of our race, Vegeta declared with pride. Though he spoke thus, he harbored other thoughts. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how can I continue to serve under Frieza? Even if I must defy his orders, I will go to Earth this time, that if I can recruit those two promising Saiyans and cultivate them as my right and left arms, I will possess the strength to rebel against Frisia. It must be said, Kakarot's son possesses immense potential, far surpassing that of other Saiyan children. Vegeta remarked coldly, mistakenly believing Wang Sheng to be Kakarot's progeny. Is it merely a coincidence? Nappa suggested. Impossible. How could a lower-class warrior produce a child with such immense potential? It must be the offspring of Saiyan and the inhabitants of that planet. Endowed with extraordinary power, Vegeta replied, shaking his head. If that is the case, then splendid. We simply need to breed more such individuals. And ruling the universe will no longer be a dream. Nappa laughed heartily. Not jest. If what you say is true and the entire universe is filled with such beings, we will have nowhere left to stand. Let us go. We are bound for Earth. The two rose and made their way toward their spacecraft. Their target set on Earth, and on the blue-green planet, two figures, one large and one small, stood by a tranquil lake. Where flowers bloomed vibrantly along the shore, their colorful buds dotting the landscape, stood a woman. Her long hair, cascading like a waterfall, graceful and radiant, sat amidst the fragrant blossoms, gazing serenely at the two individuals upon the lake's surface. Suddenly, the smooth, mirror-like surface of the lake rippled, the frequency of the waves increasing, spreading outward from the child's feet. However, when the ripples reached Wang Yang, an inexplicable force seemed to still them, and the water calmed once more. To achieve a tranquil heart like the surface of a lake is to control the energy within oneself with precision. Only by mastering this energy flawlessly can myriad techniques be wielded with ease. Wang Yang spoke softly. The training methods of the Meixi people are strikingly similar to those of the Aditella people. Both require a serene mindset to strengthen the soul, thus enabling perfect control over one's energy. Consequently, their secret techniques share many similarities, such as gigantification, regeneration of severed limbs, unlocking potential, division, and fusion, yet the Aditella people have delved deeper into this path. The child's previously struggling visage gradually calmed, though the rippling beneath his feet ceased to fluctuate so violently. Wang Yang observed this scene, realizing his power is simply too formidable for him to handle at present. Suddenly, Wang Yang appeared behind the child, tracing enigmatic patterns in the air with his right hand. In an instant, a mysterious and intricate design materialized before them. Wang Yang pressed his right hand forward, and the arcane pattern passed through the child's garment, imprinting itself onto his back, the faint lines barely discernible. Had Wang Sheng witnessed this moment, he would have noted that the pattern on the child's back mirrored his own. Upon completing this act, the child's overwhelming aura gradually subsided, the rippling beneath his feet fading away until the lake's surface became smooth as glass. Seeing this, Wang Yang nodded slightly, a hint of approval gracing his features. Both children possessed formidable power within them, yet their young age rendered them unable to control it. He must seal this power temporarily to prevent any inadvertent harm. Of course, should they experience extreme anger or face life-threatening situations, the seal within them would break momentarily. This was also the reason Wang Yang chose to leave, despite being aware of Raditz' impending arrival on Earth. A mere Raditz posed little threat as long as his son was present. Chapter 38. The Moon Father, I have succeeded. Wang Shun exclaimed joyfully upon noticing that the ripples beneath his feet had ceased. At the sound of his words, his mental state wavered, and the water beneath him began to ripple once more. Observing this, Wang Shun's face fell, and he gazed at Wang Yang with wide, pleading eyes. You did wonderfully, little god. You must practice diligently. The deeper your control, the faster the power within you will be unsealed, Wang Yang praised, looking fondly at his son. Yes, I will work hard. Wang Shun's spirit soared at his father's commendation. Good. That will be all for today. Your mother has waited long enough. Wang Yang chuckled as he scooped up little god, flying toward the shore. That night, candles flickered in every home throughout the royal city. The stars twinkling high above, silver light cascading upon the earth. The starlight melded seamlessly with the candlelight below, creating a breathtaking tableau of harmonious brilliance. Wang Yang's family of 3 resided in a tranquil estate on the outskirts of the city. Far from the bustling center, a gentle breeze caressed the air, filling the lungs with refreshing vitality, accompanied by the faintest hint of floral fragrance. The weariness that had burdened him vanished in an instant, leaving one invigorated and rejuvenated. Wang Yang and two companions sat in the courtyard, basking in the cool breeze, sipping tea while engaging in leisurely conversation. This planet, where he had spent over a decade of his life since birth, had stirred within him a yearning for home a few years prior, prompting him to teleport back to reunite with old acquaintances upon encountering the now grown, breathtakingly beautiful Xiaoyu, who still harbored feelings for him. Wang Yang felt an overwhelming sense of ordinariness wash over him, as the saying goes. A man pursues a woman through mountains, while a woman pursues a man through a mere sheet of paper. No man could possibly resist such a captivating beauty. Having lived here for over 10 years, he had established a solid foundation in martial arts, and now, with a wife and child, this planet held an immensely significant place in Wang Yang's heart. "Why do you often leave? Is there another woman out there?" Xiao Yu's soft voice inquired. "Nonsense. I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation. Ordinary environments offer little benefit. I venture into the cosmos to hone my skills amidst various harsh conditions." Wang Yang replied, setting down his teacup and gazing at Xiao Yu with righteous fervor. "If you truly have another woman, bring her along. It's quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. I wouldn't be jealous. I would get along with them just fine." Xiao Yu gazed at Wang Yang with deep emotion. Living in a feudal society where her father was an emperor with numerous consorts, her worldview was vastly different from that of Bulma, and Wang Yang believed her words came from the heart. "That I really don't. I am genuinely focused on my cultivation," he said, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness with a smile. "You might be accepting, but the other person would surely explode with anger." "All right, I may have misjudged you," Xiao Yu said, her pure, beautiful eyes fixed on Wang Yang for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. "Akin to the blossoming of 100 flowers, I've heard from Father that over 20 years ago, there was a beautiful moon here, round and splendid, pure and white." Xiao Yu gazed at the twinkling stars, her delicate face adorned with longing. Indeed, there was once a large, round moon, but it also heralded a great calamity. Wang Yang recalled the cities that were destroyed and the lives that were lost. Unable to repress a sigh. "There are no Dragon Balls here. Those who died are truly gone." Xiao Yu nodded, as she had learned much about those circumstances from her father. Wang Yang looked at Xiao Yu's porcelain-like face, revealing a barely perceptible yearning. His heart stirred. "Tonight, we shall enjoy the moon together," Wang Yang said with a smile. Gathering a white artificial moon in his hand, he gently tossed it into the air, where it swelled against the wind, soaring high into the sky, ultimately resting serenely in the distant heavens. "What is that?" The young man on the ground stared in bewilderment at the ascending artificial moon. Could it be the legendary moon? The moon. This is the moon. The elders witnessing this scene were moved to tears. The moon held a place of profound significance in historical culture, inspiring countless ancient poems and legendary tales, evoking deep yearning within the hearts of many. However, since the moon's sudden disappearance over 20 years ago, older individuals often reminisced with wistfulness, believing they would never behold it again in their lifetimes. Little did they expect to witness such a magnificent sight once more. A frail, dying elder lay motionless in bed, but in a hazy moment, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a beautiful and familiar radiance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and sat up. Under the astonished gazes of those around him, the elder looked up at the bright moon in the sky, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. "The moon? Ha, ha, ha." After 3 hearty laughs, the elder lowered his head with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the room filled with cries of grief. "I have no regrets in death." An elderly man nearing his 70s, with a long beard reaching his chest, gazed upward, tears of joy streaming down his face. He was the most distinguished literary figure on this planet, having penned numerous poems about the moon, harboring profound feelings for it. Suddenly, the elder's expression shifted. An inspiration flowed forth as he began to compose a piece that would resonate through the ages. Bang! 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 The sound of Wang Yang's heart pounded like a heavy drum, propelling the leaden blood through his veins. Xiao Yu, nearby, could hear it clearly, as if the entire sky was filled with oppressive energy. Under Wang Yang's control, his physique remained unchanged, yet his power surged tenfold, as a Saiyan, second only to Broly. Wang Yang possessed an exceptionally refined bloodline, having perfected control over this power many years ago. Just then, a shadow loomed larger, enveloping the earth and obscuring the moonlight above it. It was Wang Shun, who had been playing nearby. Gazing curiously at the unusual sky, captivated by the white light emitted from the artificial moon, his small frame uncontrollably growing larger. "Little God!" Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise, leaping to her feet, her face filled with anxiety. "No need to worry." Wang Yang stood up and gently patted Xiao Yu's back. "Duh. Father, mother, why have I become like this?" Wang Shun's youthful voice echoed as he stood in fear, transformed into a giant ape. Glancing around in confusion, as Wang Yang's child, Wang Shun inherited his remarkable bloodline, easily maintaining control of his consciousness during his transformation. Not be afraid. Learn to control it. Wang Yang smiled slightly, and with that, his eyes emitted a white light that entered the giant ape's head. Chapter 39. Moon Goddess. The giant ape seemed to receive a signal, closing its enormous eyes, and soon its form rapidly shrank, ultimately standing naked on the ground, revealing the artificial moon once more to Xiao Yu. Wang Shun's clothes had been torn apart during his transformation, leaving his chubby body exposed to the air. He looked around curiously, appearing adorably innocent. Xiao Yu, both amused and exasperated, hurried back inside to fetch clothing for Wang Shun. "Hurry and put this on. Don't catch a chill." "Father, why do I feel like my power has increased tremendously?" Wang Shun asked, his innocent gaze fixed on Wang Yang as he donned the clothes. "Indeed, we are Saiyans. Whenever we gaze upon a full moon, we can transform into giant apes, and during this transformation, our strength increases tenfold. Although you have returned to your normal form, you are still essentially a giant ape, merely exhibiting its power in a human guise," Wang Yang explained, playfully pinching his son's cheek. Wang Shun nodded in a mix of comprehension and confusion. "So you are also transformed now?" Xiao Yu interjected, her curiosity piqued. "Yes, I am, but I can control this power at will," Wang Yang replied with a smile. "So marvelous." Xiao Yu observed her son closely, intrigued. "Would you like to see my giant ape transformation?" Wang Yang leaned closer to Xiao Yu, gently blowing a breath against her delicate ear. "How would I see that?" Xiao Yu's earlobe turned crimson, her cheeks flushed as her innocent gaze met Wang Yang's. "Just wait and see." Wang Yang grinned, planting a kiss on her cheek. Xiao Yu, suddenly enlightened, shot him a playful glance, her expression imbued with charm. With a light tap of her toes, she gracefully ascended, her white dress swaying with the wind, resembling Chang'e soaring to the moon. "Mother is so beautiful," Wang Shun exclaimed, standing on the ground, gazing up at his mother, who seemed to merge with the moon, unable to contain his applause. "Indeed, she is exquisitely beautiful." Wang Yang nodded in agreement. In the moonlight," Xiao Yu danced, her wrists gracefully arched, her figure twirling, her flowing sleeves appearing as if shrouded in mist. This enchanting scene felt like a dreamed in that moment. She embodied the celestial goddess of the moon, a vision to be admired from afar but not approached. Witnessing Xiao Yu float ethereally, soaring through the sky in a captivating dance, Wang Yang's eyes widened, unable to resist swallowing hard. "Moon Goddess!" Onlookers from afar suddenly spotted the woman in the moon, unable to suppress their exclamations. As Xiao Yu descended from the sky, Wang Yang approached with a beaming smile. Why Moon Goddess has descended?" Xiao Yu smiled back, playfully reproaching him with her gaze. Their eyes met, filled with affection, as an intimate atmosphere enveloped them. "Little God, it's quite late. You should go to sleep." Wang Yang gently ruffled his son's hair and then turned to smile at Yu. "But I'm not sleepy. I can't fall asleep." Little Wang pouted, clearly displeased, for he had not yet had his fill of play. "No, it's too late. You must go to sleep." Yu also believed that Wang Shun, at such a tender age, should indeed be tired. Wang Yang gazed at Yu with a warm smile, her cheeks flushed like the dawn, her eyes sparkling with a captivating luster, and she cast an enchanting glance at Wang Yang. He felt as if struck by a jolt of electricity, every pore on his body tingling. After finally lulling Wang Shun to sleep, Wang Yang took Yu's hand and returned to their chamber. The one downside of this planet was the absence of electric lights. In the antiquated room, only a few candles flickered, casting a hazy glow that obscured clarity. Yuer's form appeared as if sculpted from white jade, emanating a gentle luminescence, both sacred and pure. Even after many years of companionship, each time he beheld this scene, Wang Yang's eyes filled with fervor, his demeanor shifting from the refined and easygoing gentleman of the day to one of palpable impatience. Today, it was evident that Yuer sensed Wang Yang's heightened excitement. "Brother Yang, did you like my dance just now?" She breathed softly, her gaze dreamy as it lingered on him. "That IT was beautiful, absolutely stunning." Wang Yang replied, his head bowed, his words somewhat muffled as if something lingered in his mouth. "Next time, I'll dance for you again, all right?" Whoa. During his 3-month stay on this planet, after finishing his ablutions and under Yuer's reluctant gaze, Wang Yang spoke, "I'm going to cultivate in the cosmos. You must take good care of yourself and not let yourself grow thin. Cultivate well and return early. I'll dance the moon goddess for you." Yuer shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing this, Wang Yang felt a surge of warmth rush to his head. "All right, you have my word." Utilizing instant transmission, he hurriedly departed from Blue-Green Star, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would lose the courage to leave. With the aid of numerous planets as stepping stones, he teleported multiple times until he finally appeared on Earth. In the courtyard, Wang Yang's figure vanished, while Yuer remained rooted, her gaze fixed on the spot where he had disappeared. Lost in thought for quite some time. "Return soon, little Shun, and I will be waiting for you at home." Why hasn't he returned yet? Truly vexing. In the divine hall, Bulma stood with her arms crossed, tapping her right foot idly against the floor. Her gaze occasionally drifted to a small figure, Wang Sheng, who was drenched in sweat from his training. "I just got back." Wang Yang's voice suddenly echoed from behind Bulma. "You finally returned." She turned and leaped into his embrace. "What brings you here?" Wang Yang held Bulma, his eyes scanning the surroundings, and immediately understood where they were. "You should know, not long after you left, I encountered an insufferable Saiyan at Kame House." Bulma recounted, slightly irked. "I see. There's no need for concern. It's merely a trivial raditz, hardly a threat." Wang Yang replied. Unfazed, he was well aware of his son's capabilities. "In a few months, that Scion's companion would arrive, and you must be present. Otherwise, little Shang could be in danger. He's still just a child." Bulma looked worriedly towards her son in the distance. "Let the heavens fall. I will bear the weight. My son should not endure pressures meant for adults at his age. Rest assured, I will certainly be there. Speaking of Goku, I wonder when he'll deign to return from King Kai's." Wang Yang chuckled. He thought of Goku. A notion crossed his mind. Perhaps this fellow was so reluctant to leave the training environment of King Kai's planet that he would linger indefinitely. Though King Kai's combat skills were not impressive, his unique abilities provided Goku with ample training resources. That it was during the onset of Dragon Ball Super that Goku, after defeating Majin Buu, sought out King Kai for further training. Chapter 40. Goku's reluctance to depart, observing Wang Sheng training under the guidance of the Divine Master. Wang Yang smiled gently, placing his hand on Bulma's shoulder, and in a flash, they both vanished from the Divine Hall. The Divine Master seemed to sense something, watching Bulma disappear without a trace. A smile gracing his face. "You finally returned? Oh dear, why did you bring me home?" Bulma frowned at Wang Yang upon recognizing her familiar surroundings. Her son was still training in the Divine Hall. "You both are back." Briefs, wandering in the garden, spotted his daughter and son-in-law and smiled broadly. "Indeed, we have returned. You still haven't answered my question." Bulma placed her hands on her hips, her brows furrowing. "Isn't it nice to enjoy some time alone?" Wang Yang winked at Bulma. "You're right. I need to go shopping, buy clothes, do my hair, and travel." Bulma paused, then burst into laughter. Ever since having their child, her focus had been solely on him, and she hadn't taken a moment to indulge herself in a long time. With Wang Sheng occupied at the Divine Hall, it was the perfect opportunity for her to unwind. In the days that followed, even while accompanying Bulma on her outings, Wang Yang did not neglect his own training. His body was constantly honing itself. During this time, he made a trip back to Blue-Green Star to give Wang Sheng some pointers. One day, Wang Yang's index and middle fingers met at his forehead, and with a flash, he vanished. Shortly after Wang Yang's departure, 2 meteors streaked across the sky, prompting the warriors on Earth to look up, their expressions grave as they soared into the air. Upon arriving in an unfamiliar location, a powerful punch came crashing down towards him. Wang Yang raised an eyebrow, swiftly dodging the attack. "I traveled a great distance to find you. And upon our first meeting, you strike me." That's rather uncouth. He chuckled at the sight of Goku, clad in an orange martial arts uniform that accentuated his robust physique. "This planet's gravity is 10 times that of Earth." Goku explained as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, his limbs bound by weighted rings. "What brings you here?" he inquired, removing the weights as he stared at Wang Yang in surprise. "What brings me here? I came to take you away," Wang Yang replied, exasperated, realizing that if he hadn't come, Goku would have continued training here indefinitely. "Leave?" Goku blinked in confusion. "You can't possibly want to stay, right? What about Chi-Chi and Gohan?" Wang Yang laughed. "Haha, of course not. It's just that the path from King Kai's is complicated. I need the Divine Master to guide me next time, and the Snake Way is quite the hassle. Which is why I've been here for so long." Goku scratched the back of his head, chuckling awkwardly. "Wang Yang, I feel my power has increased tremendously. You might not even be my match now." Goku recalled his relentless training over the past few days, to the point of neglecting sleep and food. The last time they fought, Wang Yang had only surpassed him by a hair's breadth. Now, Goku was confident he had far outpaced him, especially since he had learned a remarkable technique during his time with King Kai. Understanding Goku's nature, Wang Yang realized he wouldn't be angered by Goku's newfound prowess, which encouraged Goku to boast about his progress. "Yes, that's so. Shall we put it to the test?" Wang Yang suggested, noticing the confidence radiating from Goku, whose eyes sparkled with eagerness to demonstrate his training results. "Then I shall hold nothing back." Goku's eyes gleamed with excitement. After a prolonged period of training, he was eager to see how he fared against Wang Yang. With a fierce roar, Goku unleashed a powerful aura, sending a nearby monkey tumbling through the air until it grasped a tree branch to steady itself. King Kai, comfortably reclined in a chair with a book covering his face, was abruptly jolted awake by the commotion. "What is going on? How is it?" Goku's white aura surged as he sensed the immense power within him, confidently locking eyes with Wang Yang. "Not enough, not enough. Can you elevate your power further?" Wang Yang chuckled, shaking his head. He wasn't sure if this was all Goku had to offer, but knowing Goku's nature, it was likely he was still holding back. "Not enough?" Goku clenched his fists and roared again, his aura surging to new heights. Since Wang Yang claimed it was insufficient, he resolved to unleash his full strength without reservation. "And now," with a beaming smile, Wukong remarked, "Just barely." Wang Yang chuckled, noting that this fellow had yet to unleash the Kaioken technique. However, upon sensing Wukong's current power, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This individual had not squandered 5 years as depicted in the original narrative. His battle prowess was utterly formidable, rivaling half that of the once mighty King Cooled. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, he could easily subdue both King Cooled and his son with a mere flick of his wrist. One couldn't help but wonder how he had honed his skills over the years. Wukong muttered to himself, then let out a mighty roar, charging toward Wang Yang with a clenched fist. Wang Yang smiled faintly, choosing not to evade, and met Wukong's fist with his own. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, causing the delicate little planet to tremble momentarily, and why full force strike was caught so effortlessly, Wukong found it hard to believe. Had Wang Yang's strength not been merely a notch above his own, he had trained diligently under the Kai for the past 2 years, yet he still had not surpassed him. Nevertheless, such a battle was what the Saiyans relished, the thrill of fierce combat. With his blood boiling, Wukong surged forward once more, and the two engaged in a fierce aerial duel. In that instant, Wukong appeared to Wang Yang's right, unleashing a swift elbow strike. Wang Yang remained unmoved. And just as Wukong thought he had succeeded, Wang Yang suddenly vanished. "Oh no, it's an afterimage." Wukong gasped in shock, only to be struck with excruciating pain in his abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. The sheer force propelled him several laps around the planet before finally coming to a halt. "It has been 2 years since I fought anyone. I'm a bit out of practice." Son Wukong mused internally. Please be gentle. My planet cannot withstand such turmoil." The Kai looked upon the ground, now scarred with deep furrows, his eyes brimming with despair. Before Wukong could regain his footing, Wang Yang charged again, launching a fierce assault. Here we go again. Having battled Wang Yang multiple times, he was well acquainted with his tactics, which often involved taking advantage of an opponent's weakness. A roar rang out, echoing through the skies as Wukong radiated a crimson aura, darting through the air like a swift serpent, evading Wang Yang's pursuit. Twofold Kaioken, Chapter 41. The powerful Wukong, what immense power! The Kai clutched a large tree, trembling in fear. In midair, two beams of light, one red and one white, collided with incredible speed before separating, spiraling around the Kai's planet in a dizzying display, enveloping the skies above in a web of red and white. The two warriors exchanged blows at breakneck speed, the sound of their clashes resonating with intensity, the combat exceedingly fierce. Fivefold, Wukong's aura surged dramatically, filling the entire planet with an overwhelming presence. The very ground of the Kai's planet quaked, as if on the verge of erupting. My planet is doomed, the Kai shouted, feeling the tremors beneath him, desperately clinging to the tree trunk. Boom! Their fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing an energy storm that cascaded outward, engulfing the surroundings with a force akin to a tidal wave. The once serene Kai's planet now appeared ravaged. The soil beneath upheaved. Even with my twofold Kaioken, I can hold my own against Wang Yang, and yet, when I employ the fivefold Kaioken, I still find myself evenly matched. This fellow's strength seems to be consistently on par with mine. Could he also be concealing his true power? Wukong pondered amidst the battle. How can you be so careless in our fight? Wang Yang noticed Wukong's momentary sluggishness and seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to his chest, sending him spiraling backward, tenfold. Just as Wukong regained his composure, he bellowed, his crimson aura flaring even brighter, halting his retreat and charging at Wang Yang once more. The Kaioken truly is a remarkable technique. Wang Yang mused, watching Wukong's glowing figure approach with a WAS. Wukong closed in rapidly. Wang Yang's energy surged dramatically, and he struck out at Wukong with a powerful punch. Boom! Their fists met in midair, their forms becoming visible. They found themselves locked in a stalemate, veins bulging on their foreheads, gritting their teeth as they exerted all their strength against one another. Point one was a formidable Wukong, his entire being ablaze with red energy. The other was Wang Yang, whose energy was subdued, appearing rather ordinary. The entire Kai's planet shook violently, countless bolts of lightning erupting from nowhere, and the portly Kai tumbled down from his perch. Ouch! At that moment, Wukong's crimson aura intensified, appearing as if it could drip with blood, and his energy surged violently. Stop! Both of you! Cease this at once! The Kai, in a state of panic, scrambled forward, frantically waving his arms at the two combatants hovering above. If you don't stop, my planet will be obliterated. Wang Yang and Wukong exchanged a brief glance, momentarily stunned by the Kai's plea, and then, as if in unison, they withdrew their energy. Wukong stood panting heavily, his crimson aura retracting. Suddenly, he noticed Wang Yang's calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. You haven't even exerted your full strength? Wukong exclaimed, leaping up and pointing at Wang Yang. Of course I have. It's just that I possess an exceptionally robust physique and remarkable endurance, Wang Yang replied, chuckling at Wukong's bewildered expression. Despite my seemingly relaxed demeanor, my energy reserves are nearly depleted. Wukong, feeling somewhat skeptical, recalled how Wang Yang always claimed to be at his limit after their bouts. Really? Absolutely. I've spent 2 decades refining my body. My physicality is quite formidable. In fact, if we were to engage in a protracted battle, even the legendary Super Saiyan Broly might not outlast me, provided his strength doesn't escalate during the fight. The Kaioken truly is an extraordinary technique, Wang Yang remarked with a hint of amusement as he observed Wukong. Before transforming into a Super Saiyan, this technique is practically divine. Especially with my robust physique, if I were to wield the Kaioken, the amplification would far surpass Wukong's. Upon hearing Wang Yang praise his technique, the Kai initially maintained a facade of modesty, but soon succumbed to laughter, clutching his belly. Wukong, it seems you haven't yet given your all. Wang Yang grinned at the goofy expression on Wukong's face. That's about as much as I can muster, Wukong retorted, jumping up and waving his hands, his head shaking like a rattle. That you're just pretending. Wang Yang raised an eyebrow, convinced that Wukong's body had not yet reached its limits, and that he could summon an even more potent Kaioken, especially since he had heard Wukong mention a 20-fold Kaioken. The 20-fold Kaioken? I might struggle to withstand that, Wang Yang thought to himself. Wang Yang, what brings you to me? Wukong hastily redirected the conversation. Well, a year ago, your brother Raditz informed me about the situation. The Saiyans? Is the new adversary formidable? Wukong, having engaged in frequent training sessions with Wang Yang, had gleaned some understanding of the Saiyans. Therefore, he was not particularly surprised by Raditz's arrival. Yet, the mention of a new foe stirred a sense of excitement within him. How strong are they? Wang Yang scratched his head, uncertain how to quantify the comparison, for battle power metrics were quite foreign to Wukong. Suddenly, he spotted the plump Kai and his eyes lit up. Roughly as powerful as the Kai. What? Only as strong as the Kai. Wukong exclaimed incredulously, for the Kai was quite weak. He could defeat him with a mere finger or two. Son Wukong, you scoundrel! What do you mean by that? Are you belittling my prowess? The Kai, feeling insulted by Wukong's remark, leapt up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roaring at him. Haha, I misspoke. The great Kai is indeed formidable. I owe my current strength to him. Wukong quickly apologized, grinning sheepishly. Humph, just remember that. The Kai huffed, proud of his own abilities. Upon hearing Goku's words, the king of the universe immediately displayed a look of approving mentorship. Seizing the moment, son Wukong shared a few light-hearted jokes to amuse the king. Under the king's generous hospitality, Wang Yang and Goku indulged in a hearty meal on the now-repaired lawn, invigorated afterwards as they stood upon the verdant grass. We'll take our leave now, but we shall return to visit you. Dear king, Goku waved his arm in farewell, and with a swift motion, Wang Yang initiated an instantaneous teleportation, their figures disappearing from the king's planet. The progress of that fellow Goku is truly remarkable. I dare say, there are few in the universe who could surpass him, the king mused, gazing up at the serene sky, as if he could see a smiling Goku reflected in its vastness, which made him chuckle softly. He felt an immense pride in having nurtured such a powerful disciple. Next time we meet, I must take Goku to see the world at the edge of the Heavenly God Temple's plaza. The Heavenly God clutched his staff, his expression grave as he surveyed the white clouds below, seemingly capable of perceiving any location on Earth through the layers of mist. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yang and Goku had silently appeared behind him. Hi there, Heavenly God. Goku greeted with a cheerful pat on the Heavenly God's shoulder. Is that you, Goku? You've returned. The Heavenly God jumped, but upon seeing Goku's radiant smile, his worries evaporated, and a hint of a smile broke through his aged features. It seemed that as long as Goku was present, any foe could be vanquished. Goku, Wang Yang, two formidable and malevolent Saiyans have invaded. Everyone has rushed to confront them. Wang Sheng and Gohan have already joined the fray. And I fear they may be no match for these two Saiyans. You must hurry to assist them. The Heavenly God urged. Fear not, Heavenly God. With us here, everyone shall be safe, Goku confidently reassured, thumping his chest. Just as he was about to gather energy to fly towards a powerful presence, Wang Yang suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Perplexed, son Wukong looked at Wang Yang, unsure of his reasoning for the interruption. Goku, these two Saiyans pose no problem for us. However, do you not think this presents a splendid opportunity for Wang Sheng and Gohan to grow stronger? Wang Yang's gaze drifted into the distance, as if envisioning Wang Sheng's feigned bravado on the battlefield. That makes sense, Goku mused, stroking his chin as he pondered. He too wished for his son to become an exceptional warrior, believing that intense battles were the best means of cultivation. Ah, Goku, you too mustn't jest. Those two powerful Saiyans are exceedingly formidable. How could Gohan and the others possibly stand a chance? Hearing Wang Yang's words, the Heavenly God became frantic, jumping up to shout at the duo. This cannot be. If that were the case, everyone would be in grave danger. Goku then contemplated the gravity of the situation, shaking his head. He would never agree to allow his son's growth to come at the cost of others' lives. Do not worry. After all, we have the Dragon Balls. Wang Yang waved dismissively. But what of Dumpling and Krillin? They have perished once already. Even the Dragon Balls cannot revive them. And what about Piccolo? If he were to fall, the heavenly god would perish as well, rendering the Dragon Balls useless. Goku pressed on. The heavenly god nodded solemnly in agreement. Rest assured, the Dragon Balls do not exist solely on Earth, the heavenly god's homeland. Namek also possesses Dragon Balls that can grant 3 wishes. Wang Yang chuckled. Yes, that's so. Goku, feeling relieved, appeared somewhat intrigued as, oh, I truly am not from Earth. The heavenly god, upon hearing Wang Yang's words, momentarily lost his focus and mumbled to himself. He had long sensed his difference from Earthlings, contemplating the possibility that he might not belong to Earth. Goku, what kind of person do you hope Gohan will become? Wang Yang inquired. Chi-Chi wishes for Gohan to study diligently. While I desire him to be an exceptional martial artist, Goku thoughtfully stroked his chin. Though if Chi-Chi were to learn that I brought Gohan to train, she would surely be furious. Goku, listening to your wife at home is wise. But outside you needn't heed her. After all, she cannot see you, right? Wang Yang grinned at Goku. He had often shared this sentiment with Goku, or else Goku would not frequently bring Gohan over to play at his house. Haha! A mischievous smile crept across Goku's face. The arrival of these 2 Saiyans was perfect for a grand battle. The heavenly god, overhearing their intent to refrain from intervening, grew increasingly anxious, feeling quite unsettled. If his children could defeat 2 evil Saiyans, wouldn't that be a testament to his prowess as a father? Boom! Wang Yang tossed out a universal capsule, and as the smoke cleared, a plane materialized in the plaza of the heavenly god temple. Hop in! Let me show you my flying skills. Wang Yang beckoned to Goku. All right. As they watched the plane soar into the distance, the heavenly god remained on edge, sweat beads refusing to dissipate from his forehead. Heavenly god! Bobo's expression remained largely unchanged. Goku, suppress your energy. Do not let them sense our arrival, or else they won't fight as fervently, Wang Yang urged as he maximized the plane's speed. Understood. The aircraft descended sharply, soon hovering at the level of Korin Tower. Korin, good day. Goku greeted cheerfully. Korin, got any senza beans? I could use a can. Wang Yang leaned out of the plane, smiling at the white cat. Korin, it's you again. Do you think senzu beans grow on trees? All the beans I've cultivated over the years have been devoured by you. I have none left now. By the way, Yajirobe has 3 beans hidden. You should go find him, Korin lamented, his head throbbing at the sight of Wang Yang, who had consumed nearly all of his hard-earned beans. Wang Yang chuckled, reasoning that whether he took them or not, they would likely end up in Yajirobe's belly, making him feel justified. Goku, seeing you here eases my worries about those 2 Saiyans, Korin remarked, smiling at Goku aboard the plane. Are all the reckless ones gathered now? The short, stoic Vegeta stood atop a boulder, a cold smile gracing his lips as he looked down at the group below. Whereas Kakarot, as he hidden away in fear, Vegeta laughed boisterously, his expression one of utter disdain. You're referring to Goku. He remains with the king of the universe, still training, Krillin complained inwardly, feeling exasperated that Earth was on the brink of destruction while Goku was off training. Humph. Vegeta scoffed. Hey, what brings you 2 to Earth? Are you here to avenge your fallen comrade? Piccolo's expression grew grave. Raditz was a worthless fool. His death is of no consequence to me, Vegeta scoffed, considering Raditz's meager power a disgrace to Saiyans. You 2, I offer you a chance. If you bring your father to me and surrender and eliminate all humans on Earth, I shall spare your lives, Vegeta proclaimed, crossing his arms arrogantly as he regarded Wang, Shang, and Gohan. Chapter 42. A clean slate. I will not surrender. My father is incredibly powerful. You cannot defeat him. Wang Shang shouted defiantly. In his heart, his father was the most magnificent and strongest being, that my father is also formidable. You cannot overpower him either, Gohan echoed loudly from beside him. How infuriating! Vegeta's rage boiled over, veins bulging on his forehead. A proud Saiyan prince, hearing someone claim he was inferior to a low-class warrior, even from the mouth of a child, was utterly disrespectful. Your fathers are not the same person? Vegeta struggled to suppress his fury, eyeing the 2 children inquisitively. Of course not. My father is named Wang Yang, and Gohan's father is Goku. They're certainly not the same. Wang Sheng replied factly. Is there another Saiyan? Vegeta pondered, a hint of confusion flashing in his mind. Had Raditz not informed him, he would have been unaware that Kakarot still lived. Perhaps this Wang Yang is akin to Kakarot, a low-class warrior sent away as a child. He mused. Nappa, teach them a harsh lesson. Vegeta commanded his hulking companion. Yes, Prince Vegeta. Allow me to witness the combat prowess of you Earthlings. Nappa pressed a button on the detector. Gohan. 901.Wangsun. 985.Piccolo. 1200 Krillin. 996 Tenshinhan. 1001. Fools. With such power, you dare to challenge me. Perhaps I shall let the cultivators play with you instead. Nappa scoffed, retrieving 6 seeds from his pocket and planting them in the soil. He promptly applied a special nutrient solution, and soon 6 green vegetable beings emerged. Little did Nappa know, the battle power of Earthlings could be concealed. Beep! Beep! The phone rang, and Wang Yang glanced at the screen to see it was Bulma calling. It's from Bulma. Goku peered curiously at Bulma's icon. With a slight pressure of his right hand, Wang Yang crushed the phone in an instant. Why did you break the phone? Goku asked, perplexed. She is merely concerned for Wang Xing's safety. Urging me to deal with those 2 Saiyans. Within our home, she holds sway. Outside, it is I who decides how Wang Xing shall be trained. Wang Yang replied in a calm tone. Goku chuckled, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit. At Kame House, a group sat before the television, watching the fierce battle between Wang Xing and the Ruthless Saiyans. Bulma, did Wang Yang answer. That infuriating Wang Yang, refusing to take my call. Bulma exclaimed, pounding her fist on Oolong's head. Just wait until we get home. I'll show you. Bulma fumed, her hands moving rapidly as she struck Oolong, leaving him with a head full of bumps. Faced with Bulma's wrath, Oolong dared not speak on the aircraft. Goku suddenly changed expression, sitting up straight. That Yamucha's energy has vanished. Wang Yang replied indifferently. This is intolerable. I should not remain idle, Goku voiced, regretting his earlier resolve to train Gohan and the others. Did Chaos also perish? How dreadful! Goku stood, determined to fly to the battlefield without a second thought, unable to harden his heart like Wang Yang. Goku, once a life is lost, going now cannot change anything. After all, we have the Dragon Balls. The deceased will ultimately be revived. Wang Yang urgently interjected. He felt conflicted, worried for his son's safety, yet fearing that his constant intervention would foster a dependency in Wang Xing, hindering his true growth. Goku paced the aircraft. Visibly anxious, before long, the plane landed atop a mountain. Wang Yang and Goku disembarked, taking cover behind a rock to silently observe the distant conflict. At the tea that moment, Nappa was unleashing his ferocity, with Krillin, Tenshinhan, Piccolo, and the others proving no match for him. Witnessing Nappa's brutal combat and reflecting on Yamucha and Chaos' demise, Gohan and Wang Xing felt an overwhelming fear, trembling behind a rock. They were still merely 5-year-old children, not yet mature enough to face such terror. It was only natural for them to feel afraid, especially when one faltered, the other would inevitably follow. Wang Xing, that person is truly terrifying, Gohan stammered to Wang Xing beside him. Yes, indeed, quite fearsome, Wang Xing gulped nervously in the distance. Wang Yang and Goku exchanged glances upon witnessing the 2 young ones cowardly retreating, both feeling a tad awkward, hastily averting their eyes as if to say, this has nothing to do with me. Bam! Nappa's massive fist struck Tenshinhan in the stomach, sending him flying into a nearby hill where Wang Xing and Gohan stood. Uncle Tenshinhan. The 2 little ones rushed over cautiously upon seeing Tenshinhan motionless on the ground. Why are you 2 still here instead of fighting? Piccolo roared upon spotting them, furious, after a year of hard training. How could they flee at the decisive moment? Piccolo's frustration nearly boiled over. What should we do? Krillin wiped the blood from his mouth, addressing Piccolo. Useless. Piccolo gritted his teeth, glaring at the 2 frightened children below. Do not gloat. Goku and Wang Yang will undoubtedly show up, and when they do, you will regret it. Krillin felt a sense of despair. Nappa was simply too powerful. If they are so formidable, why have they not appeared yet? Nappa bellowed from the sky. They must have seen me and fled Earth in fear. Nearby, Vegeta overheard Krillin and burst into laughter, convinced that such was the case. Which Saiyan would not tremble at the sight of the Saiyan prince? Not my father. He will certainly show up, Wang Yang replied angrily. His tiny fists clenched in defiance. He will come. Gohan echoed loudly, if you believe in them so firmly, I shall wait for their arrival. But I give you 3 hours, Vegeta declared, arrogantly raising 3 fingers. The battle paused momentarily. During the waiting period, Krillin and Piccolo found Gohan and Wang Yang still hiding. The 2 little ones hung their heads in shame. It was hardly their fault. After all, they were still young, and it was their first time on a battlefield. Feeling fear was inevitable. Krillin kindly patted their heads, recalling how he had once been bullied at Korin Tower and had not dared to retaliate. I had thought you might amount to something. But I was mistaken. I no longer wish to see you here. You should return to your mothers. This battle is beyond your capacity, Piccolo said coldly, crossing his arms. Despite his harsh words, Piccolo's heart softened. Gohan, though disappointing, had carved out a unique place in his heart over the past year, and he hoped Gohan would leave to preserve his life. The 2 little ones pursed their lips, refusing to depart. 3 hours passed quickly, as the time elapsed without the 2 Saiyan traitors appearing. Nabal laughed heartily. They are indeed cowards. My father is not a coward, Wang Yang retorted angrily, having always believed in his father's boundless strength. He would not allow them to slander him. They have not shown up, and they dare to mock me. Vegeta's fury intensified. Naba, make your move, Vegeta commanded, having lost interest in capturing the 2 children as he aimed to demonstrate the terrifying wrath of the Saiyan prince. Very well, Vegeta, Naba replied, cracking his knuckles with a sinister smile as he approached Gohan. Oh dear, why have Wang Yang and Goku still not arrived? It is truly frightening. Krillin felt despair creeping in, realizing his group stood no chance against these 2. Goku, if I perish, you must use the Dragon Balls to revive me. Wang Yang instinctively glanced at Goku. Noticing he was tense, his gaze fixed on the battlefield, as if poised to strike at any moment. What did you say? You can come back to life if you die. Vegeta, with keen ears, was astonished by Krillin's words and quickly pressed for more information. Humph. Krillin, feeling defiant, turned his head away, ignoring Vegeta. Good. How dare you disregard me? Vegeta exclaimed thrice, veins bulging on his forehead. If he intends to kill you, do not show fear, understood? Your power is immense. As long as you are not afraid, you can defeat this detestable fiend. Krillin earnestly advised the 2 little ones. Yes, I will not be afraid. They both nodded resolutely. Go. The battle was imminent as Krillin and Piccolo exchanged determined glances, charging towards Naba. Wang Yang. Gohan looked at Wang Yang beside him. Go. Wang Yang gritted his teeth, stomping his foot as he rushed forward. Seeing Wang Yang charge ahead, Gohan felt a surge of encouragement and followed closely behind. Well done, Gohan. Goku clapped his hands in approval from a distance, witnessing Gohan finally conquer his fears. Mediocre at best. I battled for my life the moment I was born, Wang Yang remarked, though his gaze remained fixed on Wang Yang. You fought for your life from birth? Is that true? Gohan questioned, recalling how weak Goku had been as a newborn, gazing at Wang Yang with curiosity upon entering the world. One possesses no recollection. However, I vividly recall witnessing Gohan's arrival into this realm, a moment marked by profound fragility, as I feared that even the slightest exertion might fracture his delicate limbs. When I was born, my battle power registered at 5001, slightly inferior to that of the bald-headed warrior. Wang Yang spoke with a calm demeanor, yet there was a hint of vibrant emotion dancing in his brow. Upon his initial awakening, he struggled to comprehend the words uttered by the Saiyan present, but once he mastered the language, the meaning of those words became profoundly clear. What? Goku's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Observing the battlefield where Nappa was relentlessly pummeling Piccolo, he turned to Wang Yang in astonishment. You possess such might from birth? Ah, back then, 3 of us were born simultaneously, you, me, and another named Broly. Your battle power was merely 2, while mine stood at 5001, and Broly's was an astonishing 937929266. Wang Yang fixed his gaze upon the battlefield as he spoke to Sun Wukong. In the midst of the fray. Wang Shang transitioned from initial chaos to a growing familiarity with the rhythm of battle, his internal strength steadily escalating. Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment at the stark contrast between his capabilities and those of Wang Yang, recognizing the vast gulf that separated them. Yet, reflecting on his years of diligent training, he felt a sense of accomplishment as he realized he was catching up. The initial weakness of his birth held no significance. Through perseverance, he vowed to close the gap, clenching his fists in determination. You were dispatched to Earth due to your low battle power at birth. Meanwhile, your father, King Vegeta, perceived Broly's and my formidable strength as a threat to his dominion, prompting him to send assassins after us. Wang Yang gestured towards Vegeta. Broly had been struck while in slumber, a scene I witnessed, which compelled me to rescue him from peril. And then, Sun Wukong eagerly inquired. Initially, I intended to locate a spaceship to escape, but the planet was swiftly assaulted and on the brink of explosion. How did you evade the planet's destruction? Goku's curiosity was piqued. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. Firmly grasping Broly as the planet exploded, Broly sensed the impending danger and instinctively generated a protective shield, allowing us to safely traverse the cosmos. Wang Yang spoke with a hint of nostalgia, contemplating how, without Broly, he might have faced a rebirth. How despicable! Goku's heart raced with anger upon hearing Wang Yang's tale, feeling a deep sense of injustice at the cruelty inflicted upon such a young child. Indeed, the Saiyans were an exceptionally brutal and malevolent race. Over the years, even with the destruction of planet Vegeta and the demise of King Vegeta, the memories of those events lingered uneasily in my heart. Wang Yang sighed. This was one of the reasons he felt compelled to win Bulma's affections upon discovering her true identity. I never anticipated that after all these years, you would still harbor such resentment. You truly are a petty individual, Goku teased, winking at Wang Yang. Upon seeing Goku's innocent smile, Wang Yang paused, realizing that for Goku, no grudge was worth clinging to for a lifetime. I end the original tale. Even Vegeta and Frieza, who had slain Goku's companions, were ultimately forgiven after their defeat. Thinking of Bulma's radiant smile and his son's endearing visage, the anger within Wang Yang gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of tranquility. Now that he enjoyed a blissful life and watched King Vegeta suffer in the afterlife, he recognized that clinging to resentment was unnecessary. Let bygones be bygones. Wang Yang mused inwardly as he gazed at the distant, proud figure of Vegeta. That moment, a wave of relief washed over Wang Yang, akin to wiping away the dust from a mirror, strengthening the bond between his soul and body, thereby enhancing his control over his physical form. Chapter 43. Lifelong rivalry. At this juncture, Krillin and Piccolo lay defeated on the ground, their energies waning, merely able to observe as Gohan and Wang Shang joined forces against Nappa. Suddenly, Nappa delivered a powerful kick, sending Gohan soaring into the air, followed by a swift blow that sent him crashing into a small mountain. Just as Nappa reveled in his triumph, a searing pain struck his abdomen as Wang Shang's petite fist connected with him. Haha, I knew Wang Shang harbored immense energy within. If only it could be unleashed, he would surely vanquish this detestable Saiyan. During his training in the other world, Krillin had witnessed Wang Shang's formidable power and boundless potential. The battle between Wang Shang and Nappa evolved from an initial mismatch to a remarkable exchange of blows, showcasing an astonishing rate of improvement. Gohan, rise and unleash your true strength, Piccolo urged, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he praised Wang Shang while Gohan sat on the ground. Clutching his head, damn it! Nappa wiped the blood from his mouth, his aura fluctuating violently, creating a tempest that swept debris from the ground, before he roared and charged at Wang Shang once more. At this moment, a streak of light darted in, and Gohan, spurred on by Piccolo's encouragement, joined the fray. The trio, two young heroes and one villain, engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Vegeta, adorned with a scouter, observed the escalating battle powers of the two young warriors, one registering at 5675 and the other at 4989. What is happening? Why are their powers increasing? Nappa felt a pang of alarm. With a sudden movement, Wang Shang appeared beside Nappa, delivering a punch that contorted Nappa's face and sent him sprawling. What? Nappa's eyes widened in disbelief as he rocketed away like a cannonball. Magic flash. Gohan, seizing the opportunity, raised his hands and unleashed an energy wave that struck Nappa mid-flight. Boom! A heart-wrenching scream echoed from within the smoke as Nappa's anguished cries pierced the air. Truly pathetic, Vegeta scoffed, indifferent to Nappa's plight, disdainfully noting how he had been bested by two mere children. Unforgivable, unforgivable. I will kill you. As the smoke cleared, Nappa's battered form was revealed. Die. He bellowed, unleashing a wave of energy toward the two combatants. In response, Wang Yang and Gohan shouted in unison, Kamehameha! Magic flash! The two energy waves spiraled together in the air, merging into a formidable yellow-blue beam that collided with Nappa's assault. What? Nappa's eyes widened in shock as the combined energy wave surged forth, effortlessly overpowering his attack and hurtling toward him. A chilling scream erupted as Nappa's massive form was engulfed by the blast, resulting in an explosion of blinding light that rendered the eyes unable to bear its brilliance. Ha! Truly magnificent! Krillin laughed heartily, tears of joy spilling forth as he recalled the comrades lost to the merciless Nappa. Humph! Not bad at all, Piccolo grunted, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. Impressive, Goku observed from afar, striking his palm with a fist in admiration that a faint groan echoed as a colossal figure slowly emerged from the crater, seemingly enduring immense agony. Vegeta! Nappa struggled to lift his hand, calling weakly to Vegeta nearby. Vegeta responded with a cold sneer, soaring forward. Nappa, I regret to inform you of your failure, Nappa gasped, as if his breath were slipping away. Enough, Vegeta sighed, delivering a powerful kick that sent Nappa soaring into the sky. Oh, why? Nappa's panicked cries rang out that T.O.B. defeated by two children is a disgrace to all Saiyans. You are a shameful disgrace, Vegeta proclaimed loudly. He then gathered his energy, unleashing a ferocious attack toward Nappa in midair. Nappa's face contorted grotesquely as he let out a series of shrill cries. Boom! As the light dissipated, a charred silhouette plummeted from the sky, landing lifelessly in the dirt. He had been slain by his own comrade. Krillin and his companions were horrified by Vegeta's brutal actions. How utterly merciless of him to personally slay his own comrade. Such cruelty. Upon witnessing the demise of Nappa at the hands of his ally, Goku was once again confronted with the sheer ferocity of the Saiyans, his face betraying disbelief. Wang Yang, however, remained impassive. Having traversed the cosmos, he had long been acquainted with the myriad distortions of human nature, moral decay, and the terrifying darkness and bloodshed that lurked within him. This scene was merely a trifling affair. With Nappa now deceased, Vegeta began to limber up, preparing to take the stage himself. Gohan, this fellow appears even more formidable. Wang Yang and Gohan stood side by side, murmuring quietly. Indeed, he seems far more terrifying. Gohan felt a chill in his heart as he recalled how mercilessly their opponent had dispatched his comrade. You two must exercise caution, Krillin shouted from a distance. Vegeta raised an eyebrow and swiftly waved his right hand towards Krillin's direction. Krillin and Piccolo, taken aback, leapt into action just as a tremendous explosion erupted nearby. A powerful shockwave sweeping through the air, rendering the two unable to control their movements as they tumbled helplessly to the ground. Uncle Piccolo! Uncle Krillin! The two youngsters cried out, then, fueled by rage, they charged at Vegeta. Wang Yang's gaze lingered on Krillin for a moment before he glanced at Goku. Why do you have such an odd look in your eyes? It gives me a bad feeling, Goku remarked. Suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. Oh, it's nothing, Wang Yang replied with a grin. Krillin to the heavens. Goku ascends to immortality. Krillin to the heavens. Boundless powers. The two children finally confronted Vegeta, and Goku's expression turned grave as he fixated on Gohan. His muscles tensed, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Though Wang Yang appeared relaxed, he was ever vigilant, attuned to Wang Yang's energy, poised to teleport to his side at any instant. It must be said, Vegeta was indeed immensely powerful, far surpassing Nappa. Unfazed by Wang Yang and Gohan's onslaught, he effortlessly countered with two punches, sending both of them crashing to the ground. Gohan, are you all right? Wang Yang inquired as he clambered up from the dirt, pulling Gohan to his feet as well. so strong. My entire body aches. I feel utterly incapable of continuing the fight. Gohan managed a weak smile. I am fine. I can still fight, Wang Yang replied, rubbing his stomach and forcing a strained smile. Meanwhile, within the Kame house, Bulma and the others were watching the battle unfold through the crystal ball provided by the fortune teller. Ah, my Gohan! If this continues, he will surely perish, Chi-Chi cried, clutching the crystal ball, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Little Shung, my dear little Shung, Bulma exclaimed, frantically pounding Oolong's head in desperation. Wang Yang, you scoundrel, why haven't you shown yourself yet? Fortune teller, show me where Wang Yang is. I'm going to find him. Bulma hastily called out to the fortune teller, as if struck by a sudden revelation. Yes, 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 the Kame Sennin and the others quickly came to their senses. Urging the fortune teller to cast her spell, as long as we locate Wang Yang. Those two Saiyans will surely be no match for him. I require immense concentration to perform divination. I cannot cast spells lightly. It takes quite a while to recover after each attempt, the fortune teller replied, her expression revealing her reluctance, as if the words "pay me" were written across her forehead. You must perform the divination now. Chi-Chi shouted urgently at the fortune teller. Bulma rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, seemingly ready to unleash her wrath if the fortune teller dared to refuse, observing the fury of the two women. The fortune teller dared not provoke them, fearing they might retaliate without recourse for explanation. How utterly lacking in respect for the elderly. Had I known, I wouldn't have come, she muttered, before raising her gnarled hands to dance before the crystal ball. As the fortune teller cast her spell, the crystal ball flickered, and the figures of Wang Yang and Goku gradually appeared within it. Goku is actually with Wang Yang. The Kame Sennin remarked in surprise. Where are they? This place seems oddly familiar, Bulma mused, furrowing her brows as she leaned in closer to observe. The scene shifted, and the green figure of Piccolo appeared prominently in the corner of the crystal ball. Ah, the Demon King Piccolo. Those two are actually present. Bulma gasped, her eyes widening in shock. How dare you, Goku? You stand idly by, watching Gohan get bullied. I'll not forgive you. Chi-Chi's veins bulged, her fiery gaze fixed on Goku's likeness. Wang Yang's keen senses immediately detected the unwelcome scrutiny. He promptly closed his eyes, following the mysterious connection. Wang Yang's vision seemed to transcend time and space, a kaleidoscope of colors flashing before him. And after a brief moment, he opened his eyes, only to be startled by what he saw. There, in the Kame house, the others glared at him in anger, causing a flush of embarrassment to color his cheeks. Oh no, I've been discovered, he thought. Hello everyone. Wang Yang chuckled awkwardly, greeting them. Goku, noticing Wang Yang inexplicably addressing the air, scratched his head in confusion. Wang Yang, who are you talking to? You're actually right there. You're watching our son being attacked. Bulma yelled, shoving her way past the others to confront Wang Yang, her desire to physically reprimand him palpable. Goku, you scoundrel. Gohan is on the brink of death, and you just stand there, watching him get beaten. You're driving me insane. Chi-Chi chimed in, joining Bulma in her outrage. Snap. Wang Yang snapped his fingers, withdrawing from their view. In the Kame house, the crystal ball became hazy, and Wang Yang and Goku's figures faded from sight. I'm going to find them, Bulma declared, storming toward the door, pulling out a universal capsule and tossing it to the ground. I'm going too. Chi-Chi followed suit. The Kame Sennin, Ox King, and Oolong scrambled up as well. Initially concerned about the dangers of approaching the battlefield, they felt emboldened upon realizing that Wang Yang and Goku were also present, dispelling their fears. The aircraft sliced through the sky, leaving two long trails of flame in its wake. That moment. Bulma, driven by maternal instinct, pushed the aircraft to its limits. The Kame Sennin and Oolong, unable to find their footing, inadvertently flew into the air, becoming comically positioned at the rear of the aircraft. Goku, there's some troubling news. Brace yourself, Wang Yang said, his expression growing serious as he gazed into the distance, where an overwhelming and terrifying energy was rising. Feeling this potent force, he found himself unable to muster his own strength, as if surrendering was the only means of self-preservation. Goku noticed Wang Yang's somber demeanor, his expression instantly mirroring the gravity of the situation. What is the bad news? Is there a new enemy? Goku's mind raced with thoughts of adversaries. Yes, this enemy is incredibly fearsome. There are lifelong rivals. I fear that neither of us stands a chance against them. Even if we were trained for 1,000 years, we would lack the courage to confront them, Wang Yang stated gravely. So strong. Goku's eyes brightened. Wang Yang, you once told me to never lose heart and always maintain a fighting spirit. How can you harbor such thoughts now? That simply won't do. You don't understand. This enemy is different. Wang Yang shook his head. Signed, it's all right. The stronger the opponent, the more excited I become, as it provides me with a goal to surpass. If you find yourself unable to act, then allow me to take the lead. I'll 1T hold back. Goku, far from feeling disheartened, instead radiated enthusiasm. Clenching his fists in anticipation, he believed he could never lose his fighting spirit like Wang Yang. In that moment, he felt he had truly surpassed him. Eagerly awaiting the forthcoming adversary, he began to throw punches and kicks in the air, seemingly warming up for the impending battle. Hee. A mysterious smile flickered in Wang Yang's eyes. I hope you truly dare to strike when the time comes. Boom! A resounding explosion drew the attention of Goku and Wang Yang. Wang Sheng roared, the rubble that had covered him instantly blasted away by an overwhelming force. What is happening? This guy's power is actually increasing as the battle rages on. Vegeta gazed in astonishment at the resurrected King, Saiyan across from him. During their fierce battle, the powers sealed away by Wang Yang were continuously being unleashed. And at this moment, King Saint's strength was drastically transformed from what it had been at the outset. This cannot continue. Otherwise, this peculiar little rascal may very well surpass my combat prowess. With this thought, Vegeta bellowed furiously, unleashing a torrent of energy that sent the unsuspecting Gohan hurtling away. Chapter 44. The Cunning and Confrontation. What overwhelming power! King Saint crossed his arms defensively, his diminutive form being pushed back relentlessly by the sheer force, carving deep grooves into the earth beneath him. Perish! Vegeta shouted, his right fist clenched tightly as he lunged fiercely at King Saint. King Saint barely managed to cross his arms in front of him. But Vegeta's strength was insurmountable, and he was thrown backward with tremendous force. Die! A sinister grin spread across Vegeta's face as he swung his arms rapidly, launching countless energy blasts toward King Saint. This was his ultimate technique, the prince's battle style. The air was filled with the deafening sounds of explosions as Vegeta unleashed energy spheres without restraint, the brilliant light from the detonations growing ever more intense. Are you not going to make a move? Goku urged Wang Yang, who stood nearby, upon witnessing the chaos. Everything is fine. Wang Yang shook his head, having sensed the loosening of the seal he had placed on King Saint. With energy beginning to seep forth, it was important to note that King Saint was born to Bulma during Wang Yang's peak strength. He possessed immense potential and a formidable energy within him. Over the past 5 years, King Saint's energy had grown tremendously. Without the seal, even the seemingly trivial combat power of 18,000 that Vegeta possessed would not stand a chance against him. Oh dear. King Saint, please do not perish, Krillin exclaimed, his mouth agape with concern as he watched the area engulfed in explosions. Nearby, a large figure resembling a small tank darted swiftly across the ground, appearing beside Gohan after several flashes. The rotund figure scooped up the gravely injured Gohan and vanished in an instant. Kairobe, Goku, ever mindful of his son, was taken aback by the familiar face of the newcomer. This sight reminded him of the time he had been defeated by Demon King Piccolo, and Kairobe had carried his injured form to Korin Tower. Gohan, you must pull yourself together. Defeating these 2 Saiyans is now your responsibility, Kairobe murmured, pulling a cloth bag from his robes and producing a senzu bean, placing it at Gohan's lips. Gohan struggled to chew, the sound of crunching echoing as he swallowed the bean. Immediately, he felt a jolt of energy surge through him, revitalizing his spirit. He sprang to his feet with a flourish. How marvelous! Thank you, Uncle! Is this truly a senzu bean? Gohan exclaimed joyfully, turning to Kairobe. Indeed, Kairobe replied, puffing his chest with pride. Uncle, you have 2 more in that bag. Could you perhaps save Uncle Piccolo and the others? Gohan's keen eyes spotted the remaining Senzu beans. Do not waste the Senzu beans. Those two have too little power. Even if saved, they would not be able to contend with that formidable Saiyan. It is wiser to use the beans on those who can truly make a difference. A Kairobe replied, shaking his round head vigorously. This, Gohan felt a tinge of disappointment. Quickly returned to battle. That little brat King Saint may not have survived. I must go see, a Kairobe urged, nudging Gohan forward. Uncle, with your strength, you should join me in the fight. Gohan looked at a Kairobe with hopeful eyes. That I shall not partake. The fighting is for you all, a Kairobe insisted, shaking his head vigorously. With no other choice, Gohan took to the skies with a fierce shout. Vegeta hovered in the air, arms crossed, looking down at the billowing smoke with a triumphant grin. Ha! It is clear that I, Vegeta, am truly invincible. Just then, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of shock as he beheld Gohan charging toward him. Unscathed. What is happening? He has restored himself? Vegeta pondered, realizing that even the vastness of space, it typically took several hours in healing pods for the strongest to recover. Could it be him? Vegeta's gaze fell upon the panting Piccolo. Recalling that Namekians possessed unique abilities to heal rapidly. No, that cannot be. He is a combat-type Namekian. Damn it, I will not let you off easily. Gohan's face twisted with anger upon seeing that King Saint seemed to be in dire straits. His energy surging wildly. His combat power has increased. It is to be expected, as Saiyans tend to gain strength after recovering from injuries. Kid, do not think that just because you have recovered, you can match me. Let us see if you can endure this, Vegeta roared, pointing at Gohan in fury. That it was a great humiliation for the proud Prince Vegeta to be embroiled in a relentless battle with a mere child. With that, Vegeta disregarded the still smoky King Saint and unleashed a powerful aura, charging toward Gohan. Come on. Gohan struck a fighting stance in midair, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Vegeta. Gohan, who already possessed considerable combat power, found that after this recovery, he was able to barely keep pace with Vegeta, occasionally creating some trouble for him during their bout. Goku watched anxiously as his son was tossed around by Vegeta, his brow furrowed deeply. After pushing Gohan aside, a Kairobe noticed that Vegeta's attention was solely on Gohan. He stealthily darted back and forth, swiftly disappearing into the smoke. This kid, while seemingly cowardly, proves to be quite resourceful in critical moments. Wang Yang mused, smiling at a Kairobe's sneaky figure. With a resounding cry of righteous fury, King Saint burst forth from the smoke like a shooting star, wielding earth-shattering power, and forcefully re-entered the fray. King Saint's arrival provided Gohan with a moment to breathe. He promptly relinquished the primary offensive position to King Saint, taking on a supporting role instead. What? Vegeta was taken aback, astonished that King Saint had also recovered, especially as his strength had evidently increased, making it difficult for him to contend with their combined might. With King Saint leading the charge and Gohan providing support, the three engaged in a fierce skirmish in the skies, their figures moving with blinding speed. The intensity of the battle left Piccolo and Krillin below, gasping for breath, unable to discern the actions above. That I never expected that in just a year, Gohan would surpass me, Piccolo remarked, his gaze fixed on the tumult above. Filled with profound reflection, as the smoke dissipated, Vegeta, ever vigilant, spotted a sneaky figure. It's him. That detestable fatso. I will tear you to shreds. Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched as he glared at the rotund, sneaky silhouette, distracted by the battle. Vegeta was suddenly struck by King Saint's fist. With his defenses breached, he found himself overwhelmed by the relentless assault from both King Saint and Gohan, countless punches raining down upon him. Chapter 45. The Turnaround Kamehameha. Magic Flash. The two young warriors moved in perfect harmony, unleashing simultaneous waves of energy that engulfed the beleaguered Vegeta. Boom! Deafening explosion reverberated through the air, the thick smoke from the blast enveloping everything in sight. At that moment, a figure shot downward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and raising a massive cloud of dust. Ha! At last, we have defeated that brutal fiend. Gohan and King Saint exchanged grins, their faces alight with joy. Have we secured victory? Krillin managed to rise, leaning on his knees, his face betraying a smile that he could not suppress. "Humph. It is somewhat satisfactory," Piccolo remarked, his head held high with a hint of pride. "It seems we need not intervene. Gohan and King Saint have managed to vanquish him," Goku said, smiling at Wang Yang, the tea present. "It appears so," Wang Yang replied with a mild smile. Just then, with a furious roar, the ground erupted with a tremendous sound, and a battered Vegeta emerged, covered in wounds. This moment, he bore a visage of bruises, his lips stained with blood, and his eyes were uneven, one swollen larger than the other. As he gasped for breath, "You dare to leave me in such a wretched state? I swear I will not forgive you," Vegeta seethed through gritted teeth. The fact that he had been bested by the offspring of two lowly warriors, who had not even shown themselves, inflicted a deep wound upon his pride. With a fierce determination, Vegeta propelled himself into the sky. Still alive, Wang Sheng and Gohan exchanged glances, nodding in unison before charging forward once more. No, with these two shameless children teaming up, continuing this battle would be detrimental to me. Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he spread his palms, gathering a sphere of radiant white light. "What is this?" Goku wondered, sensing the energy emanating from Vegeta's hands. Its power seemed ordinary, and he doubted it could defeat Wang Sheng and Gohan. An artificial moon, as soon as Wang Yang's words echoed. Vegeta hurled the glowing sphere into the sky, transforming it into a perfect moon. That moment, Vegeta, Wang Sheng, and Gohan watched as the artificial moon loomed above them, their forms uncontrollably enlarging. This is bad. Krillin and Piccolo gasped in horror, witnessing Goku and Gohan's transformation into giant apes, devoid of reason, driven solely by destruction. Their battle power surging to alarming heights. A true nightmare. But I severed Gohan's tail. Why? Piccolo's expression darkened as he observed Gohan's intact tail protruding behind him, his voice trailing off. Roar, roar, roar. 3 thunderous roars reverberated as 3 colossal brown giants appeared before the onlookers. The largest among them wore a smug grin, as if reveling in his cunning success. "You descendants of those 2 lowly warriors, the giant apes are mindless creatures. Let me show you how I will subdue you." "Ah, Gohan, why are you hitting me?" Wang Sheng, still adjusting to his giant form, inadvertently fell victim to an irrational blow from Gohan, stumbling backward. The mindless Gohan was consumed by a desire for destruction, intent on obliterating everything in sight. "Gohan, stop! Our enemy is that wicked Saiyan," Wang Sheng cried out, desperately dodging Gohan's attacks, fearing that engaging him would only benefit that Saiyan. Wang Sheng's massive figure appeared quite disheveled, while Krillin and Piccolo stood dumbfounded, questioning the sudden infighting. "Haha, I truly am a mastermind, effortlessly instigating your mutual destruction." The giant ape Vegeta crossed his arms, relishing the scene before him, applauding his own intellect. He had no desire to join the fray, fearing that if he did, he might face simultaneous assaults from both. It was wiser to remain at a distance and reap the benefits of their conflict. Yet, a flicker of doubt nagged at Vegeta's mind. Kakarot and Wang Yang are supposed to be low-class warriors. So why does this Wang Sheng retain his sanity during his transformation into a giant ape? Could it be that Wang Yang is also a high-class warrior? Vegeta pondered. Impossible. I would know of any high-class warriors. Besides, how could a high-class warrior be exiled to such a remote, low-level planet? High-class warriors, upon maturation, emerge as elites among Saiyans. Nurtured from a young age on planet Vegeta, as the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta would be aware of all Saiyans from his home planet. In a state of perplexity, Vegeta dismissed the thought. Even if Wang Yang were a high-class warrior, so what? He was the Saiyan Prince, the strongest of all. Little did he know that Wang Sheng's power at birth surpassed his own. Second only to Broly, with a lineage that eclipsed his. Wang Sheng, Gohan has transformed into a giant ape and has lost his sanity. "You must be cautious," Krillin shouted urgently. "What should we do?" Wang Sheng asked, struggling to fend off Gohan's onslaught. "The tail. If we sever his tail, Gohan will revert to normal." Piccolo yelled. He was well versed in this. Just last year, during training, he had severed Gohan's tail to restore him after his transformation. "All right," Wang Sheng exclaimed, launching himself toward Gohan's massive form and tackling him to the ground. The sheer force caused the ground to quake. "Uncle Krillin, I've pinned Gohan down. Please help me cut off his tail." Wang Sheng grunted, straining to hold Gohan in place while calling out to Krillin and Piccolo. The giant ape Gohan seemed to sense a threat, thrashing violently, his powerful arms slamming against the ground and kicking up clouds of dust. "Okay, witness my spirit slice," Krillin replied, nodding as he concentrated energy into a blade, preparing to strike at Gohan's tail. Just then, a wave of energy surged from afar, sending Krillin and Piccolo hurtling through the air. They crashed heavily to the ground, unconscious, and Krillin's spirit slice dissipated into nothingness. "Uncle Krillin," Wang Sheng shouted, glaring furiously at Vegeta in the distance. "You dare to ruin my plans? You truly underestimate me," Vegeta scoffed. Having worked hard to provoke conflict between the two troublesome children, there was no way he would allow anyone to disrupt his scheme. "Enjoy yourselves. I shall deal with you later," satisfied that no one would interrupt their battle. Vegeta strode away, his colossal footsteps resonating with thunderous echoes as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Chapter 46. The emergence don't come any closer. Don't come any closer. Yajirobe quivered behind a small hill. Trembling with fear, "I found you, you fat rat." Vegeta's eyes gleamed as his enormous hand descended from above, capturing the panicked Yajirobe firmly in his grasp. It hurts. It hurts. Let me go." Yajirobe screamed, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through him. "Confess to me. Why did those two regain their strength all of a sudden?" Vegeta tightened his grip, his blood-red eyes fixed on the plump figure in his palm. The force of his voice stirred a gale, sending Yajirobe's hair into disarray, the foul stench nearly incapacitating him. The Senzu beans. No matter how grievous the injury, consuming a Senzu bean fully restores one's strength. Yajirobe spilled the information without hesitation, like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. "Where are the Senzu beans? Hand them over." Vegeta's voice was urgent. Such a treasure was a necessity. "There are none. Not a single one left." Yajirobe shook his head in despair. "None. If that's the case, then you no longer serve a purpose. Die." Vegeta roared in fury, increasing his grip, the ominous sound of cracking bones echoing ominously. "Wait, I have one last bean." In a moment of desperation, Yajirobe was too frightened to hold back any longer. "Give it to me," Vegeta commanded, raising his left hand across his chest while pinching Yajirobe's neck with his right thumb and forefinger, lifting him off the ground. Yajirobe, gasping for breath, hurriedly fished a small cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it into Vegeta's palm. The single green bean tumbled out, shimmering before Vegeta's eyes. "What a treasure! What a treasure!" Vegeta exclaimed with elation. A single bean could heal even the gravely injured. A miraculous artifact for a battle-hungry Saiyan. "Oh, you have any more?" Vegeta's greed resurfaced. If he possessed a plethora of these beans, he could engage Frieza in a war of attrition, ultimately defeating him. "Truly, there are no more left," Yajirobe lamented, his face a mask of despair. Vegeta tightened his grip once more, eliciting tears from Yajirobe, whose screams echoed like a slaughtered pea. "Is there anything left now?" Vegeta pressed on. "There's nothing left," Yajirobe replied weakly, filled with regret for having overindulged in the past, depleting his stock of Senzu beans. At this point, Vegeta finally believed the spineless glutton. "What was that little bald guy saying about resurrection? What does that mean?" Vegeta inquired, his curiosity piqued. The Dragon Balls. If one gathers all 7 Dragon Balls, one can summon the dragon and make any wish come true. Yakalobi is a fountain of knowledge. Dragon Balls? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with a golden light, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. Since arriving on Earth, he has encountered numerous astonishing phenomena. The ability to control one's own ki, the miraculous Senzu beans that heal injuries, and the wish-granting Dragon Balls. All of these have been reshaping Vegeta's understanding, leading him to suddenly realize the invaluable treasures of Earth. Mine, all mine. Indeed, the Dragon Balls were created by the deities, and Yakalobi had spent a year training in the divine realm. Thus he was somewhat familiar with the circumstances that Vegeta's expression darkened as he observed Piccolo lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. If he's dead, then so be it. I can always visit his homeland, Namek. Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Lord Vegeta, ever since I laid eyes on you for the first time, I have been in awe of you. Let's be good friends. Yakalobi managed a strained smile. Seeing Yakalobi's perceptiveness brought a measure of delight to Vegeta's heart. You, this grotesque fatso, dare to aspire to follow me. Vegeta's mood brightened, and with a vigorous motion, he hurled Yakalobi into the air. With a swift kick of his right leg, he sent the rotund figure soaring as if kicking a soccer ball, causing him to bounce several times upon hitting the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Da ha ha, ha ha. Although this was rather embarrassing, victory belongs to me, Vegeta roared with laughter. However, recalling the individuals responsible for his predicament. A fierce glint ignited in his eyes as he opened his mouth wide, a terrifying energy blast coalescing within. Anyone who dares to injure me shall not escape. I will annihilate you all and then cleanse this earth of its inhabitants. King Shang was busy pummeling Gohan when an overwhelming energy surged towards him, a searing aura enveloping the sky, and an oppressive force bore down upon him. Seizing the moment, King Shang turned around, only to be met by a blinding white light. Daddy, I'm scared. In a panic, King Shang instinctively shielded his eyes with his hands, shouting aloud. After a brief moment, he felt no pain nor heard any explosions. And he lowered his hands. Before him stood a tall figure in the sky, his right index finger extended, gently pressing against the oncoming shockwave, which appeared powerless to advance any further. Daddy, King Shang was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation as he hurriedly stood, eyes fixed on the greatest being in existence above him. Wang Yang flicked his right index finger, causing the massive light wave to retreat at incredible speed. What? Vegeta's eyes bulged as he shouted, desperately trying to harness his inner power to counterattack, only to realize that the shockwave he had unleashed showed no signs of slowing. And in an instant, he was struck by the light wave that a thunderous roar erupted, filling the air with a crimson glow, and the ground trembled violently. Wang Yang slightly raised his head, a beam of light coalescing in his eyes, aimed at the artificial moon floating in the sky. Silently, the artificial moon was struck by this beam, dissipating into nothingness. With the artificial moon gone, King Shang and Gohan could no longer maintain their great ape transformation, their colossal forms visibly shrinking. Daddy, returning to human form, King Shang darted towards Wang Yang, burying his small head in his chest. Meanwhile, Goku appeared, cradling the naked Gohan. Little Shang, your performance was remarkable. Wang Yang lifted King Shang high. Grinning to ha-ha, King Shang, completely unclothed, beamed with a radiant smile. How infuriating! Not far away, Vegeta lay battered and bruised, bloodied and convulsing on the ground. I have not yet lost. Vegeta trembled as he raised his hand, revealing a green Senzu bean in his palm. Chapter 47. Fusion. Wang Yang cast a casual glance at Vegeta, then dismissed him. The current Vegeta was hardly worthy of his attention. He pointed his index finger at the two naked little ones, a flow of light emanating from his fingertip, and the two children were astonished to find themselves adorned in brand new garments. This little magic was something Wang Yang had learned from the deities over the past few years, having gained profound insights into Ki, mastering the principles after merely hearing them once. How marvelous! Gohan and King Shang exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. Daddy, please save Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo. King Shang suddenly remembered his comrades. Do not worry. They are quite resilient. They shall not perish. Wang Yang replied with a gentle smile, then flew to their side. That moment, Goku also arrived, carrying the unconscious Gohan. Krillin and Piccolo lay motionless on the ground, their weary eyes the only sign of life. Krillin, are you all right? Goku asked anxiously, eyeing Krillin that you're gravely injured. Thankfully, you still have some breath left. Otherwise, we would have to rely on the dragon, Wang Yang remarked, observing the two on the ground. Hearing this, Krillin and Piccolo managed a painful smile, seemingly lacking the strength to utter a word. Open your mouths at once. Krillin and Piccolo instinctively complied, and two Senzu beans flew accurately into their mouths. They struggled to chew and swallow the beans, and within moments, their eyes brightened as their wounds fully healed. Ha! I'm still alive. Wang Yang, thank you for the sins of beans, Krillin exclaimed, rising to his feet with his hands on his hips. Laughing heartily. Humph, Piccolo grunted, his gratitude poorly articulated. Just as Krillin was celebrating, a furious roar resonated, unleashing an unfathomable force that scattered countless energy waves in all directions. The source of the energy explosion surged forth, launching numerous light waves towards Wang Yang and his companions. Sensing the immense power surpassing that of before, Vegeta's heart swelled with confidence. He was certain he could easily defeat the two AS for why his previous attack had rebounded. Vegeta merely attributed it to that individual being slightly stronger, convinced that his current power could achieve the same feat. We are all on the same level. Naturally, I, Vegeta, am superior, he thought, brimming with inexplicable confidence. Oh dear, that Saiyan has recovered, and he seems even stronger now, Krillin exclaimed, startled by Vegeta's resurgence and his fierce onslaught, quickly hiding behind Goku. Wang Yang slightly lifted his eyelids, releasing his aura. Ahead of him, a formless barrier of energy materialized, halting the oncoming energy blast. A thunderous cacophony erupted as explosions enveloped everyone in thick smoke. Incredible! Krillin and Piccolo were left speechless, not needing to lift a finger as the Saiyans' attacks were effortlessly blocked. When the smoke cleared, Vegeta found that his attacks had been rendered ineffective, and he swiftly appeared before Wang Yang and the others. You two cowards have arrived just in time. Brace yourselves for a lesson in despair, Vegeta declared, his fingers cracking ominously, a sinister smile adorning his face as for the failure of his previous attack. Vegeta shrugged it off. His battle power had risen and his confidence soared, believing that only Frieza in the vast cosmos was worthy of being his rival. You might want to defeat these two little ones first. Wang Yang casually glanced at Vegeta, lacking any interest. The disparity between them was astronomically vast. Even if Vegeta could transform into a Super Saiyan or even a Super Saiyan God, he would still not be his match, for the gap in their standard battle powers was far too great. The transformations of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God could not possibly amplify power by thousands of times. Unless he could transform into a Super Saiyan while in the state of a Super Saiyan God, there might be a chance to contend with him, but that was evidently impossible for the current Vegeta. Wang Yang, this Vegeta's strength has increased. Unless they master the Kaioken, Gohan and King Shang are unlikely to be his match this time, Goku pondered. Although their battle powers are considerable, to me now, I could defeat them with a single hand, Vegeta declared proudly. Come at me together. Vegeta has inflated. Do you believe me when I say that with just one technique, they could make you cry out in despair with a single hand? Wang Yang said to Vegeta with a smile. The Saiyans' arrogant nature cannot withstand provocation, and as soon as the words left Wang Yang's lips, Vegeta immediately shouted in response. What a joke! I, Vegeta, do not believe they can defeat me with one move. Having returned from the brink of death, Vegeta's combat power has surged immensely, and he is brimming with confidence, unable to tolerate Wang Yang's words. If you have the ability, go ahead and teach them. I will make you aware that no matter the technique, it will be futile against me. Vegeta crossed his arms and lifted his chin proudly. Arrogance. You'll regret it later. Wang Yang scoffed, knowing that Vegeta's arrogance often leads him to say the most prideful things and subsequently face the harshest consequences. Wang Yang, what technique are you going to teach them? Goku asked eagerly, unable to contain his curiosity. There exists a special technique called fusion on a planet named Metamor in the universe, through the balance of energy and a unique set of movements. Two warriors can merge into one. The newly formed fighter not only possesses the strengths of both, but also experiences a significant boost in combat power. However, this technique has a time limit and will separate after half an hour. Wang Yang explained with a smile. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged glances. Fusion? Is it truly that powerful? Then you must teach them quickly, Goku exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with anticipation as he urged Wang Yang to instruct the two young ones. With a wave of his right hand, energy surged forth, and two figures formed from pure energy materialized on the ground. These two figures bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Sheng and Gohan. Wang Sheng stepped forward, scrutinizing his identical counterpart. They look just like me. He marveled. Yes, Gohan nodded in agreement. With a flicker of his mind, Wang Yang set the two figures into motion. Pay close attention and learn well. In the distance, Vegeta felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing the awkward poses of the two young ones. If you're not embarrassed, I certainly am, he remarked. Raise your hands a bit higher. Don't spread your legs too wide, and maintain a consistent stance. Additionally, your energy should be uniform, not fluctuating. Chapter 48. I shall call myself Wu Sheng. Although the two youngsters were still quite young, their ability to learn was impressive, and they quickly began to mimic the movements. An hour later, they were ready to try. Let us begin, with Wang Yang's command. Wang Sheng and Gohan took their positions apart. Fusion, as their fingertips touched, a brilliant light flashed, and their forms melded together like shadows. The radiance was so intense that it surely indicated success. Krillin gasped in awe. Did it work? Goku asked, his eyes wide with curiosity as he watched intently. Failed. Wang Yang sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had seen that the two young ones had misaligned their fingertips. As the light faded, his prediction came true, revealing a chubby boy who appeared about 10 years old. He wore only a vest, exposing his soft, plump belly. The boy shifted slightly, and then, with legs thicker than Wang Yang's, took a few awkward steps before squatting down and panting heavily. Who? Wang Yang, are you sure he could defeat that Saiyan? Krillin asked, his face a mask of embarrassment as he nudged Wang Yang with his elbow. Huh? You gotta be kidding me. Are you certain this little chubby guy can defeat me? Vegeta burst into laughter. Clutching his stomach. Failed. Ignoring Vegeta's mockery, Wang Yang stepped forward and lightly tapped the boy on the head. A silvery light flowed from his hand, and as it struck the boy's round head, he emitted a burst of white light, revealing the figures of Wang Sheng and Gohan once more. With extraordinary precision, Wang Yang forcibly separated the two energies that had merged within the boy. You misaligned your fingertips during the final step, he explained, gesturing to illustrate the mistake. The two youngsters nodded earnestly. Let us try again, Wang Yang encouraged. All right, we won. Fail this time. After two unsuccessful attempts, the competitive spirit of the two young ones was ignited. Fusion, a smile played at the corners of Wang Yang's mouth. A dazzling light shot into the sky, and a powerful aura swept across the area, sending rippling waves of energy in all directions. A lithe figure emerged from the smoke, adorned with a confident smile, wearing a vest that showcased his well-defined abdominal muscles, exuding an explosive strength. Haha, we succeeded. Krillin laughed heartily. He sensed the boy's energy, which felt as radiant as the sun, an endless source of power that left everyone in awe. Even Piccolo couldn't help but smile slightly. What? This power? In that moment, Vegeta, even without a scouter, felt the overwhelming and unfamiliar force, leaving him stunned. The strength was immense. Under the pressure of such a powerful aura, he felt as insignificant as a sailboat amidst a stormy sea. Vegeta regretted his arrogance. You are neither Gohan nor Wang Sheng anymore. What shall you be called now? Wang Yang asked the young boy before him with a smile. I shall be called Wu Sheng. Wu Sheng declared, clenching his fists as he reveled in the tremendous power within him. This strength was indeed formidable. Defeating Vegeta would be more than sufficient. After stating this, Wu Sheng began to stretch and warm up, throwing punches and kicking, creating a powerful gust of wind that lifted countless stones into the air. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, grounded himself, and shouted, accompanied by a resounding cry that echoed across the heavens. A powerful wave of energy surged forth in all directions, instantly transforming the suspended pebbles into mere dust that dispersed into the air. Wukong, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Wusheng, could not help but marvel at the astonishing power of their fusion. Wang Yang, if the enemy proves too formidable to withstand, let us also attempt fusion. Wukong yearned to comprehend the magnitude of strength that would arise from the union of himself and Wang Yang. In our fusion, I wonder if there exists a rival in the universe to oppose us? But let us defer that discussion for now. Wang Yang responded with a hint of reluctance, particularly regarding the unpredictable son Wukong. Suddenly, Wang Yang's expression turned grave as he gazed toward the distant sky. Trouble approaches. Our adversaries are about to appear. Chapter 49. Wukong confronts. Wukong's body trembled slightly, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he followed Wang Yang's gaze. That moment, a small black materialized in the sky, swiftly enlarging until it transformed into a pale yellow aircraft, emblazoned with a prominent logo, Capsule. Upon sighting the aircraft, a foreboding sensation gripped Wukong's heart. He cautiously sensed the newcomers and nearly jumped in shock. It's Chi-Chi and Bulma. What are they doing here? What shall we do? Indeed, they have discovered our location through Baba's crystal ball and are quite furious about it. This is now your task. Ensure you give them a thorough beating. Wang Yang observed Wukong with a mischievous grin. I can't do that. Wukong was taken aback. The thought of overpowering Wang Yang had entirely fled his mind. Chi-Chi was an entity he could never hope to conquer. Whenever she was enraged, Wukong could do naught but tremble in fear. Observing the uneasy stance of Wang Yang and Wukong, Krillin and Piccolo exchanged knowing glances, amusement dancing in their eyes. Haha, who would have thought that the two most powerful beings on Earth are also afraid of their wives? Before the aircraft had even settled on the ground, a woman clad in a chi-pao leaped from it. Upon landing, Chi-Chi scanned her surroundings, seeking her son Gohan. Gohan! Gohan, my Gohan, where are you? She cried out. Wuxing turned his head slightly, surprised to see Chi-Chi and Bulma. He had not anticipated their arrival. He was in no rush to confront Vegeta. In his eyes, Vegeta was merely a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap for long. Wukong, come here! Unable to locate her son, Chi-Chi roared at son Wukong. Chi-Chi, what brings you here? Wukong, compelled to obey, hurriedly approached her. Where's my Gohan? Chi-Chi seized Wukong by the collar, glaring at him. Over there! Wukong forced a smile, pointing towards the distant Wuxing. Gohan. How could he possibly be Gohan? My Gohan is only 5 years old. He cannot be that large. Chi-Chi glanced at Wuxing, though the youth bore resemblance to Gohan. He was evidently not in that moment. Bulma disembarked from the aircraft, dressed in a sky-blue skirt that accentuated her curves, with her hands on her hips and her legs in short boots tapping the ground. She regarded Wang Yang with a hint of anger. Bulma, you two have come. Wang Yang grinned, playfully draping an arm over Bulma's shoulder. Humph, do you have any idea how worried I was just now? Had I known you were here, I wouldn't have been so anxious. Bulma turned her head aside, scoffing. Seeing Wang Yang's irreverent smile only fueled her desire to give him a good thrashing. Wang Yang paused, recalling that Bulma was not like Chi-Chi, that if he insisted on having Wuxing join the battle, she might worry but would ultimately acquiesce to his decision. Just as with his every excessive demand, she would eventually agree despite her reluctance. Bulma, this time I failed to consider your feelings, and I apologize for causing you worried. I will be sure to discuss matters with you properly next time. Wang Yang earnestly declared. For now, I will let it slide. But where is little Sheng? Bulma coldly inquired. He's over there. Wang Yang pointed towards Wuxing. Just now, Wukong claimed he was Gohan, and now you say he is little Sheng. What on earth is going on? Bulma asked, slightly bewildered, furrowing her brow. It is as follows. Wang Yang recounted the tale of their fusion. If the fusion is so powerful, why did you not teach them to use it when Gohan was being so thoroughly beaten? Chi-Chi shouted at son Wukong. Wukong offered an awkward smile, scratching his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Gohan was not beaten severely. You must have misjudged the situation. Look, he is standing there, still imposing. If you don't believe me, I can call him over so you can ask him if he was truly beaten badly. Wang Yang shook his head, valiantly defending their cause. We all witnessed it. How could we possibly be mistaken? Oolong mumbled. You must be mistaken. It was surely Baba's crystal that conjured illusions, failing to reveal the true state of affairs. That old woman has poor skills and charges exorbitantly. Do not summon her for divination again. I can perform it for you instead. Wang Yang adamantly denied the accusation. These little brats are truly shameless. They expect divination without payment. In the Kame house, Baba was scolding Bulma and the others, constantly muttering to herself. Suddenly, she sneezed, sending the crystal before her flying. Who is the scoundrel speaking ill of me behind my back? I shall find you. Oh, it's you again. Never mind, never mind. I shall not hold this against you this time. Baba, recognizing the familiar face within the crystal ball, hastily severed the spell. Wang Yang winked mischievously at Bulma. Understanding his cue, Bulma delivered a solid punch to Oolong's head. "Shut your mouth." Wang Yang was mistaken. It was Baba's error. Oolong protested, feeling aggrieved that I spoke the truth. "Why must I be punished?" The turtle sage shrank back, slowly retreating behind Oolong. Yes, Wang Yang is correct. Gohan truly was not beaten severely. Wukong chuckled heartily at this moment. "You still dare to laugh? If you had not been preoccupied with your training these past 2 years, Gohan would not have ventured into battle. He could have been home studying, becoming a good child." Chi-Chi admonished Wukong. "Did Dio not worry, Chi-Chi? Once the battle concludes, Gohan will be able to study diligently." Son Wukong reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Bang! Ah! A streak of light blazed across the sky, accompanied by a tremendous scream as Chi-Chi became embedded in a boulder. "Chi-Chi!" Son Wukong exclaimed, glancing at his own hand in horror before soaring towards her. Wang Yang regarded Wukong with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. This was the consequence of lacking control over one's strength. "Mama!" Wuxing rushed over in distress. "Daddy, why did you hit Mama? Look how severely you hurt her." Wuxing complained to son Wukong. "That Gohan, I failed to control my strength and merely tapped Chi-Chi lightly, but she was sent flying." Son Wukong explained as he helped Chi-Chi to her feet, offering a sheepish grin to Wuxing. Wang Yang, observing Bulma's distressed expression, felt a lump in his throat. "What is amiss?" Wang Yang inquired, puzzled. Chapter 50. Next time, you'll hit your own bottom. Will you also learn from Wukong and hit your wife? I'm not like Chi-Chi. She can withstand such blows. My petite frame cannot endure your might. Bulma gazed at Wang Yang with a pitiful expression. "How could I ever strike you? Rest assured, even if I were to strike someone, it would not be you," Wang Yang vowed with great sincerity. "Humph, remember your words. Next time, you shall strike your own bottom." Bulma shot him a flirtatious glance. Oolong and the turtle sage, sensing the chilling atmosphere, exchanged glances, both deciding that it was prudent to leave this place, and hastily approached Chi-Chi to inquire about her injuries. "Wukong, you must learn to control your strength." Fortunately, it was Chi-Chi. Had it been another woman, the consequences would have been dire. The wise Master Roshi earnestly spoke to son Wukong. "What Grandpa Turtle said is indeed true. It's such a pity for Chaozi. He has already died once, and the dragon cannot resurrect him again." Suddenly, Master Roshi sighed. "Grandpa Turtle, Wang Yang mentioned that there are Dragon Balls on Namek, the homeland of Piccolo. Once this battle concludes, we can journey to Namek and beseech them to revive Chaozi." Son Wukong addressed Master Roshi. "I see. When the time comes, you shall embark on that journey. They must protect the Earth from formidable foes. We absolutely must ensure their revival." "Indeed. Damn it. How could he be so powerful? It's utterly insurmountable." In the distance, Vegeta sensed the immense energy within Wukong, a terrifying aura that made him tremble uncontrollably, his face reflecting sheer dread. A Saiyan prince, he would never retreat in the face of an equal adversary. Yet the disparity in their powers was simply too great that moment. Noticing that his opponent seemed oblivious to his presence, Vegeta discreetly stepped back a few paces. Following that, he unleashed his energy and soared into the distance. "I shall temporarily withdraw. Once my strength increases, I will undoubtedly obliterate all of you to vent my fury." His heart ablaze with rage, Vegeta was not foolish enough to remain stationary at a crucial moment. As Wukong was observing Chi-Chi, he suddenly perceived Vegeta attempting to flee. In an instant, he appeared before Vegeta. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, instinctively halting his movement. "How did he get in front of me so quickly?" Vegeta was astonished by Wukong's speed, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. "Where do you think you're going?" Wukong crossed his arms, casting a cold, sidelong glance at the visibly frightened Vegeta. "Die." Vegeta's heart seethed with a mix of rage and humiliation upon finding his path obstructed by Wukong. Leading him to unleash a furious roar, Vegeta gathered a formidable amount of energy in his hands, relentlessly directing it toward Wukong. "Die, die, die." His hands moved rapidly, transforming into 2 colossal windmills, unleashing countless energy blasts. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, flames soaring to the heavens, enveloping Wukong's figure in the sheer force of the energy. My Gohan. Just moments ago, appearing lifeless, Chi-Chi sprang to her feet, revitalized at the sight of Wukong under Vegeta's assault. Little Saint, Bulma, momentarily forgetting her quarrel with Wang Yang, turned pale with fear at this scene, rushing in her husband's embrace to "Oh, not worry. Wukong is incredibly strong now. That mere Vegeta is no match for him. Just look back. Isn't Wukong standing there unscathed?" Wang Yang gently reassured Bulma, patting her back. Upon hearing Wang Yang's words, Bulma turned around. As the mist dissipated, Wukong indeed stood unharmed, arms crossed, observing Vegeta. "Is this your idea of an attack? It barely tickles. Perhaps you should eat something before coming back to fight?" Wukong scoffed, a look of undisguised disdain upon his face. "You bastard!" Vegeta's pride had been severely wounded, and fury clouded his judgment as he lunged forward, throwing a punch at Wukong's face. Slow. Too slow. It's like child-esque play. Wukong effortlessly dodged the strike by tilting his head. Failing to land a hit, Vegeta's face contorted in rage as he continued his assault, his hands becoming mere blurs as he aimed at Wukong's body. Yet, the disparity in their battle prowess was insurmountable. None of Vegeta's attacks proved effective. Wukong, exuding confidence, casually stood with his left hand behind his back. His right hand raised with a single finger, he effortlessly blocked all of Vegeta's onslaughts. Bang! Having had enough of the playfulness, Wukong beamed with a bright smile, delivering a swift punch to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact struck Vegeta like a bolt of lightning, leaving his mind blank. His face twisted in agony as he clutched his stomach, staggering back several steps, saliva spewing forth before collapsing to his knees, his head crashing against the hard ground. Such strength! Krillin was left in awe as he witnessed Wukong effortlessly overpower the once mighty Vegeta. "Wow! Little Saint is incredible!" Bulma exclaimed, her hand covering her vibrant red lips, her eyes sparkling with pride. "Gohan, give him a thorough beating. How dare he come to Earth and disrupt your studies?" Chi-Chi shouted, raising her fist toward Wukong. "Wukong, Wang Yang, how infuriating. I can't even withstand a single attack from him." Vegeta's face pressed against the ground, twitching uncontrollably, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The earth beneath him dampened by his perspiration. He felt a deep ache throughout his body, the energy within him shattered by Wukong's punch, leaving him unable to gather himself again. Wukong looked down from above at the fallen Vegeta, his gaze icy, his right hand slowly raised, pointing at the prostrate Saiyan. A yellow energy wave coalesced in his palm, a strike potent enough to obliterate even Vegeta at his peak. "I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I have yet to become a Super Saiyan. I haven't avenged myself on Frieza." Vegeta trembled as he sensed the chilling energy above him, a primal instinct for survival igniting within him. "Wukong!" At that moment, Wang Yang appeared beside Wukong, speaking softly. "Father?" Wukong looked at Wang Yang with confusion. "Let him go." Wang Yang sighed. Had it been before, he would never have spared Vegeta, given their past grievances. However, with the resolution of his own inner turmoil, he no longer harbored animosity. This time, he would grant Vegeta a chance at redemption. "All right, Father." Wukong nodded in agreement, dispersing the energy in his hand. Though he was a fusion of two beings, he still held great respect for Wang Yang, following his instructions without question. "Well done." Wukong and Chi-Chi appeared, praising Wukong in supporting Wang Yang's decision to spare Vegeta. Goku also agreed. It was better not to take a life if it could be avoided. "Haha, that's a relief." Wukong felt a little embarrassed by the praise, scratching the back of his head and chuckling. "Vegeta, you may leave. From now on, devote yourself to training and refrain from senselessly destroying planets. Such behavior leads to no future. A true Saiyan pursues great power and the thrill of battle, not destruction for amusement," Wang Yang stated coldly to the fallen Vegeta. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed, trembling as he retrieved a remote control from his pocket to summon his spacecraft. The spherical vehicle quickly materialized, and Vegeta, regaining some strength, awkwardly climbed inside. "I will have my vengeance," he shouted bitterly, watching as the figures below dwindled into the distance. Half an hour later, the fusion period concluded, and a burst of light revealed the figures of Wang Yang and Gohan. Upon their appearance, Chi-Chi and Bulma immediately abandoned their husbands, rushing to embrace their sons with concern. "Gohan, are you feeling all right? Let mommy have a look. Little saint, you must be hurt. Eat plenty when we return to replenish your strength." Wang Yang and Goku exchanged glances, both recognizing the exasperation in each other's eyes. After gathering the remains of Chaozi and the others, the group returned to Wang Yang's home to celebrate their triumph over the Saiyans while discussing plans to visit Namek. Eat up! An abundance of delicious food filled a massive round table as Bulma and Chi-Chi sat beside their sons, serving them. The two women frequently scolded Wang Yang and Goku for their actions. "Gohan is still so young. Goku, how could you let him fight? It's infuriating." "Yes, little saint is still so small. It's hard to understand how you, as a father, could be so cruel," Bulma chimed in, casting a disapproving glance at Wang Yang. Wang Yang and Goku allowed the complaints to wash over them, nodding along with sheepish smiles as they eagerly devoured their food. Once satiated, the group settled on the couch to chat. Wang Yang, when do you plan to head to Namek, where Piccolo's homeland is said to possess Dragon Balls? Goku inquired. What? In the past. Wang Yang pointed to his own face, gazing at Wukong with a hint of confusion. Indeed, you possess the ability to teleport. Could it be that I am the one who must go? Wukong replied with casual certainty. As for Namek, I have never set foot there, so I'm unaware of their location or aura. Wang Yang shook his head. No matter, we can simply inquire with King Kai. Wukong chuckled. Even if we have the location, it is of no use. I have no knowledge of their aura. I have an idea. We can summon Shenron and request him to send you there. Krillin suggested with enthusiasm. However, Shenron can only be summoned once a year. It should be reserved for emergencies. Let us acquire a spaceship to travel to Namek instead. Consider it a journey. Piccolo would likely wish to return to his homeland as well. Wang Yang stated, casting his gaze toward Piccolo. Piccolo subtly nodded in agreement. After years of companionship, Bulma had grown to understand Wang Yang very well. Noticing his constant search for excuses, she realized he had ulterior motives. But we do not possess a spaceship. That Saiyan has one, yet it is far too small for us, son Wukong remarked, scratching his head. This is simple. Just wait a moment while I borrow a spaceship from a friend, Wang Yang declared, vanishing from the room with a flash of teleportation. Teleportation is truly remarkable. One can go wherever they desire. Wukong's voice carried a note of envy. In the dark expanse of the universe, a fleet of several hundred spaceships sailed through the void. Wang Yang's figure materialized aboard a purple, round spaceship. Long time no see, Palyasin. Wang Yang greeted a figure with purple skin. It is Lord Wang Yang. I am honored to meet you, my lord, Palyasin exclaimed, startled at the sight of Wang Yang. Standing at attention and bowing repeatedly. The surrounding crew members, clearly recognizing Wang Yang, also bowed respectfully. Each time Wang Yang appeared so suddenly, Palyasin nearly felt his heart stop. After all, he had altered his course multiple times in the vast universe. How could Wang Yang find him so easily? Frieza was the largest real estate mogul in the cosmos, while Palyasin was a notorious space pirate, known for robbing interstellar merchants and invading wealthy planets. Years ago, when Palyasin attempted to plunder a prosperous planet, he crossed paths with Wang Yang, who dealt him a severe blow, destroying numerous ships and leaving him severely weakened, reducing him from a top-tier cosmic pirate to an ordinary one. Since then, he had harbored a deep fear of Wang Yang. Each time Wang Yang arrived, he was quick to comply with his requests, eager to see him depart. After years of arduous effort, Palyasin had finally regained his status as a top cosmic pirate. Fearing once more that he might offend Wang Yang and return to a life of struggle, you may dispense with the formalities. Wang Yang casually waved his hand, taking a seat upon Palyasin's former throne. The reason I sought you out is to request your assistance with a particular matter, Wang Yang said, regarding Palyasin with a smile. My lord, you need not be so formal. Whatever you require, simply command me, and I will ensure it is accomplished without hesitation. Even if you demanded all of my spaceships, I would not flinch, Palyasin responded, displaying his astuteness by not inquiring further about the nature of the request. In the cosmos, loyalty was a rare commodity. The prevailing law was one of survival of the fittest, where the strongest reigned supreme. Should Wang Yang desire to usurp his position, Palyacin's subordinates would readily turn to serve him. I happen to be in need of a spaceship. Your vessel appears quite suitable. Please send someone to pilot it to Earth with haste, as I am pressed for time, Wang Yang stated, offering no room for Palyacin to voice his opinion. After providing the location of Earth, he activated his teleportation and departed without further ado. Upon witnessing Wang Yang's departure, Palyacin wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. You all will pilot my spaceship to Earth. And once you arrive, you must follow Lord Wang Yang's instructions to the letter. Do you understand? Palyacin commanded his crew, who responded in unison. Understood. They had all witnessed Wang Yang's formidable presence and dared not slack off. Chapter 52. The Foolish Girl. After issuing his orders, Palyacin hurriedly boarded a small spacecraft, wishing to distance himself from Wang Yang as far as possible, ideally fleeing from that planet known as Earth. Soon, the massive spaceship detached from the fleet, speeding toward a blue planet, while Palyacin's fleet altered course in the opposite direction of the previous vessel. Before long, Wang Yang reappeared in the room. Where is the spaceship? Bulma inquired, circling him as she noticed his empty hands. That I just borrowed a spaceship from a friend. They are currently en route and should arrive in a few days, Wang Yang replied with a smile. There were a few spaceships on Earth as well, such as the Supreme Kai's vessel, Radit's spacecraft, Naba's craft, and Wukong's flying machine. However, these would require repairs and modifications, consuming considerable effort, far less practical than simply acquiring one. Who will accompany me to Namek? Wang Yang asked, surveying the group. After unanimous discussion, the chosen individuals were Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin. I want to go too. Gohan timidly raised his hand. Gohan, please do not joke around. Chi-Chi whispered that I am not joking. I truly wish to help. That we are all here to assist in defending Earth from the Saiyans, and I want to contribute, Gohan insisted, clenching his fists and looking down. Absolutely not. I will not permit it. You have just returned after a year of training. You should focus on your studies. You are already far behind. Moreover, you are still so young. What would happen if you face danger? Your father is going. You need not tag along, Chi-Chi retorted fiercely. Wang Yang and Bulma exchanged glances, then quietly departed, taking Wang Sheng with them. Chi-Chi can be quite intimidating when angry, yet Gohan's desire to go to Namek at such a young age is commendable. Bulma praised that if Gohan wishes to assist in resurrecting everyone on Namek, would you like to join him? Wang Yang gently inquired of Wang Sheng. I want to go. I really do, Wang Sheng replied earnestly while looking up at Wang Yang. That's the spirit. A true man must bear responsibility, Wang Yang said, ruffling Wang Sheng's hair affectionately. I want to go too, Bulma chimed in, her enthusiasm for extraterrestrial travel evident. With Wang Yang present, she felt assured that wherever they ventured, it would be safe and enjoyable. I will not be going. You must stay with me at home, Wang Yang said with a hint of melancholy. What? Bulma gasped in shock. If Wang Yang chose not to go, how could she feel at ease sending their young son to Namek? You must go. Wang Sheng is still so small, and I cannot bear the thought of him traveling so far, she insisted. Do not worry. With Wukong around, there is no danger, Wang Yang reassured her. What are you joking about? I would be more concerned with Wukong around. That guy is simple-minded and careless. How could he possibly look after anyone? Bulma exclaimed in anger. I am currently facing a bottleneck in my training and require your assistance. Wang Yang stated. I still do not trust Wang Sheng, Bulma replied, pinching Wang Yang's arm lightly. But he is my son, filled with immense potential. What danger could he possibly face? Besides, even if trouble arises, as long as he and Gohan fuse, they can overcome any obstacle. Wang Yang comforted her softly. Let me think about it. Bulma's tones softened slightly. That night, Bulma lay breathless in Wang Yang's embrace, her warm breath radiating a faint blush, with a cascade of blue-green hair brushing against her cheek. Bulma, I feel as though I have reached a bottleneck in my physical abilities. Do you have any suggestions for enhancing my strength? Wang Yang inquired, as he sensed diminishing returns from his recent training. You wish to grow even stronger. Your physique is already extraordinarily powerful, Bulma exclaimed. Sitting up in astonishment, in the dimly lit room, a sudden glow illuminated the space, and Wang Yang instinctively grasped it, gently pulling Bulma back down. Could it be that the pressure in the gravity room is insufficient? If not, I can upgrade it, Bulma proposed, nuzzling against Wang Yang's face like a playful kitten. That would suffice. If possible, creating an artificial lightning would be even better, Wang Yang added thoughtfully. Thunder possessed not only the capacity for devastation, but also an invigorating vitality. In his youth, he once ventured to the mountain summit to summon lightning, narrowly escaping a fatal strike. Haunted by the memory, he has harbored a certain trepidation over the years. Now, with his physical form considerably strengthened, the time has come to venture forth once more. Very well. As long as it is your request, I shall find a way to assist you. No matter the difficulty, Bulma replied, her tone laced with affectionate indulgence. How fortunate it is to have a captivating scientist as a wife, Wang Yang mused, and with a playful grin, he swiftly turned over, eliciting a light-hearted protest from Bulma. It seemed he was once again swept into a tide of passion, destined for another tumultuous night. The following morning, after breakfast, Bulma enlisted the help of Dr. Briefs to construct a brand new gravity chamber. It must be said, this father-daughter duo truly deserved their reputation as the foremost scientists on Earth. Within a mere 2 days, a new gravity chamber stood before Wang Yang. This chamber was semicircular in design, its walls smooth as glass, resembling an immense circular lens. Metal rods hung around the perimeter. And this gravity chamber could adjust its force up to 10,000 times normal gravity, all controllable by voice commands. The metal rods were designed to emit lightning, with a total of 10 levels of intensity, each level increasing the power tenfold, also operated through voice commands. Bulma provided a brief overview to Wang Yang. Before she could finish, Wang Yang was already eager to give it a try. Bulma, please step outside. I wish to test it, he instructed. All right, I will monitor from outside, and should any danger arise, I will shut it down immediately, Bulma replied, concern evident in her voice. After all, such perilous training left her feeling anything but at ease. Were it not for her understanding of Wang Yang's desire for strength, she would never have permitted the creation of such a dangerous apparatus. Understood. Wang Yang nodded in agreement. As he stepped into the gravity chamber, he firmly closed a heavy metallic door behind him. Activate 2,000 times gravity, he calmly instructed the control system. Previously, his gravity chamber had only reached a maximum of 1,000 times, which had been easily manageable for him. Understood, came the response, and, as Wang Yang's command echoed, an overwhelming force descended upon him. The surrounding air becoming thick and oppressive, a single breath felt akin to inhaling fire. He gently moved his arm, noting that the pressure was still bearable. Activate 5,000 times, he declared, feeling a weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, his feet seemingly glued to the ground. Let us hold it here for a moment, he thought, flexing his stiff fingers before commencing his cultivation technique, every muscle in his body vibrating intensely. Under this immense pressure, he sensed his training accelerating. Indeed, my previous challenges were insufficient, he mused, amazed that he could endure 5,000 times gravity. Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, marveling, it is indeed remarkable that Wang Yang can withstand such force. That, of course, he is my husband. Naturally, he is extraordinary, Bulma replied, a proud smile gracing her face. Activate the first level, Wang Yang commanded with a serious tone. Having nearly met his demise from lightning once before, he approached this initial training with utmost caution. I in the control room. Upon hearing Wang Yang's command, Bulma leaned forward, her expression tense as she watched him on screen. Flashes of electricity crackled around him, followed by the booming sound of thunder, as 6 bolts of lightning erupted from the walls, converging into a dazzling purple light above. The temperature in the chamber surged, accompanied by a scent of singed AI. In mere moments, a bolt as thick as a thumb struck downward toward Wang Yang. Instantly, every hair on his body stood on end as he was enveloped in electricity, radiating a brilliant violet glow. Within the gravity chamber, Wang Yang appeared remarkably at ease. So, my body has grown so powerful. Activate the 5th level, he commanded. What? How can he increase the intensity so drastically? Is he out of his mind? Bulma gasped in disbelief upon hearing Wang Yang's words. That on the screen, a terrifying deep purple beam descended from above. The cacophony of crackling electricity resonated within the chamber as Wang Yang felt an intense burning pain coursing through him, his vision blurring as if it might be scorched away at any moment. Fearful, he quickly closed his eyes, refusing to relent as he continued to channel his energy, all 365 of his acupuncture points vibrating and swirling. Waves of destructive energy surged into him, enhancing his physical form. Wang Yang did not call for a halt. The bolts of lightning continued to converge from above, striking him every 10 seconds. Activate the 6th level. With a deafening roar, a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel struck directly overhead, engulfing Wang Yang entirely. Tendrils of smoke escaped, and Bulma outside could even detect the smell of burning flesh. Had I known, I would not have designed such high levels, she lamented, watching in horror as Wang Yang's form became visible, his skin charred and blackened as if he had emerged from the ashes. Blood spattered from his wounds, staining the surrounding area a deep crimson, creating a scene of gruesome carnage. Wang Yang! Wang Yang! Are you all right? I'm pulling the plug, Bulma cried out urgently, her heart aching at the sight of him. I am fine. I feel fantastic. Wang Yang's voice was hoarse yet brimming with exhilaration. Despite his singed exterior, the injuries were superficial, and he would soon recover. The blood was merely a release of impurities from within. At that moment, he felt his physical prowess surging, and through the multitude of wounds, his bones shimmered like jade, displaying remarkable resilience. How can you say you're fine in such a state? Bulma exclaimed. Nearly in tears, as the lightning continued to strike, Wang Yang's body became a patchwork of wounds, resembling a mere heap of mud clinging to a skeletal frame. Any other person would have surely perished. Suddenly, Bulma noticed that the blood oozing from Wang Yang's wounds shimmered with a golden glow. What is this? Wang Yang sensed he was nearing his limit, too fatigued to utter a word. He turned his gaze to the screen where Bulma was watching. In an instinctive understanding, she pointed to a red button. Instantly, the immense gravity within the chamber vanished, and the bolts of electricity flickered out, allowing Wang Yang to collapse to the ground. Gasping for breath, as the gravity chamber returned to normalcy, Bulma rushed to his side. Wang Yang, how are you? She asked, her heart breaking at his battered appearance. It is just superficial. I'll recover quickly, he replied, taking a deep breath of the refreshing air, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him as he offered Bulma a strained smile. Wang Yang trembled as the charred remnants of his skin began to fall away, the myriad of injuries gradually healing, revealing skin as pale and pure as jade. You recovered so swiftly? Bulma gasped, astonished. If I continue this training, my physical form will grow ever stronger. One day, I shall be able to regenerate lost limbs and even resurrect from a drop of blood, Wang Yang resolved, clenching his fists with determination. Noticing Wang Yang's skin appeared more vibrant than ever, Bulma couldn't help but envy him as she reached out to touch his arm. Startled, Wang Yang looked up to meet her gaze. Realizing her eyes were unfocused, a blush coloring her cheeks as her temperature rose. Why are you suddenly flushed? He asked, placing his hand on her forehead and feeling an unusual warmth, with no other recourse. He escorted her to the bathroom, splashing her with cool water in hopes of alleviating her fever. As a pink mist enveloped the gravity chamber and the sky dimmed, Wang Yang supported Bulma as they exited together. Thanks to his cooling efforts, she soon returned to normal. Bulma, please extract a small sample of my blood for analysis, Wang Yang requested as she clung to his arm, her face full of trust. Certainly, Bulma's voice was languid. Responding with a weary tone, reclining on the sofa, she resembled a lazy kitten nestled in Wang Yang's embrace. You seem to have asked me to do something earlier. What was it? Bulma yawned, her lethargy evident as she could hardly muster the energy to lift a finger. Well, we Saiyans possess a transformation into Super Saiyan that can amplify our power manifold. However, the conditions for this transformation are exceedingly stringent. It can only occur in a state of extreme fury, Wang Yang explained, his right hand gesturing animatedly. And then, Bulma inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Chapter 54. Departure to Namek. That I have a beautiful, alluring wife and an obedient son. I cannot conjure extreme anger. But I certainly experience profound happiness, Wang Yang said with a smile as he leaned closer to Bulma. Upon hearing this, a smile crept onto Bulma's lips, her eyes nearly squinting with delight at his words. I need you to help me extract some of my cells for thorough examination, to see if we can devise a method for me to transform into a Super Saiyan, Wang Yang elucidated. One must adapt with the times. When faced with challenges, we may seek direction through technology. No problem. Your wife is capable of anything. Leave this matter to me, Bulma proclaimed confidently, patting her chest, sending ripples of assurance through her demeanor. That's excellent. Whether I can transform into a Super Saiyan now depends on you, my dear wife, Wang Yang chuckled. Naturally, just look at who I am, Bulma retorted with a grin, her joy evident in the prospect of assisting Wang Yang. 5 days swiftly passed out on this day. A colossal spaceship descended from the cosmos, and Wang Yang, already alerted, promptly instructed those aboard to land the vessel in a desolate area outside West City. Goku, you must take good care of Gohan, Chi-Chi exclaimed, burdened by numerous packages that nearly engulfed her. Ultimately, she could not dissuade Gohan from going to Namek. Gohan, remember to study diligently on Namek, and don't forget to write back regularly, Chi-Chi whispered to him, disregarding the awkwardness surrounding them. The onlookers exchanged glances, perplexed by how one could write back from other planets. Would they need to travel back specifically to deliver letters? Wang Yang glanced at Goku, bemused as to how he had persuaded Chi-Chi to allow Gohan to travel to Namek. Little Saint cautiously approached, surveying the circular spaceship with a mix of trepidation regarding the unknown and anticipation for the forthcoming journey. Is Little Saint truly going to be all right? Bulma expressed her worries, clutching Wang Yang's arm anxiously. Rest assured, everything will be fine, Wang Yang reassured her, thumping his chest confidently. Hey, Goku, you must look after Little Saint while on Namek. If there's a battle, you should lead the charge, understood? Bulma admonished Goku, hands on her hips. Ha. Got it, Goku replied, grinning at Wang Yang. Then Bulma tossed a box to Goku. Bulma, what is this? Goku asked, puzzled as he caught it. It's a Dragon Ball radar. How else would you find the Dragon Balls without it? She replied. Time to depart for Namek. A group stood at the base of the spaceship, engulfed in a burst of white light as Goku and the others gradually ascended into the ship. The hatch sealed with a soft thud, and the massive spaceship slowly lifted off, gaining speed as it soared through the atmosphere, leaving countless stars trailing behind in its wake. Bulma remained on the ground. Waving her arms, her gaze fixated on the now-vanished ship. Little Saint, be safe, Wang Yang, sensing her anxiety, reassured her, do not worry. I possess instant transmission. I can check on them anytime. Then take me with you when you go. We'll see about that when the time comes. Fine. By the way, I have made progress on the matter you asked me to research last time, Bulma smiled, her earlier worries dissipating. Let us discuss it back home. Wang Yang said, using instant transmission to appear beside Dr. Briefs. You're back. Has Little Saint already departed? Dr. Briefs exclaimed with a chuckle upon seeing them. Indeed, Bulma replied. Wang Yang, your friend is incredibly generous. Such a massive spaceship. And he simply gives it away, Dr. Briefs remarked, having received satellite footage of the colossal vessel that, if you like it, I can arrange for them to gift it to you when they return. Wang Yang laughed. As a pragmatic opportunist, Wang Yang felt no sting of loss over a mere spaceship. Moreover, Dr. Briefs was no stranger. It was as good as passing it from one hand to the other. Then it's settled. I am genuinely curious about how their spaceship is designed and how it differs from my own concepts, Dr. Briefs said with a grin. Back in their own quarters, Bulma printed several reports from the equipment. This is far too intricate for me to understand. Why don't you explain it to me? Wang Yang said, somewhat exasperated, pushing the reports back towards Bulma, as his expertise lay solely in martial cultivation, rendering him a novice in technological matters. All right, I'll explain it to you. Why research indicates that Saiyan cells share similarities with human cells, though they possess a few extraordinary variants. When a person experiences anger, adrenaline is released. Based on your suggestions, I injected these cells with adrenaline, and indeed, one type absorbed it and exhibited explosive growth, Bulma said, gently brushing her hair aside with a smile. So you've identified this type of cell. If I inject this specific adrenaline, I can transform into a Super Saiyan, Wang Yang exclaimed joyfully, embracing Bulma and planting a kiss on her. Bulma shot him a playful glare, her expression sultry that it should work that way. As long as the concentration of this type of cell in your body reaches a certain threshold, you can transform into the Super Saiyan you speak of. Now lie down, and I'll scan your entire body to see how many of these cells you possess. Bulma instructed, retrieving a device resembling a scanner. All right. Wang Yang, filled with excitement, wriggled out of his clothes like an eel. You don't need to strip completely, Bulma chastised, playfully swatting him. Despite his swift disrobing, Bulma plugged in the device, which emitted a blue light enveloping Wang Yang. Nothing here. Turn over, she directed. Wang Yang obediently flipped onto his back, a furry tail playfully brushed against Bulma's face. Behave yourself. Bulma grasped the thick tail and playfully wielded it like a whip, giving Wang Yang a light smack on his rear. The reprimand caused the tail to droop. Found it. The scan reveals a substantial concentration of cells located in your back and tail, beneath the glow of the scanner. Golden light swirled beneath Wang Yang's skin. Bulma delicately traced the perimeter of the golden light on his back, her slender fingers gliding down to grasp his thick, golden-hued tail illuminated by the blue light. Chapter 55. You're just like Goku and how you treat your wife. It's strange. Why are these cells in your body growing so rapidly? Does my touching your tail irritate you? Didn't you previously claim to enjoy it? Bulma's expression shifted, her gaze narrowing as she scrutinized the back of Wang Yang's head, her delicate hand firmly pinching his robust tail. No woman tolerates deceit from a man that don't overthink it. Do you honestly believe I'd be angry in this situation? My mind is perfectly serene. Even if you wrongfully accuse me, I wouldn't harbor resentment. Wang Yang replied, turning to look at Bulma with bemusement. Really? Although Bulma found his words reassuring, she felt a man sometimes needed a firm lesson. Of course. For now, I'll trust you. I believe these cells not only proliferate in anger, but also in a calm and composed state. Bulma pondered thoughtfully and remarked, if that is the case, then after more than 20 years of refining my mindset, this cell should suffice. Wang Yang responded softly. The back? The tail? A sudden realization struck Wang Yang, and he instinctively channeled his energy into the area where Bulma's finger had just traced. In an instant, a dazzling golden light illuminated the room, the intense golden radiance causing Bulma to grasp Wang Yang's tail tightly, covering her eyes in fear of direct contact. A powerful wave of energy erupted, roaring winds swept through, and the lights and glass in the room shattered under the impact of this force. Bulma let out a startled cry, losing her grip on the tail, and was propelled into the air. Wang Yang, you scoundrel! You must have done that on purpose, just like Goku, hitting your wife, just as she was about to crash into the wall. A figure radiating a rich golden light appeared behind her, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. With her eyes tightly shut, Bulma felt herself enveloped by a strong arm. That familiar warmth and reassuring aura. Who else could it be but Wang Yang? Have I ever hit my wife? I care for you far too much, Wang Yang retorted. Humph. Bulma pouted, her hands obediently draping around Wang Yang's neck. Under Wang Yang's control, the golden light surrounding him gradually diminished, and the overwhelming aura vanished in a flash, leaving no trace of energy. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was already at full power, demonstrating the terrifying mastery he had over his own strength. Meanwhile, on the spaceship, Goku was instructing Gohan and Wang Sheng in the training room when he suddenly paused, a look of surprise crossing his face. Piccolo and Krillin, too, were jolted from their training, exchanging astonished glances. What was that? So powerful, so frightening. Dad? What's wrong? Gohan inquired, looking at his father with confusion. Nothing, let us continue, Goku replied, smiling at his son. I think I just sensed Dad's energy. Could he have teleported here? Wang Sheng murmured quietly, his eyes darting around. That massive energy just surged in. It seems to be Wang Yang's, so terrifying, so powerful, it felt as if I were right there. Wang Yang is truly adept at hiding his strength. I cannot afford to be complacent. Wang Yang has surpassed me by leaps and bounds. Inspired by Wang Yang's power, Goku momentarily lost focus while guiding the two youngsters. Piccolo, your training methods are rigorous. Why don't you take a turn to train Gohan and Wang Sheng? Goku called to Piccolo before stepping aside to resume his own training. Piccolo's forehead twitched with indignation. I am Piccolo, the Demon King. I am determined to rule the world, and you dare to call me that? Piccolo bellowed at Goku. Uncle Piccolo, will you teach us? Gohan looked up at Piccolo with his innocent, wide eyes. Piccolo's voice faltered, and he silently stepped in front of Gohan. I will add some extra weight to your training. You will each perform 1,000 push-ups. Ha ha! Krillin grinned widely. Bulma was gently lowered to the ground in Wang Yang's arms. She couldn't help but gaze at him in astonishment. I could see that moment. Wang Yang's black hair had transformed into a magnificent golden mane, his light green eyes complemented by a resolute expression, exuding an air of aloofness. A furry golden tail flicked back and forth, producing sharp sounds as if it contained an unfathomable power. It seems that the mental refinement I have undergone over these past 20 years has allowed the cell within me to surpass its limits. There is no need for anger to ignite. With the right guidance, transformation will occur naturally. Wang Yang smiled as he looked at Bulma. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, a long-held aspiration finally realized, filled Wang Yang with immense joy. Every Saiyan possesses such cells within them, and the more advanced the Saiyan, the greater the number of these cells. Naturally, they find it easier to transform. Wang Yang, being the second strongest at birth after Broly, already harbored a considerable amount of these extraordinary cells, and coupled with his tranquil mindset, the conditions for transformation had been met years ago. The only reason for his previous inability to change lay in his lack of understanding. Truly, it is said, a genuine transmission of a single phrase is worth more than 1,000 volumes of books. Without Bulma's research and guidance, he likely would not have transformed so swiftly. When I encountered King Cole back then, could I have transformed into a Super Saiyan? Wang Yang suddenly pondered, realizing that if he had been able to do so, he would have undoubtedly defeated King Cold with ease. Long time no see. This time I must inquire about your whereabouts through your son. A tall man on a distant, frigid planet felt a chill pierce through him. Alas, I am growing old. The environment on my home planet is becoming unbearable. Having mastered the basics of transforming into a Super Saiyan, and with Wang Yang's exceptional comprehension, he swiftly began to switch between his Super Saiyan form and his normal state at will, enjoying the process immensely. Bulma, I need to step out for a moment. Wang Yang announced to Bulma. Before sensing the presence of the Supreme Kai, he activated instant transmission and arrived in the other world. Wang Yang, you have arrived. The Supreme Kai greeted him with a warm smile upon his appearance. The disturbance Wang Yang had caused earlier resonated with the Supreme Kai, leaving him astonished at Wang Yang's strength. Indeed, Supreme Kai, I have come to request access to the hyperbolic time chamber. I have just broken through a bottleneck and wish to gain deeper insight within. Wang Yang replied with a smile. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, he often visited the Supreme Kai to seek advice on training matters, holding great respect for this knowledgeable being who had devoted his life to Earth. Have you experienced a breakthrough in your cultivation? That is an extraordinarily powerful force. It certainly requires stabilization, the Supreme Kai said with a smile. Wang Yang humbly smiled in response. Lately, I have felt an unsettling premonition, as if a great calamity is approaching Earth. However, witnessing the power you just unleashed seems to indicate a glimmer of hope for this impending disaster. The old Supreme Kai pondered for a moment, gazing at Wang Yang with a heavy heart. Wang Yang was slightly taken aback, but then revealed a confident smile. The IS itself. Even at his peak, he would not withstand a single blow from me. A surge of excitement coursed through Wang Yang. Currently, his base strength far exceeded that of King Cold, and in his Super Saiyan form, even Cell would be obliterated by a mere flick of his finger. The only entity capable of matching him now was the sealed Majin Butte. If you do not emerge soon, my power will have grown even stronger. Supreme Kai, there is no need for concern. Not only I, but Goku's strength is formidable as well. All enemies will be defeated. Wang Yang reassured the old Supreme Kai with a smile. The old Supreme Kai nodded slowly. Finally, under the guidance of the old Supreme Kai, Wang Yang entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Inside the chamber, one must not stray too far from the entrance, lest they lose their way and become trapped within. The interior of the hyperbolic time chamber was sparsely decorated near the entrance. while the distant expanse appeared as a boundless white void, making it easy to lose oneself. Wang Yang, remember this. One day outside equals an entire year inside the hyperbolic time chamber that a person may only enter twice in their lifetime. Exceeding that time will result in an inability to leave forever. The Supreme Kai solemnly warned Wang Yang. Rest assured, I am well aware, Wang Yang replied with a slight smile. Inside the time chamber, the air was exceedingly thin, the temperature was elevated, and the gravity was significantly stronger than on Earth. With a clang, the old Supreme Kai closed the door to the time chamber. Finally undisturbed, Wang Yang's lips curled into a slight smile as he shouted. Unleashing a surge of golden light that shot upwards, his hair instantly transforming into gold, an overwhelming aura sweeping outward. As the winds roared, the white mist surrounding Wang Yang was swiftly dispelled by the intense golden light. Such formidable power! Wang Yang exclaimed as he gazed at his hands. Unable to contain his laughter, he began throwing punches and kicks, the mighty waves of energy surging around him. Multiplication technique. Wang Yang suddenly let out a sharp exclamation. And before his eyes, a figure identical to his own emerged from within him. Standing opposite him, a brilliant light flickered in their eyes as they charged towards each other with breathtaking speed. Their flawless combat techniques were a symphony of flesh meeting flesh, with terrifying collisions and dazzling energy waves unleashed with abandon. In this moment, the two Wang Yangs fought fiercely without reservation, driven solely by the desire for an exhilarating battle against an equal adversary. Their figures flickered and chased each other through the sky, appearing from all directions, both above and below. Their presence felt everywhere. The immensely sturdy dimensional barrier rippled under the force of their full-throttle attacks. As if a slight increase in their power could shatter it into pieces, in the time chamber, where the concept of time was rendered meaningless. The only indication of its passage was the continuous flow of sand through an hourglass. Based on the hourglass's unrelenting descent, the battle between the two Wang Yangs lasted a full 2 days and 2 nights. Blood sprayed across the ground, and both combatants bore grievous wounds. Super Godwave. They shouted in unison, unleashing a final decisive strike as two immense energy waves collided, engulfing the surroundings in a blinding radiance. The earth-shattering explosion of energy lit up the heavens and the earth. As the smoke cleared, 2 battered figures plummeted from the sky. One of them twisted in midair, transforming into a golden stream of energy that flowed into the body of the other Wang Yang below. Comfort, exhilaration. Lying on the ground, a satisfied smile crept across Wang Yang's lips. Having been invincible for over a decade since his encounters with Broly and King Cold, he had endured a prolonged sense of emptiness and solitude. Despite frequently suppressing his strength in battles with others, not only to absorb combat experience, but also to seek a genuinely exhilarating fight against an equal opponent, he found pure domination utterly tedious and devoid of value for personal growth. Goku shared a similar sentiment. Even when his power surpassed that of his opponents, he preferred to lower his combat prowess to maintain a balanced struggle. Both were kindred spirits, finding passion in the throes of battle. However, Wang Yang differed from Goku in that when he suppressed his power to fight an opponent, he would unleash his full might, mercilessly seizing any opportunity to exploit his adversary's weaknesses. Goku, on the other hand, reveled in the thrill of being pushed to his limits. Wang Yang lay quietly on the ground, his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing pace, soon restoring his body to a flawless state. Yet, the grueling 2-day battle had drained his energy considerably, and he staggered toward the cafeteria not far from the entrance. Though food and water were plentiful in the time chamber, the taste remained bland. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Wang Yang wearily collapsed onto the hard floor, drifting into a deep slumber. A faint smile played on his lips as he slept. The finest spaceship of the Pillar Star. The vessel was equipped with every conceivable amenity that it boasted an exhilarating amusement park, a cozy and romantic restaurant, and a diverse array of culinary delights from across the cosmos. Upon learning from the ship staff about the existence of the finest training facilities capable of simulating various extreme environments found in the universe, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dove right in. After sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Yang on Earth, Goku felt the chasm of their power widening. prompting him to train vigorously within the facility. In one corner of the training room, several healing pods were available. During their time aboard the ship, Goku either immersed himself in training or soaked in the healing pods. Their lives followed a strict routine. And witnessing Goku's tireless dedication to training inspired others, including Gohan and Wang Yang, to pursue their own rigorous training regimens. Time passed, though its measurement was elusive. Eventually, Wang Yang rubbed his eyes and awoke. Upon awakening, he was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at his own hands, and Ape Power has increased significantly. Wang Yang possessed a profound understanding of Ki and the soul, keenly sensing the release of potential within him. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that each time a Saiyan neared death and revived, their combat power would increase. This notion held both truth and fallacy. Only those with latent potential could harness the brink of death to ignite their inherent power, leading to an increase in combat prowess. Without such potential, no amount of near-death experiences would yield any growth in the original narrative. Goku, with his solid foundation and immense potential, broke through 3 million in combat power after several near-death encounters. Meanwhile, Vegeta, aside from Broly, was born with the highest combat power and significant potential, experiencing exponential growth after multiple brushes with death. Conversely, a lower-class warrior like Raditz would see minimal increases in power regardless of how many times he approached death. In later stages, both Goku and Vegeta trained relentlessly, experiencing rapid power boosts with each recovery. Thus, when they engaged in battle, even after being severely beaten and subsequently recovering with Senzu beans, their combat power saw little enhancement. As they had already exhausted their potential, they would cultivate their potential for a period, release it, and then repeat the process, leading to explosive growth akin to a rocket's ascent. The advantage of this training method lay in its speed, while the downside was the lack of power increase after nearing death. Nevertheless, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. For over a decade, Wang Yang had largely avoided serious injuries and did not intentionally place himself in life-threatening situations during training. Consequently, as his combat power steadily increased, so did the latent potential within him. The extreme battle over the past 2 days and nights had inflicted severe injuries, but as his body healed automatically, the potential within him surged forth like a dam bursting, that if this potential were fully unleashed, it would be incomprehensibly formidable. That a thought crossed Wang Yang's mind as he contemplated releasing this potential. But he quickly reconsidered. At this stage, I have no rivals. I do not require this power to add to my current strength. Moreover, my power is growing rapidly. It would be wiser to temporarily seal this potential. When I inevitably encounter a bottleneck in my training, I can release it then to break through. With this resolve, Wang Yang dismissed his earlier fixation on the immense potential within him. Rising to his feet once more, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a swift motion, he grasped at the air, producing a thunderous explosion as the surrounding space trembled and distorted violently. Wang Yang focused on the warped space ahead, and with a determined stance, he shouted into the void. A powerful aura erupted, causing the fabric of reality before him to crack like a smooth mirror, splintering into countless fissures. With a sharp crack akin to shattering glass, a circular hole, 1/2 meter in diameter, materialized before him, revealing the outline of the other world. Wang Yang had forcibly breached the dimensional barrier. The deities outside, including the old Kai and Bubbles, gazed in confusion at the diminishing opening, their eyes widening in astonishment as they sensed Wang Yang's energy emanating from within. Moments later, the dimensional portal gradually shrank until it vanished entirely. Is this what Wang Yang has accomplished from within the time chamber? The old Kai's eyes widened in disbelief, his throat dry with incredulity. It must be. Bubbles nodded, a cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly awed by the sheer strength displayed. With this power, he could emerge without needing the time chamber's entrance. The old Kai muse, Wang Yang shattered the dimensional barrier. He took his time before exiting, for there were still matters he needed to comprehend. That I can break the dimensional space with my Super Saiyan form. Does that mean my current strength is comparable to that of Majin Buu? Wang Yang scrutinized his hands, finding it hard to believe. However, after a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. His base strength was astonishingly formidable, far superior to Goku during the Majin Buu saga, and coupled with the 50-fold amplification of his Super Saiyan transformation. It was no wonder he had reached such heights. Had his base strength been weak, even transforming into a Super Saiyan 3 would not have sufficed to breach the dimensional barrier. Next, I shall set a modest goal, to amplify my base strength 50-fold. At which point, I will be able to break the dimensional barrier effortlessly. That a smile graced Wang Yang's lips as he considered the path ahead. With that in mind, he prepared to test the transformation into a Super Saiyan Great Ape. Wang Yang's expression suddenly became solemn as he exited his transformation into a Super Saiyan. The Saiyans possess three distinct forms: the ordinary Saiyan, the Great Ape form, and the Divine form. Since the ordinary Saiyan can transform into a Super Saiyan, and the Divine form can also achieve a Super Saiyan transformation, becoming Super Saiyan Blue, it stands to reason that the Great Ape form can likewise undergo a Super Saiyan transformation, evolving into a Super Great Ape. The thought of such immense power excited Wang Yang, stirring his emotions. With his eyes tightly shut, he gradually calmed his mind, then suddenly opened them wide. As his gaze expanded, his physique rapidly swelled, transforming into a colossal great ape towering over 100 meters. Through years of research, Wang Yang had mastered the ability to transform into a great ape without the need for a man-made moon, allowing him to transform at will. The great ape's fur was a dense shade of brown, with blood-red eyes devoid of visible pupils, and a fearsome visage that resembled the pillars of heaven. As he took strides, this giant form raced through the vast dimensional space with an eerie silence, demonstrating the extraordinary control Wang Yang had over himself. After a brief moment, the anthropomorphic arms of the great ape rested at his waist, and he unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the cosmos. An explosion of golden light erupted from him, enveloping him in a radiant golden cocoon. Within this golden aura, the brown fur of the great ape gradually transformed into shimmering gold, instantly becoming a golden great ape. The thick golden tail sliced through the air, creating sharp sonic booms, causing ripples in the solid dimensional space, with faint black cracks appearing. How powerful! How incredibly powerful! This golden great ape was 10 times stronger than the previous Super Saiyan form. The terrifying visage of the golden great ape broke into a semblance of a human smile. Overwhelmed with joy, Wang Yang began to leap and bound in place, performing several somersaults in sheer ecstasy. Although the super great ape possessed immense strength, its massive size rendered it unsuitable for combat. Regaining his composure, Wang Yang considered this dilemma and promptly began to control his enormous form, gradually shrinking it down. The great ape's power was unleashed in its normal state, a technique Wang Yang had mastered during his battle with King Cold, making it second nature to him. As Wang Yang diminished in size, the radiance surrounding him grew increasingly brilliant, making him appear akin to a golden sun. After an indeterminate time, the glow enveloping his body slowly dissipated. Chapter 58, Breakthrough. Super Saiyan 4. Before his eyes appeared a figure with black hair cascading to his shoulders, and blood-red eye sockets housing golden black pupils. His body was enveloped in a dense coat of crimson fur, save for a chest that revealed smooth, powerful muscles, exuding an aura of primal ferocity. The great ape. The super transformation, the amalgamation of all three forms triggered a monumental change. Is this Super Saiyan 4? I knew the path of the super great ape would prove viable, feeling an overwhelming surge of potent energy coursing through him. A power even more terrifying than that of the super great ape. Wang Yang could not help but burst into laughter. I wonder if a Super Saiyan God is stronger, or if this form of mine surpasses it. I must find an opportunity to test it. Wang Yang waved his arm, conjuring a multitude of spatial rifts that filled the area surrounding him. After spending more than a month in the hyperbolic time chamber, Wang Yang finally opened the door and stepped outside. Wang Yang, you have emerged. The Supreme Kai immediately sensed Wang Yang's presence and rushed over. Indeed, I have made some progress. My seclusion is nearly complete. Wang Yang replied with a modest smile. Some progress? The Supreme Kai, having witnessed the sporadic appearance of dimensional rifts, was skeptical of Wang Yang's words. After exchanging a few words with the Supreme Kai, Wang Yang sensed Bulma's energy and promptly activated instant transmission to leave. You've returned so soon. Have you finished your business in just 2 hours? Bulma, currently soaking in a bath, noticed Wang Yang standing at the door and, blowing the bubbles off her hands, could not resist asking, "2 hours? I traveled to the Supreme Kai's realm and spent a month in the hyperbolic time chamber. 1 day outside equates to a year inside." Wang Yang explained. "Oh," Bulma exclaimed, understanding at once, but upon witnessing Wang Yang's next action, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You could have just come back without undressing. I haven't bathed in a month." "I also want to soak." With a splashing sound, Bulma exclaimed as water erupted from Wang Yang's massive form. Vegeta returned to the planet heavily wounded. Upon recovering from the healing pod, he learned that his superior, Frieza, had gone to Namek behind his back, igniting his fury. That despicable Frieza! He knows about my activities on Earth and has learned of the Dragon Balls. How infuriating! The Dragon Balls should belong to me. Consumed by rage, Vegeta hurriedly boarded his spaceship, heading towards the coordinates of Namek. Goku had just emerged from the healing pod when a crew member approached him at the door, exclaiming, "Sir, we will arrive at Namek in 1 day." Upon hearing this, Goku, who had intended to continue training, halted his steps. "I it tomorrow. Then I should take the opportunity to rest." Consequently, after everyone finished their training and learned that they would reach Namek the next day, they all decided to take a day off to recuperate alongside Goku. The crew prepared a lavish feast, which was quickly devoured by the ravenously hungry group. Over the past few days, everyone had made significant progress, especially Gohan and Wang Sheng. Goku affectionately patted the heads of the two youngsters, praising them. The two little ones, being young, beamed with joy at Goku's commendation. Before long, after freshening up, Goku and the others donned their pajamas and lay in bed, ready to face the inhabitants of Namek in peak condition. Lord Frieza, a spaceship is approaching Namek and is expected to arrive tomorrow. Inside a circular spacecraft, a pink, rotund figure addressed the silhouette projected on the hovering device with utmost respect. On the floor of the spacecraft rested an orange glass ball the size of a basin, with 3 stars floating within. It was one of the Dragon Balls from Namek. It seems that someone is aware of the Dragon Balls on Namek and intends to seize them. Frieza mused, furrowing his brow briefly before relaxing. "It makes no difference who it is. I am Frieza, the mighty overlord of the universe. Who should I fear? Sir, it appears that this spaceship belongs to planet Paragus." The pink figure continued. "Planet Paragus? It seems they have become quite bold. How dare they show their faces while I, Frieza, am present? I shall teach them a lesson." A cold smile crept across Frieza's lips. As the largest real estate mogul in the universe, he frequently received complaints from clients regarding the infamous planet Paragus, which often invaded their territories. This infuriated Frieza, who sought to punish planet Paragus. However, to his chagrin, the slippery inhabitants often fled at the first hint of trouble, slipping through his grasp time and again. Dodoria summoned the elite squad to properly deal with planet Paragus. Yes, Dodoria swiftly stood at attention, responding loudly. The next day, under Frieza's watchful gaze, a colossal purple spaceship streaked through the skies, swiftly descending. Goku pulled out the box Bulma had given him and opened it to reveal 2 dragon radar devices. Goku scratched his head, unsure how to divide them. "You all go search. I will look elsewhere," Piccolo said coolly as he soared into the sky. In that case, Krillin, you take Wang Sheng and Gohan with you to search." "I'll manage on my own," Goku declared, handing one of the dragon radar devices to Krillin. "All right." Krillin accepted the radar, exchanging a knowing glance with Wang Sheng and Gohan, and the 3 of them took off towards the east in perfect harmony. Observing their direction, Goku set off towards another location. After spending a few days on Earth, Wang Yang informed Bulma that he would be heading off into the universe to train once more, prompting Bulma to roll her eyes again. "Just came back from seclusion, and you're leaving again?" Facing Bulma's skeptical gaze, Wang Yang remained composed. "I cannot help it. My talent is too prodigious. Once I break through a bottleneck, I must train diligently. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to my innate abilities." Wang Yang jocularly said. "Continue your boasting." Bulma rolled her eyes. "What about Xiao Sheng? If you go off to train, who will take care of him?" "Fear not, for I shall certainly venture to Namek to ensure his well-being before I resume my training. Wang Yang reassured her. That puts my mind at ease. After comforting Bulma, Wang Yang instantaneously vanished. Having lingered on the blue-green planet for several days, that night, Wang Yang confided in Xiao Yu about his purpose for coming Daiware. Although Xiao Shun is still young, it is time for him to engage in battle. But on this planet, there is no one who can match him. How can he fight? Are you suggesting he battle against you? Xiao Yu's voice was soft. The universe is vast and boundless, teeming with powerful beings far beyond those of this planet. Chapter 59. The Arrival of Wang Shun. Are you planning to take Xiao Shun away? Xiao Yu's lovely visage shifted slightly. Yes, I intend to bring him to participate in a battle, after which I will return him. Wang Yang replied with a smile. This planet is not comparable to Earth. While the atmosphere for training is rich, without formidable opponents, rapid growth is unattainable. Wang Yang could not bear to see his son languishing in a shallow pond. He recalled how Wang Shun had already participated in great battles at a tender age. It was high time for Wang Shun to join the fray as well. You must take good care of Xiao Shun. He possesses extraordinary talent, and you must nurture him well, Xiao Yu said softly, leaning against Wang Yang. Unlike Bulma, who adored her child, Xiao Yu desired for her son to grow increasingly powerful. This inclination was deeply rooted in the culture of this planet, which not only emphasized etiquette, but also the importance of personal strength. Even if her son were the mightiest being on the planet, she wished for him to step outside and stand tall at the pinnacle of the universe. Much like Wang Yang, an important reason for her compliance with Wang Yang's decisions was that she generally agreed with them. Hand in hand, they walked towards Wang Shun's room. Upon pushing open the fragrant wooden door, they glimpsed a small figure sprawled on the bed. A thin blanket kicked onto the floor. He kicks off his blanket every time he sleeps. He is never quiet, Xiao Yu remarked, concern etched on her fair features as she gazed tenderly at her child. Wang Yang extended his index finger towards the slumbering Wang Shun, and a blue orb of light enveloped the sleeping boy, gently floating towards Wang Yang. I shall take my leave now and return with him in a few days. You stay at home for a while, Wang Yang said with a smile directed at Xiao Yu. After speaking, he placed a hand on the energy orb, activating instantaneous movement to take Wang Shun away. Come back soon. Xiao Yu waved her delicate hand at the air, and upon witnessing the departure of father and son, she sighed softly, a wave of longing washing over her, dispelling her drowsiness. Slowly, she made her way to the courtyard. Resting her chin on her hands, her bright eyes fixed on the countless stars in the sky, seemingly searching for the star to which the two had journeyed. Yukong and the others' energies have ceased. It seems they have arrived at Namek. There are a few faint energies nearby, reminiscent of Piccolo, Wang Yang mused, lingering on a planet as he meticulously sensed the energies of Yukong and the others. Suddenly his gaze brightened, and he vanished into thin air, still carrying the sleeping Wang Shun. As the sun rose gradually, casting a gentle glow upon the earth, a Namekian preparing for labor noticed a small figure lying on the ground and fast asleep. Who is this? They do not appear to be one of our namekins. An elderly, portly Namekian approached, observing the delicate child on the ground with a puzzled expression. Elder, he has awakened, said a small Namekian child, who noticed the child on the ground stretching while still with closed eyes. As the bright sunlight illuminated the scene, Wang Shun slowly opened his eyes, upon seeing the peculiar green beings surrounding him. He was taken aback that, where am I? Father, mother, where are you? In a state of panic, Wang Shun jumped up and began looking around frantically. This is Namek. You do not resemble one of our kind. Where do you hail from? The elder inquired kindly. Sensing the child's pure spirit, the peace-loving Namekian responded with a friendly demeanor. I don't know, I remember sleeping at home, and when I awoke, I found myself here, Wang Shun stated clearly for one so young, his eyes scanning the area for familiar faces. How did you arrive on Namek? The elder asked, stroking his wrinkled face. Hello, my name is Tiendi. What is yours? A small Namekian approached Wang Shun, smiling brightly. Hello, I am Wang Shun. Wang Shun paused momentarily before shaking Tiendi's hand amicably. Gulilu. A rumble resonated from Wang Shun's stomach, and he looked up sheepishly at the elder Namekian. Grandpa, do you have anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Yes, follow me. Tiendi beckoned, leading Wang Shun into his home. Upon seeing a table laden with fruits, vegetables, and fresh water, Wang Shun's expression fell. "Grandpa, these fruits won't fill me up," he lamented, for as a Saiyan, he was accustomed to a hearty appetite. "Well, these are what we typically eat. They are quite delicious and sweet." "Here, try this," Tianyi said, puzzled, as he handed Wang Shun a red fruit. The Namekians revered peace and nature, primarily subsisting on a vegetarian diet, rarely harming the environment or other beings unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Wang Shun begrudgingly embarked on his first experience of a vegetarian diet. Amidst the clouds, Wang Yang observed from above as Wang Shun interacted amicably with the Namekians. Nodding in approval, "Frisia, I wonder if your father will come to rescue you this time," he mused, sensing a presence not unlike that of King Cold in the distance. With a faint smile, he vanished from the clouds. Just as Wang Shun grimaced at the taste of the fruit, the elder Namekian's expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, a malevolent presence is approaching." Frisia and his cohort had just arrived on Namek, and they had sensed the energies around them. Realizing that they were headed in their direction, "What should we do?" Tiandi and another small Namekian clutched the elder tightly, trembling in fear. "Let us hide in the room," the elder exclaimed, sweat beading on his forehead as he sighed. He had learned from the Grand Elder that this was a calamity that would affect all of Namek, one he could not resolve alone. "Grandpa, are there bad people coming to cause destruction?" Wang Shun asked, biting into a purple fruit, his eyes filled with curiosity as he looked at the elder. "Indeed, I am truly sorry to involve you in this disaster," the elder replied, gently patting Wang Shun's head. "I am not afraid. I will help you," Wang Shun declared, his chest puffed out with confidence that on his home planet, he was the most powerful being aside from Wang Yang, and whenever there was a significant problem. Even at his young age, his grandfather often sought his assistance to be a sudden flood or the construction of a road requiring the demolition of mountains. He had resolved it all with a single Kamehameha wave. Wang Shun was exceedingly confident in his abilities. Chapter 60. Wang Shun's first battle at that moment, a figure clad in battle attire, wielding a weapon, appeared at the doorway. "You lot who wish to live, come out." Elder, Tiandi, and the other small Namekian clung to the elder's clothing, trembling uncontrollably. "Let us go." The elder, unable to resist, patted the heads of the two children and sighed as he stepped outside. "Grandpa, do not be afraid. Let me take care of him," Wang Shun declared, his gaze intense as he prepared to take action. "Do not." The elder restrained Wang Shun, shaking his head. "The situation is uncertain. There may be a chance for survival. If we act prematurely, the outcome could be dire." A battle power of 20,000. Dodoria suddenly noticed the detector on his face flickering. Why has it stopped? Could the detector be malfunctioning? Dodoria hastily removed the detector for a closer examination. "Sir, our detector has also registered a combat power of 20,000. One of his subordinates respectfully remarked at that moment. "If that is the case, then it is not a malfunction of the detector. Is that Namekian deliberately concealing his strength, attempting to ambush me?" Frisia's lips curled into a slight smirk. A mere 20,000 in combat power was nothing more than the existence of an ant. "I see. However, such a paltry combat power cannot alter the outcome." Unlike King, Wang Yang was often absent from home, leaving Yuer to supervise Wang Shun's training. Wang Shun emerged alongside the elder, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the few individuals before him, particularly a figure seated on a hovering platform, who exuded immense pressure. Such a powerful aura. Instantly, Wang Shun, who had previously been brimming with bravado, fell silent and obediently trailed behind the elder. "Stop dawdling. Do you wish to die?" "Hurry up!" Suddenly, a force from behind surged, causing Wang Shun to lower his center of gravity and halt his forward momentum. Sensing someone looking for trouble, Wang Shun shot an angry glare at the instigator. "What do you want? Little brat. What are you staring at? Do you want to die?" The individual, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not being able to topple a mere child, was about to retaliate when the pink, portly figure in front spoke up. The one with the combat power of 20,000, "Come forward." The chubby man appeared somewhat excited. "Dodoria, focus on the matter at hand," Frisia said, his brow furrowing as he cast a cold glance at Dodoria. "Ah, yes, Lord Frisia," Dodoria exclaimed. "According to our intelligence, you possess Dragon Balls. Hand them over immediately," he shouted, pointing at the elder. Dragon Balls? Wang Shun inquired, intrigued. No, I do not possess any Dragon Balls, the elder replied, his forehead dripping with cold sweat upon realizing that the opposing side had already gathered for Dragon Balls. This indicated that 4 tribes had already been plundered, some even slaughtered. Unimikians are truly insufferable. The first 3 Dragon Balls were acquired in such a manner, refusing to hand them over, only to be annihilated in the end. The 4th fellow was slightly more compliant, and even provided me with some information about the Dragon Balls. You all better hand them over obediently, or I won't hesitate to send you all to hell. Frieza stated coldly. Our Namekian elders fear not death. An elderly Namekian beside the elder gritted his teeth and declared, Akati seems you truly are not afraid of the grave. Sabo, show them what they're in for. Frieza said with a slight smile. Yes, Sabo, with long green hair and skin, respectfully acknowledged and promptly appeared next to the elderly Namekian, delivering a flying kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Unconscious. What? Wang Shun, momentarily taken aback, stood frozen in place. Despite having faced numerous challenges in his homeland, he had never encountered such ruthless violence. Do not strike. I will retrieve the Dragon Balls at once. You must promise to leave peacefully and not harm us. The elder pleaded, realizing that if this merciless alien did not obtain the Dragon Balls, he and his people would be slaughtered, endangering even the young Wang Shun. Oh ho ho, it would have been better had you recognized the situation sooner. Violence truly breeds animosity, Frieza said joyfully, his long tail swaying in the air. He knew that in the face of death, no one would act defiantly. The elder sighed deeply, taking slow, faltering steps towards the interior of the building. Before long, the elder emerged cradling a Dragon Ball the size of a basin in his hands. You all, hurry and leave, he shouted, raising the Dragon Ball high to ho. 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 Thank you, by the way. Could you kindly inform us where the other 2 Dragon Balls are? Frieza grinned, pressing for more. I do not know. The elder exclaimed defiantly he would rather die than betray his companions, especially since it involved the Grand Elder. The old fool's memory fails him. Sabo, assist him in recalling. Frieza remarked, glancing at Sabo with indifference. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sabo leaped into action, unleashing a ki blast aimed at another elderly Namekian standing beside the elder. With a deafening explosion, smoke cleared to reveal the elderly Namekian standing unharmed, a small figure before him having crossed his arms to block the attack. So it was you who earlier exhibited a combat power of 20,000. But you do not appear to be a Namekian, Frieza observed, leaning forward with a hint of curiosity as he examined Wang Shun. You are truly cruel. Wang Shun, initially intending to remain inconspicuous, could no longer hold back upon witnessing such brutality. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar place, the Namekians had shown him kindness, and he could not remain indifferent. It is you. Just in time. My hands are itching. Sabo, I will take care of this one. Dodoria laughed heartily as he stepped forward. He relished bullying the weak. Each time he witnessed his opponent's expression of fear, it brought him immense satisfaction. You only know how to bully the weak. Sabo retorted mockingly, stepping back to cede Wang Shun to Dodoria. Kid, prepare to be afraid, Dodoria bellowed, charging towards Wang Shun with his rotund body. Be careful, the elder shouted in alarm. Humph. Wang Shun scoffed, his expression solemn, as he too charged towards Dodoria. The 2 fists, one large and one small, collided with a resounding impact. What? Suddenly, Dodoria's expression shifted as he realized his fist had struck nothing but air. Wang Shun's form appeared to be gradually fading from his sight. Behind you, you foolish pig, Sabo shouted at the oblivious Dodoria. Upon hearing this, Dodoria instinctively turned around, only to be met with a searing pain across his face as he let out a cry. His rotund body hurtling away like a ball, crashing into a small mountain. Chapter 61. I can still be saved after sending Dodoria flying. Wang Shun soared forward, fervently pursuing him, hurling 2 energy blasts toward the retreating Dodoria. The 2 energy blasts spiraled and fused together mid-air, and upon striking Dodoria, they erupted into a blinding light that shot skyward, a powerful wave of energy sweeping outward, causing the surrounding Namekians to shield their faces. Impressive, Tandy exclaimed in delight. This foolish pig remains as careless as ever, Sabo scoffed, expressing his disdain. As the smoke cleared, Dodoria lay convulsing in a deep crater, a gaping wound the size of a bowl on his round belly. Blood oozing from it, clearly nearing death. "Lord Frisia, please save me," Dodoria pleaded, struggling to raise his hand, feeling his life slipping away. "If I can just enter the healing pod, I will recover. I must not be careless again. I will make sure to torment you thoroughly, frying you alive." Dodoria seethed inwardly, filled with intense hatred for Wang. "No need. You may rest in peace," Frisia said coldly, raising a finger, dark energy coalescing at its tip, which he flicked toward Dodoria in the pit. "No." Dodoria desperately struggled to rise, wishing to convey to Lord Frisia that he could still be saved. Boom! A tremor shook the ground. A terrifying explosion of energy filled the air, and a deafening sound erupted as Frisia's casual strike proved far more potent than Wang Shun's previously unleashed ki blast. Wang Shun, witnessing the scene before him, was momentarily stunned. The power was truly formidable. He readied himself, standing firm and vigilant against Frisia and his cohorts, his innocent eyes darting around in anticipation. "Sabo, take care of this little brat," Frisia commanded from his hovering vehicle, his tone indifferent. "Yes, Lord Frisia," Sabo replied respectfully, confidence radiating as he regarded Wang Shun. "A mere 20,000 in combat power is nothing. I can easily eliminate him. Unlike that fool Dodoria." Sabo approached slowly, his cape billowing in the wind. Suddenly, he let out a fierce shout, vanishing from sight and reappearing before Wang Shun, delivering a swift hand strike aimed at him. Wang Shun, recognizing the danger, did not dare to slacken his resolve, meeting the strike with a powerful uppercut. Boom! A muffled thud resonated as the two engaged in a fierce struggle, each locked in a battle of strength. Smack! Smack! A few detectors suddenly exploded, causing their wearers to gasp in shock, concealing their true power. A flicker of disturbance crossed Frisia's gaze. These detectors could only measure a battle power of 24,000, but once this threshold was exceeded, they would detonate. With a powerful shout, King God unleashed a surge of energy, sending Sabo hurtling into the sky. Ascending to great heights, Sabo pointed his right hand downward while pressing his left hand against his right arm, a beam of yellow light shining forth and racing toward King God. Unfazed, King God calmly responded with an open palm, redirecting Sabo's energy wave with a swift motion, sending it flying toward Frisia in the distance. Frisia furrowed his brow, his thick tail lashing out to deflect the incoming energy. "Sabo, what have you done? If you fail to eliminate this little brat, I shall deal with you myself." Frisia's expression darkened, feeling frustrated with his subordinates who could not handle a mere child. Indeed, they lacked potential. Summoning Jinyu was the right decision. Frisia mused. No. Sabo trembled upon hearing this. It seemed transformation was inevitable. He was deeply reluctant, for his transformed appearance was truly unappealing. His anger escalated. He let out a furious roar, scattering a passing cloud. With limbs outstretched, his muscles bulged, and what was once a handsome visage turned grotesque. It appears my father was correct. Many races in the universe possess the ability to transform. King God observed Sabo with a grave expression, sensing the amplified power emanating from him. Compel me to transform. You little brat, you have achieved your I am. No longer have I merely changed in size. My strength has multiplied several times over. Sabo adjusted his stance and charged toward King God with a clenched fist. "Die," he shouted, addressing the detestable child. "Who will die is yet to be determined." King God roared, enveloped in a silvery aura, his formidable energy soaring skyward, causing the ground to tremble and crack beneath him. Surrounded by this radiant light, King God's diminutive form appeared shrouded in mystery. He had finally unleashed the might of the Great Ape that moment. King God sank slightly, gathering a blue energy sphere in his palm, unleashing it in a tempestuous rush toward the heavens. Perish, a tremendous force propelled a colossal whirlwind into existence, annihilating everything in its wake. A mere parlor trick, and you dare to show off? Watch as I send you flying. Sabo, emboldened by his newfound strength, grinned at the descending shockwave, ready to counter it with a punch. However, As his fist met the energy wave, he was struck by the realization that it felt like striking an indestructible alloy. A sharp pain shot through his hand as the wave expanded before his eyes, causing his expression to shift to one of terror. Boom! Sabo was immediately engulfed by the onslaught, his distorted features a testament to the overwhelming power that tore through his battle attire and flesh. No! He screamed in horror, his body obliterated by the sheer force. What? Frieza was taken aback, involuntarily straightening in his seat. Although Sabo's transformation had not impressed him, being killed by a child who appeared no older than 5 or 6 was astonishing. This little brat is surprisingly powerful. Frieza regarded King God with disbelief. Gohan, Wang Yang, a tremendously potent energy is erupting ahead. It must be the Frieza the prince spoke of. Should we change our course? Krillin, sensing the fluctuations in energy nearby, felt a twinge of fear. Not long ago, they had encountered the lively Vegeta, from whom they learned of Frieza's situation. Naturally, Vegeta had ulterior motives, hoping the Earthlings and Frieza would clash, allowing him to reap the benefits. Uncle Krillin, there are 5 Dragon Balls just ahead. We must not allow Frieza to succeed. Wang Yang suddenly exclaimed. Wang Yang is right. The Dragon Balls lie ahead. We cannot retreat. Gohan concurred. Shall we wait for Goku? Krillin suggested timidly. Surrounded by aliens stronger than himself, he felt utterly insecure. Too innocent. Wide eyes gazed at Krillin. Very well. Let us proceed together. Krillin sighed in resignation. Goku, hurry here. King God is truly formidable. Tindi clasped his hands together, gazing in admiration at the majestic King God. Indeed, it seems we are saved. The elder nodded happily, sensing the ceaseless power radiating from King God. Youngster, I deem you quite talented. Would you care to serve as my subordinate? Frieza, witnessing the demise of 2 relatively stronger minions at King God's hands, lowered his stance and extended an invitation. Not interested, King God replied grimly. His gaze fixed on Frieza, in his perception. The being before him harbored formidable strength that far surpassed his own. You should consider yourself fortunate that I offer you this opportunity. How dare you refuse? Do you seek death? Frieza's face darkened, his expression like a stormy sea. You shall perish. Frieza concentrated a minuscule yellow orb of energy at his fingertip, which swiftly expanded above his head into a massive energy sphere, measuring hundreds of meters in diameter. King God gritted his teeth, stomping his foot as energy surged into his hands, launching an assault against Frieza's formidable energy sphere. A blue energy wave, thicker than a barrel, soared toward Frieza's head. Upon impact, the energy sphere throbbed violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. Sensing the violent fluctuations of the energy above him, Frieza, despite his surprise, hastily increased the energy input in King God's astonished gaze. The energy sphere stabilized and expanded even further, a tremendous pressure descending upon them, forcing the Elder and others to fall to the ground. Now, Frieza erupted in laughter, pointing his finger downward as the orange energy sphere hurtled toward King God. Realizing the attack exceeded his own power, King God knew he could not withstand it. With a sudden surge of energy, he leaped high into the sky. A clever little one, Frieza chuckled, flicking his finger, causing the energy sphere, which had embedded itself into the ground, to bounce upward toward King God. What? King God gasped, astonished as the energy sphere approached. Leaving him no chance to evade, he pressed down with both hands, gritting his teeth as he resisted the attack with all his might. The overwhelming force tore at King God's clothing. In comparison to this energy sphere, he was undeniably at a disadvantage, being propelled toward the sun in the sky. In the distance, Wang Yang frowned slightly, a flash of white light flickering in his gaze. High above, a mysterious pattern gradually appeared on King God's back, shimmering with golden light under the sun's glare. In this dire moment, Wang Yang secretly activated the power sealed within King God. The energy sphere that had previously been dragging King God into space began to slow dramatically in Frieza's bewildered gaze until it was ultimately kicked away by King God. Feeling the powerful energy flowing unceasingly within him, King God took a moment to breathe in midair. How did the seal open? Without time to ponder, King God gathered energy in his palms, directing it downward toward Frieza. Take this from a distance. Vegeta, who had been observing stealthily, was filled with doubt upon witnessing the power exhibited by King God and Frieza. Frieza is indeed this powerful. Who is that little brat? Why are today's children so strong? With no one around, Vegeta stripped away his prideful facade, kneeling on the ground and pounding the earth in frustration, creating loud thuds. It's the proud Saiyan prince. I cannot even defeat a child. Vegeta contemplated the two diminutive figures on earth and cast a glance at the small beings in the sky, feeling as though the entire world was mocking him. After surveying the desolate surroundings once more, his tears finally slipped down his cheeks uncontrollably. Goku, who had just acquired a Dragon Ball from an elder on Namek, felt a surge of curiosity upon sensing two unfamiliar yet powerful energy signatures in the distance. Who could these two presences be? It seemed that Gohan and his companions were also nearby. Realizing the situation, Goku clutched a Dragon Ball and soared towards the source of the energy explosion. Behind a mountaintop, Krillin and his friends crouched low, stealthily observing that he's so formidable. Wang Yang exclaimed, pointing at the deity in the sky. Indeed, Gohan nodded vigorously. Krillin gazed at the celestial figure, a sense of deja vu washing over him as his eyes instinctively flicked to Wang Yang and Gohan. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, and Krillin shifted his gaze back to the deity, then to Gohan, ultimately fixating on Wang Yang's profile. "Uncle Krillin, why do you keep staring at me?" Wang Yang asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under Krillin's gaze. "I can't help but notice that you bear a striking resemblance to him," Krillin remarked, gesturing towards the deity above. Upon hearing this, both Wang Yang and Gohan were taken aback. "It's true," Gohan exclaimed, scrutinizing both parties with newfound astonishment. "Is it?" the deity questioned, somewhat skeptical. "Curse that mischievous little imp. He's truly troublesome," Frieza grunted, bracing against the deity's energy wave. Under the immense force, Frieza was propelled underground along with the spacecraft. With a powerful shout, a violet aura erupted from the earth, and the wave of energy suddenly redirected sharply towards a distant mountain. Creak! A towering silhouette emerged from the smoke. Frieza's form had dramatically transformed, his body swelling in size. The spikes atop his head curving menacingly, his strength now doubled compared to before. Perched upon a large tree, Wang Yang observed Frieza's transformation with a momentary pause. This form is eerily reminiscent of King Cold from years past. In this same form, King Cold's battle prowess reached astronomical levels, far surpassing Frieza's by 100-fold. If King Cold were to master Frieza's ultimate transformation, his final form's combat power would surely eclipse 100 billion. This realization sent a shiver down Wang Yang's spine. That in the past, he had harnessed the might of the Great Ape, barely escaping King Cold's grasp with a mere 30 million in battle power. And now, reflecting on that moment, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. No, just because Frieza can achieve his ultimate transformation doesn't imply that King Cold can as well. Great power doesn't guarantee transformation. It's a matter of comprehension. Perhaps King Cold is simply less astute than Frieza, only capable of the initial transformation. Chapter 63. The chicken thief having already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wang Yang had significant insight on the matter. Transformation indeed requires profound understanding, not merely an increase in power. I could see this moment. Wang Yang's normal combat strength surpassed that of Goku during the Majin Buu saga. Yet he hadn't comprehended the subsequent transformations of the Super Saiyan, remaining only at the first level and unable to access Super Saiyan 2 or 3. Below. The deity was locked in fierce combat with Frieza, their overpowering forces wreaking havoc on the surroundings. The cacophony of their colliding fists reverberated, sending shockwaves through the air and violently tossing Tian and others aside. Amidst this chaos, a figure shot upwards, darting across the ground while occasionally glancing towards Frieza in the sky. Vegeta burst into laughter, releasing the pent-up gloom within him, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. Ha! The Dragon Balls belong to me now. Fortune smiles upon me. This little brat's interference with Frieza is the perfect opportunity for me to snatch them. As Vegeta appeared before the house, he immediately unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the surrounding figures. After unleashing his attacks, Vegeta spotted 5 colossal Dragon Balls and grinned wickedly, tossing them one by one into the distance. It's Vegeta. He has killed everyone. Krillin and the others have been focused on the deity. But upon hearing the commotion below, Gohan instinctively glanced at the Namekian and was met with the shocking sight of Vegeta's massacre. Just then, the imposing Frieza seized the opportunity to land a solid punch on the deity, sending him hurtling away. Frieza chuckled coldly, his robust form lunging forward, his massive hand gripping an energy sphere tightly against the deity's abdomen. The young deity, lacking combat experience, was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. As Frieza detonated the energy blast, a deafening explosion rang out, accompanied by the deity's panicked cries. Behind a small hill, Wang Yang gritted his teeth, preparing to rise. No, that Frieza is incredibly powerful. We are no match for him. Krillin said fearfully, holding Wang Yang's shoulder down. I must save him. Wang Yang declared resolutely. Fixing his gaze on the smoke, he sensed a faint energy signature lingering. If he didn't intervene, this unfamiliar child would surely perish. For reasons unknown, the sight of the child, who bore a slight resemblance to him, stirred a sense of kinship within him, igniting a desire to befriend him. Wang Yang turned his attention to Gohan. Gohan, gritting his teeth, glared at the retreating Vegeta, and upon hearing Wang Yang's words, nodded in understanding. He grasped Wang Yang's intent, preparing for fusion. The two assumed their stances, ready to merge. Just then, a weak yet resolute voice echoed. I'm a bit hungry. Let me eat something first before dealing with you. The childish voice grew distant, nearly inaudible by the end. Wang Yang and Gohan stood frozen, their fusion stances faltering that we should leave quickly. We mustn't be discovered by that fellow, Krillin whispered. Right? The three suppressed their energy signatures and stealthily departed. With the main figure gone, there was little point in their continued involvement. In the distance, Wang Yang recalled an event from years past upon hearing the deity's words. A smile creeping onto his face, Frieza, watching the deity's silhouette fade, realized his task remained unfinished. He wiped the blood from his cheek and chose not to pursue further, his massive form descending slowly. For now, I shall spare you. Once my wish is fulfilled, none of you will escape. Frieza smirked coldly, but soon his smile faded, veins bulging uncontrollably as he threw his head back and roared. Who did this? Dozens of corpses lay strewn across the ground, and the 5 enormous Dragon Balls had vanished without a trace. Realizing that someone had pilfered his hard-won Dragon Balls while he was engaged in battle, Frieza's fury reached a boiling point, and a terrifying energy erupted from him like a volcanic eruption. The powerful aura surged forth, shaking the earth and causing the clouds above to churn violently, creating an apocalyptic scene. The bodies on the ground were swept away by the shockwave, and one unfortunate alien slammed heavily against the ground, blood gushing from his throat as he convulsed. Still alive? Frieza noted the creature's movement and swiftly flew over, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him violently. As Frieza shook him, blood spewed forth from the alien's mouth, splattering Frieza's face. Speak! Who stole my Dragon Balls? Cough, Lord Frieza. It was Vegeta who took them. The alien coughed, his eyes widening as he caught sight of Frieza's menacing face so close to his own. Blood sprayed on Frieza's visage, intensifying his already fearsome expression. That wretched Saiyan, Frieza sneered, casually tossing the alien into the air before unleashing an energy blast that obliterated him completely. Ha! Frieza is furious. Let me fulfill your wish. Just moments after retrieving the 5 Dragon Balls from the water, Vegeta sensed Frieza's erupting energy and couldn't help but chuckle with glee at the prospect of soon making his wish. Ha! Suddenly, Vegeta's voice faltered as 3 diminutive figures descended from the sky before him. None other than Krillin, Goku, and Gohan. You guys, Vegeta exclaimed, a hint of panic in his demeanor, still haunted by memories of how effortlessly he was defeated by the fused warriors on Earth and why battle power has significantly increased. Yet I am still no match for their fusion. Vegeta cast a tempestuous glance at Goku and Gohan, completely disregarding Krillin. Vegeta, you have killed those Namekians. I will not let you go unpunished. Gohan glared at him. You want to let me go? I shall be the one to spare you. Vegeta charged forward, determined to strike first and deny them the chance to fuse. With his newfound strength, he felt no fear against the two unmerged youths. At that moment, Gohan deftly parried Vegeta's punch with his left hand, while his right hand delivered a powerful blow to Vegeta's face, sending him crashing to the ground and shattering several small mountains. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Vegeta clutched his face, shouting in agony. Why? Why have you become so strong? As he struggled to rise, his face was smeared with blood, his mouth agape in disbelief as he gazed at Gohan. How is it that my power has surged by tens of thousands, yet I am still inferior to this child? Chapter 64. The secret is out, Humph. This is what my father and Uncle Piccolo taught me. Gohan proclaimed, hands on his hips, his head held high with pride. Within the spacecraft, they had diligently trained in the simulated environment alongside the others, followed by recuperation in the healing chamber. In just over 10 days. The group had made remarkable progress, particularly Gohan and Goku, the two hybrid Saiyans, whose battle powers had soared to around 200,000. Kakarot. You lowly warrior, Vegeta hissed through gritted teeth. He had always looked down upon lower-class warriors. Yet now his son had easily bested him, delivering a crushing blow to his pride. If I ever see you slaughtering innocents again, I will not spare you. Despite Gohan's kind heart, he could not bring himself to deliver a fatal blow, allowing the battered Vegeta to escape. Blasted fools! As he watched the trio swagger away with the Dragon Balls he had so painstakingly acquired, Vegeta could not help but roar in frustration, collapsing onto the ground. Gazing aimlessly at the blue sky and white clouds, he felt an overwhelming sense of weariness. Ahead, 5 Dragon Balls soared rapidly towards another. Goku glanced at the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, "Is that Gohan and the others? It seems I must speed up." Goku chuckled. Originally eager to confront the malevolent being radiating an evil aura, he now wished to gather the 7 Dragon Balls before anything could go awry. Intending to summon Shenron first. Gohan, Goku, look! One of the Dragon Balls is flying swiftly towards us. Krillin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he observed the radar. It's Dad. Gohan beamed. A team must be Goku. If we can just obtain the Dragon Ball ahead. We can gather all 7, Krillin added. The 3 of them surged forward, their energy rippling as they accelerated towards the final, motionless Dragon Ball. That child's energy is nearby, Krillin remarked, sensing a familiar aura. His curiosity piqued. Let's go check out, Goku suggested, eager to meet this mysterious individual. Sounds good. We can wait for Goku as well, they agreed, veering toward the forest below. At that moment, King Kai crouched on the ground, his gaze intensely focused ahead. Following his line of sight, a plump creature was being roasted over a fire, the intense heat causing its fat to sizzle and pop. Detecting 3 unfamiliar auras, King Kai glanced momentarily, but returned his attention to the food nearing perfection. Hello! Goku greeted cheerfully as he landed before King Kai, extending a friendly hand. Greetings! King Kai looked up, somewhat bewildered at the outstretched hand. Is this a customary gesture on this planet? After a brief hesitation, he rose and clasped Goku's hand. My name is Goku. What is yours? Goku inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. I am King Kai. King Kai returned the scrutiny, sizing up Goku. Krillin observed their interaction, his expression thoughtful. They really do resemble each other. I just witnessed you battling Frieza. You are truly formidable, Goku praised. Yet, I am still not a match for him, King Kai replied, his mood dampening at the acknowledgement. You must not be a Namekian. Correct? Krillin asked, puzzled. No, I was sleeping at home last night, and when I awoke, I found myself here, King Kai replied, a hint of sorrow in his tone. And where is your home? Krillin pressed. My home is in the Minuan Manor, east of the royal city on planet Blue-Green. King Kai recalled his mother, tears welling his eyes as he longed for home. Where are those? Why do you all seek to take them? King Kai inquired, pointing at the 2 Dragon Balls in Krillin's arms, confusion evident in his demeanor. These are the Dragon Balls. If one gathers all 7, one can make a wish to Shenron, and any desire can be fulfilled. Gohan explained. Dragon Balls? Wishes. King Kai's eyes widened with hope, fixating on Gohan, that if I make a wish to Shenron, can I return home? Indeed, but we aim to resurrect our fallen comrades if you wish to return home. Perhaps you should join us on Earth to make your wish, Gohan suggested. Yes, yes. King Kai nodded eagerly, willing to accompany them to Earth if it meant returning home. Soon, the food was ready, and King Kai, momentarily forgetting his sadness, dove in with gusto. Goku and Gohan watched, saliva pooling as they licked their lips. Hey, King Kai, can you spare me a bit? Goku asked bashfully. I'm hungry too. Please share some with me. Gohan chimed in. King Kai pondered briefly, thinking that aside from himself and his father, the others at home had small appetites, concluding that these two would likely eat little, and thus nodded in agreement. Before long, discontented sounds emanated from King Kai. Why are you two eating so much? I said just a little. Come on, just a little more, Goku protested. Exactly, just a bit more. At last, under King Kai's forlorn gaze, Goku and Gohan rubbed their bellies, still unsatisfied. So you are here, Goku exclaimed jovially as he descended from the sky. Dad, Gohan rushed to embrace Goku. You all are impressive, gathering 5 Dragon Balls so swiftly. Goku praised. This was all thanks to King Kai, Gohan explained, recounting the battle with Frieza, the theft of the Dragon Balls by Vegeta, and how they ultimately defeated him to reclaim the orbs. Really? I sense your energy from a great distance. I never expected your strength at such a young age, Goku remarked, affectionately ruffling King Kai's hair. King Kai, Goku, he muttered to himself, pondering if this child was related to King Yang. Such formidable power at such a tender age. And with a name reminiscent of Goku's, made Goku instinctively think of King Yang. Oh, you know my father. King Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clutched Goku's clothes, peering up at him. Huh? What? You are King Yang's son. Gasps erupted around them, and Goku was taken aback. He's also Dad's son. That makes us brothers. Could it be that you're also Bulma's son? But why haven't I noticed this for years? Goku exclaimed, astonished and anxious. Who is Bulma? My father calls my mother you are. King Kai replied, puzzled. Goku and Krillin's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Chapter 65. Vegeta takes the blame. A group of individuals exchanged incredulous glances, grappling with this explosive revelation. King Yang, in addition to Bulma, had another wife, and now a second son. Wukong felt somewhat overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, realizing that his mental capacity was insufficient to fully absorb it all. If Bulma finds out, Wang Yang will be doomed, he thought. Even Wukong, despite his innocence, understood the dire consequences of such matters. For instance, if he were to have any other women outside, Chi-Chi would undoubtedly explode with fury. Strangely, Wukong felt a flicker of curiosity about what would happen if Bulma learned the whole truth. He chuckled quietly to himself. Son Gohan looked at his father with a puzzled expression, wondering what amusing thoughts were occupying his mind. Krillin, astonished yet envious, couldn't help but reflect on his own single status, while Wang Yang, on the other hand, was fortunate enough to have 2 wives, a source of jealousy for him. My father is also Wang Yang, Wang Sheng remarked, his expression somewhat complicated as he regarded his brother. Huh. This time, it was Wang Shun's turn to be astonished. You are my brother? I presume you arrived on Namek through your father's instant transmission. Wukong said, stroking his chin and smiling at Wang Shun. So, is my father here as well? Upon hearing Wukong's words, Wang Shun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although I cannot sense his energy. I believe he must be on Namek, just hidden from sight. Wukong replied with a smile that he suddenly recalled the time he and Wang Yang had hidden away, watching the 2 children battle against Vegeta. Indeed, Wang Shun nodded with delight. Father is here. I must perform well in his presence. Thus, the group soared towards the location of the final Dragon Ball. Without experiencing storms, how can one witness a rainbow? What are my troubles compared to this? Wang Yang gazed solemnly at the sky, knowing that all his efforts were aimed at empowering his son. That blabbermouth, son Wukong. Where is Vegeta? Frieza soared high in the sky, surveying the land with unwavering focus, fearful of missing any detail. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation upon spotting a striking blue figure lying on the ground, seemingly familiar. It must be you, Vegeta. Frieza's eyes sparkled with recognition as a powerful aura erupted from him, trailing a long stream of energy as he descended rapidly. What? Frieza? Vegeta, lost in contemplation on the ground, immediately sensed Frieza's menacing aura approaching and was struck with dread, quickly rolling to his feet, following the direction of the energy. Vegeta looked up to see Frieza's unforgettable visage. His face paled in terror, and he leaped into the air to evade detection. Had he not witnessed the fierce battle between Wang Shun and Frieza, his battle power would have surged, compelling him to confront Frieza then and there. Still trying to hide, Frieza's eyes narrowed as his imposing figure flickered into existence before Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, where do you think you are going? Frieza's expression remained devoid of emotion as he regarded Vegeta. Frieza, you are here. What do you want with me? Vegeta replied cautiously that I killed those people. He surely does not know it was I who did it. Still defiant? Spare me the nonsense. Where are my Dragon Balls? Frieza pointed his index finger menacingly at Vegeta's head, his tone icy. What Dragon Balls? Frieza, I truly do not have your Dragon Balls, Vegeta protested, shaking his head in denial. I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Frieza's expression hardened as he unleashed a wave of energy that shot forth. Vegeta screamed as he was sent flying backward. The speed of the energy wave was so swift that, even with all his will, he could hardly evade it, helplessly watching as his shoulder was pierced. Among those you killed, one still breathed. He informed me that the Dragon Balls were taken by you. Now that we have reached this point, do you still wish to deny it? Tell me, where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza appeared suddenly above Vegeta, brutally stomping on his already wounded shoulder. I don't know. I did not take the Dragon Balls, Vegeta cried out in agony. After years of surviving under Frieza's rule, he understood Frieza's nature well, that if he confessed that the Dragon Balls had been seized by Earthlings, he would lose any value to Frieza, who would undoubtedly kill him. Thus, he chose to remain stubborn, hoping to convince Frieza that the Dragon Balls were hidden away by him, thus prolonging his life. Frieza gritted his teeth, unleashing another wave of energy that pierced through Vegeta's other shoulder. Vegeta screamed once more, blood mingling with saliva as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Speak! Tell me! Frieza demanded, his impatience evident as he continued to stomp on Vegeta. Where are the Dragon Balls? Frieza persisted. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Since the Dragon Balls had been taken by Vegeta, and Vegeta was present, it implied that the Dragon Balls must be nearby. With this thought, Frieza abandoned his torturous methods, soaring upward to meticulously search for the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Despite his extensive search above and below, Frieza found no trace of the Dragon Balls. Blood continued to pour from Vegeta, his vision blurring, yet he remained steadfast in his silence, refusing to divulge the location of the Dragon Balls. Who would have thought that I, Vegeta, would suffer for these detestable Earthlings? You are truly despicable. I shall kill you all. A profound rage burned within Vegeta, that eye in the sky. Frieza's face twisted with fury as he realized his prolonged search yielded no results. Observing Vegeta's deteriorating condition, he clenched his teeth and descended. You cannot die. If you do, I will never find my Dragon Balls. Frieza felt a sense of frustration, but knew he had to spare Vegeta's life. Once you recover, I will devise a proper punishment for you. I refuse to believe you won't speak, Frieza declared disdainfully as he seized the injured Vegeta, flying toward his spaceship. As Vegeta's consciousness slipped into darkness, a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, my gamble has paid off. Uncle Piccolo, you are here too. Upon reaching the location of the final Dragon Ball, Gohan was pleasantly surprised to see Piccolo beside a rotund Namekian. It's Gohan. You finally arrived? Piccolo's typically stern expression softened slightly. You have gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Did you seize them from that evil faction? The Grand Elder inquired weakly. Though he had remained indoors for days, he was well aware of the plight of the other Namekians and had learned from Piccolo that their group had also come for the Dragon Balls. Yes, we owe it all to Wang Shun. During his fierce battle with Frieza, the Dragon Balls were stolen by the wicked Vegeta, and we managed to reclaim them from him. Gohan explained with enthusiasm. I see. It's a pity the evil is yet to be vanquished, the Grand Elder lamented. Grand Elder, could you awaken Gohan's potential? He possesses tremendous latent power, and together we can surely defeat Frieza, Piccolo respectfully suggested. Having experienced a significant boost in power after the Grand Elder awakened his own potential, he immediately thought of Gohan. Enhancing power? Gohan questioned, pointing to himself in confusion. Yes, little one. Come closer, the Grand Elder beckoned. Following Piccolo's gestured invitation, Gohan approached the Grand Elder's side. The Grand Elder's large hand enveloped Gohan's head. Indeed, tremendous potential. As a brilliant light enveloped them, Gohan's energy surged forth, radiating with immense power. Incredible. Wang Yang gasped, his eyes wide with envy. Gohan's strength had now surpassed his own by a considerable margin. Phew. The Grand Elder exhaled wearily. Wang Yang had intended to ask the Grand Elder to awaken his potential as well. But seeing the Elder's current state, he hesitated to voice his request. Wang Yang watched the scene with longing. Gohan's power now eclipsed even his own during the battle with Frieza. Little one, since that is the case, you should come as well. Noticing Wang Yang's eager gaze, the Grand Elder smiled gently at him. Grand Elder, are you feeling all right? A young Namekian, standing beside Piccolo, expressed his concern for the Grand Elder's well-being. I'm fine. Thank you, Elder. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly assist you in defeating that nefarious individual. Wang Shun swiftly dashed to Wu Fan's side and, with unwavering conviction, addressed the Elder. Thank you, the Elder replied kindly, his hand gently resting upon Wang Shun's head. Just as he was about to unleash his energy, the Elder suddenly let out a soft exclamation. What is it, Elder? Wang Shun inquired, puzzled as he regarded the Elder. Your potential is indeed immense. However, within you lies a formidable power that has been sealed. This seal is exceedingly intricate, indicating that this individual is also a master of great skill. The Elder elucidated, feeling a sense of kinship with a fellow practitioner of energy. It was my father who enacted this seal, stating that I possess immense power, thus requiring it to be contained, allowing me to gradually unearth this strength. Wang Shun blinked and explained that I see. The Elder remarked, retracting his arm. Elder, has it concluded? Why do I feel no enhancement in my power? Wang Shun glanced around, finding no discernible difference from before. Since your father chose to seal your power, there must be his reasoning behind it. I shall not overstep my bounds to awaken your potential. The Elder clarified. Krillin, somewhat speechless, pondered how one could deem their power too great and thus seal it. Wang Xing also refrained from requesting the Elder to awaken his potential, as the situation mirrored that of Wang Shun. Young one, come forth. I shall awaken your potential. The Elder beckoned to Wang Sheng. Elder, I shall forego it as well. My father has placed a seal on me too. The others fell silent once more. Realizing that neither son had escaped this fate, is it not done yet? Frieza impatiently glared at Vegeta within the healing P.O.D.M.Y. Lord. The instruments indicate there are still 10 minutes remaining. A subordinate cautiously reported, eyeing the numbers on the display. Frieza returned, seething with anger, having already dispatched several clumsy subordinates, while the others dared not take any chances. Why, Lord, my lord, the sky over Namek has suddenly darkened. A warrior clad in battle gear and with dark skin rushed in. Flustered, yes, oh, what if it is dark? Have you never seen the sky darken before? How is it that all my subordinates are as dull as pigs? Frieza's fury, which had somewhat subsided, reignited upon hearing such a trivial report. And he couldn't help but erupt in anger. No, my lord. According to the Namekian, when they summon the eternal dragon, the entire sky darkens. The warrior wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, explaining cautiously. What? Frieza's eyes widened in alarm. He could no longer afford to pay attention to Vegeta in that moment, his entire being erupting with energy as he soared out of the spaceship. Frieza's energy surged away at high speed. What could have transpired to invoke such urgency in him? However, this may work to my advantage, that I shall soon regain my strength, and then no one will hinder my departure. Vegeta reflected within the healing pod. Sensing Frieza's retreating energy, Vegeta had long regained consciousness, but with Frieza so near, he dared not open his eyes. Has it really darkened so quickly? Wang Yang suddenly noticed the sky shrouded in dark clouds. Lightning flashing as the entire realm descended into gloom, a heavy atmosphere enveloping the air. They are summoning the eternal dragon. Wang Yang realized in an instant. Had this been in his weaker days, he would have gathered the Dragon Balls to wish for countless desires, such as instant transmission, the Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, and the ability to survive in space. Alas, he had since matured, his knowledge deepened, having mastered many abilities, rendering the eternal dragon's wishes unnecessary. For instance, he had already learned the Kaioken after battling Sun Wukong. Meticulously analyzing the technique, a splendid spectacle awaits. Wang Yang mused, raising his gaze towards a certain direction, a faint smile gracing his lips. And why Dragon Balls? My Dragon Balls! Frieza ground his teeth, glaring at a colossal being in the distance. Immediately maximizing his energy and racing towards it. Curse it! My nemesis must perish! The 7 Dragon Balls radiated a dazzling light, revealing the magnificent eternal dragon of Namek, with its robust arms and powerful musculature. Porunga can grant 3 wishes. What do you wish for? Nail spoke indifferently to the assembly. Let us revive the Namekians who perished during this time. Wukong contemplated before speaking. The Namekians suffered greatly due to the Earthlings' revelation of the Dragon Balls. The first wish must certainly be to resurrect them. Nail's eyes brightened, offering a grateful smile to Wukong and the others. Nail conversed with Porunga in the Namekian tongue, a series of rapid utterances. I'm afraid that Porunga can only revive 1 person at a time, Nail replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Chapter 67. Following in Vegeta's footsteps, we have the eternal dragon on Earth as well. In that case, let the dragon from Earth assist in your complete resurrection, Wukong exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. Thank you. Nail's expression brightened once more. In that case, for the first wish, let us resurrect Kairatsu from Earth. Very well. For the second wish, let Tien Shinhan return. For the third wish, let Yamcha be revived. With the 3 wishes made, Porunga's eyes flashed with light, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that soared into the distance. Wang Sheng, produce the communicator. You have to contact your mother, Wukong instructed Wang Sheng. Wang Sheng instinctively retrieved a square communicator from his chest and handed it to Wukong. This communicator was devised by Bulma, who, concerned for her son, developed a cosmic communication device to maintain contact with Wang Sheng. Bulma, have you gathered all the Dragon Balls on your end? Please help us make a wish. I ask that you. Wukong, have you arrived on Namek? Is little Sheng all right? Have you encountered any danger? When Bulma heard Wukong's voice, she immediately bombarded him with a flurry of questions. All is well. Just summon the eternal dragon. I have a wish to make, Wukong said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hastily interrupted Bulma. Through Bulma's invocation of the eternal dragon, the deceased Namekians were instantly revived. How have we returned to life? Numerous Namekians rose from the ground, gazing at their hands in disbelief. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! You vile thieves! Frieza arrived a moment too late, witnessing Porunga transform into a beam of light and then into 7 meteors streaking past. Fiery rage poured from his head as he hovered midair, bellowing at Wukong and the others. Wu Fan, be cautious. That fellow is approaching, Wukong urged, his expression turning serious as he fixed his gaze on Frieza. Step back. I shall confront him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment, subtly nodding in agreement. Perhaps it would be better for Wu Fan, Wang Sheng, and Wang Shun to engage, Wukong cheerfully suggested to the 3 bewildered youngsters. The 3, exchanging puzzled glances, nodded in unison. Aware of Frieza's formidable strength, the trio dared not conceal their abilities. Enhanced by the Elder, Wu Fan now possessed the greatest power, unleashing a mighty roar as waves of energy erupted around him, propelling him forward. Wang Shun enveloped himself in a radiant white light, his energy surging dramatically, while Wang Sheng, in comparison to the 2, appeared considerably weaker. When adversaries meet, they are particularly fierce. Upon seeing Wang Shun, Frieza was instantly enraged. Were it not for this detestable individual, he would not have lost the Dragon Balls. The wish he just made should have been his. Frieza, fuming with anger, amassed all his energy and charged at Wang Shun. Disregarding Wu Fan entirely, unconvinced of Wu Fan's prowess, believing 1 prodigious child was ample, and 2 were implausible, as the 2 clashed, Frieza casually swatted away Wu Fan's attack with his left hand while concentrating immense power in his right, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Wang Shun. Bang! Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief as Wu Fan's fist struck him squarely in the cheek, sending him careening sideways with a shriek, his tightly clenched right hand loosening in the process. He had underestimated Wufan. That son of Kakarot is unexpectedly formidable. Vegeta had also recovered from his injuries, stealthily hiding behind a massive boulder. As he beheld the scene before him, his eyes widened in disbelief. Consuming the latest cosmic hormones could not have induced such rapid transformation. Frieza, who would have thought that even the Emperor of the Universe could find himself in such a disheveled state. Witnessing Frieza's plight brought a wave of exhilaration to Vegeta's heart. After enduring 2 decades of subservience under Frieza's rule, this was the first time he had witnessed his adversary being thoroughly beaten. The Supreme King chuckled softly and surged forward, pursuing the beleaguered Frieza. Just as Frieza regained his footing, the child he despised with a passion appeared before him, launching a fierce assault. The two engaged in a brief but intense skirmish. The explosive aftermath reverberating around them, it became evident that the Supreme King was at a disadvantage. King and Gohan swooped in, and the 3 young warriors united to besiege Frieza, though outnumbered. The trio pressed on, with Gohan leading the charge despite the evident disparity in power. Suddenly, King found himself carelessly struck away by Frieza's punch, with a mere combat power of around 200,000. He was no match for Frieza's overwhelming might of over 1,000,000, even with most of Frieza's attacks directed at Gohan and the Supreme King. A stray blow was enough to leave him reeling. "Rest well. Allow Gohan and me to handle him," the Supreme King said with concern towards King. Despite the Supreme King's good intentions, children often yearn for competition and do not wish to feel inferior. Tears began to well in King's eyes as he crouched on the ground, overwhelmed by a sense of unfairness and inadequacy. Why am I so weak? Why can't I fight alongside them? Goku, noticing King curled up on the ground, contemplated offering him words of comfort. However, as he lifted his foot to approach, a smile suddenly graced his face, and he retracted his step. A figure gradually descended before King, casting a shadow that obscured the sunlight. Instinctively, King looked up, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. "Father!" King suddenly lunged forward, embracing the unexpected arrival of Wang Yang, unable to contain his exclamation. "Little saint, why are you crying?" Wang Yang gently soothed King's small frame. "Father, I feel so useless. Gohan and the Supreme King are both stronger than I am, and I can't contribute all." As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks in a cascade of sorrow. The journey of life is long, and it is seldom smooth. Do not allow momentary setbacks to dishearten you. When I was young, I too faced formidable opponents, yet I never gave up, even in defeat. As long as we persist in our training, there will come a day when we can triumph over them. You are a good son, and like me, you must harbor an unwavering spirit, regardless of how strong the opponent may be. Seeing his son in distress, Wang Yang felt compelled to offer encouragement. "Press on," he urged, gently ruffling King's hair, his palm radiating a warm glow. Suddenly, King felt a surge of knowledge penetrating his mind, an understanding of transformation. As he concentrated on the unfamiliar wisdom, a brilliant white light enveloped his form, a tremendous energy surging forth. "What is this? Why has my power increased tenfold? Is it akin to the Kyokin?" Goku exclaimed, astonished by King's transformation. "What?" Vegeta leaned forward, his mouth agape in disbelief, nearly dropping his jaw to the ground. "What?" Frieza, startled by the overwhelming energy emanating from the child he had just sent flying, recoiled in shock. With a thunderous boom, a figure blurred past, and Frieza was hurled away once more, crashing through several mountain peaks before becoming ensnared in debris. The King's silhouette gradually materialized where Frieza had once stood. "You can do this too?" The Supreme King marveled at the white light surrounding King, astonished by the similarity in their energy. "Father taught me." King beamed with joy, feeling a newfound strength that eclipsed even that of the Supreme King and Gohan. Dispelling his earlier despair, it turns out I am stronger than the Supreme King. "Father, Father!" The Supreme King scanned the surroundings, and upon spotting his father gazing at him with a beaming smile, he soared towards Wang Yang in excitement. Wang Yang embraced the small frame of the Supreme King. "I am very pleased with your performance these past few days," he said with a smile. "Haha, it's all right. The Supreme King chuckled awkwardly, feeling rather disheveled himself. Damn it, how did he manage that? Vegeta's gaze remained fixated on Wang Yang, contemplating, what if I could also master that technique? With a thunderous explosion, the ground shook violently as a brilliant light erupted from Frisia's location, sending countless stones flying in all directions. You have angered me. I shall annihilate you. As the smoke cleared, Frisia had undergone a significant transformation. His stature diminished, yet two long bony spikes protruded from his back, and his head elongated, rendering him even more fearsome. Once again transformed, Frisia's power surged. He wiped the blood from his face, his cold gaze settling on the trio of children who had brought him to such a state of disarray. King, Gohan, and the Supreme King soared into the air, encircling Frisia as the second round commenced. Frisia smirked coldly and, in a flash, appeared beside the Supreme King, delivering a punishing blow that sent him flying. He then darted behind Gohan, delivering a swift kick that sent him reeling, before abruptly materializing before King. With a crack, King raised his fists in a desperate attempt to shield himself from Frisia's assault. Your power has increased tenfold since before, but you still stand no chance against me. Frisia taunted, his voice quickening as his onslaught grew fiercer, overwhelming King with a torrent of attacks. Eye in the sky. King gritted his teeth, struggling to withstand the barrage, his injuries mounting, yet the lines on his back shimmered with golden light, causing his strength to soar. As the battle intensified, Frisia found himself bewildered by the escalating power of this child, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. What a monster! Why do their powers grow stronger the more they fight? Vegeta, perplexed, could not comprehend the situation. Could it be? Are they the legendary Super Saiyans? The thought struck him with a jolt of fear. Yet, no matter how he viewed it, they seemed far more fitting for the title than he did. Vegeta am the true Super Saiyan. They are imposters. Vegeta vehemently shook his head, expelling the notion from his mind. His gaze shifted, realizing that Frisia was not invincible. He sensed a resurgence of strength from his own injuries. Frisia, take this punch! Vegeta could no longer contain himself and charged at Frisia with a surge of energy. Regardless of past grievances with Earthlings, his foremost desire was to eliminate Frisia and seize his power. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, and Frisia's expression darkened as he felt the force behind Vegeta's strike. Haha, Frisia! Are you afraid now? I have become a Super Saiyan, Vegeta declared, a triumphant smirk adorning his face as he pointed his thumb at his own head, exuding pride. What an insufferable monkey, Frisia retorted coldly, launching himself towards Vegeta. Come at me. The formidable strength coursing through his veins reignited Vegeta's confidence. The instant the two combatants clashed once more, Frisia wore a cold, disdainful smile, swiftly appearing behind Vegeta. With a powerful kick, he struck Vegeta's back, sending him hurtling through the air in quick succession. An energy blast followed, erupting with immense force and engulfing Vegeta in its wake. Having swiftly dispatched Vegeta, Frisia seemed to regard the act as disposing of mere trash. Just as he contemplated delivering another blow to Vegeta, a figure materialized before him. Frisia's teeth clenched in irritation as he raised a fist to repel the incoming King Saint. What a peculiar bunch. He mused, it seems an ultimate transformation is necessary. Otherwise, they may indeed be my undoing. Suddenly, Frisia's body radiated with crimson fissures, resembling shattered glass, as it began to fragment. Another transformation? Goku observed, astonished by Frisia's metamorphosis. So powerful! Krillin felt his stomach churn from the overwhelming aura emanating from Frisia. The King Saint wiped the blood from his lips and rose, joining Gohan and the King God, their expressions grave as they regarded Frisia. As a blinding white light flashed and the smoke dissipated, Frisia emerged, his form now silver and diminutive, yet no less formidable in the eyes of those present. He flexed his arms, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As the haze cleared, Vegeta propped himself up, glaring at Frisia's new form with gritted teeth, distancing himself. This battle was no longer suited for him. Damn it. Chapter 69. The fusion. Once again, the King Saint and Gohan exchanged knowing glances and nodded in silent agreement before creating distance between themselves. The King God looked on, puzzled by their actions. What are you two planning? Without the Kaioken, do you think you can manage? Wang Yang suddenly approached Goku, his expression light. "IT should be sufficient." Goku chuckled heartily. After fervently training aboard the ship, he felt his strength had increased significantly. Upon hearing Goku's confidence, Wang Yang sensed his assurance. However, Frieza had yet to unleash his full power, and the outcome remained uncertain. "I truly wish to face him," Goku remarked, casting a covetous glance at Frieza as the two young warriors began their fusion sequence. Fusion, with their voices resonating, a brilliant light erupted, accompanied by howling winds and swirling debris that obscured vision. The once self-assured Frieza felt his eyelids twitch and abruptly turned to investigate. As the radiance subsided, an unfamiliar youth clad in a vest materialized in their midst. Fusion? A technique of the Metamorans? Frieza's expression turned serious, recalling reports of peculiar techniques he had heard throughout his reign over the cosmos. Yet he remained confident that such a maneuver could not defeat him. "Wang Yang, do you believe Gohan can triumph over this foe?" Goku inquired, curiosity piqued. In his ordinary state, he cannot defeat Frieza, but if he employs the techniques I taught him, he should have no issues, Wang Yang replied. While he was uncertain of the fusion powers from other parallel universes, he estimated that the combined strength of Gohan and King Saint would reach around 30 to 40 million, far inferior to Frieza's peak of 120 million. To elevate fusion into a divine art, it would require the Saiyan super transformations, which would amplify their power to terrifying levels. "What is this technique of yours? Is it akin to the Kaioken? It seems to impose little strain on the body," Goku remarked, eyes wide with intrigue. "Are you familiar with the Great Ape transformation?" "Yes," Goku nodded eagerly, hanging on Wang Yang's every word. "That technique essentially harnesses the power of the Great Ape in its base form." Wang Yang explained nonchalantly. "I see," Goku exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He understood the tenfold increase in strength that the Great Ape transformation provided. "If only my tail were still intact, I would love to give a try," he lamented, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "You would do well to refrain. As a lower-class warrior, transforming into a great ape would lead to a loss of reason, unless you can strengthen your spirit to maintain clarity during the transformation." Wang Yang admonished bluntly, "But how does one strengthen their spirit?" Goku asked, still hopeful to travel to planet Yardrat. "They possess profound knowledge of energy manipulation and powerful soul techniques. That I learned instant transmission there," Wang Yang stated matter-of-factly. Goku's eyes sparkled with longing as he gazed at King Saint, his expression nearly pleading. "Take me there, don't look at me. Once this battle concludes, have the crew of the ship take you there. And bring those children along as well." Wang Yang chuckled, secretly reveling in the time gained by keeping Goku occupied. Not far away, Gohan and Frieza faced off, both radiating confidence. Suddenly, Gohan charged forward, appearing directly above Frieza, only for his kick aimed at Frieza's neck to be effortlessly blocked. "I expected a grand reveal, but it seems you are merely this," Frieza remarked coldly, swiftly using his strength to send Gohan crashing to the ground like a mere kite. "What?" Piccolo's eyes widened in shock, his complexion paling. "How infuriating! Frieza is truly this powerful." Vegeta's fists clenched in anger. Having been easily dispatched by Gohan, the realization that Gohan could not contend with Frieza only served to highlight his own inadequacy. Though the truth was undeniable, the fury within him could not be suppressed. Gohan grit his teeth and rose once more, shouting as he charged at Frieza. "Kamehameha! Special Beam Cannon! Super God Fist!" The fused Gohan engaged in a fierce battle with Frieza, unleashing energy blasts intermittently. "Such feeble power cannot possibly defeat me." Frieza easily exploited Gohan's openings, launching a barrage of attacks that forced Gohan to cry out in distress. In a final display, Frieza executed a spinning kick, his heel crashing into Gohan's abdomen and propelling him towards the ground. Goku's expression hardened as Wang Yang's prediction came true. The fused Gohan was indeed no match for Frieza. "Let this planet perish alongside you," Frieza declared, conjuring a colossal purple energy orb above his head. Having exhausted the Dragon Balls, he was unwilling to prolong the battle, especially against these three peculiar children whose power seemed to grow with each moment. Fearing he might lose control of the encounter, as the purple energy orb hurtled downward, the Namekian let out a terrified cry. Goku! Wang Yang! Are you not going to intervene? Piccolo's face paled further. Namek was his homeland, and he could not bear to witness its destruction. Moreover, should Namek explode, none would survive. Do not worry. Look, Goku replied nonchalantly, gesturing toward the now reinvigorated Gohan. That moment, Gohan was enveloped in a radiant white aura, his energy surging as he activated the great ape's strength. Confidence radiated from his face, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he raised a single hand to support the descending energy orb. What? Frieza gasped in disbelief, pressing down with both hands, pouring energy into the orb in a desperate attempt to overpower Gohan's strength. It seems you are faltering. Gohan chuckled softly, propelling the massive energy orb back toward Frieza with a swift kick. Frieza screamed as he exerted all his might, yet still failed to alter the trajectory of the energy orb racing toward him. Watching helplessly as the energy blast collided with his body, Frieza crossed his arms in a desperate attempt to shield his vital points in this critical moment. A violent explosion resonated through the sky, shaking the entirety of planet Namek. Chapter 70, Super Saiyan after a prolonged period. The brilliance gradually diminished, and as the smoke cleared, Frieza emerged before everyone. Covered in wounds, he had just brushed against the brink of death, and unable to contain his rage any longer, he let out a tremendous roar. With a slight bend of his body, Frieza gathered his energy, his aura rapidly surging before the eyes of the onlookers. Frieza unleashed his full power, battle power at 120 million. I was startled. I thought you had achieved a new transformation. But it turned out you merely elevated your energy. Wusing stood with his hands on his hips, leaning slightly forward, smiling at Frieza. I wonder if you'll still be smiling after this. Frieza, filled with fury, launched himself at Wusing. Bam! His powerful fist struck Wusing's face, causing his upper body to tilt backward. To Frieza's astonishment, Wusing slowly straightened himself, wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. Casting a sidelong glance at Frieza, I asked that all you've got? At that moment, Frieza was so infuriated he seemed ready to explode, shouting as he swung his fists and kicked at Wusing, even incorporating his tail into the assault. Wusing crossed his arms over his chest and gracefully retreated into the air, effortlessly absorbing all of Frieza's attacks with just his right leg. The disparity in their powers was staggering. The ease with which Wusing handled the situation left the spectators in awe, while Vegeta could only look on with a sour expression. Fusion! How powerful! The King God watched Wusing with gleaming eyes, thoroughly impressed. Truly remarkable. Goku was elated at this sight. Wang Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. This is somewhat reckless. This fighting style is not like Little Saiyan at all. Wang Yang mused, glancing at Goku, who was watching with delight, and suddenly realized, of course, it must be the influence of Gohan. Goku is quite reckless. Gohan inherited that trait from him, so Wusing is likewise reckless. It has nothing to do with Little Saint. Wang Yang nodded to himself, pleased with his clever deduction that eye in the sky. Wusing finally turned the tide, switching roles with Frieza, sending him flying back and forth. Faced with Wusing's relentless onslaught, Frieza struggled to defend himself, his face bruised, his body battered. This moment, a flicker of despair mingled with Frieza's rage. Could they truly be my nemesis? Why was my Dragon Ball snatched from me? Why couldn't I defeat them in my first transformation? Not in the second transformation either, nor in the third, ultimate transformation. Why? 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 Frieza roared to the heavens, the resounding waves erupting around him as his aura surged, scattering the clouds above. Bam! Frieza unleashed his aura to push Wusing away, but was met with a solid punch to the face, his momentum deflating like a burst balloon as he was sent flying backward, blood spewing from his mouth. How annoying! Wusing dusted off his fist, shaking off a bit of grime. As Frieza rose, he saw Wusing unrelenting and charged at him once more, hastily raising his hands in a plea. Wait! Upon hearing Frieza's words, Wusing paused, his fist hovering near Frieza's nose, a powerful gust of wind causing Frisia's skin to feel as if it were being sliced. Frisia swallowed hard, his throat contracting. "What do you have to say?" Wusing retracted his fist. "I concede." Frisia sighed, conceding. "Concede?" Wusing stood momentarily stunned, scratching his head as he looked toward Wang Yang. "Dad, he says he concedes." Wusing, "Since he concedes, let him go," Goku called out. Wang Yang glanced at Goku. Speechless. Just then, Wusing suddenly radiated an overwhelming light. The time for fusion had arrived, and two small figures appeared in place. Witnessing this, Frisia's eyes turned fierce, and with a swift motion of his hands, two beams of purple energy shot toward the two figures. "This is bad." Wang Yang sensed trouble the moment the two separated and instantly activated his instant transmission. His movements mirrored Frisia's precisely. As Wang Yang materialized in front of Wusing, a sharp energy struck him. The force imbued with tremendous, penetrating power. Even with Wang Yang's indomitable physique, his skin bore a red mark from the impact. "Gohan!" Piccolo shouted, charging forward with a burst of energy. "Gohan!" A deafening roar thundered through the heavens. As a powerful gust swept through, lifting Gohan's flailing body into the embrace of a robust figure, the golden light shot skyward, the ground quaking violently, the sea surging, mountains crumbling. That moment, Goku's pupils turned a light green, his eyebrows and hair shifting from black to golden, standing erect, surrounded by an aura of golden flames. Wang Yang had sensed something amiss when he just managed to shield Wusing from Frisia's attack. Seeing Gohan cradled in Goku's arms, a pang of guilt struck him. As a father, his first thoughts were undoubtedly of his child. Wang Yang grasped Wusing with his right hand and instantly appeared beside Goku, a Senzu bean appearing in his palm, seemingly out of nowhere. "Goku, quickly give this to Gohan." Goku's expression turned grave as he took the Senzu bean, crushing it gently before feeding it to Gohan. "Gohan, eat the Senzu bean. You'll be fine soon." Goku's cold demeanor belied the softness of his words that on the brink of death, Gohan heard his father's voice, and with a convulsive swallow, he consumed the Senzu bean. As soon as he swallowed it, the gaping wounds on Gohan's body vanished without a trace, and all negative effects dissipated. I'm back." Gohan opened his eyes, looking at his hands, and laughed joyfully. Is this the Super Saiyan?" Vegeta stared in disbelief at Kakarot transforming into a Super Saiyan. "Damn it, how can a low-class warrior like him become a Super Saiyan? A Super Saiyan should be me." Vegeta seethed, glaring at Goku, wishing to usurp his Super Saiyan form. "I want to transform into a Super Saiyan too. Once I achieve that, none of you will stand a chance against me. Not even you." "Kakarot." Vegeta clenched his fists, brimming with an almost delusional confidence. Observing the golden-haired figure before him, Frisia recalled the ancient warning imparted by his father, King Cold, from many years ago. Our ancestors warned us to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyans. Frisia's heart raced, and as he prepared to sneak away while Goku was distracted, he realized he could not leave. Beyond the ancestral warning, the energy radiating from this golden-haired individual was utterly chilling, causing his blood to feel as if it were freezing, sapping any will to fight from him. Chapter 71. Different Paths, Irreconcilable. Gohan, stand beside Wang Yang. I will handle this scoundrel. Goku immediately spotted Frisia, attempting to sneak away in a flash. Goku stood before Frisia, speaking ominously. "Where do you think you're going? What are you doing? Get away from me!" Frisia shouted, his tone harsh. Having been thoroughly beaten by that child, he was now in excruciating pain and needed to return to the healing pod for proper treatment. "You have no sense of martial ethics, attacking two children like that." Goku recalled the earlier scene, still shaken. "Just moments ago, Gohan had nearly lost his life. You all ganged up on me, and yet you accuse me of lacking martial ethics. You are the ones who are truly despicable." Frisia was struck at his core by Goku's words, erupting in a furious roar, spittle flying, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly at his boiling point. Goku, realizing the truth in his words, felt a bit embarrassed and chuckled awkwardly. Meanwhile, Wang Yang ignored the exchange between Goku and Frisia, guiding Wusing to stand beside the king god. "Dad," Wusing quietly called out, sensing his father's silence and feeling a twinge of fear. "Do not fuse with Gohan again. Wang Yang spoke coolly. Those who are excessively indulgent often lack discernment, sometimes exacerbating situations rather than ameliorating them. Why is that? Wang Shun inquired with a sense of bewilderment. Wang Shun's gaze shifted as well, noting how the fusion had bestowed immense power. Why does Father prohibit the use of fusion? There is no reason, Wang Yang sighed. Focus on your training. You must strive to defeat enemies on your own merit, rather than relying on such tricks as fusion. Indeed. Wang Yang's eyes turned toward Wang Shun. I will train diligently, Wang Shun proclaimed loudly. Wang Yang nodded in satisfaction. I could see that moment. Goku, under Frisia's tearful onslaught, hung his head and exited his Super Saiyan form. I am gravely injured. If you wish to take advantage of my predicament, feel free to strike. Frisia snorted coldly, arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference. He had long since deciphered the character of the Saiyans. Seeing Frisia's reluctance to engage in battle, Goku, itching for action, became increasingly agitated. Hey, Wang Yang, do you have any senzu beans left? Please give me one, Goku called out to Wang Yang. With exasperation, Wang Yang tossed one over, aware that this fellow was not merely restless, but also rather cheeky. The senzu bean shot through the air like lightning, and Goku snatched it deftly with his right hand. Here you go. This is a senzu bean. Eat it, and you'll fully recover. Goku extended his hand toward Frisia. Frisia hesitated, glancing at the green bean in Goku's palm, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion as he regarded the eager Saiyan before him. A Saiyan showing such kindness? Hurry and eat it. Once you recover, we can have a proper fight. Goku looked at Frisia with hopeful eyes. Frisia's grip on the senzu bean stiffened, his mouth twitching in anger as his body began to tremble violently. You despicable Saiyan monkey! I refuse to fight you. Abandon such thoughts, Frisia roared, furiously shoving Goku aside and blasting off into the distance. Despite his cunning and ferocious nature, Frisia was no fool. He understood well that facing a stronger opponent willingly would be foolish. Goku watched Frisia depart without attempting to intervene. Wang Yang squinted at Frisia's retreating figure. Piccolo and the others from Namek gritted their teeth in frustration, powerless against Frisia's overwhelming strength, now that he has left. What are your thoughts? Wang Yang inquired, gently patting his son's head that he will continue his reign of terror. He must be eliminated, Wang Shun blurted out. He is a villain. He ought to be punished, Wang Shun added, scratching his face, unsure of how else to respond. Wang Shun, having been raised in a feudal society, lacked the concept of equality among all beings. Having witnessed the treachery of human nature, he was more perceptive than the naive Wang Shun, and more resolute in his stance. You are correct, Wang Shun. Even though Frisia has departed, his brutal nature remains unchanged, and he will continue to slaughter the innocent on other planets. Take Namek, for instance, with our presence. We can thwart Frisia's schemes. However, we will be leaving in a few days. When we depart, who will stand against him? Wang Yang deliberated. If no one resists, will the innocent Namekians not continue to suffer? It is better that we do not witness such horrors, since we have encountered evil. How can we turn a blind eye? Wang Shun implored, looking up at his father. In his eyes, his father was omnipotent, the greatest of all. As long as he took action, he could surely defeat Frisia. Rest assured, he cannot escape, Wang Yang said, ruffling his son's hair, watching the spaceship ascend into the cosmos with a gentle smile. You cannot flee. I will ensure you face justice. In the face of instant transmission, Frisia, I could easily allow you to run for 10 days or even half a month. You must remember, we were born into this world. We must harbor goodwill and refrain from committing acts of malice or senseless slaughter. Throughout my journey, I have encountered numerous villains, and a single act of kindness from me may save a life. A family. Wang Yang reflected on his journey as he gazed at Wang Shun. He recalled arriving on Blue-Green Star and how, had he not intervened to stop Paragus' massacre, perhaps the likes of King Vegeta and others would have perished, and the planet would have been left in ruin. Each individual faces choices throughout their lives. Some choose indifference, others destruction, while Wang Yang chose his own path. Those who walk divergent paths will not understand one another. The indifferent will not comprehend the empathetic, nor will the destructive grasp the essence of kindness. For the time being, Wang Yang felt content with the choices he had made along his journey. However, Blind kindness is not to be condoned. When the time comes to act decisively, one must not hesitate, lest future troubles arise. Wang Yang's tone shifted as he imparted a serious warning to his sons. One must possess a conscience, yet also wield the wrath of thunder. Indeed, Wang Sheng and Wang Shun nodded vigorously. The two young boys, still in their formative years, must not be led astray. You must remember, in the battles between life and death, never harbor any illusions of safety. Just now, Goku felt overconfident, believing he had everything under control, only to nearly allow Gohan to fall victim at the last moment. Wang Yang gently patted their small heads. Wang Sheng lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Chapter 72. Vegeta, let's engage in equitable exchange to the formidable warriors of Earth. Thank you for vanquishing our enemies. The Grand Elder expressed weakly to the gathered crowd. Haha, no need for thanks. In truth, we ought to thank you for lending us the Dragon Balls to make our wishes, allowing us to resurrect our companions. Goku chuckled heartily. Grand Elder, through this battle, Namek has been exposed to the cosmos, especially since you possess the wish-granting Dragon Balls, which will undoubtedly attract relentless adversaries from across the universe. Wang Yang addressed the Grand Elder. Indeed, you are correct. Namek is no longer a safe haven. Once the Dragon Balls are restored, we shall use them to wish for a new home. The Grand Elder nodded in agreement with Wang Yang's assessment. An innocent man in possession of a priceless treasure is bound to attract trouble. The warriors of Namek were still insufficient to ward off the threats of the universe. The nights on Namek were tranquil and serene. A gentle breeze carrying a subtle and refreshing fragrance that invigorated the spirit. Wang Yang held the hands of his two children as they walked across the soft, tender grass. Not far from them stood a solitary figure leaning against a grand tree. Seemingly merging with the shadows of the night, that it was Vegeta, who lingered on Namek out of fear. Having stolen Frieza's Dragon Balls, to return home would mean certain doom at Frieza's hands. Having witnessed Frieza's ultimate power, Vegeta understood the vast disparity between them. The wisest course of action was to remain among these Earthlings, evade this calamity, and wait until he could transform into a Super Saiyan, at which point he would no longer fear Frieza before departing. Tomorrow, you will accompany Uncle Goku to Yardrat. It is a splendid place that I believe that after some time training there, your powers will advance significantly, Wang Yang said, catching Vegeta's attention. The allure of enhancing his strength was irresistible, prompting Vegeta to listen intently, despite his pride as a Saiyan prince forbidding him from eavesdropping. Father, why don't you come with us? Wang Sheng looked up at Wang Yang. I have already visited Yardrat. My instant transmission was learned there, so going again would serve little purpose. You must obey and respect Elder Pibra while you are there. Wang Yang replied with a gentle smile, that I miss Mother a bit. Wang Sheng admitted, lowering his head, that if you miss her, then you must study diligently while there. Once you master instant transmission, you'll be able to return swiftly, Wang Yang encouraged with a smile. Wang Shun remained silent, his gaze revealing a sense of yearning that I never anticipated that Goku would fortuitously transform into a Super Saiyan. Wang Yang sighed softly. Super Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes widened, a glint of fervor igniting within them. As if he could illuminate the dark night sky, he leaned forward, gripping the tree trunk with his right hand, his fingers deeply embedded in the bark, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wang Yang. Is Uncle Wukong, with his golden hair transformation, a Super Saiyan? Wang Shun's eyes sparkled with excitement. The sheer magnitude of that power was overwhelming, and he yearned to transform as well. Indeed, that is a Super Saiyan, whose strength can multiply 50-fold. 50-fold, Vegeta gasped, his breath quickening as he envisioned himself transforming into a Super Saiyan, delivering punches to Frieza and kicks to Kakarot, even overpowering Wang Yang. Father, how do you know this? Wang Sheng inquired, somewhat perplexed, as they had only just learned of the existence of Super Saiyans today. Because your father can transform as well, Wang Yang replied, his expression calm, yet his eyes betraying a hint of pride. How infuriating! Vegeta seethed with jealousy. Surely, it was the rightful place of Saiyan prince like himself to be the first to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation. So, Father, can we also become Super Saiyans? Wang Shun looked at his father with hopeful eyes. Vegeta, momentarily forgetting his jealousy, eagerly strained to hear the response more clearly. Every Saiyan has the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, the transformation requires a catalyst. Through your Mother Bulma's research, we discovered that within our Saiyan bodies lies a specific cell. Once this cell reaches a certain threshold, it can be activated through intense rage, or perhaps by channeling energy into the back to stimulate it. To enhance this cellular presence within you, a calm mind is essential, and the training on planet Adatella will greatly aid you, making it easier to transform into a Super Saiyan. This is why I wish for you to go to planet Adatella. Wang Yang explained with a smile. That I see. Wang Sheng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. I must go to planet Adatella. I will become a Super Saiyan. Wang Sheng clenched his small fists in determination. Yes, you certainly can. Wang Yang encouraged his children with a gentle smile. Channeling energy into the back, Vegeta's eyes blazed with fervor as he attempted to gather his energy towards his back. Yes, a proud, elite warrior. He believed that the necessary cells within him must have already reached the required level. Yet, no matter how much energy Vegeta amassed, his form remained unchanged. Disappointment clouded his face as he watched the trio of father and sons move away, anger bubbling within him. Damn it, you must be aware of my presence and are deliberately mocking me. Planet Adatella. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. When you arrive on planet Adatella, remember not to focus solely on training. You should also seek out someone for intense battles. Father, who should we seek? Wang Xing asked, puzzled. Could it be Gohan? You can't go too hard on Gohan during a fight. That I'm referring to Vegeta, that he is ruthless and the perfect sparring partner. Any breakthroughs you make can be tested against him, and he will likely be more than willing. Wang Yang chuckled. Vegeta, let us make an equitable exchange. I will teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan, and you shall help train my two sons. This way you shall not lose out. But father, will he actually come to planet Adatella? Wang Sheng queried with curiosity. He will surely come, Wang Yang replied. Little Sheng, when speaking with your mother, do not mention little Shun, understand? If she finds out, she will quarrel with me. Wang Yang was well aware that he possessed a communicator to chat with Bulma back on Earth. Wang Sheng paused at his father's words, instinctively nodding. When you return home, do not tell your mother you know Wang Sheng, understood? Wang Yang directed his gaze at Wang Shun. Why not let her know? Grandfather and uncle have many wives. Mother has never said anything. Wang Shun questioned, though he still nodded in agreement. Just do as I say, Dado, and make sure to remind Wukong and the others to keep their mouths shut. Chapter 73. An overwhelming force after resting for a night on Namek. The next morning, the group bid farewell to the Namekians and boarded their spacecraft, ready to embark on their journey to planet Adatella. Haha, Vegeta, are you coming with us to planet Adatella? Wukong asked, noticing Vegeta proudly crossing his arms as he boarded the ship, a cheerful smile on his face. Humph, Vegeta huffed disdainfully, entering the spacecraft, whether for the sake of transforming into a Super Saiyan or enhancing his strength. He was determined to go to planet Adatella. Krillin and Piccolo exchanged uneasy glances at Vegeta, his imposing presence still fresh in their minds. Wukong, unfazed by Vegeta's arrogance, turned to Wang Yang with a grin. Wang Yang, are you really not leaving with us? Why would I leave with you? I can teleport instantly. I can go wherever I please, Wang Yang replied with a smile, activating his instant transmission and vanishing before their eyes. Instant transmission is so convenient. Wukong watched enviously as Wang Yang disappeared, resolute to learn this technique once they reached planet Adatella. In the vastness of space, 5 small spacecraft approached a circular spaceship. Just then, a massive opening appeared at the belly of the circular vessel, and the 5 small ships arced gracefully into it. Frieza stood at the edge of the ship, gazing quietly at the universe outside. Reflecting on the humiliating events he had faced on Namek that moment, a large metallic door opened, and 5 figures entered. Guldo, Berta, Jis, Goku, and Captain Jinyu. We are the Jinyu Force, they exclaimed, bowing before Frieza. The 5 performed a ludicrous dance, striking awkward poses that made Frieza cringe with embarrassment. Lord Frieza, you summoned us to Namek. Why have we diverted here? Captain Jinyu questioned with confusion. Frieza clenched his teeth in frustration, his anger boiling beneath the surface. Suddenly, Wang Yang's figure materialized beside Frisia. "What are you doing here?" Frisia's demeanor shifted to one of alarm upon seeing Wang Yang. Although he had not witnessed Wang Yang in action on Namek, he had observed how the Earthlings regarded him, and he recognized that his combat prowess was not to be underestimated, likely on par with that of a Super Saiyan. "I have a question for you. Where is your father?" "King Cold?" Wang Yang inquired, his gaze steady as he observed Frisia's changing expression. "Who are you to speak so insolently to Lord Frisia?" Jinyu proclaimed, leaping up in a show of loyalty as he pointed at Wang Yang. Wang Yang's eyes glinted dangerously, and with a mere glance, he exerted a mental pressure that caused the 5 members of the Jinyu force to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. The sheer force of his gaze rendered even the powerful Jinyu force incapacitated, leaving Frisia astounded as he instinctively retreated from Wang Yang. Just as Frisia's feet touched the ground, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, finding himself suspended in midair, grasped effortlessly by Wang Yang. "You still haven't answered my question." Wang Yang's voice resonated ominously in Frisia's ear. Terror flashed across Frisia's face as he sensed his energy spiraling out of control, realizing he could barely maintain control of his own body. A chilling dread enveloped him, and the looming specter of death loomed in his mind. Meanwhile, the Jinyu force members on the ground were rendered speechless, having never encountered such a formidable being, one whose mere gaze could incapacitate them. While their lord was treated like a helpless chick, "My father resides on the ice planet," Frisia stammered, his voice trembling. "The ice planet?" Wang Yang surmised it to be the homeworld of the Ice Demon clan. "Take me there," Wang Yang commanded, casually tossing Frisia to the ground. "Yes, yes," Frisia complied, while the Jinyu force huddled together, quaking in fear, no longer daring to act defiantly. "How long will it take to reach the ice planet?" Wang Yang inquired, as he lacked the patience for a lengthy journey. If it would take too long, he would have to eliminate Frisia and proceed on his OW, and IT will take a month. "No, 20 days or perhaps just 10 days. We will arrive in 10 days, Frisia blurted out, sensing the danger in Wang Yang's gaze and hastily waving his hands. "Very well, then it shall be 10 days. If we do not arrive within that time, I will take your life." Wang Yang spoke softly. "Why did your father return to retire?" A look of confusion crossed Wang Yang's face. The Kurdish king appeared to be ambitious. Why did he inexplicably choose to retire? Many years prior, he had sustained severe injuries from Saiyan child. After recovering, he sought vengeance against that child, but after a long search yielded no results. He returned to his planet and had not emerged since. Frisia explained cautiously. When the topic of the Saiyan child arose, Frisia discreetly raised his head to glance at Wang Yang, only to be met with the latter's indifferent gaze, causing him to hurriedly lower his head. "You guessed correctly. I am indeed the Saiyan child you mentioned, the one who fought your father. I have been searching for him all these years," Wang Yang said with a faint smile. "Thank you for this information. Without you, I would still be unaware of your father's whereabouts. The universe is vast, and the aura of the Kurdish king does not travel far, rendering Wang Yang unable to locate him." "Not at all. It is the least I could do," Frisia replied with a hollow laugh, his gaze flickering as he contemplated how to extricate himself from the situation. "This guy's strength is terrifying. That old fool is as clumsy as a pig, taking thousands of years to master the first transformation. When the time comes, the two of us certainly will not be a match for him. What shall we do?" Frisia's expression darkened as his mind raced. Right. Gula's power surpasses mine. If I call him, the 3 of us should stand a chance. Suddenly, Frisia recalled his enigmatic brother, his eyes brightening. "And that Gadu. Take me to the training room." Wang Yang strode toward the exit. Yes. A short green-skinned creature with 4 eyes, upon hearing his name called, hastily followed. He lacked ears, his ear regions replaced by 2 large eyeballs. "You all may leave." Once Wang Yang and his companion were out of sight, Frisia quickly resumed his lofty demeanor, coldly commanding Jinyu and the others. Yes, the 4 members of Jinyu left dejectedly. Once they had departed, Frisia rushed to the adjacent communication room, connecting to a signal from a distant location. The display screen flickered, revealing the towering upper body of the Kurdish king. However, the Kurdish king appeared vastly different from the last time Wang Yang had seen him. Numerous metal plates covered his body, and even the left horn atop his head was entirely metallic. Chapter 74. The troublesome Frieza dad, the Saiyan brat you've been searching for over a decade, has appeared. Frieza exclaimed upon seeing the Kurdish king's figure. Where? The Kurdish king's expression darkened instantly. His urgency palpable. He bore the burden of his hatred for that child, which could scarcely be contained even by an entire galaxy. He is on my spaceship, father. His strength is incredibly formidable, and I am no match for him. He is forcing me to find you. And if I do not comply, he will kill me, Frieza lamented pitifully. The Kurdish king's expression shifted. If his own son, Frieza, was not his equal, then how could he hope to contend with this adversary? Panic began to set in, fear overtaking his previous rage. He regretted allowing that child to escape all those years ago, leading to this current calamity, a source of great remorse. The Kurdish king glared at his son, feeling betrayed. Here he was, trying to enjoy his retirement on the planet, and his son had unwittingly brought back a formidable enemy. Truly a predicament of epic proportions. Since he is so powerful, why did you bring him here? You foolish child, do you wish for your father to meet an untimely end? The Kurdish king grew increasingly agitated, rising abruptly and pacing restlessly, directing a tirade of curses at Frieza through the screen. Father, you cannot escape this. I will contact Gula and instruct him to rush to Planet Ice for our support, or else we shall both be doomed. Frieza, now undeterred by the gravity of the situation, was willing to drag anyone down with him. Damn you, Frieza! Father, please do not be angry. We will arrive in 10 days. How can I not be angry? My head feels as though it is about to explode. Now quickly tell me the subsequent transformation techniques. You two ungrateful sons only hoard knowledge, fearing my strength might surpass yours and take your territory. Very well, but you must promise not to compete with me over territory in the future. Frieza hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. Enough, enough. Hurry and tell me. The Kurdish king's face displayed urgency. As for future matters, who could predict them? The next transformation is such and so. Frieza gestured emphatically as he explained. The Kurdish king listened intently, like a diligent student absorbing Frieza's instructions. Father, do you understand? Should I repeat it? Once he finished, Frieza cautiously eyed the Kurdish king that if the old man mastered the ultimate transformation, he would have to tread carefully around him. Understood, understood. I shall go and try it out. Watching the screen flicker with static, Frieza's expression darkened. It is all your fault. You old fool. Contact Gula. As Frieza's words fell, Gula's figure swiftly appeared on the screen. I could see that moment. Gula sat confidently in a chair, the surroundings resembling the interior of a spaceship. Brother, how have you been all these years? Frieza's voice was somewhat subdued. He had always lived in his brother's shadow and felt a twinge of fear upon seeing him. Frieza, it has been quite some time since you reached out. Gula regarded Frieza with amusement. I have been exceedingly busy. I apologize, brother. Frieza forced a smile. Now, what brings you to contact me? Gula was well aware of his brother's tendencies. Frieza rarely reached out without cause. There is a Super Saiyan heading to our home planet, intent on annihilating the entire Ice Clan. His power is terrifying, and I thought to unite our strengths against him. Frieza elaborated on the situation. A Super Saiyan? How intriguing. Gula chuckled with interest. Moreover, I have discovered a marvelous fusion technique. Since you are near planet Metamor, you should seize this technique, and we can practice it together. Frieza felt uneasy, continuing to speak. What kind of technique? Frieza, you are growing increasingly timid. With my strength, how can mere Super Saiyan possibly pose a threat? Gula scoffed dismissively. But he is the legendary Super Saiyan. Frieza insisted urgently. Frieza, are you so easily frightened by tales from Zild? That worthless Zild cannot even transform. His power pales in comparison to ours. His fear of the Super Saiyan does not necessitate mine. Do you understand? Gula interrupted Frieza, disdain evident in his tone. He had undergone 3 transformations, his power far surpassing that of Zild. Moreover, he had recently grasped the next level of transformation that I just fought him. I lacked even the ability to resist. His strength vastly exceeds my own, and he has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Imagine how much more powerful he could become. Gula, you must heed my warning, Frieza exclaimed. Only by facing Wang Yang directly could one comprehend his true terror. employing any measure against him would be justified. Gula instinctively recoiled, Frisia's words striking fear into him. So, even if I were to achieve a new form, I would still fall short against him. Since you plead so earnestly, I shall reluctantly agree to assist you. I happen to have 2 Metamorans under my command. I will summon them. Gula feigned compliance, shutting off the communicator and hastily summoning the 2 Metamorans to meet him. Oh, you know why I asked you to lead the way? Wang Yang inquired of the four-eyed Gudu before him. No, I do not. Gudu replied cautiously. He was in the presence of someone more formidable than Frisia. Too intimidated to breathe freely, I have heard that you can halt time. Wang Yang continued, Why yes, I can indeed freeze time in this world. Gudu beamed with pride, his spirits soaring. Over the years, he had not encountered anyone else with such mastery over time. Wang Yang, however, clearly did not believe him. The power to halt time across an entire world would require extraordinary might. A mere Gudu evidently lacks such prowess. Although the nature of how time has come to a standstill remains unclear. Wang Yang speculates that Gudu's manipulation of time merely allows him to step outside the flow of time, reappearing at the same moment, leading others to believe he has suspended time itself. How did you come by this ability to halt time? Is it a result of your training? Wang Yang's gaze was imbued with fervor. Any connection to time is an extraordinary power indeed. Chapter 75. The suspension of time, the ability to freeze time, bears little significance for the relatively weak Gudu. Yet for Wang Yang, it is an entirely different matter. Should he master this divine ability, it would be akin to a cow soaring through the skies. Truly magnificent. I do not know, Gudu replied, shaking his head in confusion. Since childhood, my body has been able to absorb a mysterious energy, which enables me to halt time. That IT must be an innate power. Yes, that's so, Wang Yang mused, stroking his chin. The vastness of the universe is indeed filled with wonders, and the emergence of a being capable of harnessing the power of time does not seem so implausible. Use your time suspension to attack me, Wang Yang commanded Gudu, unleashing an invisible force of soul energy that enveloped Gudu completely, leaving no detail overlooked. Gudu, bewildered yet obedient, took a deep breath, puffing his cheeks in the next moment. Wang Yang felt a tickle on his back, as Gudu had unconsciously appeared behind him, landing a punch squarely on his back. Wang Yang contemplated thoughtfully. After Gudu activated the time suspension, he could not even perceive how Gudu had managed to appear behind him. Ouch! That hurts, Gudu exclaimed, standing behind Wang Yang, wildly waving his hands and blowing on his now swollen fist. He felt as though Wang Yang's body was impenetrably solid, nearly breaking his hand in the process. There's no need to exert yourself fully. Your strength is far too gentle for a proper massage. Continue, Wang Yang replied nonchalantly without turning around. Yes, Gudu responded dutifully, activating the time suspension once more to appear in front of Wang Yang, lightly tapping a finger on his abdomen. Keep going, do not stop. In the days that followed, while traversing the cosmos, Gudu was relentlessly pushed to his limits by Wang Yang, each time depleting his internal reservoir of time energy before being released. Originally, Gudu's combat prowess was the lowest among his peers, often looked down upon by the likes of Jinyo and others. However, his ability to halt time allowed him to barely join the elite Jinyo special forces, since gaining Wang Yang's favor. Gudu's status among Jinyo's team significantly elevated, with Jinyo and others frequently showering him with flattery, which he relished. Understanding that his newfound stature was due to Wang Yang, Gudu became unwaveringly loyal to him. As for Frisia, who was Frisia? One day, prompted by Gudu, Wang Yang became aware that the frozen planet had finally arrived. Sensing a unique white energy within him, distinct from his ki, Wang Yang slowly opened his eyes. Have we arrived? Yes, my lord, we have reached the frozen planet, Gudu replied respectfully. Wang Yang nodded and stepped outside. Upon encountering the Reverend Frisia standing at the door, he paused momentarily, scrutinizing Frisia from head to toe. My lord, why do you stare at me so? Frisia asked, feeling uneasy under Wang Yang's gaze, his eyes darting nervously. Your power has significantly increased. It seems you have been secretly training these past few days. Wang Yang remarked with a smile. How did he discover that? Frisia thought, struck by a bolt of realization. Ever since he learned that Wang Yang sought vengeance against his father, King Cold, he had doubted whether Wang Yang would spare him, prompting him to secretly train as well. Wang Yang paid no heed to Frisia's astonishment, gazing through the spaceship's window at a silvery planet, roughly the same size as Earth, not far away. This planet was enveloped in a thin atmosphere, and even from a great distance, he sensed its harsh environment. A frigid climate, nearly non-existent air, and the surface occasionally disturbed by massive cold air currents. And oh wonder Frisia's race can survive in the cosmos. The conditions on this planet are not dissimilar to those in space. Wang Yang, shrouded in a thin protective aura, swiftly appeared in the cosmos. Raising his right hand, he aimed at the frozen planet below. Gathering a white light in his palm, Frisia's expression shifted dramatically. This scene was all too familiar. Over 20 years ago, he had obliterated planet Vegeta with a single attack, the planet-destroying bomb. "Wait," Frisia shouted at Wang Yang. But as soon as the words left his mouth, the energy wave in Wang Yang's hand plummeted toward the planet like a meteor. Damn it, Frisia gritted his teeth. Although he had not returned to his homeland in years and disliked its environment. Disliking it was one thing, but having it destroyed was another. Wang Yang cast a calm glance at Frisia, ignoring him entirely as the energy wave was about to collide with the planet's surface. Two purple beams of light surged from below, striking the descending energy wave. From the surface of the frozen planet emerged two figures, a burly man adorned with two prominent horns and clad in large metallic armor, alongside another resembling a more evolved Frisia, but with purple skin beneath his white armor and standing a full head taller than Frisia. His blood-red eyes, purple-black lips, and two crimson streaks beneath his eyes gave him a chilling demeanor. They were King Cold and Frisia's brother, Cooler. Both had received the news and stood poised in midair, ready to confront the formidable adversary Frisia had spoken of. However, what awaited them was the energy wave plummeting from above. Upon witnessing the terrifying energy hurtling toward them, the expressions of King Cold and Cooler shifted slightly, and they hurriedly raised their arms, unleashing their own energy waves in an attempt to counter the destructive force aimed at their planet. The three energy waves collided in midair, erupting in a dazzling display of light. King Cold and Cooler gritted their teeth, desperately channeling their energy in an effort to withstand the onslaught. For a moment, the white wave overpowered their combined efforts, continuing its descent toward the planet with an unstoppable force. As the father and son duo braced for impact, Cooler let out a primal roar, his form swiftly transforming as four horns sprouted from his round head, his energy skyrocketing in an instant. With Cooler unlocking his fourth transformation, his immense aura surged forth, and the energy wave erupting from his palm expanded dramatically, merging with King Cold's energy to surge upward. The white and purple beams of light clashed in the air, occasionally rising and falling, their struggle intensifying. Frisia's eyes lit up as he realized his father and brother had joined the fray. Watching as Wang Yang's attack was thwarted, that if he struck from behind, it could lead to a significant opportunity. With that thought, Frisia bellowed, unleashing his energy as he burst forth from the spaceship, fist clenched, charging at Wang Yang. Chapter 76. The Love of King Cold Saiyan Monkey. "Take this," Frisia sneered malevolently, launching a flurry of punches and kicks at Wang Yang, his blows as heavy as mountains. Wang Yang paid no mind to Frisia's assault. His physique was extraordinarily robust, and, coupled with the augmentation of ki, it was no exaggeration to say that even an opponent with equal combat prowess would struggle to inflict serious harm upon him. Even while standing still, wound him gravely, or even kill him, one would need to possess power that far surpassed his OWS for Frisia, although he had secretly trained and significantly increased his strength. It was still insufficient compared to Wang Yang's might. Wang Yang, with one hand, conjured an energy sphere and hurled it toward the energy wave below. This sphere appeared no larger than a head. Yet upon colliding with Wang Yang's previous energy wave, it erupted in a brilliant blaze, expanding dramatically and shattering Cooler's energy wave. A tremendous force surged forth, causing Cooler to tremble, his expression shifting as he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Hastily dodging aside, King Cold seized the opportunity, having already retreated well out of harm's way. Cooler barely registered the flash of light before him before looking down to see the energy wave penetrating the planet's surface. A prolonged silence followed, with no explosion resounding. King Cold and Cooler exchanged grave glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. The absence of noise was the most terrifying omen of all. Have we struck enough? Wang Yang's expression was cold, as he firmly grasped Frisia's fist, applying slight pressure with his fingers. It hurts. So painful. Frisia's body jolted, and after a moment he suddenly opened his mouth wide, releasing a pained howl. Unfortunately, in the vastness of space, his voice could not be transmitted. His face contorted in agony, his body curled like a shrimp, and he was unable to stop the spasms that racked his frame. With a swift motion, Wang Yang released his grip and delivered several resounding slaps to Frisia's face, causing him to see stars and foam at the mouth. Brother Gudu, considering our amicable relationship, you should speak a few good words on my behalf in front of the adults. Bart said, a mischievous glint in his eye as he placed a hand on Gudu's shoulder. Certainly, certainly, Gudu replied. I hope to count on your support in the future. You shall be the captain of the Gudu Special Forces. Inside the spaceship, Jinyu observed in awe as Wang Yang displayed his formidable prowess, mercilessly tormenting Frisia. Despite Gudu's lower battle power, Jinyu continued to flatter him. How could I possibly accept such praise? It would be better to stick with the Jinyu Special Forces. Gudu feigned modesty that I believe it should indeed be called the Gudu Special Forces. The other team members chimed in excitedly around Gudu. Gudu beamed with delight, his 4 eyes narrowing into slits, witnessing the once indifferent Jinyu now bowing and scraping before him. He felt that his allegiance to Wang Yang was the wisest decision of his life. Just then, the planet below began to tremble violently, with magma erupting from its surface and countless glaciers melting away. The light grew increasingly intense, and the entire planet ignited, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion that transformed it into a dazzling firework in the cosmos. Some small figures, still encased in ice, were obliterated into dust by this force. You have destroyed the Saiyan planet. I shall annihilate your frozen demon planet, thus balancing the scales, Wang Yang observed with satisfaction as he gazed at the exploding planet below. King Cooled and Gura watched in horror as their homeworld erupted and their kin perished. Trembling with rage upon seeing Wang Yang tormenting Frisia, flames of fury ignited around them as they propelled themselves into space, charging toward Wang Yang without hesitation. Wang Yang felt no fear at their approach. Their power paled in comparison to his, making their defeat a mere formality. Should their combined strength be concentrated in a single individual, it might have posed a challenge to Wang Yang in his current state. He took a slight step back to create distance, then unleashed his aura, transforming into a streak of light that darted past Frisia and his companions with the swiftness of a serpent. The trio, struck by this brilliance, felt as though they had collided with a high-speed aircraft, blood spewing from their mouths as they were sent sprawling. Frisia, hurtling backward, felt a jolt as he seemingly collided with something, followed by another shockwave. Incredible, Jinyu and the others watched in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out at the display of such overwhelming combat prowess. They beheld Frisia and his father's figures, entangled like candied hawthorns. Wang Yang hovered in space, raising his hands as a sphere of white energy materialized before him. Leaning slightly back, he then hurled the potent energy sphere upward with considerable force. May you 3 perish together. As the energy sphere loomed, threatening to engulf Frisia and his father, King Cooled grasped Frisia and Gura firmly, casting them aside as he braced himself against the incoming attack. Father! Frisia exclaimed in disbelief, staring at his father with wide eyes. If it had been him and Gura, they would have sacrificed their father or brother without a moment's hesitation to save themselves, in a final act of bravery. King Cooled pushed his 2 sons away, and for reasons unknown, Wang Yang felt a stir of emotions within him, a resonance, such as the love of a father, if he were in a dire situation. He too would send his children away. The next moment, the energy sphere collided forcefully with King Cooled's sturdy form, propelling him away. His features twisted in agony as the energy exploded, a blinding light erupting that eclipsed even the planet's explosion. Wang Yang sighed softly, moved by King Coold's actions but recognizing that he could not simply let him go. Just as he prepared to deal with the remaining Frieza brothers, a look of surprise crossed Wang Yang's face as he sensed an extraordinarily violent energy rising at an astonishing speed from the explosion's epicenter. In that instant, his expression shifted. A glimmer of light emerged from the smoke, followed by the appearance of a tall figure radiating silver light, charging toward Wang Yang. The figure moved with lightning speed, almost too fast for Wang Yang to perceive. Without hesitation, he activated the power of the Great Ape, crossing his arms over his chest and enveloping himself in a layer of white light. A tremendous force struck him, sending Wang Yang hurtling into the distance. Crashing through a nearby asteroid, a graceful silver figure appeared before all. Chapter 77. King Coold's ultimate transformation. Who is he? Jinyu and the others aboard the spaceship gasped in shock, bewildered as to why the invincible Wang Yang had been sent flying by a single punch. Who was this assailant, and why did he resemble King Frieza? Could he be a brother? Their minds were awash with questions. King Coold, Wang Yang, brimming with rage, flashed before the figure, inquiring tentatively. His voice resonated in the other's mind through mental communication. The previous strike had not harmed him significantly. Indeed, King Coold nodded slightly, energy rippling as his voice conveyed itself. To survive in the cosmos, their race had developed unique communication techniques. Since this transformation was derived from Frieza, King Coold bore a striking resemblance to him, his entire form predominantly silver, yet appearing larger than Frieza. The metallic patches on his body had shed during the transformation. You can transform? Wang Yang was taken aback. He had assumed King Coold lacked the ability to do so. Thanks to you, this brand new transformation was taught to me by Frieza. My combat power has now escalated to a terrifying level. None of you shall be my match, King Coold proclaimed proudly, reveling in the overwhelming power he had never before imagined. Though Frieza may be somewhat unfilial, his talent is remarkable, achieving the 3rd level at such a young age, an ability that even I must admire. I see. Frieza's talent indeed surpasses yours by a significant margin, Wang Yang acknowledged. Among the same race, the differences in talent could be vast in the realm of time and space. Frieza had, within mere months after his resurrection, achieved what it had taken Goku over a decade to accomplish, a testament to his formidable aptitude. Wang Yang speculated that Frieza was akin to Broly, a rare genius seldom seen in a millennium. After you fled, I have sought you out. King Coold's gaze fell upon Wang Yang. Wait, who fled? Wang Yang interrupted, eager to correct the misconception. During the planetary explosion, the battle had been interrupted. For years, he had been searching for King Coold to complete their unfinished duel. I never conceded defeat. I have long admired you. Having said so much, I offer you one last opportunity. If you agree to be my son, I shall overlook the grievances of the past, with his body restored and power once again surging. King Coold felt exuberant, unable to resist extending another chance to Wang Yang that he believed that even if Wang Yang transformed into a Super Saiyan, he would still not be his opponent. Stop with the idle chatter and let us fight. Wang Yang replied, a frown etched on his face. If you insist on courting death, I shall oblige. King Coold's expression darkened as he began to gather energy. In the past, he had been caught off guard, leading to his downfall. This time, he was determined to unleash his full power. I fought you with the power of the Great Ape back then, and now I shall do so once more. Thus bringing our encounter full circle. Wang Yang's entire being surged with a formidable aura, as the white flames surrounding him intertwined magnificently with the purple flames emanating from the opposing Kurdish king. The two forces of light shone as brilliantly as the sun, and amidst the friction and compression of their energies, countless bolts of lightning materialized out of thin air as both warriors prepared for battle. They exchanged a fleeting glance, and in the next instant, their forms vanished simultaneously. The following moment revealed their right fists colliding in the standoff of the cosmos. The forceful impact of their fists unleashed a tremendous explosion of energy, engulfing their figures within its wrath. Onlookers could only perceive two shadowy figures grappling fiercely within the chaos, in the distance. Two silhouettes, stealthily concealed behind a massive boulder, observed the unfolding conflict with keen interest. Father's power is astonishing, Frisia exclaimed, astonished. You fool Frisia! How could you have imparted the transformation technique to Father? With such immense strength, will we not be compelled to heed his every command from now on? Cooler glared at Frisia with exasperation, as he had kept the transformation method tightly under wraps, only to find Frisia had not only grasped it himself, but had also taught it to the Kurdish king, which infuriated him to no end. But if I hadn't taught him, how could he contend with that individual? Frisia pointed towards the two battling figures ahead. Haven't we mastered fusion? Surely, we are not incapable of defeating him? Cooler scoffed, feeling irked by the oversight. You have someone above you, which is quite inconvenient, he added, begrudgingly acknowledging the logic in Frisia's words, though he lamented having sought out Father first. Frisia and Cooler exchanged a glance before slowly shifting their gaze away. The Kurdish king possessed slightly more energy than Wang Yang. However, due to Wang Yang's exceptionally robust physique and aggressive techniques, he momentarily gained the upper hand. As time progressed, the Kurdish king felt an increasing weight in his heart. Sensing an ominous premonition that moment, the Kurdish king unleashed a powerful blow aimed squarely at Wang Yang's face. With remarkable speed, Wang Yang reacted, lowering his stance to block with his left hand, while simultaneously delivering a counter with his right in a soaring punch. The impact resonated as the Kurdish king felt a searing pain in his jaw, his vision blurred with stars, and he was involuntarily hurled backwards, tumbling several times before crashing into a colossal meteorite. The Kurdish king's body shattered the meteorite upon impact, his momentum slightly abated, yet he was propelled several thousand meters away before regaining his footing. After all these years, you have shown no improvement, Wang Yang remarked, a hint of disappointment evident as he shook his head. In their initial encounter, he had not perceived the Kurdish king's weaknesses, but after years of rapid advancement in combat experience and sharpened instincts, he swiftly recognized multiple vulnerabilities in the Kurdish king's technique. For millennia, the Kurdish king had dominated the cosmos, with only his two sons capable of standing against him, yet he had not engaged in combat with Frisia for some time. His years of seclusion on the frozen planet had deprived him of any practical experience, causing his combat prowess to regress. As the Kurdish king stabilized his body and prepared to adjust his stance, Wang Yang's figure abruptly materialized within his line of sight. A massive foot descended forcefully, striking his face and causing blood to spurt forth, staining Wang Yang's pants crimson. Crack! Crack! The Kurdish king seemed to hear the sound of his bones fracturing. And in a surge of excruciating agony, his aura erupted violently, obliterating numerous meteorites in his vicinity. Suddenly, Wang Yang sensed a subtle movement from the Kurdish king's hand, prompting him to swiftly retreat. In the next moment, a purplish-red beam shot past the spot he had just vacated. Die. The Kurdish king, now frenzied, unleashed a torrent of purple energy blasts, encircling Wang Yang from all directions, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Chapter 78. The death of the Kurdish king. Wang Yang stood calmly in the void, observing the frenzied Kurdish king. Faced with countless energy blasts, he exhibited not a trace of panic. Die. You shall perish. The Kurdish king bellowed, his arms wide apart, as the energy blasts surrounding Wang Yang were drawn towards the center under his command. Unbeknownst to the Kurdish king, as the energy blasts collided with Wang Yang, his form dissipated like an illusion. The ensuing explosion erupted, with each energy blast igniting, the brilliance intensifying until it resembled a colossal star, the terrifying energy waves radiating outward. Haha, let us see how you escape this time. The Kurdish king hovered in the void, slightly bent over and panting, gazing at the epicenter of the explosion with a triumphant grin. Suddenly, the Kurdish king felt a tightening sensation in his tail, followed by a piercing pain emanating from its base, rendering him unable to control his body. I'm right behind you. Wang Yang's fingers clamped tightly around the Kurdish king's tail, his aura surging as he propelled them both towards the distance at breakneck speed. Ah! The Kurdish king gasped, his uvula threatening to be expelled from his throat. Wang Yang hurled the Kurdish king with great force towards a massive meteorite, which exploded upon impact. Wang Yang continued to dart about with the Kurdish king, shattering meteorites into clouds of dust that scattered through the cosmos. Under Wang Yang's brutal onslaught, The Kurdish king became disoriented and battered, his aura significantly diminished. Wang Yang spun the Kurdish king like a windmill before launching him upwards. Super God Wave. Wang Yang's body sank slightly, his hands converging as terrifying energy coalesced in his palms, with countless bolts of lightning swirling around. Yes, he silently chanted the words of the wave. He thrust his hands forward, releasing a torrent of overwhelming energy that surged towards the defenseless Kurdish king. As the shockwave struck, the Kurdish king's expression twisted in agony, the force of the explosion tearing through his tail. Blood gushing forth from his body, dissolving amidst the terrifying energy storm and searing heat. The white light illuminated the dark cosmos as cataclysmic energy rippled outward. Wang Yang's gaze remained composed, calmly observing the scene before him. After some time, as the smoke cleared, a charred body floated silently in space. Though his body trembled, it was evident that the Kurdish king had not yet succumbed to death. Wang Yang regarded the weakened foe before him. Forming his fingers into a blade as 100-meter energy sword materialized, cleaving downwards, the Kurdish king's body was instantly severed in two by Wang Yang's razor-sharp energy blade, and as the fissures erupted once more with energy. The Kurdish king's halves were obliterated, dissipating into the cosmos. The Kurdish king was dead. The long-standing feud of over a decade had finally reached its conclusion in an unexpected turn of events. A powerful force manifested out of nowhere. As a flash of white light flickered across the cosmos, instinctively, Wang Yang turned his head, raising his hands in a defensive posture. However, his efforts to block were in vain. His hands were forcefully repelled, and a punch struck his chest, sending his body hurtling backward for several thousand meters. The individual responsible was clad in a silver vest, bearing a resemblance to Cooler with 4 backward spikes atop his head. Yet his body radiated Frisia's silvery hue. After sending Wang Yang flying, he hovered in the space where Wang Yang had just been, raising his hands to survey his surroundings, completely disregarding the now stabilized Wang Yang. Fusion, Wang Yang felt a heaviness in his chest, his arm moving as if it were broken. Upon observing the individual-less attire, he swiftly comprehended the situation. It seems I underestimated you, Frisia, to confront the formidable Wang Yang. Cooler had practiced the fusion technique with Frisia through projection multiple times. Both were prodigies of the Ice Demon clan, and under the guidance of 2 Metamorans, they swiftly learned to control the fluctuations of energy within them. The fused warrior, Frisia, sensed an oceanic surge of power within. Clenching his fists with a confident gleam in his eyes, this truly my power. The strength was overwhelming, almost beyond belief. If you possess such a trump card, why wait until I have slain the Kurdish king to reveal yourselves? Are you truly the sons of the Kurdish king? Wang Yang inquired, perplexed in the grand scheme of existence. How can one remain subservient for too long? That old fool's power has become so terrifying. He will undoubtedly impose his will upon us in the future, especially since he is our father. Thus, you have aided us in eliminating the Kurdish king, allowing us to evade the burden of patricide. As Wang Yang suddenly realized the truth, Frisia's lips curled into a triumphant smile as he slowly turned his gaze towards Wang Yang, playfully beckoning him with an outstretched finger. My father dotes on me greatly. Soon, I shall avenge him by ending your life. Wang Yang replied with a nonchalant smile. What, are you still not ready to transform into a Super Saiyan? Frisia, wearing a grin filled with amusement, responded, You are not yet worthy of forcing me into that transformation. That a smirk crept upon Wang Yang's face. Arrogant, Frisia's expression darkened as he lunged forward, his right fist aimed at Wang Yang with ferocious intent. He believed he had displayed enough arrogance, only to be taken aback by Wang Yang's even greater confidence. With a self-assured smile, Wang Yang clenched his right fist and surged towards Frisia. The clash of their fists unleashed a cataclysmic explosion, a terrifying energy storm radiating outward, shaking the very ground beneath them and causing distant spacecraft to tumble uncontrollably. Inside the ship, Jinyu and his comrades hastily maneuvered to a safer distance, wary of the overwhelming confrontation. Though the two appeared evenly matched, those observing from afar noted Wang Yang's grave demeanor contrasted sharply with Frisia's seemingly carefree attitude, suggesting that Frisia had not yet exerted his full power. leaving Wang Yang at a disadvantage. This all the might a Saiyan can muster, Frieza taunted, his voice echoing through the vacuum of space, laced with an elegant mockery that combined with his feigned smile, ignited an urge to strike him down. Wang Yang, unperturbed by Frieza's insolence, coldly chuckled before retreating, the radiant aura surrounding him dissipating. Confronted with a warrior fuse from Frieza and cooler, the tenfold increase of the Great Ape form felt somewhat insufficient. 20 times Kaioken, with a resounding roar, Wang Yang ignited with fierce red flames, his muscles taut as if a roaring blaze fueled within him. Chapter 79. The Formidable Physique. Under the enhancement of the 20-fold Kaioken, Wang Yang sensed a profound surge within his body that my physique is capable of even greater augmentation. He mused, observing his robust, tense hands. The demands of the Kaioken were considerably greater on the body compared to the minimal strain caused by the Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, Wang Yang materialized behind Frieza, delivering a sweeping strike to his lower back that sent Frieza soaring. Without pause, Wang Yang teleported above Frieza, bringing both hands down in a mighty chop that propelled Frieza further into the void. Utilizing instantaneous movement once more, Wang Yang seized Frieza by the tail, spinning him around like a whirlwind. In this dizzying assault, Frieza appeared momentarily stunned, offering no resistance. Under the astonished gazes of Jinyu and his crew, Wang Yang hurled Frieza away with great force. Channeling a fearsome energy beam toward him, a blinding light erupted, enveloping the cosmos in a shroud of smoke. A figure emerged from the haze. Frieza, stretching his neck and wearing a smile as radiant as ever. Were you merely tickling me? Through the earlier onslaught, Frieza discerned the gap between their powers, and confidence radiated from his smile. Laugh now. But soon you shall weep, Wang Yang retorted coldly. On planet Yardrat, Goku and his companions struggled to maintain their balance atop a long pole when a sudden realization struck them. What a powerful aura! It resembles Frieza's, yet with a distinct difference that he battling Wang Yang. Goku was taken aback by the formidable energies emanating from afar. Distracted, he lost his balance, swaying precariously as though dancing. Wang Yang. Vegeta too sensed the two powerful auras in the cosmos, causing him to lose his footing and tumble from the pole. Damn it, how can such energy emanate from so far away? Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. Spurred by Wang Yang's prowess, he resolutely climbed back up the pole, determined to train harder and achieve Super Saiyan status. Father, you are so incredibly strong. Wang Sheng exclaimed with pride, I too shall grow strong like father. Wang Sheng declared, clenching his tiny fists, his youthful voice brimming with determination. Wang Yang, is it? I never expected that boy from years ago to possess such immense power in such a short span. Truly remarkable, Elder Pibera of Yardrat mused, gazing up at the starry sky with a sigh. He held vivid memories of Wang Yang, a disciple whose rapid mastery of skills astonished him. Instantaneous movement. Goku steadied himself, attempting to activate the technique taught by Pibera, yearning to witness the battle firsthand. He felt an unbearable restlessness if he did not observe the combat. Unfortunately, despite his efforts, Goku found himself unable to execute the technique. This is infuriating. His resolve faltered once more, and he fell from the pole. Thankfully, had he ventured forth, he would have found himself in peril amidst Wang Yang's cosmic battle. Frieza roared, enveloped in a swirling purple aura, a beam of violet light shooting forth from his head, illuminating the celestial expanse. Terrifying bolts of lightning danced around him, presenting an image both divine and demonic. The debris from exploded planets was cast aside by his overwhelming energy. Once his charge was complete, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Wang Yang with unbridled speed. Wang Yang, unyielding, surged forward, his crimson aura flaring 25 times. The question lingered. Who would emerge victorious? Goku swallowed nervously, uncertain. Surely it must be the one resembling Frieza, right? Jinyu speculated, though doubt clouded his judgment. Wang Yang appeared to be at a disadvantage, particularly as his energy lacked the explosive ferocity of Frieza's. Jinyu cast a furtive glance at Goku, his thoughts racing. That fellow had grown overly arrogant lately. Should Wang Yang fall, How delightful it would be. Noticing Jinyu's scheming gaze, Gudo took a cautious step back, eager to distance himself from the unfolding drama. How can you turn your back on such an exhilarating battle? Jinyu seized Gudo by the scruff, lifting him off the ground. Release me at once, Gudo protested, flailing helplessly. With a thunderous clash, Wang Yang and Frisia collided, their forms spinning rapidly in a chaotic whirl, the universe illuminated solely by their brilliant red and purple energies. The two warriors engaged in an unrelenting exchange of blows, showcasing raw, unadulterated violence. Energy storms erupted, colliding with such force that surrounding asteroids were obliterated into dust. Though Wang Yang's strength paled in comparison to Frisia's, his formidable physique allowed him to hold his ground, trading blows with remarkable tenacity. With such meager strength, you dare to challenge me? How laughable! Frisia mocked, feeling the sting of Wang Yang's fists as he retaliated with his own strikes. Wang Yang, silent amidst the pain, felt a surge of fervor ignite within him, a primal desire for battle welling up, filling him with an exhilarating rush. This was the essence of the Saiyan warrior's spirit. In a sacred realm, the Kaioshin and his attendant sensed the powerful energies emanating from the lower realm, leaving them in awe. Who could it be? Why do such formidable beings emerge from below? Kaioshin gasped, recalling the earlier surge of terrifying power. The lower realm was indeed brimming with formidable warriors in this era. Wang Yang's clothing lay tattered, Frisia's silver armor in tatters as well. After a prolonged struggle, Frisia suddenly sensed something amiss. Why is it that despite my superior strength, you can withstand my onslaught for so long? Frisia wiped the scar at the corner of his mouth, panting slightly as he gazed at Wang Yang. At that moment, Frisia's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld his formidable adversary. A ghastly wound, deep enough to expose bone, marred Wang Yang's chest, yet to Frisia's astonishment, the wound writhed before his very eyes, rapidly regenerating flesh and skin until, in the blink of an eye, it appeared perfectly healed. Under the sun's rays, Wang Yang's bronze physique gleamed with a golden radiance, resembling a veritable god of war. Chapter 80. The conclusion of battle. How astonishing! Your body is even more formidable than that of our Frost Demon clan. Frisia seethed through clenched teeth, witnessing the spectacle. It was no wonder this individual proved so troublesome. Not only was his physique remarkably resilient, but his regenerative abilities were equally astounding. A truly infuriating existence. Frisia let out a thunderous roar, his body enveloped in a blazing purple aura, electric serpents dancing wildly around him. As if the starry night had been supplanted by a radiant violet glow, his muscles swelled ominously as he raised his hands, a purple energy sphere swelling rapidly before transforming into a massive orb. Larger than a planet itself, he understood that this could not continue. He must unleash his utmost power to vanquish Wang Yang, lest he be dragged down to defeat. Even if your body is incredibly strong, I refuse to believe you can withstand this strike. Prepare to meet your end, Frisia bellowed, thrusting his hands forward. As he did so, the colossal energy sphere transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Wang Yang with ferocious speed. As the energy sphere closed in, Wang Yang remained unfazed, his right fist clenched tightly as energy coalesced upon it. With a surge of will, he propelled himself upward, resembling a crimson comet racing toward the enormous energy sphere. Frisia smirked coldly, a glimmer of triumph flickering at the corners of his mouth. He believed wholeheartedly that the energy sphere he had meticulously crafted could not possibly be withstood by this detestable Saiyan. Yet, just as Wang Yang was about to collide with the energy sphere, he flickered out of existence, reappearing on the opposite side. What? Frisia gasped in disbelief as he witnessed Wang Yang evade the violet energy sphere. Now charging directly at him, in a panic, Frisia relinquished control of the energy sphere, crossing his arms defensively across his chest in a desperate attempt to shield himself from Wang Yang's impending strike. At that moment, Wang Yang vanished once more, reappearing with a colossal fist that struck mercilessly against the back of Frisia's head. A resounding thud echoed through the air as Wang Yang's fist, glowing with radiant energy, penetrated Frisia's smooth cranium. Flung backward, Frisia soared through the cosmos, crashing through a distant meteor storm. his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mouth agape as he spewed forth a torrent of saliva. Frieza lay battered and bruised among the stars. Consumed by pain, he clutched his head with both hands, struggling and howling in agony, the excruciating torment rendering him incapable of coherent thought or further combat. "The pain is unbearable," Frieza roared, as if a sharp blade were incessantly slicing through his flesh. In that moment, the white luminescence enveloping Frieza became unstable, and the fusion state could no longer be maintained. The light dissipated, swiftly revealing both Frieza and Cooler, who exchanged a glance that turned their faces pale with fear. With their energies coiling around them, they instinctively fled in opposite directions. How terrifying! That creature is utterly monstrous. "Frieza, you wretched cur! You brought me here to meet my doom." Cooler lamented, regret gnawing at him. He had intended to slay a Super Saiyan to enhance his own glory, but this Saiyan was beyond fearsome. Had he known, he would have steered clear of such treacherous waters. Both were engulfed in dread as they summoned every ounce of strength to flee faster and farther. Why do we frost demons lack wings? On board the spaceship, Jinyu watched the scene unfold, stunned into silence, cautiously setting Guru down. "Guru, are you hungry? I'll fetch you something to eat." "Humph," Guru replied, lifting his head slightly and scoffing. "Guru, allow me to massage your shoulders." Observing Frieza and Cooler desperately retreating, Wang Yang's lips curled into a slight smirk. Had they chosen to merge with King Cold earlier, perhaps they could have compelled him to unleash his full power. Now, let them witness my technique. Time stop. As Wang Yang's words faded, a fine strand of gray energy within him diminished. Jinyu watched in astonishment as Wang Yang's figure appeared at the opposite end, followed by the resounding explosion that shattered Frieza and Cooler's bodies into countless fragments. What? Did King Frieza self-destruct? Jinyu and his companions were bewildered. Time stop. It must be the time stop technique. I taught it to the master. Guru exclaimed, leaping in celebration. This technique had enabled the master to eliminate King Frieza, thus granting Guru a sense of pride. Jinyu and the others soon grasped the situation when Wang Yang initiated the time stop. He had coalesced a light sword, darting through and slicing Frieza and Cooler into innumerable pieces. The Frost demon race possessed a tenacious vitality, capable of withstanding even dismemberment and surviving. Realizing this, Wang Yang raised his finger and directed an attack at the scattered fragments. Two beams of light pierced through the darkness of space, illuminating the void with brilliant flames. As the smoke cleared, the remnants of Frieza and Cooler were utterly obliterated, their chances of resurrection via technological means extinguished. The power of time is truly enigmatic. Feeling the last remnants of temporal energy within him dissipate, Wang Yang was filled with profound reflections. In a battle of skilled combatants, every move is lethal. Even the slightest miscalculation can sway the outcome. For Wang Yang, the time stop technique was nothing short of divine. He believed that with continued mastery, one day his temporal abilities would transcend personal limits, allowing him to reverse time for an entire planet, akin to the transcendent Whis, for 3 minutes or even longer. You all may depart for now. I shall summon you when needed, from this day forth. Behave yourselves, Wang Yang declared, vanishing from the spaceship before any could respond. Jinyu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to do next on Earth. In the other world, Wang Yang materialized beside the Supreme Kai. "Wang Yang, what brings you here?" the Supreme Kai inquired, puzzled by Wang Yang's sudden appearance. Sensing an opportunity, Wang Yang replied with a smile, "I wish to further hone my skills in the hyperbolic time chamber." "Very well. You know the location of the chamber. You may proceed." The Supreme Kai nodded. "All right." As soon as Wang Yang's words left his lips, the Supreme Kai vanished from sight. His power has grown formidable. Yet he still strives tirelessly to improve. It seems that Goku will find it difficult to catch up with him. The Supreme Kai mused. The temporal energy within this realm is far denser than in the outside world. As Wang Yang stepped into the time chamber, he instantly felt a surge of temporal energy unlike anything he had ever experienced. Chapter 81. The power of time and space. A sudden eruption of red light enveloped Wang Yang, transforming him into a Super Saiyan 4. His fine, Crimson hair cascaded over his muscular frame, imparting a wild and commanding presence. With no trace of his immense aura escaping, he appeared perfectly composed, having mastered the control of his internal power. Stepping forward, another figure split from him in the plaza of the Supreme Kai's temple. The fabric of space shattered, and from the rift emerged a figure with black hair, adorned with fine red fur. The Supreme Kai and Bu exchanged glances, rushing forward to peer through the mending dimensional barrier, only to catch a glimpse of a red figure darting past within the dimensional rift. "Are you Wang Yang?" The Supreme Kai inquired cautiously, scrutinizing the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Yang's own. "Indeed, this is my Saiyan transformation. You need only know that in this form, my strength is greatly amplified." Wang Yang chuckled, mentioning that he had not conversed extensively with the celestial being. Subsequently, he disregarded the curious gazes of the deity and Bobo, choosing instead to sit cross-legged and meditate while suspended in the air. Within the ethereal confines of the mental time chamber, a crimson figure darted swiftly through the vast, white expanse. This figure was, in fact, Wang Yang himself, a manifestation of his splitting technique that by utilizing two bodies. He sought to comprehend the nuances of the temporal flow in both reality and the time chamber, thereby attaining a clearer understanding of time itself. After a considerable period of flight, Wang Yang came to a halt. Within the dimensional space, the forces of time were unevenly distributed. In some areas, time passed at the same rate as the outside world, while in others, it accelerated threefold. Strikingly, there were regions where time flowed at a deceleration of 10 times slower than the external environment. Wang Yang stroked his chin, pondering the origins of the mental time chamber. Who could have constructed it so fortuitously in a location where the flow of time was the swiftest? Having traversed the dimensional space for quite some time, Wang Yang had yet to discover any region where the temporal flow surpassed that of the time chamber. He continued to flit about, persistently unraveling the mysteries of time's power, witnessing a rapid enhancement of the temporal energy within him. Meanwhile, the external Wang Yang occasionally extended his fingers, puncturing the barriers of space to deepen his understanding of spatial power. With the foundation of instantaneous movement in space, his progress along the path of spatial mastery accelerated remarkably. He had transcended the need for breath as a medium. He could now materialize at any location on Earth, at will. The celestial being and Bobo observed this spectacle with a mix of initial astonishment, which gradually transformed into a state of calm acceptance. Even as Wang Yang soared amidst the fragmented dimensions, simultaneously resisting the world's restorative forces while practicing, they no longer felt astonished. Wang Yang was no ordinary individual. He could not be perceived through the lens of typical human understanding at that moment. While seated cross-legged at the dimensional portal, Wang Yang suddenly vanished in a flash. The portal, bereft of its sustaining power, began to shrink gradually until it completely disappeared from the sight of the celestial being.